Yang Zheng was educated from a young age to be honest and straightforward. However, the experiences of life later taught him the opposite, to avoid being too honest. In the hierarchy of relationships, the warm-hearted men stood behind the honest men. Unfortunately, Yang Zheng realized this too late. Fortunately, fate granted him another chance. He found himself back in 2014, just after finishing his college entrance examination. What was the most sensational event that summer? Sudden wealth, beginning with the World Cup. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 2014. Yang Zheng, I want to visit the Changlong amusement park in Chudong for a couple of days. Would you like to join me? The girl blinked around, sparkling eyes, gazing at the boy. Yang Zheng smiled, refraining from expressing his own desire to go, and instead replied, "If you wish to go, I will certainly accompany you." The girl's delicate face blossomed with a radiant smile. "So when shall we go?" "Day after tomorrow, perhaps. Then it's settled. You mustn't change your mind at the last moment." "Agreed," Yang Zheng responded, then paused before adding, "By the way, I'll be watching the game tonight at 4 a.m., so I probably won't be able to join you for breakfast tomorrow." The girl looked momentarily puzzled. "The World Cup?" Yang Zheng nodded. "Exactly." The girl nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll just have breakfast at home." Yang Zheng nodded again. "I'll contact you tomorrow evening and treat you to dinner." The girl shook her head. "Let's skip dinner. If we're going to Changlong the day after tomorrow, I'll need to ask my dad for some money, and I should make sure to treat him to a good meal tomorrow night." Yang Zheng chuckled. "Very well. We'll connect again the day after tomorrow." "Okay. I'll take my leave now." As the girl spoke, she remained rooted to the spot, her bright eyes fixed on Yang Zheng. Yang Zheng gently tugged at her small hand. The girl stumbled into his embrace. He leaned down to kiss her vibrant red lips. She wrapped her arms around his waist, responding passionately. After a long moment, their lips parted. The girl savored the moment, licking her lips and giggling. "This is the first time you've taken the initiative to kiss me." Yang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, slowly nodding that you've made progress. The girl said, standing on her toes to give him a peck on the lips, "I'm off now." Watching her skip away, Yang Zheng raised his hand to slap his own face lightly. Fool. He could be harsh even with himself. Yang Zheng was not berating his present self. He was scolding his 18-year-old self from his past life. Indeed, Yang Zheng was a reborn individual. He had returned from 2024 to the present, 2014. The day was June 8th in the afternoon. The location was the examination hall for the college entrance exam. At that moment, he was taking the final subject, English. This time frame was optimal for Yang Zheng. In his previous life, his college entrance examination scores were as follows. Chinese, 118, mathematics, 139, comprehensive science, 247, with a total score of 521. Yes, he had only scored 17 in English. At school, he was known as the scholar who didn't count English. In 2014, the cutoff for the science stream in Chunan province was 522. He had missed it by a single point. Such a narrow margin felt like an insurmountable chasm. Without having experienced it firsthand, it was difficult to grasp the depth of despair. After the results of the college entrance examination were released, Yang Zheng locked himself in his room, refusing to eat or drink for an entire day. It was only when his father kicked down the door and splashed cold water on him that he came to his senses. That time, the 18-year-old Yang Zheng was a naive and obstinate youth. He refused to consider repeating the year, that he found it shameful. He would rather choose to attend a second-tier university in Xingqing, the capital of Chunan province. Subsequently, he threw himself into learning English, determinately passing the CET-4 exam. There was no choice. English was genuinely, exceedingly difficult for Yang Zheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so severely unbalanced in his academic performance. His English score in the college entrance exam was a lifelong source of pain. Thus, even after graduation, he subconsciously continued to self-study English, watching English movies, following English dramas, listening to English songs. By now, his English proficiency had improved considerably. At least he could comprehend the entire test paper. The IT was merely the finer points of grammar and vocabulary that he occasionally found uncertain. He estimated that he could score around 120. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should achieve a score exceeding 620 in this lifetime. This would be sufficient for him to gain admission to the key university he had long yearned for in his previous life. In truth, for the reborn Yang Zheng, the choice of university was not of paramount importance. After all, a reborn individual did not require diplomas or academic credentials. Such necessities were for those who labored. However, wouldn't it be worthwhile to remedy past regrets? In reality, what a reborn individual truly needed was capital, especially when reborn in 2014 that this year presented a tremendous opportunity for overnight wealth. The Brazil World Cup. Even those who typically did not follow football had surely heard of that match that shattered the footballing kingdom. The semifinal, where the chariots of war crushed the football kingdom with a score of 0.7-1, an outcome that no one dared predict. Before this match, the football kingdom was even favored to win over the chariots of war. Betting companies offered the lowest odds for the football kingdom at 4.25, while the chariots of war were second at 6, that the outcome was already a slight upset. The exaggerated score of 7-1 was beyond imagination to 8T that time. A betting company in the West offered odds of 6,500, and someone actually won. It was said that the person placed a 200 yuan bet while intoxicated. Indeed, no one would dare place such a bet unless under the influence. 7:1. It was the chariots of war against the football kingdom. This was akin to throwing money away. Yang Zheng even suspected that the person was also a reborn individual who already knew the outcome, with drunkenness merely serving as a facade. However, it is precisely due to such examples that Yang Zheng dared to pin his hopes of prosperity on this particular competition. After all, that individual had not been apprehended and subjected to dissection. When his turn to buy came, it was certain that he would not face such a fate either. Moreover, by the year 2015, the government of Xia country had implemented a series of regulations that either standardized or outright prohibited online gambling. Consequently, in the subsequent World Cups, those wishing to place bets were left with no choice but to venture abroad or resort to unconventional means. Yet, in 2014, placing a bet was remarkably straightforward. Numerous applications, such as Zhifu Bao, allowed users to wager directly with ease. This simplicity of operation led Yang Zheng, who in his previous life had been a rather innocent child, to deposit a sum of 200 silver dollars. Undoubtedly, this was one of the reasons the authorities sought to regulate gambling. Its addictive nature is indeed substantial. Without proper oversight, the repercussions could be unimaginably dire. Yang Zheng retrieved his phone and opened Zhifu Bao for a glance. Balance: 22,000. Of this amount, 20,000 had been requested from his mother for the purchase of a mobile phone, a computer, and funds for a holiday trip. The remaining 2,000 had been borrowed from the aforementioned young lady. Her name was Yin Qian, and she was Yang Zheng's first love. As for this first love, Yang Zheng could only say, it is difficult to assess. She bestowed upon him a period of beautiful moments that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime, while also granting him a bittersweet recollection of regrets that would linger eternally. Yin Qian was a gifted student, specializing in photography. In the lead-up to her arts examination, she often was not present at school. It was not until the second semester of her senior year, after completing her exams, that she returned to school for a stable attendance. However, by that time, the teachers had largely ceased formal instruction, leaving students to study independently. This undoubtedly caused Yin Qian considerable distress. Although the teachers had assured her that she could approach them with any questions, her already poor academic performance, compounded by her lengthy absence from classes, left her incapable of even identifying her difficulties. She was effectively starting from scratch. Fortunately, she soon discovered a remedy for her troubles, seeking assistance from Yang Zheng. Chapter 002. The sweet yet bitter first love. Yang Zheng is regarded as a legendary figure at the Sanzhong School in Huainan County. He spent his 6 years of elementary education in a rural primary school back in his hometown and attended a town school for his first year of junior high. That year, a heinous murder occurred at the town's middle school, where a student, after being reprimanded by a teacher, returned the following day and fatally stabbed the teacher with a knife. Consequently, in his second year, Yang Zheng's father transferred him to a school in the county town, as the educational quality in the village and town was incomparable to that of the county. At that time, Yang Zheng was not the type of child who diligently pursued his studies. Although he was honest and not particularly playful, he found it impossible to focus in class or read a single page of a book. His mind wandered aimlessly, engulfed in a haze of confusion. He epitomized a youth enveloped in uncertainty. His academic performance was dismal, with his total scores failing to meet even a single subject's passing mark. It wasn't until he paid a hefty tuition fee of 8,000 yuan that he was finally admitted to high school. This troubling situation persisted until the second semester of his first year in high school. Shortly after Yang Zheng's birth, his parents migrated southward to work in Chudong, leaving him to be raised by his grandparents. His relationship with his grandfather was particularly close, while his grandmother's temperament was difficult to describe. In the second semester of his first year, his grandfather succumbed to colon cancer. Just before his passing, lying on his sickbed, he grasped Yang Zheng's hand and implored, "Zheng Zai, promise me that you will study diligently, gain admission to a prestigious university, and become the first college graduate in our family, all right?" In that poignant moment, how could Yang Zheng possibly refuse? After he choked back tears and nodded in agreement, his grandfather departed with a smile. From that day forward, Yang Zheng resolved to transform his academic approach. His scores in the final exams of his first year remained among the lowest in his class. But by the end of his second year, he had ascended to the upper echelon of the grade. Excluding English, he even ranked within the top 10. Within just 1 year, he had risen from an academic underachiever to an exemplary scholar, aside from his struggles with English. Consequently, Yang Zheng became a model for other students, often cited by teachers as an example of hard work, thus gaining renown at Huainan Shenzhou. It was after hearing tales of Yang Zheng's remarkable transformation that Yin Qian approached him. At that time, Yang Zheng was genuinely earnest and introverted. Faced with the beautiful girl's request for academic assistance, he was utterly at a loss on how to refuse. Thus, he became Yin Qian's personal tutor. Starting from scratch himself, he had developed a comprehensive and effective study method. Yin Qian, indeed eager to improve, dedicated herself to her studies, and her grades visibly improved. It is memorable that she scored over 450 in her college entrance exams, far exceeding the requirements for her specialty. Ultimately, she enrolled in a top-tier university in Shishu, which was infinitely superior to the institution Yang Zheng attended. Yin Qian was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, fair skin, and youthful radiance. Although Huainan Shenzhou did not hold a formal beauty contest, discussions among students frequently highlighted who was pretty in their class, with Yin Qian's name often surfacing as a frequent topic of admiration. She was essentially the unofficial school beauty, at least one of them. Conversely, Yang Zheng was not lacking in appearance either. Tall and slender at 181 meters, he had a refined visage and exuded a gentle demeanor. Many girls perceived him as the quintessential sunny and clean-cut boy. As young hearts blossomed, their innocent love quickly took root. Yin Qian's personality was lively and generous. On May 20th, she boldly confessed her feelings to Yang Zheng, who, already captivated by her charm, responded with excitement. The subsequent 4 months became an unforgettable and cherished time for the reborn Yang Zheng. Yang Zheng, being introverted, often resembled a reticent enigma during their relationship, with Yin Qian often taking the initiative, even in affectionate gestures such as hugs and kisses. Were it not for Yang Zheng's rebirth, this dynamic might have persisted until their eventual separation. Yin Qian even suggested they travel together, an implication that any adult would understand regarding the significance of a male and female embarking on a journey together. Yang Zheng was aware of this understanding, but maintained a principled stance, opting to book 2 separate rooms. Thus, he chastised himself for his foolishness. In his previous life, he truly exhibited a lack of understanding. He had rejected opportunities that were handed to him on a silver platter. Despite Yin Qian's eagerness to explore new experiences, he remained overly cautious and restrained, which could only be described as foolishness. Such foolishness was not limited to just a single instance. During their relationship, Yin Qian had granted him numerous chances, at least 5, one of which occurred when they had become intimately close. Yet, Yang Zheng managed to restrain himself, showcasing an unprecedented level of self-control. Reflecting upon his past, he found his former self's simplicity laughable. The first significant moment should have been on their wedding night. It was indeed laughable. On one occasion during the National Day holiday, Yin Qian visited Yang Zheng in Xingqing. Shortly after returning to school, she proposed a breakup, stating, "Dating you is exhausting. I have to take the initiative for everything, while you remain like a wooden puppet. Our values are truly incompatible. Sometimes I wonder if you are from the year 1896. You are so rigid. In a long-distance relationship, where we seldom meet, a breakup is only a matter of time. Let us end it now rather than prolong the pain." 3 statements delivered devastating blows to Yang Zheng. However, the most grievous wound came less than a month after their breakup, when Yin Qian publicly announced a new relationship on social media. That day, he drank heavily and even found himself on the rooftop, grappling with an understanding of his shortcomings. Aside from intimate gestures, he hesitated to be too forward, believing it would be taking advantage of the girl. He arranged everything meticulously, from travel plans to hotel bookings and restaurant reservations. Did these preparations not count as taking the initiative? Why was he deemed a wooden puppet? On their wedding night, presenting oneself entirely to one's partner should be the norm, not a relic of antiquated notions from 1896. As for the long-distance relationship, the inevitability of separation seemed disheartening. Why not embrace the end sooner rather than later? Young Zheng faced a profound upheaval in his perspective on love. That day, standing on the rooftop, witnessing a couple in love further shattered his understanding, leading him to a moment of epiphany. At that point, he might have genuinely considered leaping off the rooftop in despair. As he approached a hotel, Yang Zheng reflected on the opportunities he had squandered in his previous life and cursed his 18-year-old self once more. He had regarded himself as insignificant while treating her like a treasure. Wasn't he that pure folly? Moreover, it was merely a relationship. What was there to consider about marriage? In his past life, Yin had imparted a valuable lesson to Yang Zheng. In this life, he vowed to provide Yin with a lesson of his own. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Zheng approached the hotel front desk. Chapter 003, Wealth Treasure Balance, 171-600. Yang Zheng, having come to the hotel alone, was naturally there to watch the football match. It was the inaugural game of the 2014 World Cup, where the footballing kingdom faced off against Croatia. Although Yang Zheng had not watched this match in his past life, he had heard many discussions about it and vividly remembered the final score, 3-1. After requesting 20,000 yuan from his mother, he also borrowed 2,000 from Yin. After all, in such a lucrative venture, a larger principal was undeniably advantageous. The odds for a 3-1 scoreline were 78. The match was scheduled for 4-8. Watching it at home would undoubtedly invite criticism, so Yang Zheng opted for a hotel stay instead. Having checked into his room, he first took a shower and then lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. In 2014, while smartphones were widely prevalent, the variety of brands was overwhelming. However, aside from Apple, the performance of other brands left much to be desired. The persistent lag on his OP device prompted Yang Zheng to consider smashing it. After setting an alarm for 3:50 a.m., he put his phone down and closed his eyes. It was still not yet 9 p.m., and had it been before his rebirth, he would have found it impossible to sleep at such an hour. Those who had been battered by society often found it difficult to shake off the habit of staying up late. After all, the nighttime was the only time that truly belonged to oneself. To waste it on sleep felt utterly futile. However, having been reborn at the age of 18, his future appeared to be filled with promise. In this relaxed state devoid of pressure, Yang Zheng soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he commanded a million-strong army. Suddenly, the alarm rang. Groggy, he fumbled for his phone to silence the alarm. After a moment of drowsiness, he finally opened his eyes and got out of bed. He turned on the television and tuned into TV5, only to realize that the match had already started for 8 minutes. This meant that he had dozed off for nearly 20 minutes. Indeed, a brief nap could hardly be called restful. After washing his face in the bathroom, he returned to the bed to properly watch the match. Watching a football game could be quite tedious. Over the course of 90 minutes, it was rare to witness a handful of thrilling moments. For those who lacked an understanding of the sport, it often felt like observing a group of individuals running aimlessly. However, for those who had placed bets, the experience was entirely different. Even without a grasp of the game, simply seeing the ball maneuver among different players would cause their hearts to race with excitement. In the 11th minute, a Croatian player broke through from the left flank into the opposing half and delivered a cross in front of the goal. A flurry of players surged forward, and amidst the chaos, the ball found its way into the net. Goal! The ball had entered. An error by Bashir's Marseille had resulted in an own goal, and the referee confirmed the goal was valid, placing Croatia ahead 1-0. The commentary on the television clarified the situation for Yang Zheng. He had bet on a 3-1 scoreline, and this goal from Croatia aligned perfectly with his wager. Naturally, he had no cause for concern. However, in the 29th minute, Bashir scored a goal, equalizing the score at 1-1. The first half concluded without any further goals. As the second half commenced, Bashir was awarded a penalty in the 69th minute, allowing them to take the lead at 2-1. The two teams exchanged blows, but neither managed to score again. Unbeknownst to him, the match time had crept up to 90 minutes. Yang Zheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Even a novice understood that a football match lasted 90 minutes, with only a few minutes of stoppage time added. This meant that there were at most only a few minutes left, yet the score remained at 2-1. Bashir needed to score again for Yang Zheng's bet to succeed, given that only 2 goals had been scored in the previous 90 minutes. Would Bashir manage to find the net again in this brief window? Having not witnessed this match in his past life, he found himself genuinely anxious. Could he have misremembered the score? Or perhaps his mere presence had altered the course of events? Or was it possible that he was not reborn, but rather traversed into a parallel world? As Zheng spiraled into these thoughts, the excited commentary on the television jolted him back to reality. Goal! OS scored his second of the match, propelling the host team, Bashir, ahead with a score of 3-1. Phew! Zheng exhaled heavily, but his heart remained somewhat unsettled. It wasn't until he heard the commentator announce the conclusion of the match that he truly relaxed. Picking up his phone, he opened the betting interface on Wealth Treasure. After refreshing several times, his balance finally changed. Balance: 171,600. 170,000. This was the highest balance he had ever achieved in Wealth Treasure. In his previous life, after 6 years of hard work, his balance had been 0, not to mention the over 10,000 yuan he owed Huabei and several thousand for Jibei, along with 2 credit cards. With a monthly salary of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, over half went to repayments. Working to repay loans was a grueling cycle. A single football match had made Zheng acutely aware of the truth. One cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains. Although 170,000 was still far from true wealth, it was merely the beginning. If calculated with the odds of 6, 500 from a foreign betting company, 170,000 would equate to 105,000,000. 10 small goals had already been achieved. Moreover, Zheng had not only remembered this opening match's score of 3-1 and the semi-final 7-1, but also recalled that in the final, the War Machine country triumphed over Argentina 1 o'clock to claim the coveted trophy. He also remembered a match where Colombia had brutally defeated the opposing team 4-1, and yet another where the War Machine country had triumphed over Portugal 4 o'clock. These 3 matches were firmly etched in Zheng's mind from his recent recollections. Additionally, while he could not recall the exact scores of several other matches, he remembered their outcomes. Since the final featured a match between the War Machine country and Argentina, it was evident that neither team had suffered defeat in their preceding group matches. In summary, this World Cup was sure to enable Zheng to achieve more than just one small goal. He would effortlessly attain financial freedom. As Zheng glanced at the time, he noted it was nearly 6 a.m. It was June, and summer was approaching. Outside, daylight had already broken. He had enjoyed nearly 7 hours of sleep, and the exhilaration from the 170,000 yuan invigorated him. He felt remarkably alert, with no trace of drowsiness. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to get up and go for a morning run. A healthy body was the foundation for enjoying life. With money in hand, maintaining good health became paramount. By the age of 28 in his previous life, he could distinctly feel the weight of decline, each day worse than the last. Time is indeed fleeting, and this is under conditions where his loss is not particularly substantial. In this lifetime, however, the extent of his loss is bound to be significantly greater than in his previous existence. Therefore, fortifying his body has become imperative. Otherwise, should he find himself helpless in the future, the consequences would be quite dire. Chapter 004: Childhood Sweethearts. Upon exiting the hotel, Zheng commenced a light jog along a winding path. His destination was Bauta Mountain, not far from his current location, as he intended to ascend to the summit for a breath of fresh air. The mountain itself is modest in height. A round trip from base to peak would take no more than half an hour. Zheng swiftly reached the summit, merely slightly out of breath, feeling far from fatigued, which brought him a measure of joy. In his previous life, he had reached a point where even a 10-minute walk would prompt him to seek a place to rest. Youth truly is a blessing. At the pinnacle of Bauta Mountain, there lies a small square, featuring a 7-story stone pagoda, which lends the mountain its name. It was now just past 6 in the morning, and the square was populated by numerous individuals, predominantly elderly men and women, with few young people like Zheng in attendance. He moved to a corner of the square to stretch his legs and arms, casually twisting his torso. Just as he was relaxing, a voice filled with surprise called out, "Zheng?" Turning at the sound, Zheng's gaze was immediately drawn to a pair of long, slender legs. As his eyes traveled upward, he took in a perfectly proportioned S-shaped figure, culminating in a beautiful face adorned with delicate features and youthful radiance. Yang Yahan. Yang Zheng was equally surprised and greeted her with a smile. Yang Yahan beamed back. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. What brings you to climb the mountain? With a smile, Yang Zheng replied. After finishing the college entrance examination, I finally have some time to focus on my health. What about you? I live nearby, so I come here every day, Yang Yahan explained, a hint of exasperation gracing her features. Honestly, I'd rather not be here. Waking up early is such a hassle, but you know how my mother is. Yang Zheng nodded in understanding. They exchanged glances and shared a smile. Yang Yahan had been Yang Zheng's childhood sweetheart. They had grown up in the same village and were neighbors, having spent their early years in innocent camaraderie. Their shared childhood photographs, featuring them in open-crotch pants, were a testament to their close bond. Among the residents of their vicinity, they were the only peers of the same age. From kindergarten onward, they walked hand in hand to and from school, their friendship deepening until elementary school graduation. Following that, Yang Zheng moved to the town for junior high, while Yang Yahan went straight to the county city. Their once close relationship naturally distanced as they grew older, becoming aware of the nuances between the genders. After that point, whether returning home during holidays or encountering each other in the county, their interactions had dwindled to mere greetings, rendering them almost like strangers. In his previous life, there had been no chance encounter such as this one. After graduating high school, Yang Zheng had only seen a photograph of Yang Yahan posthumously in 2020. The brief explanation was tragic. After a heartbreak, she had taken her own life by carbon monoxide poisoning. The detailed account revealed that she had been in a relationship, but her parents, particularly her mother, had disapproved, forcing them to part ways. In truth, she had been driven to despair by her mother's pressure. Had Yang Zheng been the 18-year-old he once was, this day would have likely concluded with nothing more than a simple exchange of pleasantries, devoid of any further conversation or smiles. He was not aloof, merely introverted. At that age, he would have been incapable of speaking to the opposite sex. It was no wonder that despite having been with Yin for a month, it had taken until yesterday for him to muster the courage to kiss her for the first time. His innocence now makes the current Yang Zheng want to cringe. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you care to join me for some noodles? Yang Zheng initiated the conversation. Yang Yahan paused, rolling her eyes playfully. You want me, a girl, to treat you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Women who instinctively expect men to foot the bill typically fall into one of two categories. The first being the Navi idealists who perceive men as mere dispensers of funds, and the second being those who have internalized patriarchal values, perceiving themselves as the weaker party who should not be burdened with financial responsibilities. Undoubtedly, Yang Yahan belonged to the latter. Even in 2024, in Yang Zheng's village, traditions persisted whereby women would not sit at the same table as men, or would share a table with children instead. Having been raised in such an environment, Yang Yahan found it challenging to escape the clutches of patriarchal ideology. Therefore, Yang Zheng was not surprised by her reaction. He nodded. In that case, I shall treat you. The identity of the payer is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we share this moment together. Yang Yahan hesitated, her expression revealing her internal conflict. I usually have breakfast at home. My mother is expecting me to return and make breakfast. Yang Zheng casually suggested, you could just ask Aunt Lan to pack a portion for you to take home. It would save you the trouble of cooking. Yang Yahan's mother was named Zhou Lan, and Yang Zheng had always referred to her as Aunt Lan. Upon hearing this, Yang Yahan hesitated momentarily. Yang Zheng pressed on. When you return, just tell Aunt Lan that I insisted on treating you to breakfast, and it would be rude to decline. Yang Yahan regarded him thoughtfully before slowly nodding. All right then. Yang Zheng quipped, it's amusing that I'm the one treating you, yet it feels as if I'm the one begging for your favor. Yang Yahan's cheeks flushed slightly. I didn't want it to be this way, but you know how my mother can be. If I show any sign of discontent, she'll fuss at me for days. Indeed, when Zhou Lan was still in the village, she was renowned for her sharp tongue, causing both young and old to steer clear of her. Few could rival her in the village. Chenyu was one such individual. Who is Chenyu, you ask? Yang Zheng's mother. Thus, when Yang Yahan mentioned, you know how she is, Yang Zheng understood perfectly. He was all too familiar with the feelings that arose from having a mother with a sharp tongue, especially when her words were not softened by kindness. After all, even post-exams when one should feel liberated, Yang Zheng still refrained from watching a basketball game that started at 4 in the morning at home. Shall we head down now? After a while of casual exercise, Yang Zheng suggested. Sure, Yang Yahan nodded in agreement. Together, they made their way down the mountain. By now it was past 7, and various breakfast establishments at the foot of Bauta Mountain had opened their doors, with noodle shops being the most abundant. Which place should we choose? Yang Yahan inquired. That one. Yang Zheng pointed to a shop called Sampang Fish Noodles. He had dined there throughout high school, and even after graduating and starting work, every time he returned home, it was where he would have breakfast. Upon entering, he ordered 3 bowls of fish head noodles, 1 with extra portions, 1 to be cooked later, all packed, and add eggs to all 3. He did not consult Yang Yahan regarding her preferences, confidently arranging everything. I don't need eggs, Yang Yahan interjected, glancing at the price list on the wall. Just a regular bowl of fish noodles will suffice. The fish head noodle soup priced at 15 yuan was considered a luxury in Huainan back in 2014, especially when the ordinary fish noodles were merely 6 yuan. Yang Zheng noted that Yang Yahan used the term do not rather than do not want, indicating her lack of dislike or desire. She simply felt it was too expensive and was too embarrassed to indulge. Why not just listen to me? Haven't you ever heard that the guest should follow the host's wishes? Yang Zheng remarked as he settled into a seat. Yang Yahan felt inclined to argue, but her nature was not one to engage in disputes. Observing Yang Zheng's unequivocal demeanor, she merely muttered to herself, "How domineering," before sulkingly taking a seat beside him. Were it not for her gentle disposition, she would not have been compelled to such extremes. Chapter 005. One must live for oneself. The owner of a noodle shop was affectionately known as Brother Sanpang. True to his moniker, he was quite rotund, appearing to weigh thrice his actual size. As he approached with the noodles, he exclaimed, "Oh, handsome boy, have you changed girlfriends?" During this period, Yang Zheng had visited this establishment numerous times with In Qian, even just a day prior. With a hint of annoyance, Yang Zheng replied, "This is my neighbor's younger sister from the same village. We just happened to meet, and I offered to treat her to breakfast." Brother Sanpang chuckled. "Oh, I see." Yang Zheng shot him a sidelong glance, even if that weren't the case. "I've been coming here for 3 years for breakfast. If I bring a girl along, you shouldn't turn against me, right?" Brother Sanpang shook his head with a hearty laugh. "Being a scoundrel won't do." "Another honest fellow." Yang Zheng rolled his eyes at him, choosing silence. By the next year, Brother Sanpang would come to understand whether being a scoundrel was advisable or not. When Yang Zheng returned to Huainan during the winter break, he noticed a new proprietress at the shop, who was quite beautiful. However, when he returned in the summer of 2015, she was nowhere to be found. Upon inquiring, Brother Sanpang bellowed, "Don't even mention that wretched woman." In that brief exclamation lay the fate of the honest man. It is often said that warm-hearted men are relegated to the back, yet little do they know that the honest ones are left behind warm-hearted men. Remember this. If you're not a scoundrel, I'm not a scoundrel, where will the girls find money to spend? If you're not bad, and I'm not bad, who will the girls date? Once Brother Sanpang departed, Yang Yahan's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "You have a girlfriend?" In this rapidly advancing digital age, the disparity between individuals has reached unprecedented heights. Among the same age group, some have already become grandparents, while others are still yearning for love. Some have unlocked all facets of life, while others blush at a mere glance. Some have already become parents, while others remain oblivious to the differences between genders. When Yang Zheng was in the first year of junior high, he was utterly naive regarding romantic matters. Yet there were already female classmates on maternity leave. The coexistence of devils and angels, darkness and light, embodies the essence of this era. Yang Yahan was a quintessential good girl. The term early romance was not beyond her imagination, but it felt exceedingly distant. From what she knew, Yang Zheng's upbringing was even stricter than hers, as his mother, Chen Yu, was more formidable than her own, Zhou Lan. Thus, she found it hard to fathom that Yang Zheng would dare to have a girlfriend. Yang Zheng nodded calmly. "You really have?" Yang Yahan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Aren't you afraid of Aunt Q? If she finds out, you're toast. It's not as serious as you think. Yang Zheng shook his head, explaining, in our country, the college entrance examination is considered a rite of passage into adulthood. Once we finish the exams, we are officially adults, and being in a relationship no longer counts as early romance. Even if my mother finds out, it won't matter. Yang Yahan shot him a glance. My mother told me that if I dare to date before graduating from college, she'll break my legs. Similar warnings had been issued to Yang Zheng by Chun Yu, who often admonished him. While in school, you're not allowed to date. Having never attended university, she was unaware of what the experience entailed, viewing college as an extension of junior and senior high school. To her, a university student was still a student, and students should not engage in matters outside of their studies, were it not for such a simplistic upbringing. 18-year-old Yang Zheng would not have held the now laughable notion of saving himself for the wedding night. You are a girl, and I'm a boy, Yang Zheng stated. Yang Yahan paused, chuckling ruefully. True, you boys don't suffer in such matters. As she spoke, she noticed Yang Zheng tearing into the fish head and recalled, wait, I remember you didn't eat fish, did you? Yang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, before his second year of university, he had refrained from eating fish due to a traumatic choking incident in childhood that nearly cost him his life. Consequently, he developed an aversion to fish. It wasn't until his second year, when he had boneless fish with classmates, that he discovered the delicacy of fish meat and gradually overcame this phobia. He had almost forgotten that he had once abstained from fish. As for the fish noodles in Huainan, if one did not request fish meat, the shopkeeper would not include it. After all, the fish had been simmering in the pot overnight, reduced to mere flakes. Not only was the taste unappealing, but the addition of fish flakes and bones into the noodles necessitated caution while eating, robbing one of the joy of slurping noodles heartily. Thus, the local fish noodles could more accurately be termed fish soup noodles. It had been quite some time since those days. Yang Zheng shook his head. That was ages ago. Yang Yahan blinked in surprise, her tone laced with nostalgia. Indeed, it's all from childhood, and it has been 6 years since then. After a brief pause, she added, You've changed so much. You were so timid and honest back then. Now you seem much more open and courageous, even daring to pursue a girlfriend. She glanced at Yang Zheng, her eyes shimmering. You've changed quite a bit in appearance too. Though she did not voice it, she thought, You look rather handsome now. Yang Zheng, devoid of the shyness of youth, candidly replied, You've changed significantly as well. You were so dark and thin as a child, and now you're so beautiful with a great figure. I can only imagine how many boys are chasing after you now. Not so much. Yang Yahan blushed at his directness and quickly shifted the topic. By the way, have you estimated your scores? How much do you think you'll score? And do you have a target university? Yang Zheng paused for a moment. Above 600, aiming for Zhongshu University or Chunin University. Yang Yahan exclaimed, Oh, for enumeratus. Your grades are that impressive now. She attended Huainan No. 1 high school and had no real connection to Yang Zheng, so she was unaware of his current academic standing. In her memory, he had always been at the bottom of the class. It's decent, Yang Zheng smiled, countering, What about you? Yang Yahan Poutet. I'm not as remarkable as you. I estimate around 560. Until the actual scores are released, I won't know which school to choose. But I'll probably head towards Chudong. Yang Zheng nodded slightly. Chudong is quite good. It's close to home, and its economic development is rapid. After graduation, I can directly stay there to pursue my career. Yang Yahan glanced at him, her tone inexplicably laced with emotion. My mother said the same. Yang Zheng thought to himself. His manner of speaking seemed somewhat mature for an 18-year-old. After all, his inner soul had already experienced 28 years of life. Yet, age was not the crux of the matter. There were many who, at 30, still spoke like children of 3. The key lay in experience. Those who had endured the harsh realities of society were fundamentally different from those who had yet to encounter it. While his speech may have inadvertently carried the weight of an elder, Yang Zheng had no intention of feigning youthfulness. Having faced death once, he understood clearly that one must live for oneself rather than through the perceptions of others. In this life, he would pursue happiness on his own terms. Chapter 006, Children Have No Voice. In his past life, there had been no encounter like this. Yang Zheng and Yang Yahan had no contact, and thus he was unaware of her college entrance examination results. However, later, he heard that Yang Yahan indeed attended university in Chudong and continued to develop her career there after graduation. Chunan borders Chudong. Chudong, located at the southernmost part of Xiaogua and by the sea, open to the outside world early, its economic growth far surpassing that of Chunan. Consequently, it became a trend for people from Chunan to seek employment in Chudong. There's even a saying, the coming-of-age ceremony for Chunan youths is a ticket to Chudong. In his previous life, Yang Zheng's first choice was also an institution in Chudong, but he was not admitted. Instead, he was accepted into his second choice, Chunan First Normal University. In this life, his aspirations were set on Zhongchu University and Chunan University, both situated in Xingqing, as it was in this city where his advantages from Rebirth could be fully realized. Having spent 10 years there, he was well acquainted with numerous opportunities. Sampang, the bowl you packed can start cooking now, Yang Zheng called out once he finished eating and noticed Yang Yahan was nearly done as well. All right, Sampang replied loudly. Yang Zheng stood up to scan the QR code for payment. A mechanical voice chimed, WeChat payment, 48 yuan. Hearing the voice, Yang Yahan looked up at Yang Zheng. Her tone tinged with complaint. That is so expensive. I said I wanted the regular fish noodles. After a pause, she continued, Are you climbing Bauta Mountain again tomorrow? I'll treat you. Yang Zheng shook his head. Tomorrow I'll be accompanying my girlfriend to Changlong for a few days. Changlong Amusement Park? Yang Yahan's eyes lit up. I've always wanted to go. Then why not invite a few classmates to join? Yang Zheng casually suggested, It's not far. The high-speed train only takes an hour and a half. Now that you've graduated from high school, you should go out and explore. Yang Yahan shook her head. Her tone melancholic. My mother wouldn't agree to let me travel alone with my classmates. Observing her dejected expression, Yang Zheng recalled a black and white photograph and earnestly remarked, In the eyes of parents, children are forever children, regardless of whether you're 18 or 28. And children lack a voice. If you don't make them aware that you've grown, they will never take your words seriously or value your thoughts. He shared a similar maternal experience with Yang Yahan, understanding well the mindset she had when she faced extreme circumstances in her previous life. It takes time to build such emotional ice. Yang Yahan's breakdown was not merely a reaction to Zhou Lan forcing her to break up with her boyfriend. That was simply the final straw. Her apparent sudden collapse was, in fact, the culmination of countless accumulated pressures she had faced since childhood. Zhou Lan had continuously exerted pressure on her, wrapping her in a cocoon of expectations. She dared not resist, nor did she know how, feeling utterly powerless. Thus, when the burden became unbearable, she chose self-destruction. So, how can I make my mother realize that I have grown up? Yang Yahan gazed at Yang Zheng, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Zheng replied, Independence, encompassing economic independence, ideological independence, and behavioral independence. Yang Yahan paused for a moment. I understand economic independence, which means earning my own money. But how do I demonstrate ideological and behavioral independence to them? Yang Zheng organized his thoughts. Ideological independence means expressing your thoughts to them. Don't think that because there's a communication gap, you should simply stop communicating. If they don't understand you the first time, try again. If not the second time, then the third. The more you express and communicate, the more they will gradually realize that you have your own opinions. And if your ideas can be proven correct, even the most rigid thinkers will be left speechless when confronted with undeniable facts. He paused before continuing. As for behavioral independence, it entails completing tasks independently to show them. The size of the task is not what matters. What is important is the essence of independence. You need to let them see you making decisions and actively taking action. For instance, after finishing a meal, don't wait for your mother to tell you to clean the table or wash the dishes. Take the initiative. If you notice something dirty in the house, clean it without waiting for her to ask. These are small matters you likely do regularly, but doing them independently, as opposed to being prompted by your mother, conveys an entirely different sentiment. You must have experienced this. When you take the initiative to complete a task, your mother praises you for being sensible and mature. Yang Yahan stared at him, her expression dazed, nodding slowly. It seems like I have. After a moment, she exclaimed, You're amazing. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Yang Zheng. At that moment, He appeared to her as a beacon of light. She had long struggled under her mother's oppressive discipline, wanting to rebel but feeling too afraid or unsure of how to do so. Argument? Running away from home? She could not bring herself to do it, partly due to her character, and partly because she understood that her mother meant well. How could one go against parents who genuinely care for them? Thus, in her eyes, the situation seemed utterly unsolvable. Yet, Zheng's words today opened a new door for her. She inexplicably recalled a saying, gathering grains for a slow rise to power. Noticing her excited expression, Zheng hesitated, deciding not to elaborate further. In truth, the methods of ideological and behavioral independence he suggested would indeed be effective for most parents. However, with those possessing an extremely strong desire for control, such methods might prove ineffective. These parents may genuinely believe they act in their children's best interests, yet they are merely satisfying their need for control, often without even realizing it. For such parents, no amount of independence will suffice. Rather, it may only serve to intensify their controlling tendencies. The only way to deal with such parents is to demonstrate that one is superior to them. More bluntly, it means being wealthier than them. After all, in this economic era, money is capable of measuring 99 of the world's matters. Strength is determined by wealth. Family ties, romantic love, friendships, and various forms of affection remain unseen and intangible. Yet, they can be substantiated through financial means. True sincerity, love, and ambition cannot be extracted and displayed for others to witness, but they too can find validation in monetary terms. Possessing capability? Then why is one unable to generate wealth? Thus, it is no surprise that materialism is rampant in our society. People are merely being more authentic. Zhou, who could push Yang to the brink of suicide, undoubtedly possesses an overwhelming desire for control. Consequently, the methods Zheng imparted to Yang may not prove particularly effective. However, should Yang truly adopt these strategies, even if she cannot alter Zhou controlling tendencies, she can fortify her own inner strength. A genuinely independent thinker and actor would never relinquish their life due to another's influence. Chapter 007. Filial Piety in the Hall. After escorting Yang to her apartment building and exchanging WeChat contacts, Zheng hailed a motorcycle taxi to a mobile phone store in the city center. In 2014, the AI phone brand had already launched its 5 series, and by September of this year, the 6th series would be unveiled. Consequently, Zheng had not intended to replace his phone at this time. He planned to purchase the AI phone 6S outright when it became available. However, the current OP model was proving exceedingly frustrating, with each page transition taking 2 to 3 seconds to load. How could anyone in 2024 endure such delays? Moreover, it was only June, with a full 3 months to go until September. Zheng could not withstand such a wait any longer. Of course, the most significant factor was his balance, 171, 555. This was the foundation of his impatience to endure the next 3 months. Standing before the AI phone counter, he inquired, "What is the current price for the i5 with 16G?" Although he was not financially constrained, given the short time frame, he naturally opted for the lowest configuration available. After all, one should not squander money frivolously, should they? The sales clerk glanced at him and replied, $3,850. At the time of the i5's launch, the base model had retailed for $5,288. This price was not exorbitant. Just as Zheng was about to nod in agreement, the clerk lowered her voice and added, "The Hong Kong version is a bit cheaper. The 16G model is only $3,150. Zheng paused, asking, "Do you have that in stock?" Every little bit saved counts. Does it not? The clerk nodded affirmatively. After rummaging beneath the counter, she produced a box, opened it, and handed him a phone. The Hong Kong version operates similarly to the domestic model, yet the price differs significantly. Handsome, you appear to be a student. I recommend the Hong Kong version as it is more economical. As Zheng examined the phone while navigating the settings, he suggested, "Let's round it off to 3,000. The clerk shook her head repeatedly. "That is not feasible. 3,150 is already the lowest price." Zheng shot her a glance and returned the phone, stating, "Then I shall stick with the domestic model. It avoids potential after-sales issues and offers stable signal reception. The clerk frowned slightly. The price difference is 700. Have you truly considered this? Seeing Yang Zheng unmoved, she paused for a moment and conceded, fine, given that you are still a student, 3000 it shall be. Yang Zheng chuckled and nodded. Thank you. Such a reputable store is, by regulation, prohibited from selling Hong Kong models, making it clear that this was the clerk's private arrangement. Thus her willingness to negotiate. After thoroughly inspecting the phone, he completed the transaction and proceeded to a nearby service center to switch his SIM card. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to take a motorcycle taxi back to the hotel. This evening, the World Cup featured 3 matches. However, he found none of them memorable, with no knowledge of the potential outcomes. Consequently, he had no interest in watching the games and could have returned home to rest. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. Why was he able to speak so eloquently to Yang Yahan earlier? Because those were lessons drawn from his own experiences. Moreover, Yang Yahan merely faced a strict mother, while he endured the combined pressures of both parents. Yang Zheng's Vater, Yang Jiasing, employed an educational approach akin to that of a renowned comedian's strict methods, characterized by oppressive discipline. Throughout his upbringing, Yang Zheng had never received a single word of praise from his father. Regardless of the severity of his mistakes, large or small, his father would inevitably berate him, often in public and frequently escalating the situation. If Yang Zheng were to oversleep, his father would admonish, "Those who lack discipline will never succeed." If he dined slowly, his father would remark, "A sluggish nature leads to failure." If Yang Zheng took too long in the shower, his father would exclaim, "If I were as sluggish as you, our family would have starved long ago." Though he had grown immune to such comments, they remained bothersome. In truth, Yang Jiaxing was not a particularly stern individual. In the presence of relatives, friends, and younger generations, he was jovial and animated. Yet, he never displayed warmth toward his own son, his only child. Yang Jiaxing's demeanor was not a deliberate attack on Yang Zheng. He simply lacked the ability to be a nurturing father or to teach effectively. He was ensnared in the mindset of paternal authority, believing that a serious attitude and constant motivation were essential. After 28 years as his son, Yang Zheng comprehended his father's perspective but could neither understand nor accept it. In his previous life, Yang Zheng's relationship with his father had been strained. Aside from holiday gatherings, they rarely exchanged calls, as each conversation inevitably devolved into a series of critical inquiries. What is your current salary? Is this truly all a university student can earn? How will you support a family with such a meager income? Frankly, if he were not related by blood, Yang Zheng might have been tempted to confront him. What do you know? Yang Zheng understood that his father's intentions were to motivate him. However, the methods employed were excessively harsh. Despite their household's solid financial standing, operating 2 small supermarkets with an annual income of 3 to 500,000, Yang Zheng never requested a single cent from his family after graduating from university. When he required funds, he preferred borrowing from friends or resorting to online loans rather than broaching the subject with his family. Even before asking for money, he had endured a barrage of painful ridicule. He feared that if he were to request financial assistance, his father would scold him mercilessly. In a typical family dynamic, one parent would assume the role of the bad cop while the other played the good cop, with a nurturing figure to balance the strictness. Yet, in Yang Zheng's family, both parents adopted a stern demeanor. Yang Zheng's mother, Chunyu, enforced an oppressive educational approach that could only be described as prison-like in its severity. She would not utilize disparaging remarks to undermine Yang Zheng, but her management of him was excessively stringent. If he returned home even 2 minutes later than usual from school, she would conduct an exhaustive inquiry. Apart from attending school, Yang Zheng's outings were strictly time-restricted during other occasions. Upon returning home, he was required to surrender his phone, and any desire to use it necessitated prior approval. "My home is like a prison," was an essay penned by Yang Zheng in his earlier years. This situation persisted until his second year of high school, when his academic performance significantly improved, leading to some alleviation of these constraints. To be frank, had Yang Zheng not spent his childhood living with his grandparents in the rural countryside, only moving to the county town to reside with his parents when he was in the second year of junior high, having spent merely 5 years with them, he likely would have lost his sanity long ago. Thus, he harbored no affection for his home. In his previous life, he worked in Xingqing, where the journey home took just an hour by high-speed train to the city, followed by another half-hour by car. However, he returned only once a year during the New Year festivities. His feelings toward his parents had even reached a point of bitterness at times, until he encountered a poignant reflection. The greatest tragedy in life lies in utilizing the hard-earned money of one's parents to acquire knowledge they cannot comprehend, to witness experiences they have never encountered, and to live a life they could not fathom, only to ultimately disdain their perceived ignorance and clumsiness. While his parents' educational methods were undoubtedly flawed, arguably egregiously so, they genuinely desired what was best for him. Although Zheng struggled to fully accept this, he began to grasp it to some extent. As the ancients said, among the 100 virtues, filial piety comes first. It is the heart that matters, not the actions. This implies that having one's parents in one's heart suffices. There is no need to force oneself into specific actions. Zheng interpreted it this way, leading him to consider adopting the less demanding approach of the class leader to fulfill his filial duties. Chapter 008. Luring her into his trap, not long after Zheng returned to the hotel, he received a call from his mother, Chunyu. Naturally, she inquired about his whereabouts, what he was doing, and when he would return. In fact, he had already conveyed this information the previous day, and today was merely a reiteration. Following this, Chunyu proceeded to issue a multitude of detailed reminders. While Zheng felt touched, he was equally exasperated. He responded with non-committal ahas, having mastered the skill of letting words flow in one ear and out the other. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to endure. After half an hour of maternal concern, the call finally came to an end. Zheng found himself lying idle on his bed. During his high school years, he had not yet extricated himself from his parents' control, resulting in a lack of friends to accompany him on outings. Consequently, after being rejected by Yin Qian in his previous life, he had even sought solace on the rooftop. Yin Qian was not only his first love, but also his sole companion during high school. After lying there for a while, drowsiness overtook him, prompting him to surrender to sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Several messages awaited him on WeChat, all from Yin Qian. Ding ding. Are you still not awake? Shout Zheng, it's time to rise. Remember to reply when you wake up. Little bear with hands on hips. Zheng replied, I'm awake. He then got up to wash his face. Upon returning, Yin Qian had sent him 2 more messages. Why'd you wake up so late? It's almost 3 o'clock. Come shopping with me this afternoon. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I didn't go to sleep right after the game last night. I only fell asleep around 10 this morning. I have something to attend to this afternoon, so I can't accompany you. In truth, he had no pressing matters that afternoon. However, in his previous life, whether intentional or not, Yin Qian had indeed lured him into becoming infatuated. He had been utterly compliant with her wishes. Although it was Yin Qian who pursued him, he had ultimately transformed into the devoted admirer. In this life, he resolved not to assume such a passive role. Yin Qian, what is the matter? Zheng, family matters. Yin Qian, all right then, I want to go shopping. Zheng, there is nothing worth shopping for in Huainan. I'll accompany you when we go to Chudong tomorrow. Yin Qian, Yin Qian, what time are we departing tomorrow? Zheng, I'm available anytime. It's up to you. After sending that message, Zheng pondered for a moment and transferred 10,000 yuan from his wealth account to WeChat. Zheng, initiating transfer, 3,000. Zheng, returning your money plus the ticket cost. Yin Qian, received 3,000. Yin Qian, I'll let you 2,000. The ticket is only 190. Why are you transferring so much? Had she not received the funds beforehand, Zheng might have genuinely believed she thought he was sending too much. Presently, Yin Qian was not yet a materialistic woman, but she was beginning to exhibit signs in that direction. When they were together, she typically did not concern herself with expenditures. In his previous life, after Yin Qian departed from Huainan, experiencing the world's splendor, her frequency of changing boyfriends escalated. Her social media posts transitioned to showcasing an exquisite lifestyle. Zheng's intention in transferring her more money was straightforward. to alter the dynamics of their relationship. If he merely sent her 190 for the ticket and requested her to book it, she would undoubtedly refuse. She might even return 200 to him, insisting he handle the booking. In a romantic relationship, the proactive partner often assumes the dominant role. Xian was accustomed to taking the lead. If Zheng merely directed her to book the ticket, it would come across as commanding, which she would surely resist. However, with his transfer of 1,000 yuan, it was a different matter entirely. He hadn't consulted Xian about booking the ticket. He simply transferred the funds. It was a rather domineering gesture. Yet Xian felt no offense. Many girls claim to dislike overly assertive males, yet they are often drawn to the allure of a domineering figure. Thus, the crux is not the dominance itself, but the status of the president. Booking a ticket that earns her 800 is an opportunity no one would refuse. Naturally, Xian would not, and she might even look forward to future occurrences. As such events transpired repeatedly, she would naturally grow accustomed to being in a position of submission. Zheng did not elaborate on the reason for the increased transfer, simply responding, "After you book the ticket, remember to send me the information. I have something to attend to." Xian, Xian, you get busy, I'll go book the tickets. So obedient, Zheng refrained from replying further. He opened his betting account on his Wealth app to study the matches. Although he did not recall the details of the 3 games scheduled for that evening, he knew he could not abstain from betting. Otherwise, he would either refrain from purchasing or, if he did, it must be a guaranteed win. This was not an endeavor to tempt fate. He needed to place bets on each match, aiming for a balance of wins and losses to maintain a semblance of normalcy in the data. He casually wagered on significant scores for all 3 games: 5, 1, 1, 5, and 1, 6, with each bet at 10,000 yuan. This was primarily to set the stage for a 7-1 outcome. After seemingly throwing away 30,000 yuan, Xian sent him a message. First came a screenshot of the ticket information, with the departure time set for 9:03. Xian, the ticket is booked. Let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning. Xian, we can grab breakfast and then take a taxi. It should be just about right. There is no high-speed train station in Huainan. To take the high-speed train, one must travel to the city. However, the high-speed train station in the city is conveniently located near Huainan, with a mere half-hour journey by vehicle. Zheng suggested, perhaps you could amend the ticket. He added, there is a match starting at 6 p.m. tonight, and if it's at 8, I might not make it in time. This was, of course, merely a fabrication. While a match indeed commenced at 6 p.m., he had no intention of attending. His request for Xian to change the ticket was simply a ploy to compel her to fulfill additional directives. Habits are cultivated gradually. Xian responded, no changes. She continued, I asked you before, and you assured me it could be done any time. She insisted, we're departing tomorrow. What match are you still planning to watch? Message retracted. Message retracted. Message retracted. Why did Xian retract these 3 messages? It was because Zheng had sent her a screenshot of his wagers on those 3 matches. Xian exclaimed, 10,000 per match. How shocking. She questioned, how could you wager such a large sum? Initially, Zheng's request for her to change the ticket due to a match was something she could not accept. However, upon seeing the staggering amount of 10,000 per match, she no longer dared to insist that he refrain from watching the game. 30,000 yuan is no trivial sum for a high school student in a small town like Huainan. In 2014, property prices in Huainan had not yet surpassed 3,000 yuan per square meter, making it possible to purchase a spacious home for around 300,000 yuan. Therefore, upon witnessing Zheng's betting amounts, Xian was genuinely taken aback. Zheng remarked, it's just winnings. Losing wouldn't matter. Xian stated, no wonder you were so generous earlier. She inquired, I'm curious how much you've won to bet 10,000 at a time. Zheng replied, just over 100,000. He added, I have to attend to some matters. Remember to change the ticket to around 10 o'clock. Xian responded, over 100,000. How astonishing. She acquiesced. Her demeanor softened. After a short while, Xian sent a screenshot of the amended ticket information. The departure time had been changed to 10:07. She followed up with 2 more messages. Gather at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Also, take it easy. If you lose today, don't gamble so heavily in the future. Yang Zheng did not respond immediately. He ordered takeout and only replied with an okay gesture after finishing his meal. In Xian quickly replied, "Are you done?" Yang Zheng chose not to respond further. Chapter 009. The pink-haired and the purple-haired feeling rather bored in the hotel, Yang Zheng decided to visit a nearby internet CAF. In 2014, the most popular game was undoubtedly League of Legends, LOL. Every computer in the CAF displayed the LOL interface. At that moment, it was the S4 season, a year when players from Xia country were filled with aspirations for victory, marking the beginning of a dark era for the LPL. In the subsequent S5, S6, and S7 seasons, no LPL team reached the finals, culminating in the disheartening moment during the S7 season when the Bird's Nest hosted a match without a national team. The exodus of LOL players from Xia country was overwhelming. That same year, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was released. It's difficult to ascertain whether the rise of PUBG in Xia country was unrelated to the LPL's failures during the S7 season. In the S8 season, the LPL team managed to claim a championship, providing a slight redemption for LOL, but the momentum had undeniably waned. The future would not witness another scene where an entire internet CAF played a single game. Go! Mid lane missed. Be careful in the bot lane. Damn it. This hero is infuriating. Come help me catch him. I'm going in, make sure to follow. The CAF was filled with a cacophony of shouts. This fervent atmosphere stirred a sense of inexplicable excitement within Yang Zheng. After an hour, his exuberance began to wane. In his previous life, he had only started playing LOL after entering university and had not played extensively, resulting in a rather modest skill level. 28? Haha, buddy, your skills are quite lacking. Which region are you from? Let me show you the ropes. Yang Zheng had deliberately chosen a corner seat, initially devoid of neighboring patrons. The speaker was a pink-haired girl who had only just settled down. Beside her sat a purple-haired girl. Both sported smoky-eye makeup and held cigarettes, exuding a rather aloof demeanor. In a small county like Huainan, there were few economic opportunities, leading the young labor force to seek work elsewhere, resulting in a significant issue with left-behind children. These children, abandoned and unsupervised, often turn to a life of delinquency at a young age. This scenario partly explained why individuals like Yang Zheng and Yang Yahan experienced such strict upbringing. The streets were rife with delinquents. Who wouldn't he worry about their children becoming like them? In turbulent times, stringent measures are often necessary. Which region are you from? I have a new account. I can join any region. Yang Zheng replied, lighting a cigarette. A new account? And you're already playing like this? You must be worse than I thought. The pink-haired girl retorted with a smirk, exhaling a puff of smoke. We're from Black Rose. You should create an account there, she suggested. Yang Zheng explained that he had never played before, exited the game, and changed regions. Complete novice? The pink-haired girl scoffed. I shouldn't have agreed to help you. The purple-haired girl interjected. It's fine. Playing a few matches for relaxation is good. All right then, the pink-haired girl replied, feigning reluctance. As Yang Zheng was busy creating his account, she seemed to have a thought. Wait, choose a name that matches ours. Yang Zheng paused, glancing at her screen. Her ID read, Butterfly Love Flower. He then noticed the purple-haired girl, SID, Fish Love Water. Quite artistic indeed. For a moment, he struggled to think of a fitting name that would harmonize with theirs. How about Bird Love Sky? The pink-haired girl suggested. Yang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance, wanting to retort, with Fish Love Water and Bird Love Sky. Your Butterfly Love Flower seems rather superfluous, don't you think? He glanced at the purple-haired girl and found that beneath her smoky makeup, her features appeared quite striking. A couple SID would not be too difficult to accept. He promptly entered the name Bird Love Sky. In truth, the pink-haired girl was not unattractive. It was just that her hair color and makeup seemed rather discordant. Conversely, the purple-haired girl's purple hair and smoky makeup blended well, giving off a dark, mysterious vibe. Once Yang Zheng finished creating his account, the pink-haired girl quickly added him as a friend and invited him to a game. However, the invitation failed. You need to be level 3 to match. A completely new account must first play a couple of bot matches, the purple-haired girl stated. The pink-haired girl looked exasperatedly at her. Why didn't you say so earlier? She then turned to Yang Zheng. You go ahead and play a couple of bot matches. We'll play a rank game. All right. Yang Zheng nodded, starting a bot match. He was matched instantly. He swiftly selected Garen. As the game commenced, Yang Zheng maneuvered his mighty Garen towards the mid lane. His thoughts were that the short lane would make it exhilarating to eliminate the AI. However, the girl with the pink hair beside him misunderstood his intentions. You're playing a top lane champion. You should head to the top lane, she remarked with a hint of exasperation. Yang Zheng paused momentarily and replied, Oh, is there a rule on which lane we must take? I thought we could wander freely across all 3 lanes. He feigned ignorance, not out of any particular reason, but rather because his previous record of 28 kills made it somewhat embarrassing to admit that he was not a complete novice. The pink-haired girl gave him a look of incredulity, but continued to explain, This game is divided into top lane, mid lane, bottom lane, and jungle. The top lane is generally 4. After her detailed explanation, Yang Zheng glanced at her computer screen. Why haven't you started yet? Aren't we supposed to be queuing for ranked? The pink-haired girl chuckled proudly. We're in Diamond 1, and at this hour there are fewer players, so it's normal for the queue to take longer. She then asked, Do you know about the ranks in this game? Yes, I've heard about them from classmates. Young Zheng nodded. You must be quite skilled. There's someone in our class who just reached Diamond and brags all the time while the others call him a god and beg him to carry them. In June 2014, the Master rank had yet to be released in League of Legends and would only be introduced in September. At that moment, being Diamond 1 was indeed quite impressive, especially for 2 girls. Not too shabby, the pink-haired girl modestly replied, though her face radiated pride. At that juncture, their game finally matched them. Yang Zheng semi-idled in the game. His attention focused on the pink-haired girl's computer screen. She selected Lucian, while the girl with purple hair opted for Thresh. The game began. They quickly purchased their starting items and headed straight to the bottom lane. The 2 crouched in the jungle's triangular bush, waiting for the minions to engage before returning to the lane. The purple-haired girl's Thresh learned the E skill first, and as their minion waves clashed, she stepped forward to unleash a skill. Though Yang Zheng was not well-versed in the game, he frequently watched competitions, so he possessed some understanding. He realized they were aiming to secure level 2 first. They both focused on attacking minions. Suddenly, the purple-haired Thresh flashed directly in front of the opposing AD. Following this, she executed her E skill, pulling the enemy AD back and applying a slow buff. At that moment, a golden glow emanated from Thresh, signaling her level up to 2. She instantly learned Q and Launcher Hook. The enemy AD, quick on the uptake, flashed away, but unfortunately, she had predicted the trajectory of Thresh's hook perfectly. The pink-haired Lucian used her E skill to dash forward and began dealing damage. Moments later, the enemy AD fell before their tower. Nice! The pink-haired girl exclaimed. Yang Zheng was equally astonished, casting a glance at the 2 of them. They had communicated not a word during the engagement, yet their synergy was remarkably harmonious. Had either of them been a fraction slower, that enemy AD would certainly have escaped. These 2 girls possessed genuine skill. As Yang Zheng observed them, he began to ponder. In 2014, the rise of game streaming was just on the horizon. In 2012, VV launched its game streaming service, pioneering the field. By early 2014, Dosha TV was established, marking the beginning of the game's streaming boom. That same year, VV Live was rebranded as Cat2 Live. In 2015, Guobao TV emerged, propelling game streaming into a rapid development phase. At the peak of game streaming, even those who were utterly inept at gaming donned streaming labels to capture viewer traffic. Although the peak period was brief, by 2017, during the S7 season of League of Legends, the game's decline mirrored that of streaming. Yet during that time, e-commerce streaming began to flourish, reaching the pinnacle of a nationwide sales frenzy, giving rise to the saying, the end of the universe is live commerce. By 2024, while the fervor of e-commerce streaming had receded from its zenith, it remained one of the most popular trends. After all, e-commerce streaming is fundamentally network sales, and sales are indispensable in any industry, in any era. After his rebirth, Yang Zheng also cast his gaze upon the realm of e-commerce streaming. Thus, Upon witnessing the adept maneuvers of the pink-haired and purple-haired girls, he swiftly associated them with the streaming world. Two girls, skilled in gameplay and possessing considerable charm, would undoubtedly yield impressive results in game streaming, especially the pink-haired girl. Her vivacious personality and eloquence were precisely the qualities required for a successful streamer. Although Zheng was primarily focused on e-commerce streaming due to its lucrative potential, he intended to establish an MCN agency, thus making gaming and entertainment streaming viable avenues as well. Once the two girls completed their ranked match, Zheng had also reached level 3. Let us go. Let us play a few matches to crush some noobs, the pink-haired girl cheerfully suggested, sending Zheng a game invitation. After he accepted, he inquired, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." "A gentleman indeed," the pink-haired girl complimented, not declining. "I'd like a bottle of iced red tea, please." The purple-haired girl also joined in. "I'll have jasmine tea." Zheng nodded and called over the net CAF staff to deliver 3 bottles of drinks. He himself requested green tea, his favorite. On the screen, the game transitioned to the selection page. "What are you playing? Still Garen?" the pink-haired girl asked. Zheng, remembering his guise as a novice, feigned confusion. "Which character is Garen?" The pink-haired girl looked up at the ceiling, exasperated. "He is the one known as Demasha Esmite. You were just playing him." "Oh," Zheng nodded. "I can only play this one character for now." "All right, you follow me to the bottom lane and assist me. Mei, you fill the position." While speaking, the pink-haired girl quickly typed a message. "Butterfly love. 3 black bags in the bottom lane. If you steal AD, I'll report you." Zheng. The 2 random players remained silent, with one being a straightforward top laner and the other a mid laner. The purple-haired girl selected Lee Sin for jungle, while the pink-haired girl chose Lucian once more. Naturally, Zheng selected Garen. The game began. "You just hide in the bush. And when I call for you, charge in directly," instructed the pink-haired girl. "Okay," Zheng replied obediently, transforming into a bush-crouching Garen. With the advantage of his level 3 beginner account, the skill level of this match was evidently low. The pink-haired girl held her own even in a 1v2 situation in the bottom lane. The opposing support seemed irked by her audacious movements and advanced to pressure her. The pink-haired girl smiled. "Hey Garen, Q Lulu." To ensure Zheng understood, she added, "The one with the hat." Zheng accelerated in his Q, charging forward. After hitting Lulu, he activated E and began a circle. "Nice!" exclaimed the pink-haired girl as she secured first blood, then directed, "Handsome, let us clear the wave together. Mei, hurry up and come. While their support is away, we can dive them." The purple-haired girl replied nonchalantly, "I'm on my way." Zheng assisted in attacking the minions. "Not bad. Handsome. You even know to let the minions go," praised the pink-haired girl. Zheng hesitated, refraining from responding, fearing her realization. Surely, a novice support wouldn't comprehend the concept of giving the AD a chance at last hits. The purple-haired girl, Zheng, glanced at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Under the guidance of the pink-haired girl, they steamrolled their opponents, obliterating the enemy nexus in just over 22 minutes. Zheng's opinion of the pink-haired girl elevated significantly. He felt that if she were to stream League of Legends, she would surely excel. She possessed a keen understanding of the game and articulated her thoughts with clarity. He was acutely aware of how popular a girl with gaming prowess, eloquence, and decent looks could become as a streamer. With a little initial investment to attract viewers, success would undoubtedly follow. The only issue was, what the hell? Is this idiot afraid to engage? Damn it, is their jungler fixated on me? This Seema mid laner is truly foolish. Not even a ping when mid goes missing. Their AD is utterly pathetic. After several rounds of gaming, Zheng noted that it was nearly 7 p.m. and suggested, "We've been playing for quite a while. Shall we grab a bite?" "My treat." The pink-haired girl immediately clicked "Start matching" before responding, "How long has it been?" "Let us just order takeout at the internet CAF. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Clearly, she had a serious gaming addiction. Zheng turned to the purple-haired girl. "What about you, beautiful?" "I'll have the same as her," Zheng replied with a glance. Zheng nodded and called the internet CAF manager to place their order. After he finished ordering, The pink-haired girl introduced herself. I'm Zhang Feifei. And you handsome? Yang Zheng, he replied, just as the game entered the champion selection screen. A few minutes later, as the game neared its conclusion, the manager delivered their 3 takeout boxes. Once the game ended, Yang Zheng prepared to eat, but noticed Zhang Feifei clicking, start matching again. He was taken aback. The food is here. Aren't you going to eat? Zhang Feifei, also holding her takeout, replied, I'll eat while playing. Yang Zheng was struck with a deeper understanding of the term gaming addict. Clearly, this wasn't Zhang Feifei's first experience of multitasking between eating and gaming. She had adeptly scooped rice in her mouth during gameplay, a skill she had clearly mastered. Zhou did the same, and both continued to play while eating without any noticeable decline in their performance, though their bowls gradually emptied. Yang Zheng began to grasp why they both ordered scrambled eggs with tomatoes. No need for side dishes, as the tomatoes and eggs could be consumed directly with rice. His choice of sour and spicy chicken giblets seemed rather hasty in comparison. After finishing a game, he realized his meal had barely been touched. As he completed his meal, he saw Zhang Feifei preparing to start another game. Zhou remarked, You should hurry up. Zhang Feifei glanced at Yang Zheng, rolling her eyes. Hurry it up. Yang Zheng replied, I'll do my best. Chapter 011. Have you considered streaming? Yang Zheng arrived at the internet CAF around 4 p.m., and before he knew it, the clock had struck midnight. 8 consecutive hours of intense gaming left, even his youthful body feeling a bit sore. Yet, Zhang Feifei and Zhou appeared vibrant and energetic. Showing no signs of fatigue, Yang Zheng was genuinely impressed. After another match concluded, he quickly suggested, Let us not queue again. Let us go grab a late-night snack. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Zhang Feifei shot him a glance. Order something to eat then. Yang Zheng responded, Somohat Bamused. Don't you feel tired after sitting for so long? Zhang Feifei looked relaxed. It's just a matchmaking game, and we're dominating. What is tiring about that? Yang Zheng pressed further. So when you plan on leaving? Zhang Feifei looked puzzled. Leave? We're pulling an all-nighter. Yang Zheng was at a loss for words. He had never been so speechless in his life. Forget it. I'll just add you on WeChat and find another opportunity to chat later. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou interjected, Let us go for a walk. I'm feeling a bit stiff from sitting. Zhang Feifei glanced at her and reluctantly nodded. All right, let us go grab a late-night snack. The 3 of them settled the bill and exited the internet CAF together. Downstairs, several night snack stalls were flourishing. They chose one at random and sat down. Yang Zheng ordered a dozen oysters and an eggplant dish, gesturing for the 2 girls to order as well. Once they had each ordered, Yang Zheng inquired, What are we drinking? Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes. What else would we drink at a barbecue? Of course it's beer. Yang Zheng had the same thought, but hesitated to propose drinking in front of 2 girls he had just met today. Damn his upbringing. He cursed silently, then called out, Boss, bring a dozen chilled Qingdao beers. Why should he concern himself with others' opinions? If they didn't want to drink, they simply wouldn't tea. Why should he compromise his own enjoyment? Shortly thereafter, the boss brought over the beers. Yang Zheng opened 3 bottles, raising them without using cups, and declared, Let us toast to 2 amazing players for today's games. The 2 girls raised their bottles to clink with his. Zhang Feifei smiled. No need to be polite. You've treated us to drinks and meals today, and now you're treating us to late-night snacks. We're the ones profiting here. Zhou added, Thanks. After taking a sip, Yang Zheng pondered, Are you both working? Zhang Feifei shot him a look. We're in our senior year of high school. We just finished our college entrance exams. Yang Zheng was genuinely surprised. With their heavy makeup and vibrant hair colors, they hardly resembled high school students at all. He had assumed they were both in their 20s. What a coincidence. I just finished my college entrance exams too. Yang Zheng replied with a smile. Where are you planning to go to university? Zhang Feifei shook her head. My grades are terrible. I can't go anywhere. I'll probably have to work in Chudong soon, but Mei might still have some hope. Zhou spoke flatly. My hopes aren't high either. Afterward, she turned to Yang Zheng. You must have done quite well, right? You look like the type of student who excels. It's all right, Yang Zheng replied nonchalantly, then continued. If you're going to Chudong, what kind of work do you plan to do? Zhang Feifei shrugged. Probably factory work. What else is there? Yang Zheng pondered for a moment before directly inquiring. With your exceptional gaming skills, Have you considered venturing into live streaming? The two young women paused at his words. Exchanging glances, it was Zhou Mei who first broke the silence. So, are you suggesting that you would take us to do live streaming? Zhang Feifei nodded slightly, adding, We have thought about it, but we are completely clueless and do not know where to begin. Moreover, the streaming equipment often costs several thousand yuan, and we certainly do not have that kind of money. In 2014, it was not yet the era where one could stream using just a mobile phone. To embark on live streaming now truly presents a considerable challenge, especially for gaming streams, which demand high-performance computers. You would need at least several thousand yuan for a decent setup. A high-definition camera is also essential, and it does not come cheap. Additionally, you would require a microphone and a sound card, which cannot be of inferior quality if you aim to achieve significant growth. Altogether, the initial investment would easily amount to tens of thousands. Two girls fresh out of high school would undoubtedly struggle to afford that. Furthermore, this is merely the upfront cost, not to mention the expenses involved in attracting viewers later on. The lack of income during the initial phase, should things not take off, would pose a considerable burden on daily living expenses. The critical issue is that no one can predict how long this period will last. While being a streamer may appear effortless and financially rewarding, that is merely the reality for an exceedingly small fraction of individuals. Just like how Yang Zheng holds Zhang Feifei in high regard, despite her promising qualities and his willingness to provide financial assistance for her growth. He cannot guarantee that her endeavor as a streamer will yield favorable results. As for Zhou Mei, Yang Zheng has little desire to involve her. It is evident that a person who is reticent cannot thrive as a streamer. Perhaps initially, some viewers might be drawn in for various reasons. But without the ability to engage and provide emotional value, they will inevitably drift away over time. Yang Zheng noted at Zhou Mei before continuing. I have a vision to establish an MCN company. If you are willing, you can wait for me for a while, and I will take you into live streaming when the time comes. You only need to focus on creating great content, and I will handle everything else for you. Zhang Feifei's face lit up with astonishment. You're starting a company? Zhou Mei, curious, asked, what does MCN stand for? Yang Zheng replied, it stands for multi-channel network. He paused momentarily. What do you think? Do you have any thoughts on this? Both remained silent, their expressions a mix of intrigue and skepticism as they scrutinized him. Here was a peer they had met in an internet CAF, suddenly announcing his intention to start a company and lead them into live streaming. This was indeed hard to believe. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Mei spoke up. How long will we have to wait for you? Once the college entrance exam results are released, my family will likely not allow me to spend time out here and will take me to work in Chudong. Zhang Feifei sighed. My family is the same. It seemed they were merely experiencing a simple aesthetic dilemma, rather than being rebellious youths. After all, rebellious girls would not heed their parents' advice so readily. The results of the entrance exams would be announced on June 24th, a mere 10 days away. 10 days would hardly suffice for Yang Zheng to establish a company. Moreover, before July 9th, following the conclusion of the historic 7-1 match, his financial resources would not be particularly ample. However, he could at least lay the groundwork and sign the girls on, providing them with a month's salary to ease their familial discussions. Rest assured, it won't take long. I will be visiting Changlong tomorrow. You just need to wait for me to return, which should be in about 3 to 5 days. Yang Zheng reassured them with a smile. That sounds manageable, Zhang Feifei replied, raising her bottle. Let us toast to our future boss. Zhou Mei nodded in agreement. Lifting her own bottle, the three clinked their bottles together. Chapter 012. 1. 5. 256 times. Yang Zheng had always found it puzzling why men are perpetually captivated by 18-year-old maidens. He believed that at 18, one was still somewhat naive. He preferred the allure of those aged 24 or 25, possessing a blend of youthful exuberance and mature sensuality. It was only today that he began to comprehend the allure. 18-year-old girls are indeed easily swayed, with just a meal or a late-night snack. Zhang Feifei and Zhou Mei were soon languishing in his embrace. Yes, both young women were quite intoxicated. When discussing barbecues, beer was undoubtedly involved. They feigned a facade of societal sophistication, even smoking, and did not resist when Yang Zheng ordered a round of drinks. This led him to believe that although they might not be heavy drinkers, they could manage a few. But what was the reality? Just one bottle, with some leftover for the fish, and they ended up leaning against him on either side. Why Zheng, right? You must not deceive us. You absolutely must take us to live stream. I don't want to be a factory girl. Zhang Fei slurred, clinging to his arm, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She had not even remembered his name properly, yet was bold enough to drink so heartily in front of him. What man wouldn't be enamored by such youthful innocence? Zhou Mei fared a little better, yet she was not far behind. She grasped Yang Zheng's other arm, clearly articulating her words, but muddling the content. Yang Zheng, you're not going to take us into that kind of risky streaming, are you? I definitely want to do that. Unless you pay me a lot. Yang Zheng was genuinely taken aback. You could have mentioned your inability to handle alcohol sooner. Why put on such airs? He retorted. Where do you live? I'll take you home. He shook both of them gently, questioning their intentions. What is this nonsense? You're not serious, are you? He gazed at their faces, adorned with smudged makeup, and found himself utterly disinterested. After all, he intended to employ them, if they were to surrender their independence. The prospects of negotiation would become rather precarious. He was not without options. He was set to visit Changlong with Yin Qian the next day. There was no need for urgency. Thus, he decided to escort them home. However, they protested, "We can't go home. We asked our families for money, claiming we were going on a trip. We can't return. We plan to stay overnight at the Internet CAF." They spoke in unison, displaying a surprising level of coordination. Yang Zheng exhaled heavily. You plan to stay at an Internet CAF overnight in this condition? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? He took one girl by each arm and led them to the hotel where he was staying. Upon arrival, he could not be bothered to book a separate room, too lazy to ask for their identification. Under the envious gaze of the front desk attendant, he brought both girls back to his room, a standard one with 2 beds. After tossing them onto one bed, he took a quick shower and then lay down on the other bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. It was already past 2 in the morning. After 8 straight hours of gaming and a bit of drinking, he was utterly exhausted. The next day, Yang Zheng awoke feeling as if he were being crushed under a 1,000-pound weight, struggling to breathe. Sleep paralysis? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. A scene of pure white unfolded before Yang Zheng's eyes. Instinctively, he reached out to push it away. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. The sound jolted Yang Zheng back to reality. "Stop!" he exclaimed, his face a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Before you scream, perhaps you should check your own situation. It wouldn't hurt to ascertain if there's a real problem first." Zhang Fei froze momentarily, quickly glancing down, and after a brief pause, her expression turned somewhat awkward. Although her attire was slightly disheveled, she could sense that she was unscathed. Besides, she hadn't been intoxicated to the point of losing consciousness the previous night. In fact, she recalled that Yang Zheng had tossed her and Zhou Mei onto the same bed, and even remembered waking up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Zhang Fei's cheeks flushed slightly. "I apologize for my instinctive reaction. No harm done, as long as there were no screams accompanied by slaps." Yang Zheng replied, gesturing, "Could you perhaps get off me now?" Zhang Fei gasped, hastily scrambling back to another bed. "You weren't intentionally climbing into someone else's bed, were you?" Zhou Mei teased with a smirk. "Go away." Zhang Fei playfully nudged her. "You two were quite inebriated last night, so I certainly couldn't leave you at the Internet CAF. That is why I brought you here," Yang Zheng explained. Both nodded in understanding, as they still retained some memory of the previous night's events. Even with poor tolerance, it was improbable to black out from just a bottle of beer. Yang Zheng checked his phone. It was 8:37. There was still some time before his 9 o'clock meeting with Yin Qian. He noticed several unread messages, all from Yin Qian. "What are you busy with? Are you working all day?" This was sent around 8 p.m. the previous night. Still no reply? "If you don't respond soon, I'll be upset." These two were sent around 10 p.m. The latest messages came in the morning. First, a screenshot. "Bull Nation 1, 5 Windmill Nation." Then several consecutive messages followed. "You hit the jackpot again. How much did you win this time? The odds seem to be over 200 times. Are you asleep? Remember to reply when you wake up." Yang Zheng was momentarily stunned before hastily opening his wealth app. He was completely taken aback. The app displayed a new balance. 2,560,000. 2,560,000. He had wagered casually on 3 matches yesterday, with scores of 5, 1, 1, 5, and 1, 6. To his astonishment, the 1, 5 outcome had indeed come true. What kind of luck was this? Flabbergasted, Zheng quickly searched online and discovered that in the second match last night, Bull Nation versus Windmill Nation, Bull Nation was deemed the stronger team by external assessments, even boasting a championship odds ranking of 65 times. Meanwhile, Windmill Nation was at 17 times. The 1-5 scoreline was undoubtedly a colossal upset, comparable to the 7-1 match. No wonder bettors were so enamored with the rooftop. Who would even dare to place such bets on such unexpected outcomes? Have you struck it rich? What else with that smile? Zhang Feifei's voice broke through his reverie. Indeed, I have, he replied. The balance now stood at 688, 600. Gazing at the numbers, Zheng's smile broadened. Just a little profit. He nodded cheerfully, rising to head toward the bathroom. I have matters to attend to and must leave. I'll extend the stay for this room later. You two should sleep here tonight. Don't pull an all-nighter at the internet CAF. Zhou suddenly interjected. Did you place a bet? Yes, Zheng confirmed as he began to wash up. After freshening up, he returned to the room, took out his phone, and opened the QR code, gesturing, add me on WeChat. I'll contact you when I return. The two fished out their phones to scan. With a curious expression, Zhang Feifei asked, how much did you win? Zheng refrained from answering directly and merely stated, don't think about using your small winnings for charity. Then he waved goodbye. I'm leaving now. The room key is in the slot by the door. Remember to take it when you go out. With that, he departed. Downstairs at the hotel reception, he paid a 1,000 deposit. He then sent a message to Yin Xian. Yes, I won over 200,000. I'm heading out to meet Sampang now. Chapter 013. Just focus on studying the matches. At Sampang's fish noodle shop, Zheng, Yin Xian exclaimed, her face beaming as she leaped into Zheng's embrace, planning a kiss on him. For a boyfriend suddenly blessed with over 2 million, no display of affection could convey even a fraction of her adoration. All right, let's have breakfast first. Zheng gently ruffled her hair and called out to the shop, Sampang. Sampang peeked out from the kitchen, gave an okay gesture upon spotting the two, signaling his acknowledgement. Yin Xian replied, stepping away from Zheng's embrace, her lips slightly pouting. What were you doing yesterday? You didn't reply to my messages all day. Her irritation was palpable. Initially, she had intended to sulk a bit to tease Zheng, but now she merely felt a touch playful. Zheng didn't respond directly to her earlier question, simply stating, I had planned to reply to you last night. But I was so exhausted that after washing up, I fell asleep immediately. Asleep? Yin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. So you didn't watch the match last night? Zheng nodded. Yes. You're so carefree, she remarked, rolling her eyes slightly. She only knew that he had bet 30,000 and had nearly lost sleep over it. The first thing she did upon waking was check the results of the previous night's matches. Zheng chuklet in gambling. One should not be overly attached to gains or losses. Otherwise, it's easy to become trapped. One must adopt an attitude of if I gain, I rejoice, if I lose. It's my fate. Yin Xian was taken aback. Looking up at him, you seem different these past few days, like you've transformed into another person. Zheng, having been reborn, felt no guilt. He gazed back at Yin Xian. Is this change for the better or the worse? After a moment's pause, Yin Xian managed a smile. For the better, I suppose. Her words felt somewhat insincere. Previously, she thought Zheng was perfect, albeit a bit dull and passive. However, in recent days, he had suddenly become proactive. Logically, this should have pleased her. Yet, his newfound assertiveness was a bit overwhelming, especially given his noticeably changed demeanor towards her, which felt slightly indifferent. This undoubtedly made her feel uneasy. She couldn't quite perceive this transformation as positive. Yet 2 million. That was equivalent to over a decade of her family's income. How could she not consider her boyfriend, who had come into such wealth, as having changed for the better? Although Yin Xian wasn't materialistic at this moment, who wouldn't appreciate money? At the tender age of 18, though he had yet to earn a single penny, one could hardly doubt his understanding of money's significance. Improvement was all that mattered. Zheng smiled and inquired, have you thought about the specific places you'd like to visit? Yin Qian paused, taken aback. She longed to retort, "Shouldn't that be your concern?" However, she stifled the words and eventually replied, "Perhaps an amusement park and a water park? Those are the only two places worth visiting, right?" Yang Zheng cast a sidelong glance at her. "Are you really planning to visit Chaozhou just to go to the amusement park?" He continued without waiting for her response, assigning her a task. "While we're in the car, look up other attractions in Chaozhou online and compile a travel guide." Yin Qian furrowed her brow at this. She detested the tediousness of research and the notion of crafting a guide. Why must she do it? Wasn't it his responsibility to research before she could voice her thoughts? Yang Zheng added, "You can choose where to go and what to eat. Don't worry about saving money. I've earned a fair amount." Yin Qian closed her mouth, and Yang Zheng, curious, asked, "What were you about to say?" She shook her head, "Nothing." Taking her small hand in his, he spoke gently, "You've worked hard. I originally intended to create the travel guide myself, but with 6 soccer matches tomorrow, I need to study them thoroughly and simply won't have the time." Yin Qian, clasping his hand in return, smiled sweetly. "There's no hardship in that. It's just a matter of gathering information. You should focus on studying the matches." Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful, her flawless, fair face brimming with youthful exuberance. When she smiled, she radiated a vibrant vitality that was utterly enchanting. Unable to resist, Yang Zheng playfully pinched her cheek and leaned in to give her a kiss, praising, "Qian Qian, you're truly beautiful." "Of course," Yin Qian replied with a hint of pride, though she couldn't help but blush. Yang Zheng chuckled softly and gave her another playful pinch. Before long, Brother Sanpang brought over 2 bowls of fish head noodles. After they finished their meal, they took a taxi to the high-speed train station. While waiting for the cab to arrive, Yang Zheng suddenly remembered something, his driving test. He instinctively thought of buying a car, nearly forgetting that he still didn't possess a driver's license. At Linqing High-Speed Railway Station, they arrived around 9:40 a.m. Not long after, Yang Zheng and Yin Qian passed through ticketing and boarded the train. Once they found their seats, Yang Zheng recalled, "By the way, Qian Qian, could you book a hotel online? It'd save us the hassle of searching at the last minute. Choose a nice one, and I'll transfer the money to you." As he spoke, he sent her 2,000 yuan. Yin Qian acknowledged the transfer with a nod. "What price range should I aim for?" "That's up to you," Yang Zheng replied, opening his betting app to analyze the odds. Yin Qian opened her mouth as if to say something, but fell silent upon noticing his phone. Though he couldn't recall the exact scores for the 6 matches tomorrow, he did remember the outcomes of 2. One where the little Japanese team lost to the Quartet country, with the odds for Quartet set at 2.62. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a 1 million bet against the little Japanese team. Surely, as a citizen of Xia country, no one would find fault in such a wager. The other match was a shocking upset where Uruguay lost to Costa Rica, a result so unexpected that it lingered in his memory. The odds were telling. Uruguay win was 1.23. Costa Rica win was 8.25. After considerable hesitation, he finally wagered another 1 million. For him, turning 1 million into 8.25 million was akin to striking gold overnight. Yet, in the grand scheme of the betting market, it was merely a drop in the ocean, rendering any trepidation unnecessary. After all, others had 1 billion from a mere 100,000 yuan lottery ticket. For the remaining 4 matches, Yang Zheng refrained from betting on the winners and instead placed 10,000 yuan on high scores for each, laying the groundwork for future bets. With these figures in place, when he placed a bet on a 7-1 outcome, it wouldn't appear overly suspicious. Having completed his betting, Yin Qian gently nudged his shoulder. "Zheng, what do you think of this hotel?" Yang Zheng glanced over at the luxurious king-sized room priced at 1,688 yuan a night. The girl's curiosity about forbidden fruits was unmistakable. He smiled slightly. "That's splendid. I'll go ahead and book it." "Go ahead," she replied, her cheeks flushing as she placed the order. Chapter 014. Arrival at Chaozhou, indulging in food and fun. The hotel Yin Qian booked was conveniently located near the Long Dragon amusement park, about 10 kilometers from Chaozhou South Station, a half-hour drive. By the time Yang Zheng and Yin Qian checked into the hotel, it was nearly noon. After completing the check-in process, they proceeded to their room. The room was spacious and exquisitely decorated, exuding an aura of high-end luxury. "It's so beautiful," Yin Qian exclaimed. After setting down her luggage, she flopped onto the large bed and sighed. So comfortable. She seemed a bit starry-eyed, which was understandable as it was Zheng's first time staying in such an expensive hotel. Observing the lavish room, he felt the 688 yuan was well spent. However, being nearly 30 and typically emotionally stable, he remained composed, even if he encountered ghosts. He certainly wouldn't overreact. Let's get moving. It's almost noon. The amusement park closes at 6, and we don't have much time left to enjoy ourselves. Zheng playfully patted her behind. Qian gasped, quickly flipping over to give him a mock glare, slightly pouting. Why don't we go tomorrow instead? We could explore the area this afternoon, rest early tonight, and then wake up early to enjoy the park longer. Wake up early? Can I even get you out of bed tomorrow? Zheng thought to himself, pulling Qian up. What is there to explore around here? If you didn't have enough fun today, we can always play another day. Once we're done here, we can head to the pedestrian street in the capital to experience the vibrancy of the big city. All right, I'll follow your lead, Qian responded obediently. Hand in hand, they exited the room. At Long Dragon Amusement Park, the summer rush had yet to commence, with only the senior students enjoying their freedom. It was not peak tourist season, so the park was not overly crowded, with only the most popular attractions drawing lines. This was indeed a relief. Otherwise, waiting 1 or 2 hours for a ride would surely dampen one's spirits. Long Dragon Amusement Park boasted over 70 attractions, including many classic rides such as vertical roller coasters, 10-ring roller coasters, free falls, and giant swings, all thrilling and exhilarating. Even someone as emotionally stable as Zheng felt a flutter of excitement. Qian was incessantly exclaiming with enthusiasm, her voice growing hoarse as the excitement escalated. Yet, she undeniably embodied the spirit of a girl who repeatedly sought the thrill of forbidden pleasures. Despite her terrified demeanor and her fervent cries during the activities, she never once considered stopping. In fact, she indulged in many attractions more than once, revealing her genuine fondness for exhilarating experiences. As time flew by, Zheng felt as though only a brief moment had passed when the amusement park's announcement echoed, signaling the impending closure for the evening. Qian's expression reflected her lingering desire for more. Let us come back tomorrow for another day of fun. This is simply delightful. Zheng chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. If you wish to return, how could I possibly refuse? You're the best. Moo, she exclaimed joyfully, planting a sweet kiss on him. Let us go. We'll return tomorrow. Zheng gently grasped her small hand, leading her out of the park. Once outside, he inquired about dinner. Qian paused, seemingly caught off guard by the question. Zheng playfully pinched her cheek. Didn't you say you plan our dinner? It was only then that she regained her focus, right? I made some plans. Just a moment, let me check. With urgency, she pulled out her phone, and after a brief moment, she continued. Near the Long Dragon, I found 3 restaurants, a seafood buffet, a private chicken pot place, and a flaming drunken goose. What would you like to eat? Zheng pondered briefly before responding. Let us go with the private chicken pot. Qian nodded. Okay, let me navigate and see where it is. After fiddling with her phone, she indicated the navigation shows it's 13 kilometers away, a 15-minute walk. Shall we walk there? This question subtly hinted at her reluctance to walk. Otherwise, she would have simply stated, let us walk. In his younger days, Zheng would have missed such nuances. But now he understood perfectly. He was more than willing to indulge her whims. Let us take a taxi, he suggested, leading her to the roadside. It was too long before an empty taxi arrived, and after hailing it, they both climbed in. The private chicken pot restaurant had simple, even rudimentary decor, akin to a farmer's home with a few tables set up. Yet, this rustic style was quite trendy for private dining. The people of Chuzhou were known for their love of chicken, with specialties like white-cut chicken gaining national acclaim. Other offerings included soy sauce chicken, ginger scallion chicken, and salt-baked chicken, with chicken pot being one of their highlights. With just the two of them, Zheng and Qian didn't order an excessive number of dishes. A signature chicken pot, white-cut chicken, a nourishing soup, and seasonal vegetables, a standard trio of dishes with a soup. The first to arrive was the nourishing soup, a traditional pre-meal custom in Chuzhou. The aroma wafted enticingly, prompting Yin Qian to eagerly fill her bowl, just as she was about to sit down and savor it. She seemed to remember something and placed the bowl before Yang Zheng. "Here, I got this for you." Yang Zheng couldn't help but smile. Clearly, the day's experiences had proven effective. He took the bowl, sipped the soup, and his eyes brightened. The flavor was indeed delightful, rich and smooth, with a robust taste that was neither greasy nor overwhelming. Yin Qian poured herself another bowl, and after tasting, exclaimed, "So fresh and delicious." Yang Zheng nodded in agreement. "It's exceptionally good." Before long, the remaining 3 dishes arrived promptly. It's no wonder this establishment proudly bore the name Chicken Pot. The signature chicken pot was prepared to perfection, releasing a rich aroma as the lid was lifted, tantalizing the senses. The chicken was expertly cooked, tender, and flavorful, justifying its price of 168. The white-cut chicken also impressed at just 58. "How is it? The place I found isn't too shabby, right?" Yin Qian asked, her expression radiating satisfaction after sampling several dishes. Yang Zheng gave her a thumbs up. "It's fantastic." With a beaming smile, Yin Qian offered him a chicken leg. "Eat more, I have a small appetite." Yang Zheng nodded, diving into the meal with gusto. The portions were generous. The chicken pot contained an entire chicken, and the white-cut chicken comprised half of one. There was no chance they could finish it all, so they aimed to minimize waste. However, as they feasted, both chicken dishes quickly neared the bottom, along with the vegetables, and they had consumed nearly half of the soup. Yet, Yang Zheng didn't feel the slightest bit full, even managing to devour 4 bowls of rice. He sought to test his limits, and the outcome revealed that his stomach felt like an insatiable abyss. "Perhaps you should slow down," Yin Qian said, concern etching her features. She was genuinely taken aback by Yang Zheng's appetite. He, too, was surprised but felt reassured. Since his rebirth, his physical condition and memory had markedly improved. Initially, he attributed this to merely regaining youth, but it now appeared to be a benefit of his second chance at life. Later that night, he became even more convinced of this notion. Upon returning to the hotel, Yin Qian dashed to the bedside, flinging herself onto the bed with a sigh of contentment. "This bed is so large, so soft, and so comfortable. If only my bed at home were like this." "It could be," Yang Zheng replied, joining her on the bed and wrapping her in his arms. "If you desire it, we can purchase a bed like this." Yin Qian gazed up at him. "But when will that be? If we're to get married, we must wait until after we graduate from university, right?" Yang Zheng tenderly caressed her cheek. "It won't take that long. As soon as you decide which city to attend university in, I'll go buy a house there, and you can decorate it however you like." Yin Qian's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Yang Zheng nodded affirmatively, "Of course." "Zheng, you're too wonderful." She cheered, planting a kiss on him. Yang Zheng reciprocated skillfully. Their mutual affection blossomed effortlessly, as if destined. The following day, Yang Zheng awoke to find it was already past 11. He had stayed up late the previous night, a consequence of his newfound vitality. Yin Qian, indulging in her first taste of forbidden pleasures, had also overindulged. They had certainly enjoyed themselves. Yin Qian was still deep in slumber, and as he gazed upon her serene face, contrasting sharply with her animated expressions from the previous night, all remnants of resentment within Yang Zheng dissipated entirely. In his past life, Yin Qian had cast him aside, swiftly moving on to someone new within a month. How could he not harbor feelings of resentment? However, the true reason he carried those feelings into this life stemmed from the regret of missing out on last night. Thus, his grievances had been released alongside his past. Now, he felt no animosity towards Yin Qian. Love was not on the table either. In this life, he would only cherish himself. After a brief moment of reflection, Yang Zheng picked up his phone and opened a wealth-building app. After all, accumulating wealth was the true essence of life. This time, there were no surprises, 4 matches with significant scorelines and not a single miss. Moreover, I placed bets of 1 million on 2 outcomes, both of which were successful. The latest deposits, 2, 620, 000, and 8, 250, 000. My balance now stands at 11, 518, 555, an impressive 11, 51 million. Money seems to flow with such ease. Yang Zheng unconsciously transformed into a sly dragon king. He glanced at the upcoming matches for tomorrow, noting only one. The Artang team versus the Habwa team. This match did not ring any bells for him. After some contemplation, he wagered 10,000 on a 1-6 outcome to continue his data analysis. He then transferred the remaining balance of 8,555 to Weixin. The previous 10,000 had nearly been exhausted, leaving just over 3,600. Money truly does vanish with remarkable swiftness. Having settled these matters, Zheng intended to wake Yinxian. However, he noticed a dark smudge at the corner of her mouth. Pausing for a moment, he gently wiped away the blemish and playfully pinched her cheek. "Qianqian, it's time to rise." Yinxian murmured, slowly opening her eyes. Before she could speak, a twinge of pain shot through her, causing her to frown involuntarily. The young girl pouted and whined, "It hurts." Zheng comforted her by stroking her head. "Then let us just rest at the hotel today." "That sounds so dull." Yinxian shook her head. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, "How about we go to the arcade? We could just sit and play games." Zheng nodded in agreement. "As long as you're okay with it." Spending an entire day in the hotel would indeed feel tedious to him as well. After freshening up, Zheng assisted Yinxian as they slowly exited. They had stayed in the hotel for 3 nights at a rate of 1688 per day, and only now could Yinxian move about freely. The pair then visited several renowned attractions in Chuzhou, leisurely exploring the pedestrian street in the capital. Zheng bought her numerous items, though none were extravagant luxury goods costing tens of thousands. Instead, he opted for some ordinary branded clothing and cosmetics, totaling just over 20,000. This was enough to make Yinxian ecstatic, practicing yoga in delight. After all, without a system for cashback on spending, every penny he spent directly diminished his wealth. His current fortune was far from sufficient for indulging in luxury items, let alone purchasing gifts for others. Even if his financial situation improved, he wouldn't recklessly gift items worth hundreds of thousands, nor would he consider giving away properties or vehicles. Wasn't that just inflating prices? The couple spent a total of 5 days in Chuzhou before departing on the 20th. Between the 17th and 20th, there were 12 matches, all of which Zheng placed bets on. He distinctly remembered the match where the War Chariot Nation triumphed over the Grape Team with a score of 4 o'clock. Given the evident superiority of the War Chariot Nation, the odds for this match were relatively low at 16. Consequently, Zheng dared not wager excessively on this score, limiting his bet to 100,000. While he had no success predicting scores in other matches, he did correctly predict the outcomes of 3 games. 2 of these he recalled, while one was purely a lucky guess. His total betting amount across the 12 matches reached 26 million. Indeed, he placed direct bets of 1 million on each outcome to cultivate the persona of a reckless gambler. The returns from the 3 successful outcome predictions amounted to 41 million, combined with the 6 million from the score prediction, yielding a total of 75 million in profits. His wealth on the platform now reached 2 million, with over 10,000 left in Weixin and around 40,000 spent in recent days. On average, this 5-day excursion in Chuzhou cost him over 10,000 daily. Not to mention the Zheng of his previous life, even the current Zheng felt a twinge of regret. After all, they had not engaged in any extravagant activities. They merely indulged in leisurely eating and shopping. Yet tens of thousands had vanished without him even realizing how. Money truly does seem as ephemeral as paper. Upon arriving in Lincheng via high-speed rail, Yinxian disembarked, while Zheng remained aboard, having purchased a ticket directly to Xingqing. Initially, he had planned to wait until after the World Cup to commence his operations in Xingqing. However, after fortuitously meeting Zhang Feifei and Zhou Mei, he decided to arrive early to attend to certain matters. On the train, bereft of Yinxian's company, Zheng occupied himself by analyzing the 3 upcoming matches for tonight. The 21st. Among these, a significant opportunity presented itself with the match between Italy and Costa Rica. This World Cup had seen Costa Rica, a nation seemingly burdened with the weight of many lives, boasting astonishing odds of 51 for winning the championship, indicative of their weak assessment. Yet, they had remarkably defeated both Uruguay and Italy former World Cup champions, advancing to the round of 16. They further astonished everyone by eliminating the Sierra team in the round of 18, achieving a historic entry into the quarterfinals. The shock value was immense. The odds for Costa Rica's victory against Uruguay had soared to 825, while for the match against Italy, they stood at a staggering 624. These two matches were notable upsets, which is why Zheng could easily recall them. His social media feed had been filled with rooftop photos from that time. In the same fashion, he initially wagered 1 million, then hesitated before placing another 1 million bet. Fortune favors the bold, while caution starves the timid. As he often remarked, the small gains he made were but a drop in the vast ocean of the betting landscape. For the other two matches, Zheng increased his bets to 20,000 each, still focusing on high scores. This betting amount would undoubtedly increase as he proceeded, leading up to that earth-shattering 7-1 match. Chapter 016. Seizing the Goddess's Innocence. Persuading her to work for me. In Xingqing, Zheng had resided for a decade, yet he could hardly claim to be well acquainted with the city. In fact, many popular spots that had become social media hotspots remained unexplored by him. During his university days, he had ample opportunity to venture out, yet he always felt that these nearby locations could be visited at any time, leading him to neglect them. This was akin to a local who had never visited their own city as attractions. Once he graduated and entered the workforce, he became a mere cog in the machine, leaving little room for leisure. When he finally found some free time, lying on the couch at home felt infinitely more appealing than going out. However, a lack of familiarity does not equate to strangeness. After all, he had lived there for a decade. Upon exiting the high-speed rail station, Zheng hailed a taxi, directing the driver to Tianqing Financial Company. In his past life, he had a beautiful colleague named Zhou Wei, born in 1990. When Zheng met her, she was precisely 30 years old. Although he referred to her as a colleague, it was somewhat of an exaggeration. At that time, Zhou Wei was already the finance manager of their company, while Zheng was merely a regular employee. Eventually, Zhou Wei was headhunted by a larger company to become a financial director, reportedly earning an annual salary exceeding 300,000, while Zheng remained an ordinary employee. Young, beautiful, and astute, Zhou Wei undoubtedly epitomizes the archetype of a workplace goddess. Such figures often become the subject of conversation during leisurely breaks. It is through this lens that Zheng has gathered considerable information about Zhou Wei. For instance, she has been employed at Tianqing Financial Company for 3 years since her graduation from university. By now, she should still be working there. Thus, Zheng decided to pay a visit. In his previous life, Zheng harbored no desire for Zhou Wei, as he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. In this life, his feelings remain unchanged, at least for the time being. His sole intention is to recruit Zhou Wei to work for him, primarily valuing her capabilities. While there are certainly individuals more competent than Zhou Wei, they must be known and accessible to him. Moreover, having a beautiful colleague, even if merely in a professional capacity, would undoubtedly be a delightful sight. Seizing the opportunity, while the goddess is still inexperienced, I shall persuade her to work for me, Zheng mused. He aspired to establish an MCN agency, recognizing the necessity for various management personnel alongside streamers and influencers. Financial management is paramount, especially since he currently stands alone, lacking even a company of his own. Thus, Zhou Wei, with her experience in company registration and her tenure at a financial firm, is the perfect candidate. "Hello, handsome. How may I assist you?" greeted the receptionist warmly. "I am looking for someone. Is Zhou Wei available?" Zheng inquired. The receptionist scrutinized him briefly before responding with a question of her own. "And who might you be to her?" It seemed she was indeed present. Zheng clarified. "I'm a client. I wish to register a company and would like her consultation." The receptionist nodded and said, "Oh, you may enter. She is inside." "Thank you," Zheng replied as he stepped into the office. The company was modest in size, with only about 10 workstations in the office area. Upon entering, Zheng's gaze immediately fell upon Zhou Wei. At this moment, the workplace goddess hardly exuded the aura of a goddess. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and she wore jeans and a white t-shirt, her figure unremarkable. Although her looks could be deemed attractive, They were not breathtaking, primarily due to her slightly sallow complexion, which detracted from her appearance. Furthermore, she had not applied any makeup. Overall, Yang Zheng would rate her at most an 80 out of 100. This was a far cry from the future version of her, a fair-skinned beauty with a curvaceous figure and commanding presence, who would easily score a 95. However, this was hardly surprising. Zhou Wei was merely a young woman who had graduated from university 2 years prior and was toiling away in a small company. She lacked the means and knowledge to enhance her appearance, much less to cultivate any commanding presence. Yang Zheng approached her and said, "Hello. I would like to consult you regarding company registration. Do you have time to discuss this?" Of course, he could not directly attempt to recruit her, especially not in someone else's workplace. It would be absurd for him to solicit a recent graduate. If Zhou Wei did not perceive him as a fraud, she would never achieve the position of a finance director with an annual salary exceeding 300,000. First, he would have her assist with the registration process. Once the company was established, he could then express his need for personnel, highlighting her capabilities. Such an approach would be far more reasonable. Huh? Zhou Wei was momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously. Of course. What questions do you have? Yang Zheng did not answer immediately, but surveyed the surroundings. Shall we discuss it here? Zhou Wei promptly responded, "Please follow me to the meeting room." They proceeded to the meeting room, where Zhou Wei gestured for him to take a seat. "Please, allow me to fetch you a glass of water," she offered. Yang Zheng complied. "Thank you. You're too kind. Please, make yourself comfortable," she said as she returned with the water and inquired, "What specific matters do you wish to discuss?" After a brief pause, Yang Zheng replied, "I wish to register a media company. How quickly can you facilitate this?" "That primarily depends on you," Zhou Wei pondered. "If all the necessary documents are prepared, we could obtain the business license in as little as 7 days. What documents are required?" Young Zheng asked. She smiled. "Essentially, we will need proof of the business location, as well as the identity information of the legal representative. The other details, such as the company name and business scope, can be provided by you at the time." Yang Zheng regarded her intently. "I cannot remain in Xingqing for long. I must leave by the 24th at the latest. Can you complete the registration before then?" Zhou Wei furrowed her brow. Today was the 20th, leaving only 5 days at most. It would be quite challenging. Just as she was about to decline, Yang Zheng interjected, "What are your usual fees?" After a brief pause, Zhou Wei replied, "For merely acting as an agent for registration, it is 200. If you require a registered address, that will be an additional 500. Yang Zheng looked at her. 3000 for the registered address. Can it be done by the 24th? Zhou Wei nodded decisively. Yes, it can. After a moment, she added, "However, I will need all your documents today to secure the appointment for approval." Yang Zheng agreed. Understood. Zhou Wei then began asking Yang Zheng various questions regarding the company name, registered capital, and legal representative information. He decided on the name Zhengrong with a registered capital of 10 million, providing his own details as the legal representative. He had no intention of engaging in any dubious activities, so being the legal representative was perfectly acceptable. Upon seeing his identification card, Zhou Wei was taken aback. 1996? You're only 18 years old? Yang Zheng remained composed. Is there a problem? Regaining her composure, Zhou Wei shook her head repeatedly. No problem at all. Please don't misunderstand. I am merely surprised to discover that you are so young. Yang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Please go ahead and make a copy. I have other matters to attend to. Certainly. Please hold on. Zhou Wei responded before rising to leave. Before long, after she had photocopied Yang Zheng's identification, they exchanged WeChat contacts, and he took his leave. Subsequently, he navigated to a nearby law firm. Yang Zheng's desire to establish an MCN company stemmed not only from the recognition of its potential as a burgeoning industry, but also from his experience working at an MCN company for 3 years in his previous life. This was a field with which he was quite familiar. His visit to the lawyer was to draft various contract templates. An MCN company must sign numerous agreements with streamers and influencers, making contracts a crucial element of the business. Chapter 017. 2 jokes. Yang Zheng spent the entire afternoon conversing with the lawyer, expending a total of 200 yuan. Yet, rather than feeling regret, he was grateful for this visit. The realm of contracts can be rife with manipulation and exploitation, and it is no wonder that many find themselves ensnared by them. In the hands of a professional, a contract can become a lethal weapon. The 200 yuan spent today could potentially save him 32 million in the future. Under the lawyer's guidance, Yang Zheng drafted 5 versions of contracts, categorized into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D. Liquidated damages, resource support, revenue sharing, and restrictive regulations, among others, are arranged in a hierarchy from high to low. Of course, templates are merely templates. When it comes to specific individuals and matters, adjustments can be made accordingly. Such template contracts are essentially preparatory measures for the future. Once the company flourishes, it would be impractical for Yang Zheng, as the proprietor, to liaise with every streamer or influencer individually. At that point, it would be his subordinates who would utilize these standardized template contracts to finalize agreements. As Yang Zheng departed the law firm, dusk had already begun to settle. He hailed a taxi and made his way to the university town, an area he was quite familiar with in Xinjiang. His targets, Zhongchu University and Chunan University, are both situated within this vicinity. Lu Yaba Beef Noodle Shop. This establishment was Yang Zheng's most frequented haunt during his university days. Another bowl of noodles? The people of Chunan could indulge in noodle soup 4 times a day. Noodle shops operating around the clock are ubiquitous. Boss, 1 bowl of beef, awful noodles. Extra noodles and an egg. Yang Zheng ordered before finding a seat. As it was not yet summer vacation, the area was bustling with students, and the shop was crowded, leaving no vacant tables. Yang Zheng had to share a table with others. Across from him sat 2 young ladies. Surely, no one would shy away from sharing a table with a girl, right? In his past life, Yang Zheng would have hesitated. He would have preferred to wait, standing until a table was free or until he could sit at a table devoid of female company. Such was his timidity. The 2 girls opposite him, however, were clearly a bit shy themselves. Just moments before, they had been chatting and laughing, but upon Yang Zheng's arrival, they buried themselves in their bowls, unconsciously quickening their pace, as if he were pressuring them. Yang Zheng's noodles had yet to arrive when the 2 girls had already finished and departed. When the boss delivered Yang Zheng's noodles, he collected the empty bowls from the girls and wiped the table clean. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, a bright voice chimed in. Yang Zheng momentarily pauset, casually lifting his gaze, his pupils narrowing. You can sit here, share a table with this handsome guy, the boss indicated. The 2 young ladies approached and settled down opposite Yang Zheng. He recognized both of them. Cheng Mengdai, strikingly beautiful with an admirable figure, could easily score an 85. She had a flair for fashion and the financial means to match, always adorned with exquisite makeup and stylish attire, drawing attention comparable to that of a 90-point beauty. Many in the school regarded her as one of the campus flowers. Zhong Zhen, while not particularly striking, possessed a tall and curvaceous figure, also rating around an 80. She had even more suitors than Cheng Mengdai, which was unsurprising. The more beautiful a girl is, the more elusive she seems, especially with Cheng Mengye's daily attire suggesting she was not the type to be easily pursued. Only those with genuine capabilities would dare to entertain thoughts of courting her. In contrast, Zhong Zhen gave off a more approachable vibe. This is a stereotype people often hold, believing that girls with sultry figures are more open and available. In his previous life, Yang Zheng had joined the debate club to enhance his eloquence. Cheng Mengdai and Zhong Zhen were both senior members of the club, as well as classmates. After several club activities, Yang Zheng grew more familiar with them and often communicated, primarily due to Cheng Mengdie's initiative. Towards the end of his freshman year, during a debate topic discussion, Cheng Mengdai boldly remarked, "Ah Zheng, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? What do you think of your senior here?" Yang Zheng had already been somewhat smitten by her. As he saw a reflection of Yin Qian in her, both exuded a lively and cheerful demeanor. He was momentarily flustered, stammering, "Senior, you're great, I really like you." Cheng Mengdai burst out laughing. "Haha, so you like me, Ah Zheng? What a pity, I'm not into your type." Her laughter resonated with others, and the room erupted in laughter. Indeed, they were not the only ones discussing the topic. Half of the debate club was involved in the conversation. Everyone laughed at Yang Zheng's navet, believing that a goddess like Cheng Mengdai would confess to him. A fool's dream, a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Yang Zheng discerned this sentiment in their gazes and fled in embarrassment, never returning to the debate club thereafter. However, the story did not end there. Shortly after, Zhong Zhen approached Yang Zheng, confessing that she actually liked him but had been too shy to admit it, only sharing it with her close friend Cheng Mengdai. Recently, they had had a falling out, which led to an argument. Cheng Mengdai had teased Yang Zheng out of spite. This narrative seemed plausible, and Yang Zheng, in his foolishness, accepted it. His true folly lay in the fact that Zhong Zhen did not ask him out more than a few times. When she inquired if he would be her boyfriend, he happily agreed. However, Zhong Zhen insisted that although she was pursuing him as a girl, she wanted him to formally confess to her. Yang Zheng réadili compliet. On that day, he arranged candles in the shape of a heart beneath the girl's dormitory and held a bouquet of roses, as Zhong Zhen had requested. Subsequently, Yang Zheng stood there for an hour, enduring various curious glances, only to receive a message from Zhong Zhen. "You can leave now. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Embarrassed, he fled, wishing he could have vanished into the ground. For a long time thereafter, he walked around campus with his head down, too ashamed to look up. Now, however, Yang Zheng lifted his gaze and smiled. "Hello, seniors. May I ask which school you attend?" The two young ladies seemed taken aback by his sudden approach, momentarily stunned. Cheng Mengdai then smiled and replied, "We just started our freshman year." "Are you calling us seniors because we look old?" "That is not what I meant." Yang Zheng shook his head. "I graduated from high school this year and am nearby, so I must address you as seniors." "I see." Cheng Mengdai nodded in understanding and asked, "So you're inquiring about our school to get a better understanding?" Yang Zheng affirmet indiet. Zhong Zhen glanced at him. "You haven't even received your college entrance examination results, and yet you're already looking at schools?" Yang Zheng explained. "I came to Xingqing for tourism and thought I would take the opportunity to check it out." Cheng Mengdai appeared slightly surprised. "You're traveling alone?" Yang Zheng nodded again. "That is quite impressive," Cheng Mengdai complimented. Zhong Zhen then inquired, "We're from a teacher training university. Which school are you considering applying to?" "Perhaps Zhongshu University or Chunin University," Yang Zheng replied. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. These two universities ranked second and third within Chunin province, far superior to their own institution. Suddenly, the presence of an academic prodigy was felt before them, leaving both individuals somewhat astonished. Chapter 018. You two have both toyed with me. I never expected you to be an academic achiever, Cheng Mengdai remarked with an air of surprise. Yang Zheng chucklet softly. "What? Do I not appear to be one?" Cheng Mengdai responded with a smile, "Given your trendy attire and your boldness in striking up a conversation with us, you certainly do not fit the stereotype of a typical academic prodigy in my mind." Previously, Yang Zheng's clothing was chosen by his mother, Chun Yu, and was anything but fashionable. However, the outfit he wore now had been curated by Yin Xian during his time in Chuzhou. Yang Zheng glanced at her. "Perhaps that is because I am not a genuine academic prodigy. I estimate my score to be around 620, which is certainly below the standard of what you envision as a top student." Just as Cheng Mengdai was about to speak, Zhong Zhen interjected. 620 doesn't qualify as a top student. I only scored a little over 520, and you're nearly 100 points ahead of me. Cheng Mengdai shot her a sidelong glance before redirecting the conversation. "Where are you from? Did your family really allow you to travel alone right after graduating high school?" "True academic prodigies score another 100 points higher than I do," Yang Zheng replied to Zhong Zhen before turning his attention back to Cheng Mengdai. "I'm from Linxiang in Chunan, not far from Xingqing, and my family has no concerns about me." Zhong Zhen shook her head. "Those scoring over 700 RNT, just academic prodigies. They're practically monsters." Cheng Mengdai nodded in agreement. "I see. As a Chunan native, why would you consider attending a university in Chunan? With your scores, you could easily get into a prestigious university in the capital, Shanghai, or even Chuzhou, where you'd likely fare much better." Yang Zheng regarded her thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled. "Because I cannot let go of this city and the people and events from my past life." "People and events from your past life?" Cheng Mengdai rolled her eyes. "What are you trying to be so profound for?" Zhong Zhen chuckled. "Buddha says that after 500 lifetimes of glances, one may encounter another in this life. Since we are fortunate to share a bowl of noodles today, doesn't that imply we must have been quite familiar in our previous lives? Young Zheng nodded earnestly. Into it. We were quite familiar. You deceived me into believing you liked me, only for me to later discover you were merely toying with me. Zheng rolled her eyes at this. Cheng Mengdai laughed, intrigued. What about me? What is our relationship? Yang Zheng replied with a leisurely smile. You're just like her. Both of you have taken turns to toy with me. Cheng Mengdai clearly found this response unsatisfactory and shook her head. That's rather dismissive. What else am I supposed to say? Yang Zheng feigned helplessness and shifted the topic. So where are both of you from? Zheng spoke first. I'm from Jiangcheng in Chubei. Cheng Mengdai paused before saying, I'm from Chuzhou. Not far at all. Yang Zheng smiled. I just came from Chuzhou today. Cheng Mengdai's eyes brightened. Really? Chuzhou is quite fun. Isn't it? Which places did you visit? Yang Zheng nodded. It was indeed enjoyable. I first visited the Changlong amusement park, then the Chuzhou Tower, and Bowen Mountain, hitting all the iconic spots over 5 days. Cheng Mengdai slightly nodded, about to speak when Zheng interjected again. Our Jiangcheng is also very entertaining, with many famous attractions and delicious food. You should come and explore. Cheng Mengdai shot her a direct look, unrestrained this time, before responding, those places you mentioned are mostly frequented by tourists and aren't particularly fun. If you ever visit Chuzhou again, and I'm around, I'll take you to truly experience the charm of the city. Sounds good, Yang Zheng nodded. Pulling out his phone, let us add each other on WeChat. Our Lincheng is known as the backyard garden of Chuzhou and is quite enjoyable. If you find the time to visit, just reach out to me, and I'll ensure you have a wonderful experience. Cheng Mengdai also took out her phone. Nodding with a smile, let us make it official then. I might actually visit Lincheng this summer. Zheng glanced at the two, her expression darkening slightly. Yang Zheng noticed her, but pretended not to. After adding Cheng Mengdai on WeChat, he set his phone aside. It seemed these two girls, while appearing inseparable, were secretly competing against each other. During their conversation, Zheng had been intentionally and unintentionally interjecting, while Cheng Mengdai clearly showed some disdain for her. The root of their rivalry lay in Zheng's dissatisfaction and perhaps jealousy towards Cheng Mengdai. While looks played a part, it was more about social status. Cheng Mengdai was a minor heiress, often adorned in luxury brands like Chanel and LV, while Zheng relied on poverty scholarships. In their previous life, Cheng Mengdai's so-called teasing of Yang Zheng was mostly playful banter, albeit somewhat over the top. She was not malicious in intent. Rather, she embodied the traits of a pampered princess, lacking an understanding of boundaries. Her privileged upbringing naturally instilled in her a sense of superiority, rendering her oblivious to the feelings of others unless they belonged to her social class or had some utility to her. In contrast, Zheng's actions were purely malevolent, as she schemed and plotted to toy with Yang Zheng, driven by a desire to prove her charm was equal to Cheng Mengdai's. Was it immature? How mature could an 18 or 19-year-old girl possibly be? Noticing that Yang Zheng had put his phone down without any intention of adding Zheng on WeChat, Cheng Mengdai couldn't help but smirk slightly, glancing at her phone as she deliberately spoke up. Yang Zheng? What does that name mean? Unsurprisingly, Zheng's expression darkened further. Yang Zheng explained, my real name is Yang Zheng. You've heard of the dish steamed lamb, right? The name is a play on words. I see. That is quite interesting. Cheng Mengdai nodded with a smile. I'm Cheng Mengdai. You should give me a similar pun name. Though she was ostensibly asking for a favor, her phrasing came off more like a command, revealing her princess-like demeanor. Why did Cheng Mengdai often take the initiative to contact Yang Zheng in their previous life? It wasn't due to his immense charm, but rather because he was compliant. Now, Yang Zheng certainly would not indulge her. If he did, she would perceive him as occupying the same subordinate role as in their past life. Unexpectedly, Yang Zheng replied nonchalantly, picking up his phone and turning to Zheng. By the way, how should I address you? May I add you on WeChat? Zheng. She replied in a similarly bland tone. Having been overlooked by Yang Zheng earlier, she was not inclined to give him a warm reception. Nevertheless, she retrieved her phone and displayed her QR code. Yang Zheng added Cheng Mengdai as WeChat, and thus, she felt compelled to reciprocate by adding Yang Zheng's. Upon noticing this, Cheng Mengdai also withdrew her smile. The trio fell into an awkward silence. Zheng quickly finished the remaining noodles in his bowl and announced, "Ladies, please enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now." Without waiting for the girls to respond, he stood up and approached the counter. "Boss, how much for that table?" "For 3 people." Both girls turned to look at him. The boss calculated briefly before responding, 34. Zheng scanned the payment code, and with the notification of 34 yuan received, Cheng Mengdai was momentarily silenced. Zheng then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Zheng waved his hand, saying, "Ladies, may our paths cross again." With that, he strode away. Chapter 019. Baiting the hook at the Jinjun Intercontinental Hotel. After completing his check-in, Zheng entered his room and took out his phone. He snapped several photographs of the room before moving to the window to capture the enchanting night view of Xinjiang. He then opened his moments and composed a caption. "The night scenery of Xinjiang is rather beautiful," accompanied by images of one river view and 2 pictures of the room. He selected the visibility to only allow Cheng Mengdai and Zheng to see. He published a post. The room was an executive suite priced at 5,880 per night, while the presidential suite cost 62,800, a sum he couldn't bring himself to spend. Moreover, his primary intent was to catch Zheng. A fish of this caliber required no more than this level of bait. As for Cheng Mengdai, it was unlikely that mere money could entice her. For now, he aimed for her to learn to regard him as an equal. The executive suite at 5,880 per night sufficed. Before long, Zheng's phone buzzed. Cheng Mengdai had liked his post, but offered no further response. Zheng, however, sent a direct message. "Junior, what hotel are you staying at? It looks quite upscale. The night view photos are stunning. Have you studied photography?" Zheng did not rush to reply. Instead, he opened her moments to have a look. It displayed only the past month's posts, so there wasn't too much content, mostly full-body selfies, clearly showcasing her awareness of her advantages. Indeed, she had a fine figure. After casually admiring her photos for a moment, he turned to Cheng Mengdai's moments. He was taken aback to find that the initial posts were all betting slips for the World Cup. The amounts were modest, just a few hundred here and there, but there were bets for nearly every match. A football fan? Probably not, as there were no photos of players or teams, just betting slips. The betting amounts didn't seem characteristic of a compulsive gambler, suggesting it was merely a wealthy individual seeking amusement. Scrolling further down, he found an array of selfies, scenic shots, and food pictures, along with several extreme sports images. The captions mostly consisted of check-in details about various locations, followed by musings about what she wished to do or where she wanted to go. The young heiress seemed to have a taste for excitement. Young Zheng nodded fully. After perusing the 2 girls' moments, he finally responded to Zheng. "Jinjun Intercontinental, you must know it, right? It's near the university town. I haven't studied it." Just snapped casually. Song Xin replied promptly, "Jinjun. How surprising. I heard it's quite expensive, over 1,000 per night. Your taste is impressive, even without training. Your photography skills are remarkable." This last compliment brought a smile to Zheng's face. He anticipated receiving praise from that angle. This time, he refrained from keeping her in suspense and replied directly. Otherwise, having just responded, disappearing again would be obvious. Zheng texted, "It's not that extravagant. The executive suite is just over 5,000, not too pricey." The intention to show off was somewhat evident, but this direct approach proved more effective with a girl like Zheng. If he were too understated, she might not grasp the implication. Zheng replied, "Over 5,000 for a night. How shocking. Your one-night expenditure is equivalent to my entire annual living expenses. And you dare say it's just over 5,000? Zheng, that is not too exaggerated, is it? School lasts for 9 months a year. How could 5,000 suffice?" Zheng, my monthly living expenses are only 600. It's insufficient, but what can I do? I can't just resort to theft or robbery, can I? Zheng, when I come here for school, I'll treat you to a few meals to help you save some money. Zheng, really? How delightful. Zheng, more genuine than Zheng. Zheng, haha. But you better not go back on your word. I have screenshots. Zheng, rest assured I never default. I'm off to take a shower now. Zheng, oh, we'll chat later. Zheng was not lying. After putting down his phone, he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Upon returning, he found multiple messages from Zheng, clearly indicating that the fish had bitten the bait. Now, all that remained was for Zheng to reel it in. However, those who have fished know that this reeling in phase is particularly crucial. Too loose, and the hook may come free. Too tight, and the line may snap. A steady, moderate pull is required to bring the fish ashore. Adorable girl peeking. Are you there? Junior, are you still in the shower? Little bear knocking at the door. Why are you taking so long? In truth, Zheng's shower had not taken long, barely 20 minutes. It merely reflected how different circumstances can alter one's perception of time. To Zheng was merely a fish that had bitten the hook. Even if it slipped away, it would simply be a lost catch, and recapturing it would not pose much difficulty. Conversely, to Zheng was a veritable gold mine she had unearthed, and she certainly needed to keep a watchful eye on him. Otherwise, if this gold mine were to be claimed by someone else, she would surely be left in despair. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng replied, I'm done. I was just on the phone with my girlfriend. Is there anything else you need, senior? It was essential to ease the tension of the fish. Zheng, huh? You have a girlfriend? Zheng, I'm not unattractive. Isn't it reasonable for me to have a girlfriend? Why are you so surprised? Zheng, that is not what surprised me. Didn't you mention you just graduated from high school? I just didn't expect you to start dating so early. Zheng, high school isn't too early. Is it? What did you want to ask me? After sending this message, he waited a long while for Zheng's reply. Just wondering where you plan to go in Xingqing these days. This was likely a spur-of-the-moment question. Zheng, I never plan when I go out. I just go with the flow. Zheng, so carefree, I envy you. Zheng, I'm going to sleep now. We'll chat later. Zheng, so early? Zheng saw the message, but did not reply again. Meanwhile, Zheng waited for a considerable time, frowning as Zheng continued to remain silent. She was not gullible and quickly concluded that Zheng was not inclined to continue the conversation. This realization left her quite displeased, even contemplating deleting Zheng from her contacts. When had she ever been treated so coldly by a boy? However, the thought of the room costing an entire year's worth of living expenses dampened her irritation. She is also acquainted with some so-called second-generation rich. Her superficial friend, Chung Mengdai, is one such example. Her wardrobe brims with designer apparel, each piece costing thousands, yet her monthly allowance is merely 5,000 yuan. The affluent indulge in fine clothing, luxurious possessions, and exquisite dining, but the reality of their living expenses can be rather unpredictable. After all, which benevolent family would grant their still studying children a monthly allowance amounting to tens of thousands? Is it a fear of their offspring indulging in bad habits? Perhaps such wealthy heirs exist, but they are certainly not found at the teacher's college she attends. Thus, when she learned that Zheng was staying in a hotel costing over 5,000 yuan per night, it truly shattered Zheng's worldview. She was aware of the stark contrast between the lives of the wealthy and the impoverished, yet she had never fathomed it to be this vast. It was merely an overnight stay. Why not opt for a hotel charging 100 yuan, which appeared just as clean and fully equipped? What warranted spending dozens of times more for a comparable experience? Was there something uniquely exceptional about the room costing over 5,000 yuan? Zheng suddenly felt an urge to experience it for herself. Chapter 20. Aspiring to be a boss, not a father. Zheng, of course, was still awake. It was only just past 9 o'clock. How could a young man possibly sleep? He was merely relaxing with his fishing line. The suite was equipped with a computer of decent specifications. Out of boredom, he powered it on, intending to play a game, naturally, League of Legends. Once online, he discovered that Zhang Feifei and Zhou Mei, the two internet-addicted girls, were indeed online, engrossed in a match. Zheng sent a message to Zhang Feifei. Pull me in after your game. After a brief wait, Zhang Feifei sent him a game invitation, which he accepted. The public chat erupted with two messages. Butterfly in love. Where are you? Butterfly in love. You've been MIA for days. Why are you suddenly back online today? Bird in the sky. What do you mean, MIA? Have you even tried contacting me? Bird in the sky. I'm currently in Xingqing, handling company matters. Butterfly in love. Oh, take your time. I'm waiting for you to take me flying. Fish in the water. Let us chat on VV voice. room number 3594. Yang Zheng did not have a VV account. He registered temporarily and logged into VV, joining the voice room. The two internet-addicted girls were already there. "Hello, can you hear me?" Yang Zheng tested his microphone. "Yes, we can," the girls replied in unison. Zhang Feifei's voice chimed in again. "I'm launching the game now." Zhou Mei then asked, "Yang Zheng, are you planning to set up your company in Xingqing?" Yang Zheng responded, "Yes, you both will be coming to Xingqing to livestream." Zhou Mei inquired further, "So when exactly are we going?" Yang Zheng explained, "Since the company is newly registered, I still need to find a venue and handle renovations. So it will take some time before you can come to Xingqing." He paused for a moment before adding, "However, rest assured, I will sign contracts with you as soon as I return and provide you with a month's salary so you can explain it to your families." "Really?" Zhang Feifei exclaimed in delight. "How much do you plan to pay us?" Yang Zheng chuckled. "For the first month, I'll give you 5,000, but thereafter, it will only be a base salary of 3,000. How much you earn beyond that depends entirely on your efforts." 5,000. Zhang Feifei gasped. "Am I hearing this correctly? You're not joking, are you?" In a small county like Huainan, such a salary was unheard of. In Xingqing, a freshly graduated ordinary university student typically earned around 3 to 4,000 yuan. Service jobs paid even less. Therefore, 5,000 yuan was undeniably a staggering salary for two recent high school graduates, explaining Zhang Feifei's astonishment, causing her to overlook Yang Zheng's subsequent remarks. Zhou Mei, however, was more attentive. "Is the 3,000 base salary inclusive of meals and accommodation?" Zhou Mei asked. "And regarding the contract, we will be receiving a share of the profits, correct? What percentage will you give us?" Her demeanor was noticeably steadier and more contemplative than Zhang Feifei's. "I initially intended to discuss this in detail when I returned, but since you've asked, I'll provide some insight now," Yang Zheng replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. "As for the profit sharing, the live streaming platform will take a portion. As you may already know." "We know," Zhou Mei acknowledged. Yang Zheng continued, "Our share will be the portion remaining after the platform has cut. Additionally, the funds the company invests in you, such as gifts from the guild account, will not be included in your profit share and must be returned to the company. Do you understand this?" The two girls responded in unison, "Yes." Yang Zheng smiled and added, "I have several contracts of varying tiers. Since you are both inexperienced newcomers, I cannot offer you the highest tier. However, I recognize your potential, so I am prepared to offer you a mid-tier B-level contract with a 55 to 45 split. For other newcomers, I would typically only provide a D-level contract with a 37 to 63 split. You may inquire, this is already considered quite generous. Many live streaming companies do not offer any profit share, only fixed salaries." He concluded, "Moreover, if you both develop well and gain popularity, we can renegotiate the contract to increase your share." As his words settled, Zhou Mei's voice resonated. "So, we will receive a base salary of 3,000 plus a 55 to 45 profit share, correct?" "Exactly," Yang Zheng confirmed. Zhang Feifei, somewhat impatiently, interjected, "Ugh, all these details are too complicated. I want to remember them anyway. I'll just follow your lead. Just tell me when we're going to Xingqing to livestream." Yang Zheng replied earnestly, "Certain matters must be clarified in advance. You may not understand them now, but you will eventually. I want to avoid any misunderstandings later that might lead you to think I'm deceiving you." All right, let us just play the game." Zhang Feifei clearly dismissed his concerns. Zhou Mei added, "Don't worry, even if we don't succeed in live streaming, we will always remember your kindness for bringing us into this opportunity when we knew nothing." Yang Zheng was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had previously believed Zhang Feifei was more likely to succeed in live streaming due to her vivacity and incessant chatter. He did not hold Zhou Mei in the same regard, thinking her too reserved and thus unsuited for the role. He had offered her a B-level contract primarily for Zhang Feifei's sake, viewing Zhou Mei almost as an accessory to her. However, after hearing her words, he suddenly perceived that perhaps Zhou Mei was the one with true potential. While being articulate is essential for a streamer, emotional intelligence is paramount. Without it, even if one gains fame, pitfalls abound. Yang Zheng had witnessed numerous such instances. Zhou Mei's recent comment clearly demonstrated her emotional acuity, the ability to articulate oneself can gradually be enhanced through diligent practice. However, emotional intelligence is predominantly an innate quality. After engaging in a few rounds of gaming, Zheng noticed that it was nearing midnight and took the initiative to call a night. He casually remarked, "You should head back and get some rest," before logging off without overseeing the two girls' circumstances. He merely wished to be their boss, not their father. A gentle reminder sufficed. He could not afford to meddle excessively. The following day, upon awakening, Zheng instinctively reached for his phone and opened his wealth management app. The latest transaction read, 12,480,000. Current balance, 26,440,000. 26,44 million. Zheng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He promptly transferred the surplus of 40,000 to Weixin, as his Weixin balance had dwindled to less than 4 digits. Next, he checked the results of the 3 matches on the 22nd, which he had no recollection of. Without hesitation, he placed large bets on all 3 games, wagering 50,000 on each. Having won over 10 million the previous day, increasing his stakes today seemed entirely reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng took a screenshot of yesterday's betting slip, obscured the wager amounts, and shared it on his social media with a caption featuring 3 triumphant emojis. Proud, proud, proud. Visibility was limited to Chengmengdai and Zhongzhen. The bait was cast. Chapter 021. Purchasing a floor. The fish soon took the bait. Just as Zheng finished freshening up and prepared to leave, his phone chimed several times. Upon checking, he saw messages from Chengmengdai. Screenshot of betting slip. Chengmengdai, how much did you win? I see a long string of numbers you obscured. Zhongzhen, Jr., are you also betting on games? Zhongzhen, it seems like you won. How much did you win? Indeed. The most tantalizing question after a gambling win is how much was won. Zheng first replied to Chengmengdai. Business secret, no comment. Then he responded to Zhongzhen. Well, I want to disclose the amount. I wouldn't want to startle you. Both girls quickly replied. Chengmengdi, di chiaka, fine. If you want to say, I'll just look down on you. Zheng chose not to respond further. This girl was still too proud. She needed to be reeled in a bit more. Zhongzhen, your silence only piques my curiosity more. Zhongzhen, voice message. Come on, Junior, please tell me. Senior is begging you. Zhongzhen sent a voice message with a tone that was excessively coy. Zheng continued to respond with text. Enough for your living expenses for 2,000. Do the math, be proud. Zhongzhen. Shock, shock, shock. Zhongzhen. Is this for real? Zhongzhen. 8 digits. Zhongzhen. Don't scare me. Zheng. Just kidding, teasing you with a grin. Zhongzhen. Now, that was the real tease. Wasn't he it? Zheng. You're quite clever. Zhongzhen. Did you really win 8 digits? Zhongzhen. That is too extravagant. Zheng. The more you wager, the more you win. That is called earning through effort. Zheng. I want to say more. I need to head out. Zhongzhen. Little cat trembling. Zhongzhen. Oh, where are you planning to go today? Zheng chose not to respond further. After leaving the hotel, he sought out a nearby noodle shop. One should never question a person from Chunan regarding their passion and dedication to noodle soup. After relishing his meal, Zheng hailed a taxi, heading for Baichen's house. The company's business license was already in the works. The next step was to find a suitable location for the company's headquarters. An MCN company is inherently multifaceted. If future e-commerce live streaming activities are considered, the scope broadens significantly. The company's headquarters could not be too small. Zheng intended to purchase an entire floor. Indeed, it was a purchase, not a lease. A single floor, not an entire building. He was still far from affording an entire building. Why opt to buy rather than rent? In 2014, the Baichenhao area was just beginning its development. It wasn't until 2016 that it entered a phase of rapid growth, particularly in the real estate sector. Between 2014 and 2015, property prices in the vicinity had subtly declined from around 9,000 per square meter to just above 8,000. By 2016, prices began to rise again, hovering around 10,000, but by mid-2017, they skyrocketed to 16,000. Although the rapid increase stabilized thereafter, prices steadily approached 20,000. It wasn't until 2021 that property prices began to decline again, but they remained around 15,000. Of course, this refers to ordinary commercial properties. The prices for high-end Riverview apartments and commercial complexes certainly differ. However, the trend in price increases is consistent. Thus, purchasing property in this area now would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Upon arriving in Baichen's house, Zheng made his way directly to the Baichen Century building. The area was still in its early stages of development, with few commercial office buildings available. Currently, the only completed structure in the central area of Baichen's house was the Baichen Century building. It could be said that Zheng had no alternative options. Upon entering the building, he found the leasing center's counter situated prominently in the lobby. "Good day, sir. Are you interested in leasing?" the receptionist inquired with a bright voice. Zheng shook his head and, noticing her slight disappointment, uttered the words that left her momentarily stunned. "Do you have entire floors for sale?" "Entire floors for sale?" The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. "Are you certain it's for sale, rather than for rent?" It was no surprise she was astonished. Zheng appeared exceedingly young, merely 18 years of age, and donned a casual attire reminiscent of a student. It was indeed hard to fathom that someone like him would inquire about purchasing a floor. Zheng calmly nodded. "I am certain it is for sale." The receptionist inquired once more. "Are you absolutely sure you're not joking?" Zheng met her gaze. "I am most definitely not joking." After a brief pause, the receptionist bowed slightly. "I apologize. I just wanted to confirm. Please hold on while I notify our manager for a proper response." Zheng gestured for her to proceed. The receptionist took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call. After a brief conversation, she hurried back to Zheng, indicating, "Sir, our manager has requested that you come to the office for a detailed discussion." Zheng nodded and followed her toward the elevator. Once inside the elevator, the receptionist pressed the button for the third floor. Before long, the elevator came to a stop. As they exited the lift, a middle-aged man in dress pants and a white shirt approached them. Upon seeing Zheng, the man momentarily looked taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise with a professional smile. "Hello, I am Wu Haizhong, the business manager of Baichen Century Building. May I ask your surname?" "Sir?" Zheng replied. "You may call me Yang." "Ah, Mr. Yang," the man responded. Wu Haizhong gestured courteously. "Mr. Yang, please come this way. I hear from Xiao Wang that you are interested in purchasing a floor in our Baichen Century Building. Is that correct?" Zheng nodded in affirmation. "Yes. Do you have any floors available for sale?" "Indeed," Wu Haizhong replied. "Our Baichen Century Building was completed and put into operation this year, boasting a total of 32 stories. We are currently engaged in an extensive leasing campaign, and there are several vacant floors available. Whether for lease or purchase, we are offering significant discounts." Zheng was taken aback. Is honesty in business becoming the norm these days? Why would he openly disclose such a disadvantage as offering discounts? This thought crossed his mind, mainly because he was unaware of the current state of the Baichen Century Building. Wu Haizhong's claim of several vacant floors was merely a euphemism. In reality, almost all the floors were unoccupied. This was precisely why he mentioned the discounts, as it was their only competitive edge at present. As they conversed, they arrived at the threshold of an office. "Please, after you," Wu Haizhong invited Zheng to enter first. Once inside, he followed suit and added, "Please take a seat. I shall fetch you a cup of tea." Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for tea, just a glass of water will suffice." In the sweltering heat of June, how could he even consider drinking tea? If it weren't for the concern of appearing too casual, he would have even preferred a bottle of chilled soda. "Very well, please hold on," Wu Haizhong replied. Shortly after, he returned with a glass of water. "Here you are." He then retrieved a document from the desk and continued, "May I inquire about your specific requirements for the floor you wish to purchase?" Each section of our Baichen Century Building features distinct design layouts. You may take a look. As Zheng began to peruse the document, Wu Haizhong elaborated. The layout of the building can be divided into 4 sections. The first floor serves as a grand lobby and does not contain any office space. The lower floors, from the 2nd to the 10th, feature numerous partitions suitable for small offices alongside larger workspaces, ideal for smaller companies. The mid-level floors, from the 11th to the 20th, offer a more standardized office layout, fitting for medium-sized enterprises. The high floors, from the 21st to the 32nd, have minimal partitions, allowing for expansive, customizable spaces perfect for large corporations. Each section includes both semi-furnished and bare shell options. As Zheng reviewed the document, Wu Haizhong continued his explanation. The price for the high floors tends to be slightly higher than that of the lower floors, and those with semi-furnishings are also priced above the bare shell floors. He paused briefly before asking, "May I ask if you intend to purchase for investment purposes or for personal use?" "For personal use," Zheng answered succinctly. Wu Haizhong nodded. "In that case, I would recommend you consider the high floors. Acquiring an entire floor as your company's base signifies that your business must be quite substantial. High floors are indeed more suited for large enterprises." Although Zheng's business was not yet significant, he aspired to reach that goal. Moreover, the layouts of the lower floors were evidently more appropriate for partition leasing. Thus, his objective was indeed the high floors. However, he refrained from stating this directly and instead asked, "Would it be possible to view the floors in person?" "Certainly," Wu Haizhong responded, rising promptly and gesturing, "After you." They exited the office in succession. The two then proceeded to inspect 6 floors in total, 2 from each section, 1 semi-furnished and 1 bare shell. Ultimately, they examined the 32nd floor. After surveying the general layout, Zheng approached a window, gazing down at the scenery below. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the Xinjiang River. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is the price for the 32nd floor?" Wu Haizhong's expression brightened. It appears this young gentleman is finally inquiring about the price. "I shall strive to maintain composure," he replied with effort. "The 32nd floor is the highest and comes semi-furnished. Thus the price is a bit higher. Our initial quote is 12,860 per square meter, but I can offer you a discounted rate of 12,200. The total area is 3,126 square meters, which sums up to—" "I wish to hear the actual price," Zheng interrupted. "Mister, we should be able to discern my genuine intention to purchase, so let us dispense with the formalities. In truth, even at this price, the purchase would be a lucrative investment for him." He was well aware that, back in 2018, the transaction price for the 16th floor of the Baichun Century Building was 75 million, averaging nearly 24,000 per square meter. The 32nd floor, being semi-furnished, should not be priced below 26,000 per square meter, which would yield a substantial profit. Wu Haizhong paused for a moment before responding, "Please hold on. I will contact our boss to negotiate further discounts." He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, I will secure the best offer for you." Zheng regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. "Very well. I shall treat you to a meal, Mr. Wu." "Shouldn't it be you treating me?" Wu Haizhong replied, stepping aside to make the call. Several minutes passed before he returned, his demeanor serious as he addressed Zheng. "Our boss's bottom line is 11,000, but I can offer you a further reduction. For the 126 square meters, the total at 11,000 amounts to 38 million, but I can bring it down to 34 million. How does that sound?" Zheng remained silent, a contemplative expression on his face. He was indeed inclined to accept this price, as it was several million less than his initial estimation. However, his available funds were insufficient. "That is acceptable, but I propose to divide the payment into 3 installments. 1/3 now, 1/3 later, and the final third within a year. Is that agreeable?" Zheng spoke slowly. In transactions of this magnitude, a one-time full payment was rare. As expected, Wu Haizhong nodded without hesitation. "No problem. Installment payments are within my purview as a manager. It is a routine procedure." Once the price and payment terms were agreed upon, the two returned to Wu Haizhong's office to formalize the contract. From the outset, the Baichun Century Building was designed with the intention of selling individual floors, each with its own property title. However, the transfer process typically required around half a month. Zheng meticulously reviewed the contract, verifying the original owner's information and the authorization letter provided to Wu Haizhong, confirming everything was in order. He signed his name on the contract and proceeded to transfer the first installment of 102,000 to the account provided by Wu Haizhong. His balance dwindled to 16.25 million. Money certainly did not last long. With everything settled, Wu Haizhong, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "Mr. Yang, it is already noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Naturally, securing such a deal would earn him a commendable commission. Yang Zheng shook his head, saying, "Allow me to treat you. For manager Wu has worked hard today, and there will undoubtedly be times in the future when I will require your assistance." He had only purchased a single floor, which could not possibly encompass the entire building. However, Wu Haizhong, responsible for property management, certainly could. Thus, when Yang Zheng mentioned needing Wu Haizhong's care, it was not merely a gesture of humility. Wu Haizhong smiled and refrained from further debate, simply stating, "Then I shall benefit from your generosity. But please, do not feel obliged to express any sense of caretaking. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to command." Manager Wu was exceedingly modest. Yang Zheng also smiled. "I'm not very familiar with this area. I will need your guidance on where to dine." Wu Haizhong inquired, "Did you drive here?" Yang Zheng shook his head, explaining, "I recently turned 18 and have yet to obtain my driver's license." Wu Haizhong appeared momentarily taken aback. He perceived Yang Zheng as quite youthful, but he had not anticipated him to be this young. Moreover, during their earlier conversation, Yang Zheng's maturity and poise led him to believe that Yang Zheng might be older than he appeared, merely youthful in countenance. He truly did not expect someone who had just turned 18 to independently purchase a floor costing several million. What kind of family background must he come from? "Mr. Yang is indeed a remarkable young man," Wu Haizhong mused before suggesting, "Then let us take my car." The two proceeded to the underground parking lot. Wu Haizhong directed Yang Zheng to a private dining establishment named Zheng's Kitchen. Although it was labeled a private restaurant, its decor was anything but casual. The ancient and elegant pavilions and corridors made one feel as though they had stepped into the residence of a distinguished family from antiquity. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The prices were. After placing their orders, Yang Zheng felt his worldview shift slightly. While he was not easily shocked by prices, given his status as a millionaire and having stayed in hotels costing over 5,000 per night, he still found it hard to reconcile the price of 688 yuan for the well-known home-style dish, chili stir-fried pork. How could such a dish possibly command such a price? It was akin to a modern-day Romeo and Juliet. Only after Wu Haizhong provided an explanation did Yang Zheng's perspective stabilize. In the morning light by the river, the spacious apartment boasted views of the river. The meat was sourced from free-range pigs, though this was not the focal point. After all, no matter how rustic the pork, it could not justify the exorbitant price of 688 yuan. The emphasis lay on the chili peppers, Zhongshuan chili, renowned as the Rolls-Royce of peppers. When prices were low, they could still reach over 100 yuan per pound. Indeed, that was the discounted rate. At times, the price could soar into the 4-digit range. The most expensive harvest occurred in April and May, and now, in late June, the yield had increased, resulting in a significant price drop. Otherwise, during peak pricing, when considering overhead costs, labor, and other expenses, the restaurant might incur losses at 688 yuan. Yang Zheng had heard of these sky-high chili prices, but had never had the chance to taste them in his previous life. After experiencing them, he could only say, the reputation is well-deserved. The pepper-esque fragrance was robust, with a hint of fruitiness, its spiciness mild and non-irritating, and the texture slightly sweet and crisp. The flavor was indeed distinct from ordinary chili peppers, quite remarkable. Whether it was worth the exorbitant price was a subjective matter. The meal, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup, totaled just over 1,000 yuan, which surprisingly did not seem excessively expensive to Yang Zheng. He found himself somewhat carried away. He intended to settle the bill, but Wu Haizhong, being more seasoned, discreetly excused himself to pay the bill. Yang Zheng could only insist. "Next time will be my treat." After the meal, Yang Zheng declined Wu Haizhong's offer to see him off. Once Wu Haizhong departed, he hailed a taxi to leave. Obtaining a driver's license had become a pressing necessity. Being without a car was exceedingly inconvenient. By the riverbank at dawn, this was a high-end community surrounding the university town. It bordered the Xinjiang River, and there were numerous prime river view apartments within the complex. It was approximately 3 kilometers from Zheng University and about 2 kilometers from Chunan University. Yang Zheng's purpose for coming here was clear: to purchase property. In 2014, buying property in Xingqing was indeed a wise investment. It could even be deemed an opportune moment for speculation, as many regions saw property prices begin to soar in 2016. Buying before 2020 would have been ideal. Yang Zheng had no intention of speculating. He held a profound disdain for speculators, viewing them as a troublesome lot. He would never align himself with such individuals. He merely wished to acquire a few properties for his own residence. Upon arriving at the sales center, a sales representative approached. "Hello, are you here to buy a property?" The saleswoman, a strikingly attractive woman with a commendable figure, appeared to be around 30, exuding an aura of maturity. Yang Zheng nodded, inquiring, "Are there any available Riverview apartments?" "Approximately 300 square meters, furnished." Upon hearing his straightforward and precise request, the saleswoman felt a mix of excitement and concern, elated that it was a significant potential sale, yet apprehensive as they currently had only one unit that met his criteria. "We have one available," she said, "but if you are interested, you must act quickly." "May I take a look?" Young Zheng asked. "Of course. Please wait a moment while I fetch the key," the saleswoman replied, swiftly heading inside. A short while later, she returned at a brisk pace, her eagerness evident. Yang Zheng remarked, "No need to rush. I want to run away." The saleswoman paused, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "I merely feared keeping you waiting," she replied. Gesturing, "Please follow me. I will show you the apartment." Yang Zheng nodded and followed her outside. On the way, the saleswoman introduced herself. "My name is Quan Jia. May I ask how to address you?" The name sparked a fleeting thought in Yang Zheng's mind, prompting him to wonder about its peculiar connotation. After a brief pause, he replied, "Yang Zheng." Quan Jia nodded slightly. "Mr. Yang appears quite youthful. You must still be a student, correct?" "Yes," Yang Zheng replied simply, adding, "Please tell me more about the apartment." Noticing his apparent disinterest in small talk, Quan Jia discreetly pursed her lips. This customer appeared young, but seemed somewhat assertive. She anticipated that he might be a challenging client. "Very well," she smiled, nodding in agreement. "This apartment is a single unit per floor, located on the top floor, the 16th level, offering a stunning panoramic view of the river. The total area is 321 square meters, with a usable area of 286 square meters, yielding an exceptionally high occupancy rate of over 89. There are only 12 units of this type in our community, and currently, only 3 are available for sale, with just one fully furnished." The apartment featured 4 bedrooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. The master bedroom boasts a separate walk-in closet and a scenic balcony, covering an area of 56 square meters. Adjacent to the bedroom are a shared bathroom and a study. The living room, dining area, and kitchen are harmoniously integrated in an expansive layout, creating a vast and open space. The overall design style of the house is modern minimalist, fashionable, elegant, and exuding a sense of simplicity and comfort. At this juncture, Quan Jia and Yang Zheng arrived at the foot of the building, Unit 1 of Building 1. After entering the elevator, Quan Jia pressed the button for the 16th floor. Within the confines of the elevator, Yang Zheng inquired, "What is the price of this apartment?" Quan Jia paused before responding. "As for the price, is 15,200 per square meter, totaling 879,200. Yang Zheng was taken aback. He was aware that the price of such a riverside flat could be quite steep, but he had not anticipated it to be this exorbitant. This was in Xingqing, where property prices are the lowest among the new first-tier cities. Back in 2014, the average price in Xingqing had not yet exceeded 8,000. This meant prices had almost doubled. The location by the Chensi River is designed as a high-end residential complex, justifying a higher price. It should only be slightly over 10,000. The asking price of 15,200 exceeds that by over 50. Even considering the exquisite furnishings, it seemed somewhat extravagant. In his previous life, Yang Zheng had never delved into the pricing of such riverside flats, as he believed he was unworthy. However, he recalled that in 2024, the transaction price for a first-line Riverview property in the Chensi River community was around 17,000, with other standard units fetching only 13,000. Thus, his astonishment was warranted. 10 years prior, the price had already surpassed that of a decade later. Was this riverside flat truly that alluring? Soon, Zheng confirmed to himself. Indeed it was. With a chime, the elevator came to a halt, and the doors slid open. They exited the elevator, immediately greeted by the entrance door. Quan Jia retrieved her key and, while unlocking, remarked, "This price is actually not high. The renovation costs were substantial, and the materials used were of the highest quality. The renovation expenses were considerable. You will see for yourself." As she spoke, she opened the door. "Please come in." She gestured for Zheng to enter. He stepped inside without hesitation. What greeted him was a spacious and well-lit foyer, where the walls and shoe cabinet formed a small corridor. Walking past the foyer, the expansive living room unfolded before him, its lofty design providing an immense sense of space. To the left of the living room were enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, resembling a painting that framed the magnificent river view beyond. The open kitchen flowed seamlessly into the dining area, creating a cohesive modern aesthetic. Just by gazing outside, Zheng found himself momentarily forgetting the price, overtaken by a compelling desire to secure this property. The bedrooms within did not disappoint him either, particularly the master bedroom. It was exceedingly spacious, with warm and elegant tones that imparted a sense of ease and comfort. To the left, it connected to the scenic balcony, furnished with a small tea table and 2 lounge chairs. One could easily envision the leisurely experience of sitting there at night, admiring the river view. Though the price of such a house was indeed high, the justification for its cost became apparent. Moreover, while it was expensive now, it would undoubtedly appreciate further in the future. Purchasing it now would certainly prove beneficial. After a thorough tour, Zheng, with a stoic expression, asked, "Is the price of this house fixed?" While buying it outright would not be a loss, he preferred to save wherever possible, especially since he lacked a system and needed to earn money through his own efforts. Observing his impassive demeanor, Quan Jia initially feared he was not fond of the apartment, causing her heart to skip a beat. After a brief pause, she spoke as for the price. "We can offer you a 3 discount and include a complimentary underground parking space. Even at nearly 4.88 million, a 3 discount would save him almost 150,000, which was not insignificant. Moreover, the underground parking spaces in the Chincy River area were priced around 100,000. What if I ask again?" Zheng shook his head, stating, "It's still too expensive. From my understanding, the prices of other units in your development are even below 10,000. Those are unfinished units without river views, significantly inferior to the one you are considering," Quan Jia explained, realizing she had fallen short. Just as Zheng was about to speak, Quan Jia suddenly stepped closer, nearly pressing against him, her tone becoming alluring. "Young, individuals of your financial stature who can afford such riverside flats shouldn't be overly concerned about a minor price difference, should they?" Zheng scrutinized her once more, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. "Whether I care depends on your capabilities." He settled into the lounge chair by the master bedroom window, gazing out at the rushing river below. The waves surged and ebbed, fierce and tumultuous, while the river meandered gracefully, akin to a serpent. Such a scene was undeniably refreshing for the spirit. After a prolonged observation, a wave crashed against the shore, sending up a flurry of white foam. The sight was splendid. Having concluded his viewing, Zheng rose and tidied himself. When Quan Jia emerged from the bathroom, he indicated, "Let us proceed to sign the contract." She smiled brightly. "Certainly. Please follow me." Zheng exited the room first, and Quan Jia followed suit, her cheeks slightly flushed as she caught up. The final price came to 4.73 million after applying the discount and rounding off. Zheng opted for a full cash payment. After all, why take out a loan when the bank would only complicate matters? His wealth had reached 11.52 million, and with the World Cup still ongoing, there was no need for a loan. After signing the purchase agreement, Zheng selected an underground parking space and took a taxi to a home appliance and furniture market. The apartment contained only basic furniture and appliances, necessitating further purchases. After 2 hours of shopping, his wealth diminished by 120,000, and his WeChat balance decreased by over 20,000. Upon returning to the Chensi River, the delivery of appliances and furniture commenced shortly thereafter. Yang Zheng directed the workers in arranging and installing everything. Once all was in place, he contacted a cleaning service to thoroughly cleanse and disinfect the house. During this time, he visited a nearby supermarket to acquire daily necessities, including pots, pans, and plates. With so many items, he spent 200 yuan to hire supermarket staff to assist with the delivery. Upon returning, Yang Zheng methodically unpacked and organized the daily essentials. Unbeknownst to him, dusk gradually enveloped the sky. He had diligently attended to these mundane tasks all afternoon without a hint of weariness. Having a space truly belonging to him, where he could decorate according to his preferences and purchase items without concern for cost, was a dream he had long cherished from his previous life. How could one ever grow weary? On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. After meticulously preparing his bed and securing a place for the night, Yang Zheng made his way to the kitchen. As a 28-year-old single man, is it not expected that he can cook? He first boiled his newly purchased dishes and utensils for high-temperature disinfection. Only then did he begin to handle the ingredients and officially embark on the culinary endeavor. Half an hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were elegantly arranged on the dining table. Yang Zheng retrieved a bottle of chilled beer from the refrigerator and began to indulge in his meal. While a solitary housewarming feast felt somewhat lonely, Yang Zheng had long since acclimated to it and found pleasure in the solitude. However, after satiating his hunger and quenching his thirst, he gazed at the table strewn with remnants of his meal and had to admit, solitude is not as enjoyable as one might think. With a reluctant sigh, he tidied up the table, leaving the dishes piled in the sink untouched. He planned to hire a housekeeper the following day. Once more, he grabbed a bottle of beer and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Sitting on the rocking chair sofa he had purchased that afternoon, he took a sip of beer and began to rock leisurely. As he admired the flickering neon lights outside, illuminating the shimmering river, he suddenly recalled the cramped rental room he had inhabited in his past life, and he couldn't help but sigh. A life of wealth is indeed a comfortable one. After rocking for a while, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. Glancing at it, he saw a message from Zheng. Additionally, there were several messages from Yin, sent earlier in the evening, which he had missed while arranging his new home. Yin, when are you coming back? Yin, why haven't you replied for so long? Yin, are you really that busy? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Zheng opted for a voice reply, his tone tinged with impatience. Voice, didn't I mention that I came to Xingqing to start company? Everything is starting from scratch. Do you think I'm busy? Yin quickly responded, I miss you, pity me. Yang Zheng, I'll be back on the 24th, and I'll come to find you then. Yin, okay, I'll wait for you, be good. Yang Zheng chose not to reply further and instead clicked on Zhengzhen's profile. Zhengzhen, you must be back at the hotel by now, right? Where did you go today? The previous message from her was, where are you planning to go today? He had not replied to her all day, yet now she was proactively reaching out. Clearly, she was quite invested. Yang Zheng, oh, I just wandered around. Zhengzhen, so, are you still staying in the executive suite at the Jinjun? What did this imply? A peculiar expression crossed Yang Zheng's face. Having been reborn, he was now adept at deciphering insinuations. Perhaps it was time to reel her in? Yang Zheng, yes, would you like to come and experience it? Smirk. He thought of adding an emoji, so that if she declined, he could claim he was merely joking. After all, he assumed it was a hint. Yet, perhaps Zhengzhen was simply inquiring without any ulterior motive. He was clearly overthinking it. Zhengzhen, a room costing over 5,000 a night? I would genuinely love to experience that. Smirk, Yang Zheng. Then come on over, you know the address. Call me when you arrive, and I'll come to fetch you. Zhengzhen, do you really want me to come? Blush, Yang Zheng, of course. Yang Zheng, transfer, Suribu. Yang Zheng, for taxi fare, is that enough to show my sincerity? Zhengzhen, received 1,000. Zhengzhen, wait for me. I want to see. Yang Zheng, okay. After sending this message, Yang Zheng stared out at the river view for a moment, then suddenly smiled lightly and slowly rose. In his previous life, the The one who had caused him so much melancholy during half of his university years was worth 1,000. Money truly is a marvelous thing. Chapter 025, A Lesson Learned. Do not impose on others what you would not want for yourself. Across from a June Intercontinental Hotel, Yang Zheng sat in a barbecue restaurant. After casually ordering a few items, he glanced once more at Zheng, who had arrived long ago. At that moment, she was near the hotel entrance, holding her phone and attempting to make a call. To be precise, she was sending a voice message, naturally directed at Yang Zheng. She had already made several attempts. Each time his phone rang, Yang Zheng simply pressed the screen to silence it, neither answering nor rejecting the call. Zheng paced back and forth, several times approaching the hotel entrance. But after a quick glance, she would swiftly retreat to the side. After repeating this several times, she finally stopped at a certain spot, cradling her phone in both hands and tapping incessantly. Yang Zheng's phone finally ceased to ring with voice calls, replaced instead by a flurry of message notifications. Zheng, why aren't you answering the voice calls? Zheng, I've arrived, where are you? Zheng, you called me over, yet you vanished? Zheng, hurry and reply. I'm feeling so awkward down here. Zheng, the people coming in and out of this hotel are looking at me strangely. Zheng, Junior, please reply. Zheng, are you in the shower? Following this message, another voice call came through. Yang Zheng pressed the screen to silence it, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff before looking back across at her. He understood Zheng's current feelings all too well, anxious, restless, and at a loss. Even though the people around her were behaving normally, she felt their gazes were peculiar, simply because her own mindset was skewed. A beautiful girl in her late teens, with an alluring figure, loitering at the hotel entrance. What could this imply? Especially since she had indeed come after receiving payment. That guilty conscience only exacerbated her anxiety. Why was she incessantly sending Yang Zheng voice messages? Because it was the only way to distract herself from the embarrassment and restlessness that consumed her. After a while, Zheng switched back to sending messages, this time all in voice format. Zheng, voice, Junior, are you still in the shower? Zheng, voice, hurry up. It's been half an hour already. Zheng, voice, I'm going crazy. Zheng, voice, if you don't reply soon, I'm leaving. Don't say I didn't come. Zheng, voice, I'll give you one last 10 minutes. If you don't reply, I really will go. Zheng, voice, if you see this, hurry and respond. After the final message, Yang Zheng's phone fell silent in terms of voice calls. He understood that she had passed the phase of agitation. In his previous life, he had stood beneath the girls' dormitory, waiting with heart-shaped candles, and felt the same way, initially tense, then anxious, and finally settling into a state of calm. In simple terms, one becomes desensitized. However, he had not waited long before the ultimate stimulus arrived, just as he foolishly believed that Zheng was merely delayed by some matter. He received a message from her saying she was joking. At that moment, he felt as though he were the sovereign of Gotham City. It was an undeniable sensation of being laid bare and pinned down. After finishing his cigarette, Yang Zheng picked up his phone and sent a message to Zheng. You actually came? I was merely joking with you. On the other end, Zheng, upon hearing the notification, eagerly opened her phone to check the message. She then stood frozen in place, feeling her nose grow both larger and redder. She had cast aside her reservations, relinquished her concerns, and waited for over half an hour, only to be met with the revelation that it was all a jest. What sort of joke was this? She immediately sent Yang Zheng a voice message. On Yang Zheng's side, just as he pressed the answer button, Zheng's voice, charged with indignation, resonated. What do you mean? I've been waiting for over half an hour, and you tell me it was a joke? Are you toying with me? Yang Zheng replied with a calm demeanor. How could that be? Why would I play with you? I was merely joking, unaware that you would actually come. You. Zheng faltered for a moment before asking. Then why didn't you respond to my messages or answer my voice calls? Yang Zheng replied with an air of nonchalance. Did you not know? I was in the shower. Does one take such a long time to shower? Zheng thought of saying this, but ultimately only managed to say, Then what now? I'm already downstairs at the hotel. Yang Zheng exaggeratedly replied, What? What do you mean by that? You know I have a girlfriend. No sooner had he spoken than he heard the sound of the call being disconnected. On the other end, Zheng raised her hand, clutching her phone, but slowly lowered it again. She stood there for a moment before hastily departing. Zheng gradually withdrew his gaze. After finishing the barbecue on the table, he too stood up and left. Throughout the entire encounter, he had never contemplated engaging with Zheng in any manner. He was a connoisseur of beauty, and at this moment, he found no allure in someone like Zheng, who was merely well-endowed. His intent was simply to allow her a glimpse into the circumstances and emotions he had experienced in his past life. It was a lesson for her. Do not impose upon others what you would not desire for yourself. As for Cheng Mengdai, Zheng harbored thoughts of deeply avenging himself, whether once or multiple times. Upon returning to the riverside at dawn, Zheng took a shower and then lay down to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, he habitually opened the Wealth app. This was indeed his genuine treasure trove. To his dismay, there were no surprises. All three of his bets from the previous day had been disastrous failures. However, tonight, specifically the 23rd, there were matches worth wagering on. The Kimchi team versus Aaliyah. Although the Kimchi team was rather mediocre with championship odds exceeding 100, Aaliyah's performance was even worse, with odds surpassing 200. The payout for a Kimchi Nation victory was 195, while for Aaliyah, it was 325. The outcome of their match was a victory for Aaliyah, a surprising upset amid two underperforming teams. Without hesitation, Zheng placed a wager of 2 million. There was another match, the Beautiful Nation versus the Grape Nation. The football prowess of the Beautiful Nation was merely average, while the Grape Nation was one of the traditional powerhouses of the Western continent. The disparity in their strengths was considerable. The payout for a Beautiful Nation victory soared to 525, while the Grape Nation's was only 17. The result was a draw between the two teams, undoubtedly another upset. The odds for a tie were 40. Zheng once again wagered 2 million. Just as he was about to place a bet on the third match's scoreline, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Knowing that a draw was likely, how could predicting the score be too difficult? 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. To be on the safe side, he decided to bet on a 4 for draw. A score exceeding 5 was improbable. Given Zheng's enhanced memory from his rebirth, he was confident he would remember the outcomes of such high-scoring matches. The odds for 0, 0 were 914, 4, 1, 1, 425, 4, 2, 2, 1218, 4, 3, 3, 3265, and for 4, 4, 1268. Gritting his teeth, Zheng placed a wager of 1 million on each scoreline. His audacity was growing. Firstly, this was merely a drop in the ocean for him, and since it involved multiple matches rather than a single bet to achieve sudden wealth, it was unlikely to attract attention unless he flaunted it. Secondly, all of his funds were winnings, making his reckless behavior justifiable. Thus, he felt emboldened to play ever bolder. There remained one match with which Zheng had no recollection. He placed bets of 50, 0, 0, 0 on two high scores. The Wealth app's balance stood at 3 million. The sudden reduction in wealth left Zheng with a feeling akin to a return to square one. Nevertheless, it was only for today. By tomorrow morning, after collecting his winnings, all would be well. Chapter 026. The beautiful landlady. After awakening and refreshing himself, Zheng descended to savor a bowl of noodles. He then contacted a housekeeping service, intending to hire a domestic helper. He had no aversion to cooking, but he found washing dishes and tidying up to be irksome, something many people likely shared. The former, whether preparing meals for oneself or for others, brought a sense of accomplishment. In contrast, the latter was merely a source of inconvenience. Moreover, with nearly 300 square meters of living space, Zheng certainly couldn't manage the cleaning all by himself. Thus, hiring a maid was indeed necessary. After discussing his needs with the housekeeping service, Zheng decided to hire a daytime assistant, available from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., not required to remain in his home constantly, but ensuring readiness upon request. For meals, she must cook as per his specifications. The household cleaning should be a light daily task, with a thorough cleaning of the entire house once a week. The housekeeping service provided profiles of 5 candidates. After reviewing them, Yang Zheng selected the one who appeared most familiar. Lu Shanwan, 44 years old, with 5 years of experience, earning a monthly salary of 6,000. This remuneration was certainly on the higher side for a daytime maid, but it was justified given the extensive area to clean. After confirming Lu Shanjuan's engagement with a housekeeping service, she arrived shortly thereafter. In person, she appeared even more amiable than in her photographs, of average height, dressed in simple yet tidy clothing, with a kind and gracious demeanor. This was Yang Zheng's overall impression of her. After a brief conversation with Lu Shanwan, they exchanged contact information, and he provided her with a key before setting out on his way. Once again, he opted for a taxi, heading towards a renovation company. The company located in the Baichun Century building certainly required design and decoration work. Yang Zheng had dealings with this company in his previous life while working at an MCN agency, where he had coordinated with them for the design of a live streaming studio. The most vivid memory he held of this company was of the exceptionally beautiful landlady. But let it be clear, Yang Zheng was not pursuing any ulterior motives. There were plenty of beautiful women in the world. He had no intention of coveting what belonged to others, nor did he feel compelled to act inappropriately upon encountering beauty. It was simply the allure of attraction between the sexes. As a man, one undoubtedly finds joy in engaging with beautiful women. The mere sight of them is indeed a visual delight, is it not? If one does not share this sentiment, it may be time to take a serious look at one's own inclinations. Hello, handsome. Are you in need of renovations for your home? Upon entering the store, Yang Zheng was approached by a young man. Not a home, but a company office, Yang Zheng clarified. The young man's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he immediately inquired, "How large is it?" "Over 100 square meters, Yang Zheng replied. With a wide grin, the young man gestured, "Please hold on. I'll fetch the boss's wife." "Boss? Boss's wife?" Yang Zheng chuckled, shaking his head. Shortly after, the young man retreated to the back. He returned accompanied by a stunning woman in her 30s, Yuan Lu, the boss's wife. Her beauty was striking, her figure enviable, and her fashion sense impeccable, embodying the image of a graceful urban woman. Yang Zheng recalled first meeting her in 2021, and to his astonishment, her appearance had hardly changed over the years. Her maintenance of beauty was evidently commendable. "Good day, sir. I am Yuan Lu, the designer at DNG Decoration. May I ask your surname?" Yuan Lu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Zheng, before continuing. Her surprise stemmed from his youth, especially since the young man had just informed her of a significant order of over 100 square meters. It was unexpected for such a substantial client to be a young man. "Yang Zheng," he replied, then added, "My company requires design and renovation services. The space consists of only basic walls and flooring. Can your company handle this?" "Absolutely," Yuan Lu affirmed before inquiring, "What type of company do you operate? And what style of renovation do you envision?" "A media company primarily focused on internet broadcasting, nurturing and incubating streamers and self-media bloggers. As for the style, infusión a futuristic, technological aesthetic," Yang Zheng explained it. Yuan Lu nodded in understanding. "I see. Would it be possible for me to visit your company? We certainly need to assess the space in person to provide you with the most optimal design proposal." "Certainly," Yang Zheng agreed. "Is it convenient for you to go now, Ms. Yuan?" Yuan Lu smiled. "I am available. Shall we go?" Yang Zheng nodded again. "Do you have a vehicle, Ms. Yuan?" She responded with a smile. "Yes, though it's not a luxury car." Yang Zheng maintained his calm demeanor. "I haven't obtained my driver's license yet. Would it be all right for me to ride with you?" Yuan Lu was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, she replied, "Of course, please follow me." Initially, she had assumed Yang Zheng was merely youthful in appearance. After all, someone who could manage a 100 square meter office could hardly be too young. However, upon hearing that he hadn't yet acquired his license, she realized that he might not just look like he was 18 or 19. He might actually be only 18. How fortunate to be born at such a time. Yuan Lu couldn't help but muse. Once outside, they made their way to a nearby parking lot. Yuan Lu retrieved her car keys and pressed a button, prompting a white Audi A3 to respond with a sound. "Please, Ms. Yuan, do get in." She gestured to the passenger seat. "Thank you." Yang Zheng replied courteously as he entered the vehicle. Yuan Lu assisted in closing the door before circling to the driver's side. A client of such magnitude certainly warranted her attentiveness. As the car started, Yuan Lu asked, "By the way, may I ask where your company is located?" "By Chenzhou." "By Tian Century Building," young Zheng replied. A splendid location, Yuan Lu complimented as she drove. Yang Zheng regarded her thoughtfully. "In fact, Ms. Yuan, your company might consider relocating there. The area is currently in a developmental phase, with new buildings and office spaces emerging, which would surely be advantageous for renovation business." Yuan Lu paused, nodding thoughtfully. "You might be pointing me towards a promising direction." After a moment of contemplation, she inquired curiously, "Since your company is in Baichun, what led you to seek out our services?" Yang Zheng took a breath. Fate. Yuan Lu was momentarily taken aback again, then smiled warmly. "I hope our fates intertwine more deeply, leading to further opportunities for collaboration." The true desire behind her words might not be merely fate. Young Zheng chucked softly. "I too hope for a deeper connection with you, Ms. Yuan." Yuan Lu's expression shifted slightly, her tone laden with meaning. "What kind of connection do you refer to, Mr. Young?" As a woman approaching 30, she certainly couldn't allow herself to be teased by an 18-year-old. Yang Zheng replied with unwavering composure, "I mean the connection of currency." Yuan Lu laughed softly, shaking her head. "Conversing with you, one hardly perceives your age. It's hard to believe you haven't yet obtained your license." Yang Zheng smiled in return. "I would argue that you too seem as though you have yet to acquire yours." Yuan Lu took a moment to process this compliment, then burst into laughter. "Huh, you truly know how to flatter." Chapter 027, Establishing Cooperation. Upon arriving at Chun's Century Building, Yuan Lu surveyed the surroundings and commented with envy. "What a marvelous place." As she approached the window, gazing down at the view, she sighed, "What a splendid perspective, with a clear view of Xinjiang." Yang Zheng smiled and inquired, "How long do you think it will take to produce a design proposal?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Lu replied, "Will this space allow for significant alterations? Are you seeking a light renovation for temporary use or meticulous design for long-term use? How long do you plan to utilize it?" "Under normal circumstances, I intend to use this space indefinitely," Yang Zheng clarified, casting a glance at her. "I have purchased this floor, so you may design without restrictions. All areas can be modified." "Purchased?" Yuan Lu's eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively asked, "How much was it?" "Over 30 million, Yang Zheng answered, feeling no need to conceal such information. Yuan Lu expressed her astonishment with a few clicks of her tongue. Then, after a moment, said, "I understand now. Regarding the design proposal, I'll arrange for a team to conduct a site measurement this afternoon and aim to have it ready within a month. Does that work for you?" Yang Zheng shook his head. "That's too long. If it takes a month just to draft the design, how long will the construction and renovation take? I need this space operational as soon as possible." Yuan Lu looked at him with a hint of exasperation. "Mr. Yang, this space is over 100 square meters. If I were to promise a design proposal in 3 to 5 days, would you trust it?" Before Yang Zheng could respond, she continued, "Here's what I propose. I will pause my other projects and dedicate myself to yours, exerting my utmost effort to expedite the process. How does that sound?" Yang Zheng realized that his prior assumptions had been overly simplistic. He had thought it was merely a company office requiring basic renovations, which should take 2 to 3 months at most. He had envisioned it coinciding with his university studies in Xinjiang. However, now Yuan Lu informed him that even the design would take a month, leading him to ponder whether the entire project would extend into the following year. If he is inclined to undertake the kind of excessive light renovation that Yuan Lu mentioned, it would undoubtedly be completed within 2 to 3 months. He had not previously considered this aspect. Having already purchased the property, which is entirely his own, why would he engage in such superficial renovations? Surely, a direct investment into a fully furnished design would be far superior. Given this perspective, it seems he ought to seek a place that is immediately usable. As for this location, it could be entrusted to Yuan Lu to handle at her own pace. "All right, please proceed as quickly as possible," Yang Zheng remarked before inquiring, "How will the cost be calculated?" Yuan Lu felt a stir of excitement. They had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. She was acutely aware that, Despite the previous discussions seeming to have reached an agreement, if the pricing could not be settled, everything would be rendered meaningless. In truth, she was somewhat bewildered by the issue of charges, as she had never managed such a substantial contract before. If she were to apply her usual pricing model of 50 yuan per square meter for the 100 square meters, that would amount to 150,000 yuan. The design fee alone would be 150,000 yuan. Although Zheng might be willing to pay, she could hardly bring herself to ask for such a sum. While renowned international designers command fees in the tens of millions or even over 100 million, she had not yet achieved even local fame in Xinjiang. Thus, how could she dare to request a design fee of 150,000 yuan? Yuan Lu's thoughts raced, yet her expression remained composed. That would depend on whether Mr. Yang wishes to entrust me with the entire renovation project or just a portion of it. If it's the former, I would propose a design fee of 50,000 yuan. This amount is genuinely quite low. It amounts to less than 20 yuan per square meter. If word gets out, I fear I might be scolded by my peers. However, if Zheng is willing to delegate the entire renovation project to me, then let them criticize. After all, I would be earning more. And for the partial package? Zheng inquired. For that, my charge is 50 yuan per square meter, Yuan Lu stated, gritting her teeth as she divulged her standard rate. Zheng nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that her prospects for the coming years were quite bright. By 2021, when Zheng first became acquainted with her, her design fees had already soared to 150 yuan per square meter, a threefold increase over 7 years, outpacing the rise in property prices. Then let us proceed with the full package. I can also earn 100,000 yuan from this, Zheng commented with a smile. Yuan Lu chuckled, feeling a sense of relief, and bantered back, I intend to earn far more than 100,000 yuan from you, Mr. Yang. Zheng chuckled lightly and added, regarding the materials for the renovation, please select only the finest. Do not be overly concerned about costs. This is my personal space, and I wish to ensure it is executed to the highest standard. Yuan Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Zheng continued, I will leave this in your capable hands. And should any issues arise along the way, do not hesitate to reach out. Understood, Yuan Lu replied, nodding earnestly. Mr. Yang, rest assured to be candid. This is the largest contract I have received in my career. Given your trust in me and the opportunity you have provided, I assure you I will not disappoint. Zheng waved his hand with a light laugh, saying, it's all a matter of fate. After a brief pause, he added, I suppose it's time to take my leave. I would appreciate it if you could accompany me a bit further. It's no trouble at all, Yuan Lu responded, casting him a glance. Mr. Yang, do you have any other engagements to attend to later? If possible, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Zheng paused for a moment, then nodded. Then let us allow you to indulge a bit. A meal is certainly in order, and of course, it is far more delightful to dine with a charming lady than to refuse. They arrived at a rather luxurious restaurant, the decor quite opulent, and the prices significantly higher than those of typical establishments. Yuan Lu approached the meal with a mindset of substantial expenditure, eager to curry favor with her esteemed client. And they ordered 6 dishes. Despite Zheng's repeated refusals, Yuan Lu insisted, even suggesting, if we cannot finish, we can pack the leftovers for the staff at the restaurant. What could Zheng say to that? He could only demonstrate through action that she was overthinking it. They polished off all 6 dishes, along with a small rice cooker filled with rice. At this point, Zheng had developed a sense of satiety, yet he had not reached the point of discomfort. Yuan Lu stared at him in astonishment, her mouth opening several times but failing to produce any sound. She genuinely could not comprehend how to convey her astonishment. Had she not come directly from Zheng's expansive 100 square meter company premises, she might have asked how long this young man had been starving. She understood that young people could eat a lot, as she had been young once herself. However, she found it utterly bewildering to encounter such an exceptionally voracious young man. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Yuan, Zheng said politely after finishing the last bowl of soup. In the past, even with such an appetite, he would never have dared to indulge so freely in front of someone he had just met for the first time. He would have endured the hunger, refraining from eating unless everyone else had put down their chopsticks. He would have preferred to find a small eatery to grab a bite after parting ways. Previously, he believed that was a mark of good manners. Now, he realized it was merely a sign of being financially constrained. Wealthy and influential individuals could effortlessly utter expletives, and everyone would praise their humor and down-to-earth demeanor. Conversely, those without wealth or status would bow and greet others, but instead of being commended for their politeness, they would be labeled as sycophants. Chapter 028. What a coincidence. You certainly have quite the appetite, Yuan Lu exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Yang Zheng's unabashed consumption not only failed to offend her, but also dissolved any previous barriers she felt towards him as a significant client. Now, she regarded Yang Zheng with the endearing sentiment one might hold for a younger brother. Ms. Yuan, let's dispense with the formalities. Just call me Yang Zheng. Given our age difference, it would not be inappropriate for you to address me as sister, she suggested, striving to maintain a casual tone, though a hint of apprehension lingered in her heart. Regardless of her youth, he was a prominent figure presiding over a multi-million yuan property. She hoped to bridge the gap between them, but feared being dismissed by the esteemed businessman. Yang Zheng, however, would never disdain a beautiful woman and readily responded, Sister Yuan. Yuan Lu's brows knitted slightly as she replied, Please call me Lu. Sister Yuan just doesn't sound right. After a brief pause, she added, Shall I refer to you as Little Zheng? I hope that doesn't offend you. Yang Zheng shook his head. Not at all. Yuan Lu beamed. Well then, let us finish up and be on our way. Where are you headed next, Little Zheng? Could you take me to the Morning Sun River area in the Lilu district? It's near the university town, Yang Zheng replied. Yuan Lu paused in surprise, her expression one of astonishment. You live at Morning Sun River too? Yang Zheng appeared momentarily taken aback. So? Yuan Lu chuckled. I live there as well, in Building 1. Yang Zheng laughed in response. I'm in Unit 1 on the 16th floor. What? Yuan Lu's expression grew even more peculiar. I'm on the 12th floor, Unit 1201. Yang Zheng exclaimed in surprise. Is it also Unit 1? Yuan Lu laughed lightly, nodding. It seems our destinies are quite intertwined. Indeed. Yang Zheng acknowledged with a nod. Let us go home together. Yuan Lu shot him a playful glance, asking as they walked. The top floor consists of a single unit, right? I remember the price was over 15,000 yuan per square meter. How much did you end up spending? 73 million, which included a parking space. Yang Zheng replied, then turned the question back to her, what about you? My, what a lavish expenditure. Yuan Lu sighed before responding. My apartment has an area of 160 square meters, with a shared space of 28 square meters, totaling 2.06 million. When calculated, it comes to approximately 12,800 per square meter. Interestingly, within the same building, the price per square meter varies by nearly 2,000 depending on the floor. However, Yang Zheng's unit is furnished with exquisite decor and boasts a significantly higher usable area, so it's not an unreasonable deal. As they continued their conversation, they exited the restaurant and entered the car. Yuan Lu skillfully drove towards the banks of the Morning Sun River, engaging in lively discourse along the way. Though Yang Zheng's biological age is 18, his mental maturity parallels that of a 28-year-old, while Yuan Lu is currently 29, claiming she doesn't count her age until after her birthday. Thus, they consider themselves contemporaries, sharing similar perspectives on many matters, which is often referred to as a harmonious worldview. This kinship enabled them to connect deeply. Upon arriving at the Morning Sun River, Yang Zheng extended an invitation for Yuan Lu to visit his home. She appeared visibly intrigued, wishing to see the luxurious penthouse and discern its differences from her own residence. Yet, she ultimately declined, as she had plans to accompany someone for an on-site measurement at the Baichun Century building later that afternoon, essentially working for Yang Zheng. Upon returning home, Yang Zheng discovered that Lu Shanwan had already left. The dishes he had used the previous night were impeccably washed, and the few wine bottles on the balcony had been cleared away. The unmade bed he had neglected upon waking was now neatly arranged, and each trash bin in the house held new garbage bags. Lu Shanwan's approach to housekeeping was both organized and meticulous. After surveying the space, Yang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. He then reclined in the rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating how, in his past life, his dream might have been to rock in such a manner for eternity. However, having been reborn. He reasoned that merely wishing to lounge about would be a waste of the opportunities bestowed upon him by fate. He decided to set a modest goal for himself, such as earning 10 billion. Indeed, the aspirations of the richest man seemed rather minimal. Yang Zheng's vision had expanded. After rocking for a while, a thought struck him. He retrieved his phone and called Wu Haizhong, the manager at Baichen's Century. He primarily wanted to inform Wu that he had enlisted someone to commence renovations on the 32nd floor and requested Wu's assistance in overseeing the project. This was merely a side note, as his main objective was to secure another office space at Baichen's Century, one that could be occupied immediately. Once the renovations on the 32nd floor were completed, moving in would be seamless. Wu Haizhong recommended a location on the 5th floor, 840 square meters, partially furnished, requiring only the purchase of office equipment to move in. The original monthly rent was 38,000, but Wu offered a discounted rate of 35,000. After reviewing some photos that Wu sent over, Yang Zheng agreed, indicating he would visit to sign the contract either the next day or the day after. He refrained from providing an exact time frame as he awaited Zhou Wei, who was handling the company registration on his behalf. Without a physical office location, relying solely on a business license obtained through someone else's efforts could easily lead to suspicions of deceit. Hence, Yang Zheng planned to have Zhou Wei meet him at Baichen's Century when the time came. Thinking of Zhou Wei, Yang Zheng decided to call her directly. When the call connected, her clear voice resonated. "Hello, Mr. Yang." He skipped the pleasantries and inquired directly, "How is the company registration progressing?" "It's almost done," Zhou Wei replied after a brief pause. "The documents have been submitted. We're just awaiting approval. At the latest, we should receive the business license the day after tomorrow. If the approval is expedited, it might even be ready by tomorrow." "That's impressive. You certainly work efficiently," Yang Zheng complimented her, laying the groundwork for potentially recruiting her later. He then asked, "I found a location for the company. Will it require a change of registration?" "Yes," Zhou Wei confirmed, "but it's not necessary right now. Once we receive the business license, we can handle the change of registration. The process is quite straightforward. When the time comes, just provide me with the relevant materials for the new address, and I can take care of it for you." "All right. I appreciate your help," he replied. "It's no trouble at all. Just checking in on your progress. I have no further matters to discuss. I'll hang up now." "Okay, goodbye, Yang." After ending the call, Yang Zheng resumed rocking in the chair, pondering what else he could occupy himself with. He soon realized there was little he could do at the moment, as many matters required time and the right circumstances. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to immerse himself in gaming. He rose and made his way to the study. Though referred to as a study, it contained not a single book. Only a computer he had purchased the previous day, alongside an existing wooden bookshelf and desk. The computer seemed somewhat out of place in such an environment. Perhaps it would be better to transform the space into an esports room. With this thought in mind, Yang Zheng took several photos and sent them to Yuan Lu. "Yang Zheng, I would like to convert this room into an esports area. Could you create a design plan for me?" "Yuan Lu, sure. I'll come by tonight to take a look in person before preparing the design." "Yang Zheng, sounds good." "Yang Zheng, why don't you come over early so we can have dinner together?" "Yuan Lu, at your place? You can cook." "Surprise, Yuan Lu, wait. I've underestimated you. You must have hired chef." "Yang Zheng, I did hire a chef, but I can indeed cook. Will you come?" "Yuan Lu, absolutely." "Yuan Lu, a millionaire at 18 cooking for me? I'll crawl over if I have to." Yang Zheng smiled as he read her reply. He chose not to respond further and prepared to head out to buy some ingredients. He genuinely felt a strong rapport with Yuan Lu and was pleased to be forging such a friendship. Chapter 29. Where to find such a treasure for wealth. In the early evening, Yang Zheng donned an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. The doorbell rang, prompting him to open the door, revealing Yuan Lu standing outside. Her right hand carrying a bag of fruit, and her left a beautifully designed gift box of red wine, clearly of considerable value. Yang Zheng bypassed the customary pleasantries and gestured towards the shoe cabinet, saying, "Please find a pair of slippers to change into. I just moved in yesterday, and all the shoes are new." Yuan Lu nodded, and upon noticing the apron he wore, a smile crept onto her face. "You really know how to cook, don't you? You look quite professional." As she spoke, She raised her hand to indicate where to place her items. Yang Zheng took the fruit from her, saying, "I'll put the fruit in the fridge. You can decide where to place the wine. My place is quite empty, so it could use some decoration." Who asked their guests to place their gifts? Yuan Lu playfully complained, yet her smile widened. Yang Zheng's unpretentious demeanor clearly signified that he regarded her as a friend, not merely a business associate. After changing in his slippers, Yuan Lu stepped inside and scanned the surroundings, her eyes lighting up. "Your home seems much larger than mine. The spacious view is undeniably comfortable." Yang Zheng did not respond to her comment, continuing towards the kitchen as he remarked, "Feel free to look around. I'm going to prepare dinner." "Go ahead and do your thing," Yuan Lu replied, unreservedly exploring the space. She occasionally exclaims in admiration, and Yang Zheng can hear her from the kitchen. This grand floor-to-ceiling window, though viewed from the same angle, offers a far more exquisite perspective of the river than what I experienced at my home. This master bedroom is enormous. It's even larger than my living room. There's a balcony in the bedroom for enjoying the view. How delightful. This secondary bedroom feels more spacious than my master bedroom, and it even has its own en-suite bathroom. Are you planning to convert this study into an esports room? Upon hearing this, Yang Zheng responded loudly, "Indeed." Yuan Lu emerged from the room, walked to the dining area, and remarked, "That room feels so vast. It must be around 20 square meters, right? If we turn it into an esports room, it might look a bit empty with just 1 or 2 computers." Yang Zheng, while chopping vegetables, glanced at her and said, "Then let us add a few more?" Yuan Lu rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Are you trying to create an esports room or a cyber CAF? If we add more computers that won't be used regularly, they'll just serve as decoration." After a brief pause, she elaborated, "What I mean is, we could combine the study with the esports room, designating a specific space for the esports setup." Yang Zheng looked up at her. "Would that be a bit awkward?" Yuan Lu's expression shifted to surprise. "Be careful. Don't cut yourself." Yang Zheng continued his task, unfazed as he cut the vegetables. Seeing his adept movements, Yuan Lu's expression softened, and she shot him another eye roll. "Who told you that merging a study with an esports room would be awkward? You're envisioning a traditional Chinese-style study, aren't you? Have you not considered that it could be designed in an ultra-modern style?" Yang Zheng had indeed not thought of that. He was primarily constrained by the solid wooden bookshelves and desk in the current study. However, he added, "There's no need. The study is merely for decoration anyway, so it might be better to convert it entirely into an esports room." Yuan Lu, naturally, found his reasoning exasperating. Since it's all for decoration, why not use computers as decor? After all, you're not short on funds, are you? Yang Zheng chose to ignore her remark and said, "We could design for 5 computers, perfect for a full squad." Yuan Lu nodded in understanding, opting to shift the topic. "What dishes have you prepared? With your impressive knife skills, your culinary skills must be quite good." 6 dishes. They should be harmless to you. Have you finished prepping everything? Is there anything else that needs to be done? Please blanch the ribs for me. Okay. After about half an hour, all 6 dishes were served on the dining table. The two enjoyed their meal, sipping beer as they conversed. Yang Zheng had a particular fondness for chilled beer. They discussed work. Although their perspectives aligned well, they were still getting to know each other and tacitly avoided topics about family and personal lives, instead focusing on the renovation plans for the Baichen Century building. Yuan Lu was far from a novice like Zhang Feifei or Zhou Mei. She could hold her liquor well. Yang Zheng had bought an entire case of beer the previous day, consuming 2 bottles himself and leaving 10. They each polished off 5 bottles without showing any signs of intoxication, not even reddening their faces. Yang Zheng ordered takeout, which arrived with another case. And they finished that off as well, with Yuan Lu having 5 bottles and Yang Zheng 7, still unfazed. Yuan Lu merely felt full and could no longer drink, which is why she stopped at 5. Yang Zheng, on the other hand, felt no such discomfort and indulged fully. In his past life, he wouldn't have been able to handle such a quantity. He would have been overwhelmed after 5 or 6 bottles. Now, this newfound tolerance was clearly a perk of his rebirth. The two started drinking around 7 and continued until nearly midnight when Yuan Lu decided to head downstairs to return home. Before leaving, she offered to help clean up the mess, but Yang Zheng assured her that he had hired a maid and that it could wait until tomorrow. After she departed, Yang Zheng took a shower and then lay down on his bed to sleep. The next day, upon waking, Yang Zheng promptly opened his wealth app, which indeed continued to bring him fortune. The latest transactions showed 6 500 000 8 000 000 12 180 000 with an investment of 11 for million. He had reaped a return of 26 68 million. Where could one find such a treasure for wealth? The balance now stood at 28 98 million. Gazing at his replenished balance, Yang Zheng couldn't help but smile broadly, until he noticed the 4 matches on the 24th, none of which he had any recollection of. Gradually, his smile faded. No recollection meant it was time to analyze the data. He would bet on 2 large scores for each match, wagering 50 000 each for a total of 400 000. The balance now read 28 58 million. Remembering that he had run out of funds on WeChat, he transferred 80 000 before getting up to wash and freshen up. In the living room, upon emerging, Yang Zheng discovered Lu Shanjun had already arrived and was seated on the sofa. He glanced at the dining table, which was still cluttered with the remnants of last night's feast. Before he could speak, Lu Shanjun explained, "I noticed you were still sleeping, Mr. Yang, and didn't want to disturb you, so I left the cleaning for later. I'll tidy it up now." Yang Zheng nodded in understanding and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's my duty," Lu Shanjun smiled, then inquired, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I noticed there are some noodles in the kitchen. Would you like me to cook a bowl for you?" Yang Zheng shook his head. "No need. I'm not fond of noodles." Lu Shanjun looked at him and asked, "Shall I buy you some rice noodles then? I know a place that makes excellent handmade rice noodles." Yang Zheng asked, "Is it far?" Lu Shanjun shook her head. "Not far at all. I'll ride my electric bike, and it'll take just about 10 minutes round trip." Yang Zheng nodded. "That will be great, thank you." He then took out his phone, found Lu Shanjun's WeChat, and transferred her 100 yuan. He had no plans to go out today, and having Lu Shanjun fetch rice noodles for his breakfast suited him just fine. When Lu Shanjun heard her phone notify her of the transfer and realized it was 100 yuan from Yang Zheng, she paused for a moment and quickly said, "You don't need to send so much. The noodles are only 3 yuan per pound." Yang Zheng waved his hand to interrupt. "You'll likely be buying rice noodles and groceries in the future, so consider the extra as an advance payment." Lu Shanjun nodded in agreement, not pursuing the matter further. Chapter 030. If you don't dare to bet, how can you win? Yang Zheng resumed, rocking his chair by the window. Those who have experienced the comfort of a rocking chair know it's something one could indulge in for a lifetime. It's simply irresistible. As he rocked, he took out his phone to operate. He took a screenshot of yesterday's betting slips, obscuring the amounts. Just as he was about to post it on his social media, he remembered he no longer needed to impress Zhao Zhongzhen. He decided to send the screenshot directly to Cheng Mengdai instead. Cheng Mengdai replied instantly, "What is this? How did you win again?" Cheng Mengdai continued, "How much are you playing this time? Another long string of numbers?" Yang Zheng said, "Guess." Cheng Mengdai shot back, "Guess what?" Cheng Mengdai then guessed 100 000. Yang Zheng replied with a grin, "Bingo." Cheng Mengdai, "Stop grinning. How much is it, really?" Yang Zheng, guess with a grin. Cheng Mengdai, "Get lost." Her petite temper was quite fiery. Yang Zheng pondered for a moment and took another screenshot. Yang Zheng, latest balance, 12 180 000. Cheng Mengdai. Cheng Mengdai, "Are you pulling my leg?" Yang Zheng, "Last night, the beautiful nation drew 2 with the grapes nation, odds 12-18. Cheng Mengdai, "No way. Did you really win that much? Bet a million?" Yang Zheng, "Have you learned?" Grin. Cheng Mengdai, "I'm not learning from you." Cheng Mengdai, "Only tell me the results after they're out." Cheng Mengdai, "I see it clearly now. You were just trying to annoy me, aren't you?" Yang Zheng, extly, grin. Cheng Mengdai, "Stop being smug. If you keep grinning, I'll knock those teeth out." Cheng Mengdai, "Why are you angry with me? What have I done to you?" Yang Zheng, "Do you remember that day we met at the noodle shop?" Grin. Cheng Mengdai, "I remember being angry. What happened that day?" Yang Zheng, "I really appreciated your attitude towards my online name, Grin. Yang Zheng, "But your commanding tone when you ordered me to think of one for you displeased me, Grin. Cheng Mengdai, Is that really the reason? Zheng. I'm the one who gives orders. No one commands me. My fate is mine to control. Not dictated by heaven. Chengming Dai. You've forgotten to grin. Zheng. The context of that phrase doesn't suit grinning. Chengming Dai. You're so stubborn. Chengming Dai. I suppose I should apologize. My attitude that day was indeed a bit off. Zheng, Alrig. I forgive you. Chengming Dai. Then could you take me along to bet on the games? Chengming Dai. Cute girl. Please, I beg you. Zheng sent over a screenshot of his bets for the day. Chengming Dai. 7117. Are you betting on basketball? Chengming Dai. And each bet is 50,000. If you have extra cash, you could just transfer it to me. Zheng, gumbling. If I don't dare to bet, how can I win? Chengming Dai. You keep betting. I'm broke and can't afford to. Zheng. I suspect you are steering the conversation, and I have ample evidence. Chengming Dai. How am I steering anything? Zheng. Screenshot. Can't afford to bet. Chengming Di. Godi. Angry. Zheng chuckled and chose not to reply. He would wait to continue teasing her once he hit the jackpot next time. When the result of that 7-1 match came out, it would be time to strike. Meanwhile, as he chatted with Chengming Dai, Lu Shanjun had already returned from her shopping for noodles. She was busy in the kitchen at that moment. After a while, Lu Shanjun's voice rang out. Mr. Yang, the noodles are ready. Zheng stood up and walked towards the dining room. On the table, a large white porcelain bowl held noodles submerged in a rich, thick broth, glistening and tantalizing. The noodles were topped with fragrant stir-fried pork and green peppers, accompanied by a golden fried egg. The ultimate treat. Zheng eagerly picked up his chopsticks, lifting a handful of noodles into his mouth. The broth was savory and delicious. As he bit down, the noodles' smooth and chewy texture revealed itself instantly. Perfect. This was indeed a texture only handcrafted noodles could possess. Lu Shanjun's culinary skills were quite impressive. Zheng instantly developed a fondness for this dish. Among all the noodles he had tasted, this one could rank in the top 3, and this was merely a temporary preparation. If the soup could be prepared in advance and simmered to perfection, it could even aspire to the top spot. Just as he was musing over this, Lu Shanjun's slightly anxious voice interrupted. The flavor should be all right. Today was a bit rushed, and I didn't have time to simmer the broth. Mr. Yang, if you enjoy noodles, I could prepare the broth for you first thing in the morning and cook the noodles when you wake up. Zheng glanced at her and nodded with a smile. Sure, then I'll trouble Aunt Lu tomorrow. He paused and added, the flavor of today's noodles is also quite good. That's great. Lu Shanjun sighed in relief and smiled. You're too polite, Mr. Yang. This is what I should do. Zheng didn't say anything further and focused on enjoying his noodles. Once he finished breakfast, Lu Shanjun tidied up and took her leave. Feeling a bit bored, Zheng went to the study to play League of Legends. Zhang Feifei and Zhou Mei, the two internet-addicted girls, were not around since it was still morning. As everyone knows, internet addiction cannot be indulged in during the early hours. He played until noon when Zheng felt a bit hungry. Just as he was contemplating where to have lunch, he received a call from Zhou Wei. The business license is ready. Zheng thought for a moment and sent Zhou Wei his home address. This was the restaurant where Wu Haizhong had taken him, known for its 688 chili stir-fried pork. If one wished to have others work for them, they must certainly exude the aura of a boss and demonstrate their capabilities. At the Zhang residence, not long after Zheng arrived, Zhou Wei also came. Upon seeing that it was a restaurant, she was somewhat taken aback, and then, with a bemused expression, remarked to Zheng, Mr. Yang, I've already had lunch. Zheng. He had just received Zhou Wei's call shortly afternoon. He had no idea she would have eaten so early, so he hadn't even asked. Zhou Wei, realizing this, explained, we had a working lunch at the company. They started serving at 11:30. Zheng gestured. Even if you've eaten, feel free to have a little something. This place has exceptional flavors. You should try some dishes. Zhou Wei nodded. Zheng handed her the menu. See if there's anything you'd like. I have no dietary restrictions. Order whatever you wish. How about you order, Mr. Yang? I'm fine with whatever. As Zhou Wei was speaking, she suddenly spotted a dish on the menu and froze, exclaiming in surprise, chili stir-fried pork, 688? Is that stir-fried with dragon meat? This lady, Our restaurant's chili stir-fried pork is made with Zheng Shuan peppers, which is why the price is different from regular chili stir-fried pork, the nearby waiter explained. Zhou Wei's expression stalled, her cheeks visibly reddening. Being from Chunan, she had heard of the fame of this chili. Yang Zheng spoke, "Let's have a plate." "Certainly," the waiter replied. Zhou Wei wanted to stop him, thinking that even if it was chili with a reputation, it was still rather expensive. Yet, the words remained unspoken, for she too was curious to taste the exquisite chili. After all, she wouldn't be spending her own money. Why not seize the opportunity for a free treat? Chapter 031. Mr. Yang, from now on, I will be your person. Zhou Wei claimed to have already had lunch, yet she was thoroughly enjoying the meal now. It was a classic case of deliciousness in action. Yang Zheng had invited her to the restaurant precisely because he was hungry. After the dishes were served, they both dug in heartily, resulting in an unusual silence between them. After a while, Zhou Wei found herself quite full and finally paused her chopsticks. With a look of envy, she gazed at Yang Zheng, who was indulging in his meal with great delight. She epitomized the quintessential foodie. When faced with delectable dishes, her only recourse to restraint was her wallet. The culinary offerings at Zheng's private kitchen, aside from the unforgettable spicy pork with 688 chili peppers, were equally delightful, rendering her somewhat oblivious to her surroundings as she savored the food. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Yang Zheng suddenly inquired. Zhou Wei was momentarily taken aback, but did not falter, responding with a smile. "This establishment truly offers exquisite flavors. However, I find myself unable to eat anymore. Yet, watching you enjoy your meal so heartily gives me a sense of vicarious satisfaction." Yang Zheng paused before asking, "Are you referring to eating broadcasts?" "Huh?" Zhou Wei was momentarily confused, not quite grasping his meaning. Yang Zheng clarified, "It's the live streaming of eating." Realization dawned on Zhou Wei as she nodded thoughtfully. Observing others relish their meals can indeed provide a certain sense of fulfillment. With the rise of live streaming, your notion of eating broadcasts might actually have considerable market potential. Yang Zheng regarded her with admiration. It was no surprise that she was destined to be a workplace goddess, given her sharp insight and perceptiveness. He contemplated for a moment before posing the question, "Do you have any knowledge of live streaming? What do you think about the prospects of this industry?" After a brief period of contemplation, Zhou Wei replied, "I don't know much, but I've noticed many platforms expanding their live streaming services. I believe the future looks quite promising." She paused and added, "Isn't your intention in registering a company to enter the live streaming business? You must have a deeper understanding." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Yang Zheng. A live streaming company owner had unexpectedly inquired about her views on the industry. Yang Zheng nodded, "John Firming Herr Speculation. As you know, my company is in its infancy. Currently, I am the sole operator and in dire need of personnel." He paused before continuing, "I have observed your efficiency and your keen awareness of new trends, which leads me to hope that you will consider joining my company." Zhou Wei was momentarily flabbergasted. She had never anticipated that a fresh graduate like herself would catch the eye of a prominent businessman who was personally seeking to recruit her. She realized that this could be a life-altering opportunity. As Yang Zheng mentioned, he was currently a one-man army, and her joining at this juncture would make her a founding member. If all went well, she could rise to a position of significant influence. Furthermore, Yang Zheng had been quite generous when he initially approached her about registering the company, and now he was treating her to the exquisite spicy pork. This only underscored the fact that, despite his youth, he possessed considerable capabilities. Given all this, she felt she should readily accept his offer. Yet, a question lingered. Could an 18-year-old entrepreneur genuinely be serious about establishing a company in the realm of digital media? Was he merely toying with the idea? Yang Zheng seemed to sense her apprehension and refrained from providing a direct explanation. Instead, he said, "You need not rush your response. Allow me to show you the company premises I have secured." "All right," Zhou Wei nodded silently. In truth, she was already leaning toward acceptance. After 2 years of working at Tianqing Financial, she understood all too well that for an ordinary person like herself, without significant opportunities, hard work alone would not suffice to transcend one's social class. Consequently, even though the opportunity Yang Zheng presented was fraught with risks and uncertainties, She yearned to take a chance. Indeed, while Zhou Wei's capabilities were commendable and she was anticipated to become a workplace goddess, her current salary of 300,000 annually, approximately 30,000 monthly, was relatively modest compared to the wealth of entrepreneurs and capitalists. Even in first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai, her compensation would hardly be considered impressive. At best, she was merely a senior employee, with aspirations of becoming a peak performer or a total success remaining elusive. It was evident that working for others would not lead to financial independence. Upon arriving at the Baichen Century Building, Yang Zheng contacted Wu Haizhong to inspect the space recommended to him on the 5th floor. After concluding that it met his needs, he promptly signed a contract and paid 6 months' rent, amounting to 210,000. Zhou Wei, trailing behind him, felt her internal scales tilt further in favor of his proposition. When Yang Zheng took her to the 32nd floor to tour the actual company headquarters and informed her that it was purchased outright rather than leased, her scales tipped completely. Without hesitation, she declared, "Yang Zheng, I am in." Yang Zheng smiled gently. "Aren't you curious about the salary and benefits?" Zhou Wei chuckled. "I trust that you, Yang Zheng, will not treat me unfairly." Yang Zheng inquired, "What is your current salary?" Zhou Wei replied, "My base salary is 3,600, and with performance bonuses, it totals around 6,000 monthly." Yang Zheng reflected on his own experiences. 2 years post-graduation, he had only earned slightly over 4,000 a month. This was in 2020. Over the decade from 2014 to 2024, while many things in Xinjiang evolved, the wages of workers stagnated. It was clear that hard work alone would not yield wealth. Considering this, Yang Zheng suggested, "For now, let us set your salary at 10,000 a month. Based on your performance, I can increase it. If you become indispensable, I can also offer profit sharing and equity." "Thank you, Yang Zheng." Zhou Wei's heart soared with joy, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. "I will not disappoint you and will strive to earn those shares and bonuses." Yang Zheng nodded, foregoing any further embellishments, and instructed, "I will be spending some time in my hometown, so I am entrusting you with the company's affairs for now. Please arrange the rented space and recruit individuals with experience in live streaming, regardless of their specific roles, to establish the company's framework." Zhou Wei hesitated, feeling a pang of anxiety. Was this boss truly ready to relinquish control so soon? Could he possibly be treating this venture as a mere pastime? "Is there a problem?" Yang Zheng asked, noticing her silence. Zhou Wei pressed her lips together and nodded. "There are many concerns." Yang Zheng gestured, "Then please articulate them. The sooner we address them, the better." Chapter 032. Addressing problems, not presenting them. Firstly, regarding the arrangement of the company premises, I would need you to provide me with procurement standards. Otherwise, I want to know what caliber of office equipment to acquire. Additionally, I lack experience in hiring, and I am not well versed in the live streaming industry. I wouldn't know how to assess potential candidates during interviews, so I would need you to provide evaluation criteria. Lastly, I would also require a standard for employee compensation. Zhou Wei spoke confidently, laying out her concerns. Yang Zheng nodded, "Observing her. So your objective is merely to be an executor?" Zhou Wei was taken aback by his question. Before she could respond, Yang Zheng continued, "If everything requires me to provide standards before you can proceed, then couldn't I simply find someone else to handle it? Why should I pay you a monthly salary of 10,000? The words were somewhat harsh. Zhou Wei stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Yang Zheng let out a quiet sigh, realizing that his expectations of Zhou Wei were perhaps too high. After all, Zhou Wei had only been working for 2 years and had merely been employed at a single financial firm. Her work experience was hardly noteworthy. While she wasn't a complete novice, her skills were still lacking. He hoped she could accelerate her growth. With that thought in mind, Yang Zheng slowly spoke. "Instead of coming to me with questions about standards, you should first select a few criteria and then present them for my approval. For instance, when it comes to procuring office equipment, you ought to compile a list of options across various price points, explaining their respective advantages and disadvantages before asking for my preference. Similarly, if you're unfamiliar with the live streaming industry and unsure how to conduct interviews or determine compensation, do not ask me. It is your responsibility to devise assessment methods and draft compensation proposals, then approach me for validation. In summary, you should focus on solving problems for me rather than presenting me with them. Do you understand? Yang Zheng's words resonated, and Zhou Wei snapped back to reality. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded, "I understand." Her blush stemmed not from any other reason, but from a sense of shame. When she had initially made her remarks, she had secretly reveled in the notion that she was showcasing her capabilities. However, upon hearing Yang Zheng's response, she realized just how naive she had been. It was not merely naivety. To put it bluntly, she had become accustomed to a passive mindset, conditioned to follow orders and execute tasks according to established standards. If she were merely an ordinary employee, such thinking would not pose a problem. However, she was no longer just a regular worker. Yang Zheng had offered her a chance to stand on her own 2 feet. Yet she had failed to grasp this implication and instead mistakenly believed that Yang Zheng wished to be a hands-off manager, posing several questions in her misguided confidence. The truth, as Yang Zheng had pointed out, was that if she required him to provide standards for everything she executed, how could she justify her indispensable value? What right would she have to dividends and shares? To become a competent decision-maker, she must not immediately seek assistance, but first contemplate how to resolve issues independently. Only when she determined that a problem was beyond her capacity should she consider whom to approach for help. After Yang Zheng finished speaking, he gestured for her to follow and began walking toward the elevator. "All right," Zhou Wei responded, though she remained stationary, lost in thought as she watched his retreating figure. It took her a moment to regain her senses, and only when he reached the elevator door did she hurry to catch up. Zhou Wei was naturally curious. How could this 18-year-old, fresh out of high school, seem more mature and sophisticated than her, a 24-year-old woman? Was it due to his family background? It indeed seemed to be the case. Children of the impoverished learn responsibility early, while children of the affluent are free to play, gaining social acumen in the process. With this reflection, Zhou Wei's resolve to seize this opportunity solidified. She hoped her future children would not have to shoulder adult responsibilities prematurely, but could instead enjoy their youth. At the banks of the Morning Dawn River, upon returning, Yang Zheng began to gather his belongings. He had initially planned to return to Hui in the following day. However, with the company registered, an office established, and personnel recruited, he felt that he had achieved his objectives for this trip to Xingcheng and saw no reason to delay another day. He intended to depart today. Previously, he had instructed Zhou Wei to finalize the company registration by the 24th, which coincided with the announcement of the college entrance examination results at 1400 hours that day. After being away for so long, he could not bear the thought of not being home on result day, lest his mother, Chen Yu, become frantic. Although Yang Zheng occasionally struggled with his parents' combined pressures, he had no intention of severing ties with them. Thus, he needed to return home on the 24th. Furthermore, he planned to confront them directly upon his return. After packing his things, Yang Zheng checked train tickets back to Huinan on his phone, booking one for 1532. With an hour and a half remaining until departure and an hour's travel time to the high-speed train station, he left his house, descended the stairs, and hailed a taxi. During the ride, he sent a message to Lu Shanwan, informing her of his return to his hometown. Just as he was about to message Yuan Lu, she sent a message first, starting with several pictures of the esports room, followed by a text. "I rushed to finish this for you this morning. Take a look and see if it's satisfactory." Yang Zheng opened the images to inspect. The design featured 5 computers arranged in a 2-3 layout, 2 side by side in the corner and 3 forming a triangular configuration in the center. The entire room exuded a sense of technological sophistication. Yang Zheng replied, "Very good. How much?" Yuan Lu responded, "Let's waive the design fee. Just give me the renovation project, so I can earn a bit of commission." Yang Zheng replied, "There's no way I could hand it to anyone else." He continued, "I'm heading back to my hometown today and will be gone for a while." Yuan Lu replied, "Oh, I was hoping to come over for dinner tonight." She added, "If you're not there, how can I work on the room?" Yang Zheng responded, "Contact this person, Lu Shanwan." He explained, "She's the housekeeper I hired. Add her on WeChat. She has the keys, and I'll inform her." He added, "There's a spare key in my bedside drawer. Just take one." Yuan Lu replied, "All right." She then asked, "When will you be back?" Yang Zheng replied, I should be back by August, but might return a few times in between. Yuan Lu acknowledged. Okay. Yang Zheng inquired. What is the budget for the room renovation? Yuan Lu responded. Knowing you have money, I've calculated it with high-end materials, excluding the computers. It should be around 80,000. Yang Zheng replied, transferring 200. No. Yuan Lu exclaimed, 200,000? She continued, do you need me to set up the computers too? Yang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle at that. There seemed to be a certain resonance between him and Yuan Lu. Just as he was about to message her, she had sent a message at the same moment. Now, having transferred the funds, Yuan Lu immediately grasped his intentions. Yang Zheng replied, yes, around 20,000 for the computers. Yuan Lu responded enthusiastically, sure, thank you, boss. She confirmed, payment received, 200,000. Yang Zheng chose not to reply further. Instead, he sent Lu Shanwan a message to inform her about Yuan Lu's plans to renovate the study. After that, he leaned back in the taxi and dozed off. Chapter 33. Do you even remember to come home? After a series of transfers from taxi to high-speed train, and then another taxi, Yang Zheng arrived back in Huinan just before 6 p.m. Upon entering his home, he found it empty. However, it wasn't long before his mother, Chen Yu, returned carrying a bag of groceries. Upon entering, she spotted Yang Zheng sitting in the living room. She was initially taken aback, then furrowed her brow. You still remember how to come home, huh? Mom, Yang Zheng greeted, bracing himself for the impending storm. As anticipated, Chen Yu launched into an outburst. What do you mean, Mom? Do you even remember that you have me as a mother? Just tell me, how many days have you been out gallivanting? After your exams, you stayed home for just 2 days, took the money, and vanished. Had I known, I would never have given you that money. Do you think that after the college entrance examination, everything is smooth sailing? That you can relax now? Are you planning to abandon your university studies? University is the crucial period. If your grades were truly commendable, it would be one thing. But just look at your English. It's utterly abysmal. If you don't take advantage of the summer vacation to catch up, how will you keep up once you get to university? All you think about is playing. Is this the time for leisure? I toil away every day to earn money. Who do you think I'm doing this for? If I were to think like you and just play all day, how would you eat? How would you dress? When I was your age, I longed for an opportunity to study. And you? I don't lack for your food or clothing. You don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on your studies. Is that too much to ask? Starting tomorrow, you are forbidden from stepping out. Stay home, read more English books, and improve your grades. Don't squander these 2 months of summer. Those who truly excel in their studies are the ones who, while you all indulge in leisure during the break, are diligently learning and creating a gap between themselves and you. After Chen Yu finished, she noticed Yang Zheng's lack of response, frowned, and raised her voice. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Yang Zheng replied mildly. What other reaction could he have? To refute each point she made? That would yield no result but an argument. To calmly explain things and clarify? In his past life, Yang Zheng typically resorted to that approach. It had some effect, but not strong enough. In truth, Chen Yu was not entirely unreasonable. On the contrary, she was quite open to suggestions, provided that the person was someone she regarded as successful, like the experts and professors online, or the affluent individuals around her, those with stable jobs in established institutions. In short, the words of someone like Yang Zheng, her son, would always be met with skepticism, regardless of their validity. It was a rather sycophantic mindset typical of the petty bourgeois. Unless you prove yourself superior to her, she would not take you seriously. In his previous life, Yang Zheng had no choice but to slowly reason with her, gradually reclaiming his autonomy. But in this life, he need not endure that. Nevertheless, it was not yet time to confront her. Yang Fu and Yang Jiaxing had not returned home. Their family operated 2 small supermarkets, and Chen Yu managed the one closer to home, allowing her to return a bit earlier. Yang Jiaxing oversaw the more distant one, coming home later. Both worked diligently every day. After returning home and having dinner, they would head to the store around 10 p.m. to lock up and do inventory, often not returning to sleep until after midnight. Though they employed staff, such small-scale supermarkets would not hire many. Therefore, they busied themselves in the store during the day, believing that by hiring fewer people, they were essentially earning an extra paycheck. Even though, in a small county like Huinan, The maximum salary was only around 3,000 yuan. They certainly did not lack for it. Yet, the older generation, having endured hardships, could not let go of that salary. Chunyu carried vegetables into the kitchen, muttering as she organized them. Every time I try to reason with you, it's like your left ear lets it in, and your right ear lets it out. You're as mute as a fish, only able to respond with "uh-huh." Yang Zheng replied with a simple "uh-huh." He did not intend to deliberately irritate Chinyu. She was his mother, after all. It was merely that if he did not respond at all, she would become even more agitated. "Isn't the exam result coming out tomorrow? You said you estimated over 600. You're not lying to me, are you?" Chinyu's mouth was incessantly busy, returning to an old topic. Yang Zheng had already mentioned the money several times in order to persuade her. He had claimed he was lucky, that many of the English questions were ones he had previously encountered, estimating he would score over 100 in English and a total above 600. Had it not been for that, how would Chunyu have generously given him 20,000 yuan and allowed him to be out for so long? Yes, the results will be released tomorrow at 2 p.m. Whether I'm lying or not will be revealed then. Yang Zheng finally managed to say a few more words. Just as Chunyu was about to say something else, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Yang Fu and Yang Jiaxing had returned. "Every day, you come home 10 minutes later. Can't you come a bit earlier?" Chunyu redirected her frustration, adding, "Your son is back." "Father," Yang Zheng greeted as well. "The shift change is set for 6 p.m. How could I come earlier?" Yang Jiaxing responded to Chunyu first, then turned to Yang Zheng, commencing with his usual line. "You remember how to come home, huh?" Before Yang Zheng could react, he continued, "How long have you been out? Haven't you heard the saying that children should not wander far from their parents? After your exams, you have nothing to do. Can't you help out at the store? You're an 18-year-old adult. You should think about alleviating your parents' burden. I heard from your mother that you took 20,000 yuan from her. Do you realize what 20,000 yuan signifies? Tomorrow, you'll go to the store to experience the hardship of earning money." As he concluded, he typically added a moralizing note. "At 18, still only spending your parents' money, what future do you expect to have?" Before Yang Zheng could respond, Chinyu interrupted, "What do you mean going to the store? He has just graduated from high school and still has university ahead. Let him stay home and study." Yang Jiaxing regarded her with a dismissive expression of condescension. Studying? What good does rote learning do? Nowadays, universities emphasize enhancing students' comprehensive abilities. Do you even know what comprehensive ability means? Chinyu, equally disdainful, retorted, "What could he possibly accomplish by helping out at the store? Cashiering or unloading goods? How do these tasks enhance his comprehensive abilities?" As Yang Jiaxing prepared to respond, Yang Zheng interjected decisively. "Dad, Mom, please don't argue. Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Originally, he had intended to wait until after dinner to reveal his plans, to avoid their meal being spoiled. However, he was weary of their incessant bickering over trivial matters. What could be so important? "You're not asking for more money again, are you?" Yang Jiaxing frowned. Chinyu's expression tightened. "I hope you haven't spent all that 20,000 yuan. Money is such a nuisance." Yang Zheng refrained from responding to their remarks, instead retrieving several documents from his bag. Chapter 034. The Reveal. He placed 2 contracts on the table, a residential property sale contract and a commercial building sale contract. Yang Jiaxing and Chunyu, perplexed, each picked up one of the contracts. Yang Zheng spoke slowly. "I purchased an apartment in Xinxing for over 4 million. And I also bought a floor of office space for over 30 million, and I've started a company." "What did you say?" Chunyu questioned, doubting her own hearing. Yang Jiaxing furrowed his brow in disbelief, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Zheng, maintaining a serene demeanor, responded, "The contract is in your hands. Examine it before making any assumptions." Both individuals paused momentarily, refraining from further conversation as they swiftly perused the contract. Yang Zheng chose silence, awaiting their reactions. After they reviewed the document, they exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Yang Zheng. While they did not scrutinize the extensive clauses in detail, they certainly noted the figures and Yang Zheng's signature. Chinyu attempted to speak several times, yet no words emerged. although her mind was rife with questions. She found herself at a loss for where to begin. Ultimately, it was Yang Jiaxing who broke the silence, his tone hesitant. "This can't possibly be a forgery, can it?" Yang Zheng replied coolly, "Why would I go through the trouble of fabricating 2 counterfeit contracts to deceive you?" Yang Jiaxing's expression faltered, prompting him to ask, "But where did you acquire such substantial funds?" Yang Zheng casually remarked, "I won it betting on the World Cup." Yang Jiaxing's eyes widened in disbelief. And just as he was about to speak, Yang Zheng interjected, "I neither stole nor cheated. Everything is reasonable and lawful. Why shouldn't I place bets?" Yang Jiaxing's expression grew more irate. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Zheng continued, "I invested 20,000 and reaped tens of millions. That is an established fact. The outcomes of others' bets are irrelevant to me." Yang Jiaxing's expression stiffened, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Yang Zheng reiterated, "I have not squandered my money. Both the house and the office building are fixed assets. Even if I solely relied on rental income, I would have enough to last a lifetime." Yang Jiaxing found himself at a loss for words. Chenyu, speaking cautiously, inquired, "Zheng, have you truly earned tens of millions?" "The contract is in your possession," Yang Zheng reiterated, his words simple yet compelling. Chenyu glanced at him and asked, "Have you started a company?" Yang Zheng nodded. "What type of company have you established?" Yang Jiaxing finally spoke. "A company with a registered capital of 10 million, Yang Zheng replied calmly. Yang Jiaxing's expression faltered again, and he glared at Yang Zheng. "I meant what kind of company?" Yang Zheng smiled lightly. "A media company, focusing on online-related business." "Father, would you like to offer me some advice?" Yang Jiaxing's expression stiffened once more. His face had nearly frozen from the day's events. "I don't understand the internet. You handle it yourself. I'm off to prepare dinner," Yang Jiaxing retorted, tossing the contract onto the table and turning toward the kitchen. However, as he turned, he could no longer suppress a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. What parent would not feel elated when their child suddenly returns with news of earning tens of millions? As for the method of making money, as long as it is legal, what does it matter? After over 20 years of navigating the complexities of society, how could he fail to grasp this fundamental truth? The only discomfort he felt was Yang Zheng's persistent assertiveness during their conversation. Nonetheless, discomfort aside, he was genuinely pleased, as this indicated that his son had truly matured. Yang Jiaxing's authoritative approach to parenting might have been misguided, but his intentions were rooted in a desire for Yang Zheng to become resilient. Therefore, he felt a profound happiness at Yang Zheng's assertiveness today, even more so than the news of his son's substantial earnings. "Go cook, but be careful not to toss it around so vigorously. You might damage that multi-million contract," Chenyu chastised, carefully arranging the contract before turning to Yang Zheng. Pausing before asking, "Zheng, how much have you actually made? And how much do you have left?" Before Yang Zheng could respond, she quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I certainly don't want your money. I'm just a bit curious." Yang Zheng thrusted her sincerity. Like Yang Jiaxing, Chenyu's educational methods may have been flawed, yet her intentions were undeniably for Yang Zheng's benefit. Although she managed him with exceptional strictness, she had never been stingy regarding financial matters, as evidenced by her willingness to provide him with 20,000 yuan without hesitation, despite her daily complaints about working tirelessly for Yang Zheng's sake. She genuinely believed and acted upon this sentiment. Their generation was accustomed to enduring hardships, never considering using their hard-earned savings for personal benefit. Had Yang Zheng earned only tens of thousands, Chenyu would undoubtedly seek ways to manage his finances. However, with hundreds of thousands or millions at stake, she would not dare to intervene, knowing she could not handle it. Thus, her inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. "I earn around 50 million and have over 20 million remaining." Yang Zheng provided a rough estimate. He was not concerned that Chenyu would indiscriminately share this information, as she understood the importance of discretion better than anyone. Chenyu gasped, taking a moment before she spoke again. "You must be extremely cautious about discussing this outside. Do not mention the property purchases to anyone." Yang Zheng interjected. "Rest assured, mother, I understand." Chenyu instinctively wanted to lecture him, but paused as if recalling something, closing her mouth instead. With a weary expression, she stated, "All right then. Manage it well. I'll go prepare dinner. Afterward, she couldn't help but grumble. You could have at least informed me beforehand about your return. I didn't buy much food today. Next time, I'll give you a heads up, Yang Zheng replied. Before long, the meal was prepared, and the three of them sat down to eat. Typically, during meals, Yang Jiaxing and Chun Yu would engage in discussions about the operations of their respective supermarkets. However, today, they both remained silent, still reeling from the shock that Yang Zheng had delivered. Moreover, they felt somewhat embarrassed to discuss their modest business endeavors in front of their son, whose worth had skyrocketed into the millions. After a few bites, Yang Zheng broke the silence. Dad, has Uncle been discussing the purchase of a piece of land with you? Yang Jiaxing glanced at him and nodded casually yes. Yang Zheng continued, where is that land located? Over by Hongxing Road, Yang Jiaxing replied, then countered. Do you think it's worthwhile to buy there? Previously, he would never have posed such questions to Yang Zheng, nor would he have considered Chun Yu's opinions. He held the belief that women and children lacked sufficient insight. However, his perspective had evidently shifted, as he no longer regarded Yang Zheng as a mere child. Now is indeed the time to invest in land, Yang Zheng affirmed confidently, explaining, the urban area of Nan'an is limited. After a few more years of development, it will undoubtedly become overburdened. Expansion outward is inevitable. Even now, signs of congestion were apparent. During holidays, the city center became a veritable bottleneck, impeding even electric vehicles. Thus, while the outskirts like Hongxing Road may appear desolate now, they would surely flourish in a few years. Investing in that land now would undeniably yield profits. After his statement, Yang Jiaxing chuckled and shook his head. The land will appreciate. That much I know without you telling me. But the question is, when will it appreciate? He paused momentarily before continuing. The outskirts of the city will gradually develop, but with so many areas in the vicinity, who can predict when it will reach Hongxing Road? If I invest my money now, only to wait a decade or two for that area to flourish, do you believe that would be a wise decision? His concerns were undoubtedly valid. After all, in a small county, the prices of housing and land are significantly constrained. Even if there is an increase, it is unlikely to be substantial. Should it indeed take a decade or two for development, having money tied up there would be far from advantageous, perhaps even yielding less than if it were simply left in a bank accruing interest. However, Yang Zheng was acutely aware of when development would extend to Hongxing Road. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to this fact. Yang Jiaheng had never mentioned it to him. By the time Yang Zheng learned of it, it was already 2016. At that time, a real estate developer had initiated a project on Hongxing Road, constructing a residential complex accompanied by a large shopping mall. Consequently, that area rapidly transformed, with property prices in the complex soaring to over 4,000 per square meter, while surrounding locations increased to around 3,500. What does this price signify? Currently, properties in that vicinity struggle to sell even at 1,500 per square meter. The prices had more than doubled. Meanwhile, during that period, Yang Zheng's uncle, Yang Jiawang, after being rebuffed by Yang Jiaheng in a land purchase partnership, sought collaboration with others. Ultimately, he and his partner acquired a parcel of land measuring 1,266 square meters for a total of 1.5 million. The average land price was less than 1,200 per square meter. They subsequently erected two 6-story residential buildings, with the first floor designated for commercial use. The second to sixth floors housed 4 units per level, 2 units of 90 square meters and 2 of 140 square meters. The construction cost for the 2 buildings amounted to approximately 2.6 million. Including the land acquisition, the total expenditure was around 4.1 million. When calculating the potential sales, with an estimated price of 3,500 per square meter, the 40 units could yield a staggering 16.1 million. Furthermore, the commercial spaces on the first floor, totaling 16 units of about 60 square meters each, could sell for over 400,000 each. The total valuation of the 2 buildings exceeded 22.5 million. The only challenge was that such properties were notoriously difficult to obtain ownership certificates for, complicating transactions. Nevertheless, Yang Jiawang managed to resolve this issue later on. Ultimately, they retained 2 units of 140 square meters each and sold 36 units, with both he and his partner pocketing 5 million each. Additionally, they each received 8 commercial spaces, generating around 15,000 in monthly rental income. In a small county like Huinan, such revenue was sufficient for a comfortable lifestyle. Yang Jiawang frequently mentioned this experience at family gatherings, lamenting that his brother, Yang Jiaheng, had failed to trust him, resulting in missed opportunities. Yang Jiaheng meinte nicht achalm Fatade, asserting that one should not force what is not destined. However, upon returning home from each gathering, his irritability quadrupled. Missing out on such a lucrative investment opportunity with a return rate of 4 times over 2 years would naturally exacerbate his frustration. While Yang Zheng was aware that the Hongqing Road area would develop in 2 years, presenting a lucrative opportunity, he could not express this directly. Moreover, Yang Jiaheng's method of discourse suggested he was still testing him, maintaining an authoritative stance as a father. Yang Zheng was unwilling to simply acquiesce to Yang Jiaheng's rhythm, irrespective of the fact that he was indeed his biological father. Your concern about the slow development there likely stems from a fear of having your funds locked away. Yang Zheng remarked, his expression nonchalant. How about I transfer 2 million to you shortly? You needn't touch your own funds. Without waiting for Yang Jiaheng's response, he turned to Chunyu and added, Mom, I will also send you 2 million. You can hire 2 more staff for the shop. You shouldn't exhaust yourself day in and day out. Take some time to travel and enjoy life. Chunyu's eyes glistened with emotion at his words, her voice quivering as she replied, Mom doesn't need your money. I have my own. Just keep your money for yourself. Your intention is what matters. Young Zheng chucklet softly. I wish to honor you, yet you refuse my gesture. What good is my intention then? This left Chunyu in a quandary. She genuinely did not wish to accept Yang Zheng's money. At merely 40 years old, she was far from the stage of life requiring support from her children. Yet, Yang Zheng's words made it seem as if her refusal was akin to denying him the chance to be filial. Mom, don't overthink it. See, Dad hasn't he objected? Yang Zheng interjected once more. Upon hearing this, Chunyu cast a glance at Yang Jiaheng and chose to remain silent, tacitly agreeing. Yang Jiaheng opened his mouth, contemplating a response. You giving your mother 2 million for leisure and me the same for investment. How can they be compared? This thought crossed his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it, unwilling to appear to be vying for affection between his wife and son. After the meal, Yang Zheng fulfilled his promise, transferring 200,000 to each of his parents. Acknowledging the unspoken bond of gratitude, Yang Jiaheng initiated a discussion with Yang Zheng about the land on Hongqing Road, shifting from a paternal test to a genuine conversation. By 10 p.m., the couple headed out to their shop for inventory, demonstrating the emotional stability of the Yang family. Even Chunyu, who often complained, did not exhibit any drastic change due to Yang Zheng's newfound wealth. Once his parents had left, Yang Zheng took a shower and lay down in bed. He then retrieved his phone, preparing to respond to messages. His phone had buzzed several times during his conversation with Yang Jiaheng, but his upbringing instilled in him the decorum not to engage with his phone while conversing with elders, especially as the messages were not urgent. Yuan Lu had sent multiple messages, informing him that she had contacted Lu Shanjun and acquired the keys. Lu Shanjun also messaged him to confirm this. Yang Zheng replied to each message. Following that, he received several messages from Zhou Wei, containing pictures of office equipment and inquiries about his preferences for procurement. She also provided details regarding employee recruitment standards and salary packages, drafted based on industry benchmarks. Yang Zheng responded to each point, opting for the best office equipment, knowing it could be relocated to a new venue in the future without wastage. He made some adjustments to the recruitment criteria based on his experience, primarily broadening the interview pool, as he did not merely intend to establish a live streaming company, but an MCN agency that could cater to a diverse range of individuals. Finally, he raised the salary offerings by 20, having experienced the grind himself and understanding the value of empathy. After concluding his communication with Zhou Wei, he transferred 200,000 as initial capital. Yang Zheng then set his phone down, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep. Chapter 036. I will always be this obedient. The following day, upon awakening, Yang Zheng first checked his wealth app, only to let out a disappointed sigh. Although he had made casual bets for data purposes, deep down, He knew they were unlikely to yield any returns. Yet he still harbored a faint sense of anticipation, hoping for another surprise akin to that of the bullfighting nation's encounter with the Windmill Nation. However, the outcome was predictably unremarkable. Nevertheless, tomorrow, the 25th, 4 matches were scheduled. Among them, one match was etched in his memory with a score of 1-4, where the small nation suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the nation of Colombia. The disparity in strength between the two teams was considerable, with the odds of the small nation winning soaring to 151, while Colombia's stood at a mere 19. Thus, the odds for the small nation losing 1-4 to Colombia were not overly exaggerated, resting at 285. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng placed bets on 3 scores: 1-4, 1-5, and 1-6, wagering 1 million on each score. Noticing that Colombia's victory odds were 21, he further staked 2 million on Colombia's win. He also increased his stakes on the other 3 matches, betting on 3 high scores for each at 100,000 each. This sum seemed somewhat disproportionate compared to the previous match involving the small nation, but it was justifiable. National sentiment. Lastly, he glanced at his balance in the wealth management app. 18 million. Just yesterday, it had exceeded 28 million. Once this money transformed into mere digits, it felt like nothing more than numbers. Zheng shook his head, having just risen to wash up. It was already past 8 in the morning, and he was alone at home, as both Yang Jiaxing and Chen Yu had already left. After a moment's thought, he sent them a message. Please hire a couple more people for the shop so you don't have to work so early and late. Yang Jiaxing replied simply, okay, got it. Chen Yu, on the other hand, responded with a longer message. Thank you for your concern, son. I will return by noon to watch the results with you. Zheng could guess that she initially intended to say something like waiting at home for him. However, she conveyed it in a more subtle manner now. This was the influence of money. It wasn't that Yang Jiaxing and Chen Yu were particularly greedy. Rather, it was the nature of this era, where money served as a measure for most things, including the ability to be independent. If you could transfer 2 million to each of your parents, they would undoubtedly no longer regard you as a child, nor would they attempt to control your every move. Of course, if your parents could transfer more to you, then let us disregard that statement. After leaving home, he habitually went to San Pangu's place for fish noodles. Upon seeing him, San Pangu greeted him with a smile. Haven't seen you for several days. Have you been out having fun? Zheng nodded. Yes, the usual. San Pangu acknowledged this and then inquired, where's your girlfriend? Why didn't she come with you today? Zheng paused momentarily at the mention of this. He had just realized that he hadn't informed Yin upon his return. He had almost forgotten about this girlfriend altogether. It is often said that once a man possesses something, he may cease to cherish it. While this may not hold true for others, it certainly applied to him. After winning over Yin, he had thoroughly set aside all past grievances from his previous life. Just as Zheng was about to concoct an excuse, a sweet voice rang out, Zheng. The tone was imbued with equal parts surprise, uncertainty, and a hint of bewilderment. Remarkably, Zheng discerned the intricate emotions within her voice. The newcomer was indeed Yin. Upon seeing her, San Pangu nodded knowingly and retreated to the kitchen to prepare the noodles, assuming the two had arranged to meet. Yin spotting Yang Zheng, hurriet offer. Just as Zheng was about to fabricate another excuse, Yin leaped into his arms, planting a fragrant kiss on him. In the midst of a bustling crowd, they managed to restrain themselves. Before long, they parted ways. Yin gazed at Zheng with her big, watery eyes. You promised you would find me after you returned. Her subconscious words were more like, why didn't you tell me you were back? Yet, she altered her phrasing at the last moment, hesitant to adopt a tone of reproach. Looking at the formerly proud girl, now appearing somewhat aggrieved, Zheng felt a subtle sense of satisfaction. Was he touched? In his previous life, he was easily moved, particularly by girls. He could not bear to see a girl cry. When they did, his heart melted, and he would readily acquiesce to anything. Yet, not only did he not secure a favorable outcome, he didn't even secure a second chance. Consequently, he gradually learned to find humor in a girl's tears. When a girl cried, he felt like laughing instead. Of course, this was not the time for laughter, as Xian was not crying. Zheng gently ruffled her hair, speaking in a warm tone. I just returned yesterday, and ISNT today, the day the college entrance exam results are released. You must be at home with your parents to check the results, right? I figured since you wouldn't be able to come out, I would tell you later. This statement contained quite a few holes. When had he returned yesterday? Even if it was late at night, couldn't they have arranged to meet? Couldn't they have met for breakfast this morning? With such a lengthy gap from yesterday to noon today, if he truly wanted to meet, there would have been ample opportunity. Xian pondered these thoughts, but quickly dismissed them. At that moment, she was still merely a girl from a small county town. Her understanding of many things was limited to hearsay. Her journey with Zheng to Chudong was her first genuine experience of the world's splendor. She was acutely aware that such a vibrant world was not meant for everyone. Otherwise, how could she have not experienced it before? She also recognized that in order to remain in this splendid world, she could not lose Zheng. If you were to seek me out, I would certainly come out, no matter the time. Xian clung to Zheng's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, embodying a picture of dependence. Zheng raised his hand and playfully pinched her cheek. So obedient, are we? Xian responded affirmatively. Yes, I will always be this obedient. Zheng smiled softly and fell silent. His understanding of Xian likely surpassed her own understanding of herself at that moment. Let us put it this way. If Zheng and Xian shared a typical romantic relationship, there would naturally be no issues. Xian was not the type to be fickle in love. In his previous life, when she had made up her mind, she directly proposed breaking up with Zheng. However, if Zheng intended to mold Xian into a mere mistress, he would likely find himself in a vast field of green pastures. Xian was also not the type to compromise her principles. Hence, Zheng did not entertain the thought of holding on to her long term. He neither dared nor desired to. He had never been fond of the collector's mentality. A girl was not simply a decorative object to be displayed in one's home. She was a living, breathing person. To put it bluntly, those wealthy women who love to date male models or keep young lovers are often simply being supported by others. They possess wealth and leisure, yet lack companionship and dignity. Thus, collecting without the risk of betrayal is nothing but self-deception. Of course, those with advanced surveillance technology are exempt from this rule. Yet Zheng did not have such means, so he neither liked nor dared to collect. Life is a long journey, and one cannot hope to see every beautiful sight along the way. Why should one desire to keep all the beauty they have encountered at home? It is far better to appreciate it for a time and then leave it for the next fortunate soul to discover. This could indeed be seen as a contribution to the improvement of marriage rates. At this moment, Zheng overlooked the fact that people can change, just as he himself has. Chapter 037, Because You Are Kind. After finishing breakfast, Zheng declined Xian's invitation to go shopping together, citing other commitments, but suggesting they could meet later in the evening. Although Xian was somewhat displeased, she blushed and acquiesced. After parting ways, Zheng took a motorcycle taxi to a driving school. He had grown weary of life without a car and wished to obtain his driver's license as swiftly as possible. Thus, he returned to Huainan to register for the exam. After all, obtaining a driver's license is not solely contingent upon one's ability to drive competently. Conversely, a lack of proficiency does not guarantee failure. If that were the case, where would all the reckless drivers come from? Zheng aimed for both stability and speed in acquiring his license, and registering in a small county like Huainan would indeed offer greater convenience. Upon arriving at the driving school, Zheng was initially attended to by a standard staff member. After expressing his needs, the head of the school personally engaged in conversation with him for a while. In the end, Zheng paid an enrollment fee of 8,000 yuan, significantly higher than the usual 3,600. The additional expenditure assured him that he could take the first exam in just 3 days. If he passed the first exam, he could take the second exam as soon as 10 days later. Should he succeed in the second exam, the third could be attempted a mere 15 days afterward, with the fourth exam on the same day. If he passed the fourth exam, he would obtain his license on that very day, potentially within just 28 days. The first and fourth exams posed no challenge for Zheng, thanks to his remarkable memory, a boon from his rebirth. A few rounds of studying would suffice. The only aspect requiring his focus was the second exam. The driving school owner personally took Zheng to the training grounds and arranged for him to work with a coach reputed to be highly skilled in the second exam. The extra funds he had paid were not solely for the expedited registration. The second exam was particularly rigorous. Otherwise, he would have been able to pass it with ease. The convenience of returning to Huainan specifically for this purpose was indeed a significant advantage. Hey there, you know how to drive, right? Why don't you hop in and give it a try? The coach suggested, taking a seat in the passenger side. Zheng settled into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine. The first task was to reverse into a parking space. Zheng executed the maneuver with skill, but unfortunately, he crossed the line. The coach remarked, pausing before adding, "It's evident that you know how to drive, but passing the second exam requires a certain level of technique." He then proceeded to explain some techniques pertinent to the second exam, emphasizing the importance of using the mirrors and the steering wheel as reference points. Having already possessed driving skills, Zheng grasped these techniques without difficulty. He successfully completed all tasks on the first attempt, demonstrating a high level of proficiency without any further line crossings. The coach nodded in approval, stating, "With your abilities, there's no doubt you will pass the exam. Just come by occasionally to check in." There are regulations regarding the required study hours for the driving test, which Zheng's additional payment could not circumvent. He need not remain on-site continuously, but he was required to make appearances to mark his attendance. "All right, I'll come by after I finish the first exam," Zheng replied, exiting the vehicle and preparing to leave. As he hurried out of the training grounds, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Huainan is truly small. Zheng called out. Indeed, the person he recognized was his childhood sweetheart. Upon hearing his voice, Zheng turned, her beautiful eyes widening as a smile graced her face. Zheng, what brings you here?" The two approached each other. Zheng chuckled lightly. "What else could it be? I'm here for driving school, of course." "Ah, naturally. You must be here to take the driving test," Zheng replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She then inquired, "When did you register?" "Today?" "Yes, I just signed up," Zheng confirmed, then paused before asking, "What about you?" "I registered quite a while ago. I've already passed the first exam and am preparing to take the second in a few days," Zheng responded. She then added, "Did you just return from Changlong? Have you been on vacation for so long?" "First to Changlong, then to Xingqing. I returned just yesterday," Zheng clarified. Zheng gazed at him with envious admiration. "I'm so envious that you get to travel so much." Zheng observed her closely. "Didn't you try to negotiate with Aunt Lan? Or did you try, but she didn't agree?" Lowering her gaze, Zheng admitted, "I didn't dare to bring it up with her." Seeing her demeanor, Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He wished to assist Zheng and help her avoid the fate that had befallen her in his previous life, but ultimately, it was a matter for her to resolve. "What do you think about taking a summer job?" Zheng suddenly suggested. "Aren't you the one who said that economic independence is the most effective?" Zheng replied with exasperation. "Even if you earn 3,000 yuan a month, do you really consider 6,000 yuan to be economic independence?" Zheng once again lowered her head. Zheng gazed at her, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. "This method is indeed feasible. I have established a company in Xingqing. Would you dare to negotiate with your mother for a summer job there?" Chapter 38, Candidata Zheng. With a total score of 625, Zheng's intention in saying this was twofold. First, he aimed to embolden Zheng to confront her mother, Zhou, regarding a matter of significance. After all, every endeavor begins from nothing. Once one achievement is made, countless others may follow. Secondly, by leaving Huainan, Zheng could liberate herself from Zhoulan's influence and experience the true essence of independence. Although in her past life, she attended university in another city, it was merely a physical departure from home without actual emancipation from Zhoulan, as she still relied on her for living expenses. By the time she entered the workforce, she would likely have been completely subdued. "You have a company in Xingqing? Did you establish it yourself?" Zheng asked in astonishment. "Yes," Zheng affirmed, then inquired again. "Do you dare to go?" "Aye. Yang Yahan hesitated for a moment before replying, "If I go to Xingqing, what about my driving license?" Yang Zheng took a deep breath, exasperated by her attempt to change the subject at such a critical juncture. Had their relationship from birth until the 6th grade been any less substantial, he would have turned and walked away at this moment. "Tell your mother that I will take you. She will undoubtedly come looking for me." Yang Zheng paused before adding, "If you choose to evade this, then truly, no one can save you." With that, he turned and walked away. His intention was not to outline the obvious. As soon as Yang Yahan mentioned him, Zhou would naturally seek him out, or perhaps his parents, and then it would be up to him to manage the situation. His true desire was for Yang Yahan to muster the courage to confront Zhou. However, this girl was indeed infuriating. Upon exiting the training ground and arriving at the driving school, Yang Zheng received a message from Yang Yahan. "I will talk to my mom. Thank you." He could not be bothered to reply and simply hailed a motorcycle taxi home. On the way, his phone chimed again. Initially thinking it was another message from Yang Yahan, he checked to find it was from Zhang Feifei. "Big brother, the college entrance exam results are out today. Are you not back yet? If you don't return soon, I won't be able to hold out any longer." Yang Zheng replied, "I'm back. I will contact you after checking the results this afternoon." Zhang Feifei responded, "That's good. You scare me to death." "Young Zheng," Zhang Feifei continued, "my grandmother has been urging me to go work in Shudong. I've been delaying it because of my exam results, but once she sees my scores, she will probably send me off immediately." Young Zheng, Ed, you could just tell her that I want to sign you for a live streaming gig." Then he transferred 5,000 yuan with the note, "Salary." Zhang Feifei replied, "Received, 5,000. Thank you, boss. You were so generous. Wishing you prosperity. I love you, moi. You should have sent it to me earlier. Then I wouldn't have to face my grandmother's scolding every day." This girl really lacked a sense of urgency. Yang Zheng shook his head and refrained from replying. After some thought, he found Zhou Mei's contact and sent a message. "Transferred. 5,000. Note. Salary." Zhou Mei quickly responded, "Young Zheng, uninterested in typing explanations." Simply sent her a screenshot of his conversation with Zhang Feifei. After a while, Zhou Mei replied, "There's no rush for mine. No one at home is pushing me." Yang Zheng stated, "Salary will eventually be paid. Let's arrange a time to meet this afternoon so I can sign the contracts with you both." Zhou Mei responded, "All right. Thank you, boss." Zhou Mei received 5,000. Yang Zheng took a screenshot of their conversation and then sent it, along with Zhang Feifei's, to Zhou Wei, primarily to ensure she kept track of the accounts. This was all company expenditure. He wasn't overly concerned about his personal spending, but the company's finances needed to be meticulously recorded. Speaking of Zhou Wei and Zhou Mei, not only did their names sound similar, but they also bore a certain resemblance. While their facial features were not alike, it was their aura that gave Yang Zheng the impression of similarity. Zhou Wei appeared somewhat aloof, while Zhou Mei exuded a more ethereal quality. Both were the epitome of alluring, yet reserved beauty. Upon returning home, Yang Zheng found Qinyu already in the kitchen preparing dinner. Upon seeing him return, she did not inquire about his whereabouts that morning, but simply remarked that he arrived just in time, as dinner would be ready shortly. Not long after, Yang Jiaxing also returned. The meal was prepared, and after the three of them finished dining, they sat in the living room, absent-mindedly watching television. During this time, Qinyu occasionally posed questions. "Zhengzi, can you really score over 100 in English? Is it possible to check now? Or must we wait until 2 o'clock? If you truly score over 600, I will reward you. After all, you seem wealthier than me and may not need a reward anymore. Why hasn't it reached 2 o'clock yet? Is it really impossible to check early? Shall we check now?" Yang Zheng and Yang Jiaxing had long grown accustomed to her incessant chatter, responding with casual affirmations. During this time, Yang Zheng felt the urge to smoke. He did not resist, pulling out a cigarette to offer one to Yang Jiaxing while lighting one for himself. Yang Jiaxing paused for a moment, accepting the cigarette without a word. Qinyu merely muttered, "Why are you starting to smoke again?" Yang Zheng's smoking habit was thus accepted by them. Finally, the clock struck 2. Yang Zheng copied the examination number he had saved earlier and sent a text message. After a considerable wait, he received a reply. "Candidate Yang Zheng, your college entrance exam results are as follows. Chinese 118, Mathematics 139, English 121, Comprehensive Science 247, with a total score of 625. As he read, he recited the scores aloud. As his voice fell, Chunyu's voice erupted in joyous surprise. 625? Zhengzi, double-check to see if you read it wrong. Following this, Yang Jiaxing's voice, feigning calmness, interjected, "Screenshot that message and send it to me via WeChat. There's no mistake. It's indeed 625. Yang Zheng first replied to Chunyu, then acknowledged Yang Jiaxing. Yes. Chunyu immediately insisted, "Send it to me as well." Yang Zheng nodded, aware that this couple intended to flaunt the news. Once he took the screenshot and sent it to them, his phone began to buzz incessantly. He had two family group chats, one on his father's side and one on his mother's. He had activated the Do Not Disturb mode, but now both groups were inundated with notifications. This was naturally due to Yang Jiaxing and Chunyu sharing his score screenshots in their respective family groups. Both family chats erupted in excitement. In the small county of Huainan, a score of 625 was indeed a rarity. While it might fall short of being the top science student in the county, it would certainly place him among the top 10. Relatives began to shower praise in the group chat. Numerous individuals have taken it upon themselves to send Yang Zheng private messages of congratulations. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Yin Xian sent Yang Zheng a screenshot of her own results and inquired about his score. Much like in her previous life, she achieved a score of 456. After Yang Zheng reciprocated with a screenshot of his own results, Yin Xian responded with an array of astonished emojis and effusive praise. Subsequently, she shared Yang Zheng's score in the class group chat, igniting a flurry of excitement among classmates, who flooded the chat with their own congratulations and private messages. Even their homeroom teacher made a point to call and confirm the news. Yang Zheng felt as if his phone might burst from the incessant notifications. Chapter 39. Why couldn't you ask me first? After a decade of diligent study, he finally glimpsed the light of success. Overwhelmed by the multitude of congratulatory messages from relatives and friends, he found it impossible to respond to each one individually, and thus chose to express his gratitude collectively. Thank you all for your blessings. The road ahead is long, and the universe remains uncertain. May our futures be bright and our endeavors fruitful. Attached was a photo of his examination results. Young Zheng, feeling rather disinclined to reply to the barrage of messages, decided to post this on his social media. He did not deny that there was an element of wanting to show off. Although his results came with a hint of luck, he had not engaged in any deceit. His English score was the fruit of decades of hard work in his past life. Thus, he felt justified in his display of pride. Despite having fewer than 100 friends on WeChat, his post quickly garnered over 50 likes and 30 to 40 comments. Yo Wei, impressive, Yang, truly remarkable. Wu Hai Zheng, Yang, you are indeed a prodigy. Chengmeng Dai, are you really a straight A student? Yuan Lu, wow, handsome and wealthy with such great results. You're practically perfect. Zhang Feifei, boss, you're amazing. Yan Yahan, fear and admiration in equal measure. How splendid you are. Zhou Mei, you're incredible, boss. By the way, when shall we meet this afternoon? Upon reading Zhou Mei's comment, Yang Zheng momentarily broke free from his self-satisfied reverie and recalled their appointment that afternoon to sign a contract with her and Zhang Feifei. He glanced at the time, 14:48. He had been lost in his thoughts for nearly an hour. After a brief consideration, he sent the two girls the location of a nearby tea house, suggesting they meet at 3:30 p.m. Both swiftly replied with affirmations. Yang Zheng then took the time to respond to several elder relatives' congratulatory messages. Noting the time, he stood and announced, "Mom, Dad, I have something to attend to. I'll be dining out tonight, so you need to wait for me." His words jolted his parents, who had also been reveling in their son's achievements. Chinyu frowned slightly. Your uncle and his family suggested we all have dinner together tonight. Can't you come back? Yang Zheng's brow furrowed in response. Did you agree to this? Chinyu nodded. Yang Zheng spoke again. Then why didn't you ask me first before agreeing? The dinner was ostensibly to celebrate his examination results, making him the guest of honor. Yet he was unaware of this arrangement until now. It was clear that although Chunyu's attitude had shifted significantly, she still unconsciously tended to make decisions on his behalf. Chunyu shot him a glance, hesitating. unsure of how to respond. Yang Jiaxing interjected, "Let us postpone it to tomorrow." The eldest and youngest also wished to celebrate together. "So it would be perfect to gather then." Yang Zheng nodded in agreement. "All right." With that, he stepped out the door. It was not his intention to show his mother any disrespect. Rather, as he had explained to Yang Yahan, it was essential to demonstrate independence of thought. Even if he performed countless household chores, he would still be regarded as a child. The same applied to him. Unless he exhibited independence, no matter how wealthy he became, he would still be treated as a child. Authority is something one must contest for. At the Mingren Tea House, the establishment right at the entrance of the community, Yang Zheng reserved a private room. Before long, Zhang Feifei and Zhou Mei arrived together. Both retained their distinctive pink and purple hair, but thankfully, they had eschewed the heavy makeup. Yang Zheng finally had a clear view of their appearances. Zhang Feifei had a petite mouth and nose, which accentuated her relatively small yet bright eyes. Coupled with her pink hair and shorter stature, she emanated a delightful, almost two-dimensional cuteness. Overall, Yang Zheng would rate her an 82. He wasn't particularly fond of the two-dimensional style, but for those who adored waifu characters, she might easily reach a score of 90. The gaming enthusiasts who fancied such characters would certainly be drawn to her. If Zhang Feifei were to stream League of Legends, Yang Zheng was increasingly convinced she would achieve significant popularity. Zhou Mei, on the other hand, possessed well-defined and striking features, yet her expression often conveyed an air of aloofness. Her lips were thin, with an almost imperceptible curve that seemed to mock something. Standing at an impressive height of about 165 meters, she presented an alluring figure. And Yang Zheng would rate her a solid 90. All right, the truth is out. He was drawn to the reserved and proud types, finding them irresistibly compelling. The contrast between their public and private personas brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Hello, boss," Zhang Feifei chirped, her voice sweet and playful as she curtsied with her hands clasped. Yang Zheng momentarily felt disoriented, as if he had stepped into a different venue entirely, one more akin to a KTV or spa. Annoyed, he said, "Please take a seat." "Of course, boss," Zhang Feifei replied cheerfully as she sat down. Zhou Mei nodded at Yang Zheng, acknowledging him before taking her seat as well. Yang Zheng gestured toward the documents on the table. "Here is the contract in duplicate. Please review it. If everything is acceptable, sign on the pages with the official seal." Both copies need to be signed. It was indeed a testament to the youthfulness of 18-year-old girls. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Feifei seized the contract and began signing without even glancing at it. Zhou Mei did something similar, flipping through it briefly before also signing. Selling them was hardly a challenge. After signing, they were required to place their fingerprints as well. Yang Zheng indicated the ink pad prepared by the tea house. "Press your fingerprints next to your names. Each must be stamped." He felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he were luring two young girls into something more dubious. If he truly had the inclination to engage in any mischief, these two would be utterly unable to escape his grasp. "Is this all?" Zhang Feifei inquired after finalizing her signature. Yang Zheng reviewed her 2 copies of the contract. Nodding in approval, "That is sufficient. One copy is for the company, and the other is for you to take home to show your family." "Absolutely." Zhang Feifei beamed. Signing a contract for a job sounds so prestigious. "They've surely never encountered anything like this." Yang Zheng replied, "I've signed my part as well." Zhou Mei, speaking up, handed the contract back to Yang Zheng and inquired, "When are we heading to Xingqing?" She had asked this question before, appearing quite eager to start the live stream. Yet, Yang Zheng inexplicably felt a sense of urgency, not for the live broadcast, but rather to depart from the meeting in Nanhai. "The 29th, perhaps," Yang Zheng replied. The 28th was designated for collecting the volunteer application forms, and coincidentally, he had an exam for Subject 1 that day. Thus, he opted to send 2, or rather 3, young ladies to Xingqing the following day. He also intended to check on the progress of Zhou Wei at the company. "Do we still have to wait a few more days?" Zhou Mei inquired, her brow furrowed. Yang Zheng paused and asked, "Is there something on your mind? If so, please share it, so I may assist you sooner." Zhou Mei glanced at him, her lips parting slightly, yet she ultimately shook her head. "It's nothing." It was evident she had something to say, but she chose silence. Young Zheng, not wishing to pry, adhered to his own principle. He was merely a boss, not a father, and certainly not akin to the close relationship he shared with Yang Yahan during their childhood. In this lifetime, he resolved not to squander his kindness. Chapter 040. The Kindness That Remains. After signing the contract, Yang Zheng conversed with Zhang Feifei and Zhou Mei for a while longer, primarily inquiring about their understanding of live streaming. Zhou Mei was relatively well-informed. Although she had known little in the past, she had been researching recently. In contrast, Zhang Feifei seemed somewhat oblivious. Previously uninformed, she remained unaware. Whenever she found time to use a computer, she would invariably dive into gaming. Yet mobile live streaming was still a distant concept for her. As of today, her understanding of live streaming was merely based on hearsay. Yang Zheng was truly astonished. Although he had never explicitly instructed them to familiarize themselves with live streaming, was it not common sense? This was a matter concerning their own earnings. Nevertheless, she was merely an 18-year-old girl fresh out of high school. While she might comprehend the importance of money, it was entirely normal for her not to prioritize it greatly. After all, having been supported throughout her life, without ever experiencing true financial hardship, how could she genuinely grasp the essence of money? In Zhang Feifei's view, pursuing a career in live streaming equated to earning money while gaming, all without the incessant nagging from family. A delightful prospect. As for Zhou Mei, when Yang Zheng first encountered them and mentioned live streaming, her enthusiasm was markedly less than that of Zhang Feifei. However, during their recent gaming session, her interest had surged as she bombarded him with questions. Today, she even took the initiative to remind Yang Zheng about the contract signing, exuding an eagerness to head to Xingqing. It seemed something significant had transpired in recent days, and she clearly bore a secretive demeanor. Yet, she remained silent. Yang Zheng, of course, had no inkling as to what had suddenly ignited her passion for live streaming. Nevertheless, the outcome was fortuitous. After assigning the two sisters the task of watching more LOL streams, Yang Zheng dismissed them and departed the tea house, hailing a motorcycle taxi to the pedestrian street. He truly needed to obtain his driver's license and purchase a car soon. After all, a businessman worth tens of millions should not be relying on motorcycle taxis daily. He was headed to the pedestrian street to meet Yin Qian, having promised her in the morning that he would accompany her that evening. The Xingyuan Hotel was not located on the pedestrian street. How had they ended up at the hotel? Their time at the pedestrian street was several hours prior. Yang Zheng and Yin Qian had shared a meal there, wandering aimlessly for a while before heading directly to the hotel. During their youth, it was only natural to savor the pleasures of adolescence. Although Yang Zheng was an experienced individual, his body was still youthful. Moreover, it had been quite a while since their last excursion to Chudong, during which he had not engaged in any formal interactions with anyone. Was it not reasonable for him to feel a bit anxious? Which school are you considering for your application? Yin Qian asked, leaning against Yang Zheng's chest. He gently caressed her silky hair, replying, Zhongchu University, and you? Previously, he had always mentioned either Zhongchu University or Chunin University, as he was uncertain about his potential scores. He recalled that this year's admission threshold for Chunin University was around 610 points, while Zhongchu University had risen to 620, though the difference was merely 10 points. He might very well fall short by that margin. Thus, it was only after the results were released, and he felt confident that he would declare only Zhongchu University. After all, if he spoke of it and failed to gain admission, it would be quite embarrassing. He certainly favored Zhongchu University, given its superior overall strength and greater reputation. His primary motivation for attending university was to uphold his own dignity. I'm still uncertain, Yin Qian replied, her tone tinged with hesitation. She had initially been set on Shishu Film Academy, the best institution she had surpassed during her art examination. However, now she found herself reluctant, or rather fearful, of being apart from Yang Zheng. A handsome, wealthy, intelligent, physically appealing, and assertive man like him was not someone one could easily let slip away. Most importantly, Yang Zheng's current attitude towards her left her feeling quite apprehensive. Thus, she found herself in a state of indecision. It was a conflict between dreams and love, perhaps. Her uncertain demeanor piqued Zheng's curiosity. He understood that she had scarcely any options regarding university, unless she was willing to forsake the better for the worse. This was precisely what concerned Zheng. He feigned confusion. Which school has left you uncertain? Share it, and I shall offer my perspective. Qian tightened her grip around him. It's not the school, it's the city. I want to be in the same city as you. Indeed, that was the case. Zheng quickly interjected, do not be foolish. There are no suitable schools for you in Xingqing. If you were to relocate there for my sake, the sacrifice would be immense, and I could not bear that weight. He paused, adding, moreover, this pertains to your future. I do not wish for my presence to impede your prospects. You must also consider your own development carefully. He was genuinely a bit alarmed. It was not that he feared being in the same city as Qian would lead to constraints. Rather, he was deeply concerned that she might jeopardize her future due to his influence. His intentions towards Qian were merely to amend past regrets, not to ruin her life. Clearly, he still possessed a flicker of compassion. He had treated Zheng similarly, merely toying with her without any deeper deceit. His conscience was not yet thoroughly lost. It required reform. Yes, I will think it through, Qian replied absently. Zheng hesitated for a moment, but chose not to elaborate further. They had only just begun their relationship, and Qian was currently in a phase of intense affection towards him. It was not surprising that she might harbor impulsive thoughts. However, he held faith that she was not the type to be swept away by infatuation. Once she calmed down, she would surely think things through. He playfully patted her rear. It's getting late. We should prepare to leave. Qian was taken aback. Are you going home tonight? This was hardly a five-star hotel. Surely. It was more comfortable to sleep at home after everything. Zheng harbored similar thoughts, yet he replied, yes, I have matters to attend to at home tomorrow morning. If I sleep here, I fear I may not make it in time and would rather not rise early. Upon hearing this, Qian's delicate face was filled with disappointment. Yet she nodded and said, all right, let us proceed. Zheng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, I suspect I will be occupied all day tomorrow. Let's go out to play the day after. Oh, Qian pouted in reply. Observing her pitiful expression, Zheng could not resist giving her a gentle kiss. And after a moment's thought, he added, is there anywhere else you wish to visit? Once I finish my driving test, I shall take you there. What do you say? Absolutely, Qian exclaimed with delight. Let's go to the Magic City. She had long yearned to visit this bustling metropolis of Summer Kingdom. Very well, Zheng nodded decisively, playfully patting her rear to indicate, now, hurry up. Thank you, dear husband, Qian chirped, bestowing him a sweet kiss before rising. Her eyes gradually brightened, and she had begun to make some resolute decisions regarding certain matters. Zheng, upon hearing her call him husband, was not at all surprised, for she had already uttered it countless times prior. Once they were both presentable, they departed from the hotel and returned to their respective homes. Chapter 041. In a Rebirth. Who still remains honest? The following day, Zheng awoke, reaching for his phone to check the wealth app that had been enriching him. The latest transactions read 4,200, 000 and 28, 500, 000. Balance 50, 700, 000. Thus, he had achieved half of his modest goal of becoming the wealthiest. Money truly flowed effortlessly. Zheng transformed into a Dragon King. Even though he had no recollection of the 4 matches on the 26th, a smile never left his lips. No mimities. Then it was time to continue with data. Zheng directly placed 8 substantial bets of 50, 000 each on significant scores. Balance 400, 000. A mere drop in the bucket. He set aside his phone, rose, and washed up. Subsequently, he ventured downstairs to enjoy a bowl of noodles in the vicinity of his community, deliberately avoiding the establishment of San Pangu, fearing another encounter with Qian. He had just claimed to have matters to attend to that morning, and then to travel so far for breakfast would be utterly unreasonable. After finishing his meal, Zheng returned home, reclining on the sofa to review the questions for his first driving exam. He scored 82 on the first attempt and 91 on the second. After several more rounds, he never dipped below 90. Many of the driving exam questions were based on common knowledge, and, as an experienced driver, he had no concerns after familiarizing himself. Just as he intended to solidify his understanding with a few more attempts, his phone rang, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Upon answering, a somewhat high-pitched female voice greeted him. "Hello, is this Zheng? I am your Aunt Lan." Aunt Lan, Zhou Lan, mother of Yang Yahan. This call was anticipated by Yang Zheng. "Oh, Aunt Lan, it's Zheng," he replied. Before she could utter another word, he continued. "You're calling regarding Yahan, wanting to work with me during the summer break, correct?" Zhou Lan's voice echoed again, sharper this time. "Yes. I heard that girl mention you started a company in Xinjiang." "Indeed. It's a digital media company, primarily focused on online cultural dissemination," Yang Zheng explained, pausing before adding. "I encountered Yahan at the driving school yesterday, and since my company is in its initial stages, I am in need of personnel. I thought of her. Having grown up together since childhood, she is undoubtedly trustworthy, so I asked her. After all, we have a long summer ahead, and with no homework. It's essential to find something to engage in. Moreover, the basic salary for ordinary employees is 5,000 a month, which is quite generous." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lan's voice became even sharper. 5,000? Such a high salary? What task would she be doing? Yang Zheng replied calmly. That's the standard salary in digital media companies. The specifics can be quite complex. However, my intention in having Yahan join is not for her to perform significant tasks, but rather to have someone I trust to keep an eye on things. I believe you understand my reasoning, right? I understand, Zhou Lan responded repeatedly. It is indeed necessary to find a trustworthy person when working outside. Yang Zheng smiled. I'm glad you see it that way. Regarding Yahan, when I spoke to her yesterday, she mentioned she would seek your approval. What is your stance? After a moment's pause, Zhou Lan's voice returned. If the salary is 5,000, how will her accommodation and meals be arranged? Moreover, Yahan can only work for 2 months before she must return to university. What will you do after she leaves? Many parents excel in social interactions, but falter in their roles as parents, much like Zhou Lan. She was not dazzled by the allure of a 5,000 salary, but rather expressed concern for Yang Zheng. From this perspective, she could be considered a good aunt. You need not worry about these matters, Aunt Lan. Yang Zheng assured in a grand manner. I will certainly arrange for Yahan's accommodation and meals. In 2 months, I will be attending university in Xinjiang myself. Then there should be no problem. You can decide when to take that girl, Zhou Lan cheerfully responded, then inquired, by the way. I heard she mentioned you scored over 620 in the college entrance examination. Well, I had a bit of luck, Yang Zheng modestly replied, adding, I plan to head to Xinjiang on the 29th. The enrollment form will be distributed on the 28th, so I'll fill it out right after. You're quite humble. But scoring over 600 surely cannot be attributed solely to luck, Zhou Lan teased lightly, then hesitated. If you're receiving the enrollment form on the 28th and leaving on the 29th, that'd be a bit rushed? Just 1 day. Yang Zheng chucklet. While it may seem quick, the results were announced yesterday. I could start considering which school to apply to from that moment. That is true, Zhou Lan acknowledged. Pausing before asking, which university are you planning to apply to? Yang Zheng replied, Zhongchu University. That is an excellent institution, Zhou Lan exclaimed in approval. Yang Zheng sensed that the conversation had reached its conclusion. Is there anything else, Aunt Lan? No, that's all. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, it wasn't long before Yang Zheng received a message from Yang Yahan. Yang Yahan, little get bus. Yang Yahan, little bear worships. Yang Yahan, you're amazing. You convinced my mom so quickly. Yang Yahan, thank you. Kisses. Upon seeing the last 2 emoticons, Yang Zheng instinctively wanted to tease her. Is your gratitude merely expressed through emoticons? He had even typed out his response, but ultimately deleted it. Yang Yahan was unlike anyone else. He truly could not afford to provoke her. Not only because of their childhood bond, but also because if he dared to betray Yang Yahan, it was entirely possible that his ancestral grave would be unearthed. How else could Zhou Lan, with just a phone call, feel secure enough to entrust her beautiful daughter to a boy of her daughter's age? She evidently had no fear of what Yang Zheng might do to Yang Yahan, and perhaps even hoped for it. Yang Zheng's family openly owned 2 supermarkets, a sign of affluence in such a small county as Huinan. Yang Zheng ultimately responded to Yang Yahan with a mere emoticon, a smile. Yang Yahan quickly replied, My mom said we're leaving on the 29th. What should I bring? Grins. One could easily imagine the excitement radiating from the young girl at that moment. Young Zheng replied, just pack a few changes of clothes. Yang Yahan asked, oh, do I not need to bring anything else? Yang Zheng curtly replied, please refer to the previous message. Yang Yahan aguyat alrig. A few seconds later, she inquired again, do I really not need to bring anything else? Yang Zheng retorted, bring your brain. Yang Yahan exclaimed, are you calling me foolish? Yang Zheng shot back, you are foolish. Yang Yahan protested, I'm not asking you to insult me. I'm merely wondering if you were just scolding me. Yang Zheng confirmed, yes, what are you going to do about it? Yang Yahan expressed her frustration. This is infuriating. She continued, I'm angry. Then she playfully added, I'm wielding a kitchen knife. Yang Zheng chuckled at her antics, intending to reply further when suddenly his phone chimed again. It was a message from Zhomei. Upon reading it, he was rendered speechless. Zhomei wrote, Yang Zheng, please sponsor me. Was she referring to that kind of sponsorship? Yang Zheng pondered, perplexed. Zhomei continued, my parents want to sell me off to someone else for 300,000 over 2 years. Zhomei added, I know you must have 300,000. Please sponsor me. This. Yang Zheng's instinctive thought was, one should not take advantage of others' misfortunes. However, he quickly reconsidered. Yang Zheng replied, Alrik. He further instructed, send me your bank details. He added, meet me at the Shanghai Hotel. In this rebirth, who would still choose to be an honest man? Chapter 042. I do not wish to owe them anything. At the Shanghai Hotel, after envisioning the scenario, Yang Zheng leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. Zhomei was not as clingy as Yin Xian. She lay on her side, also lighting a cigarette. Yang Zheng considered intervening, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Given the nature of their technical collaboration, it was unnecessary to impose overly. You can stay here for the next few days. Yang Zheng finally broke the silence. Zhomei replied with a simple choosing not to elaborate further. Yang Zheng continued, what score did you achieve in your college entrance examination? This inquiry stemmed from a lack of conversation. Prolonged silence would lead to discomfort. While their interaction was rooted in technical exchange, he felt it inappropriate to leave immediately after their work. Ultimately, he still retained a semblance of conscience. After a moment, Zhomei responded. Yang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. The score she mentioned must have been in the liberal arts. This year, the second-tier line for science in Chunan province was merely 442 points. Zhomei likely did not perform that well. Yet even in the arts, her score could not be deemed low. The second-tier line for liberal arts was 501 points, while the third-tier line A batch was 473 points. In essence, Zhomei had qualified for university, which undoubtedly surprised Yang Zheng. He had always assumed she was one of those students who merely coasted through school. Why did he say one of those? Naturally, he was referring to Zhang Feifei. Yang Zheng would bet his life that Zhang Feifei was the quintessential slacker in examinations. With this score, hadn't she already secured a place in university? Curiosity piqued, Yang Zheng asked, if you qualified for university, why do your parents still entertain such thoughts? Zhou may discern the implication behind his question and scoffed. What does it matter if I qualify for a third-tier university? The tuition is still exorbitant. After a pause, she added, selling a daughter is far more lucrative, 300,000 for 2 years, and afterward, they can find another old bachelor and earn a bride price. This girl possessed a rather astute perspective. Yang Zheng contemplated her words. You have already signed a streaming contract with me, which will enable you to support yourself. Therefore, should you choose to resist, they cannot compel you. His words held a dual meaning, as ultimately, he would be the buyer himself. Zhomei remained silent for a moment before replying, I do not wish to owe them anything. Therein lies the fate of the honest. Often, one is bullied and oppressed simply because of their goodness. If Zhomei were less scrupulous and disregarded notions of debt and obligation, she could have simply run away. What could those parents, reduced to the point of selling their daughter, possibly do to her? If she were bolder, she could even report them to the authorities. This was tantamount to human trafficking. It would be best to keep such thoughts to a minimum. Yang Zheng paused before saying, otherwise, What awaits you might not just be another old bachelor, but countless opportunities for 300,000 over 2 years. Zheng replied calmly, I understand. I will never contact them again. Let them live their lives with their precious son. Her statement clarified many of Yang Zheng's lingering doubts. The preference for sons over daughters, serving as a foundation, made their bizarre behavior less surprising. Yang Zheng shifted closer to Zheng, wrapping her in his embrace. Zheng's body stiffened momentarily, but she soon relaxed against his chest. After a while, Yang Zheng felt a dampness against his shirt and heard Zheng's soft sobs. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Encountering such events without breaking down was already a testament to her inner strength. No matter how composed she appeared, true tranquility was unattainable. Yang Zheng, who had reached a point where he found humor in seeing girls cry, could not muster a smile this time. He gently stroked Zheng's purple hair in a gesture of comfort. After some time, her quiet weeping gradually subsided. Every individual possesses a desire to confide. In a hushed tone, she began recounting her experiences. Her narrative was not far removed from what Yang Zheng had envisioned. Zheng hailed from a rural background. However, since she could remember, she had resided in the county town of Huainan. At that time, she was the only daughter in her family. While she may not have been excessively pampered, she was never mistreated either, growing up relatively carefree, devoid of a tragic childhood. This changed drastically when, at the age of 12, her mother became pregnant. From that point on, her life underwent a profound transformation. Household chores such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning could not be left for her expectant mother to handle, especially with her father working in Chudong. Thus, these responsibilities fell squarely upon her shoulders. Once her mother gave birth to her younger brother, her duties expanded to include childcare, even though she herself was still a child. While Zheng held some dissatisfaction in her heart, she did not harbor resentment, as she understood the family circumstances. However, as her brother grew older, she increasingly perceived her parents' change in attitude. In simple terms, she felt invisible. Whatever her brother desired, their parents would strive to fulfill, even if it meant giving him toys that had long accumulated dust. In contrast, she had to endure scolding just to procure basic school supplies. Her brother would snatch her homework to tear it apart for amusement, and her mother would berate her for not allowing it. The school requires various fees to be paid. She is perpetually the last to settle her dues, prompting the homeroom teacher to contact her parents multiple times before they comply. Consequently, Zheng often feels out of place among her peers, her personality becoming increasingly reclusive. There is a pivotal incident that propelled her towards rebellion. Last year, when her younger brother was 4, her parents took him to Chudong for kindergarten, leaving her alone in Huainan. She endured her prior grievances and feelings of injustice, convincing herself that as the elder sister, it was her duty to yield to her younger brother, that it was only natural for her parents to indulge him. However, this event shattered her self-deception. Zheng ultimately realized that she had been abandoned by her parents. Thus, she began to abandon herself. Previously, she had been a model student, consistently ranking among the top in her school. Thanks to this foundation, despite a prolonged hiatus from studying, she could still secure a place in a university. As for dyeing her hair, smoking, or frequenting internet cafes, such notions were once beyond her contemplation. Yet, since then, she has indulged in all of them. Were it not for the deeply ingrained beliefs she struggled to change over the years, she might have ventured into even more extreme behaviors, fearing a complete moral decline. Presently, she has not yet fallen into depravity, merely exhibiting signs of rebellion. Recently, her mother hinted at certain expectations. This shift in her previously indifferent attitude towards live streaming suddenly ignited her enthusiasm. Following the release of her college entrance examination results yesterday, her mother's hints transformed into direct requests, expressing her intention to return to Huainan to take Zheng to Chudong. Consequently, after signing a contract with Yang Zheng, she hastily departed Huainan. When Yang Zheng inquired, she dismissed it as inconsequential, for she had not anticipated her mother's urgency. The next day, which is today, she returned immediately. After a confrontation with her mother this morning, she sent a message to Yang Zheng, essentially a cry for help, seeking assistance from a so-called big boss whose true nature she could not discern. Naturally, it paled in comparison to seeking help from a wealthy and handsome peer. Chapter 043. Are they all so clingy? Yang Zheng could not bring himself to act against his conscience. Enroll in a university in Xingqing. I will cover the tuition, he stated, not waiting for Zhou Mei's response before adding, consider this alone. I will deduct it from your future streaming earnings. He was apprehensive that Zhou Mei might refuse. However, Zhou Mei gazed at him and slowly replied, could we consider it as extending the time? Yang Zheng was taken aback, realizing she was referring to what time meant. Kindness, it seemed, often went unreciprocated. He had merely intended to assist Zhou Mei, yet she appeared to be developing a sense of dependency on him. No, Yang Zheng resolutely shook his head. In 2 years, you'll be 20. I can easily find someone else who is 18. Why waste money on you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mei bumped her forehead against his chest with considerable force. Yang Zheng playfully smacked her behind before continuing. Do not make decisions when your emotions are volatile. Such choices are often regrettable. I will not regret it, Zhou Mei asserted, then muttered softly, I have always liked you. Was this what they termed the hunter often appearing in the guise of prey? Yang Zheng suddenly felt as though he had squandered 300,000. Fine, consider it a purchase for peace of mind, he resignedly mused, for he could never entirely silence his conscience. Then I absolutely cannot agree. I could easily take advantage of the situation without spending any money, Yang Zheng concluded. Zhou Mei, in response, raised her gaze and playfully thumped his head before wrapping her arms around his waist, murmuring, please don't abandon me. Young Zheng sighed inwardly. These young girls easily succumbed to inexplicable emotions. Zhou Mei professed her affection for him, and he believed her. He had confidence in himself, youthful, affluent, and reasonably handsome. With his own company, he was decisive in action and speech. Such qualities were undoubtedly appealing to girls. However, to claim that Zhou Mei loved him to the point of being unable to part with him was something he truly doubted, including this encounter. They had only met 3 times and exchanged words 4 times during their previous interactions. How could one possibly fall in love to such an extent? Zhou Mei's feelings stemmed from a mere lack of security, recently feeling as though her parents wished to dispose of her and having just transitioned to a new identity. In her eyes, Yang Zheng was her savior, the one who facilitated her transformation. To use a cliché, Yang Zheng had become the light in her life. Therefore, her words were merely a manifestation of her insecurity. Yang Zheng had heard more poignant declarations of love before and encountered individuals who truly loved to the point of despair. Yet what was the use? No one genuinely could not survive without someone else. Yang Zheng was not averse to love. He merely understood that love had an expiration date. Thus, he had no thoughts of long-term commitment, not only regarding Yin but with anyone, including Zhou Mei. Yang Zheng did not respond to Zhou Mei's declaration, but simply remarked, you still need to attend university. Whether you learn anything is secondary, but at least it will broaden your horizons. Moreover, having the identity of a female university student while streaming will be more appealing. Zhou Mei remained silent, simply clinging to him tightly. Yang Zheng patted her behind. Have you lost your voice? Zhou Mei continued to hold on without a word. Frustrated, Yang Zheng tried again. Let go. I genuinely need to use the restroom. Zhou Mei feigned oblivion, holding him tighter. Exasperated, Yang Zheng exclaimed, I will not abandon you, all right? Zhou Mei finally responded. Yang Zheng with annoyance insisted, let go. I really need to go. Reluctantly, Zhou Mei released him. Just as Yang Zheng was about to get off the bed, she reached out to pull him back. He felt overwhelmed by her clinginess. After using the restroom, Yang Zheng immediately began dressing. Zhou Mei looked anxious, asking, where are you going? Yang Zheng replied, I have a family dinner with relatives tonight. Zhou Mei blushed, glancing at her phone, and said, it's only a little past 4. Are you leaving this early? Yang Zheng shot her a sideways glance. What do you suggest? If we stay any longer, I won't be able to hold it, and neither will you. It will be uncomfortable for both of us. Zhou Mei's cheeks flushed, but she countered, I can find another way. Enough. Yang Zheng interrupted, worried that her comments might attract unwanted attention. He clarified they are all elders, and I need to arrive early to make arrangements. Zhou Mei bit her lip, falling silent. Observing her demeanor, Yang Zheng's conscience stirred once more. After a moment, he suggested, "Why not invite Zhang Feifei over to keep you company? I can arrange for an esports room for you both to enjoy for a few days." After finishing his sentence, he added, "Remember to fill out your application on the 28th. Zhou Mei's lips curled slightly into a smile as she nodded. "I will first go and book an esports room." After organizing his belongings, Yang Zheng made a brief remark and then departed. However, he did not leave the hotel immediately. Instead, he followed through on his words and went to the front desk to book an esports room, paying for 5 days' worth of accommodation. He then handed the room key to Zhou Mei before finally taking his leave. Shangping Restaurant is reputed to be the finest establishment in Huinanzhou, though there may be a few dissenters. Nonetheless, it certainly ranks among the top 3 without question. Yang Zheng did not deceive Zhou Mei. He had indeed come to the restaurant to make prior arrangements. Yang Jiaxing seemed either to be testing him or genuinely believed he could handle the matter independently. In any case, he entrusted this task to Yang Zheng, who did not refuse. Not wishing to be regarded as a child, he understood that he had to engage in such adult responsibilities. He desired his parents to respect his opinions while simultaneously lamenting, "I do not wish to grow up." Was this not a contradiction? The reservation for the venue had been made early in the morning. Yang Zheng arrived beforehand to arrange the menu, as well as the tobacco and alcoholic beverages. This could be considered a modest graduation celebration for him. Scoring 625 points warranted 2 such celebrations, did not? His 3 aunts and uncle were unaware of this. Yet his 2 uncles, aunt, and younger uncle would certainly not come merely to partake for free. Xinyu has 4 siblings, 2 boys and 2 girls. The relationships among the 4 families have always been harmonious, with frequent interactions. On the other hand, Yang Jiaxing has 6 siblings, 3 boys and 3 girls. Their familial ties, thanks to Grandma Wang Lian, are such that they only gather during significant occasions like the New Year or weddings and funerals, such as this graduation celebration. As for the old lady's gossip, it is best left unmentioned. Suffice it to say, the youngest son, the eldest grandson, she cherishes them dearly. In a previous life, Yang Jiaxing declined to collaborate with his younger uncle Yang Zhouang on a land purchase, likely not merely due to concerns about tied-up funds. The eldest grandson refers to the eldest son of Uncle Yang Jiahe. What are the repercussions of such favoritism? All 6 children are left dissatisfied. Over the years, all 6 families have gradually moved to the city of Huinanzhou, while Grandma Wang Lian remains in the countryside. Each month, her son sends her 200 yuan, and her daughter sends her 100 yuan as living expenses. Thus, having many children proves beneficial, even with a modest contribution from each. It can add up to a significant sum for her elder care. Therefore, it is essential to have more children. One should not be overly concerned about the challenges of raising them, or fear that they may end up as beasts of burden. The older generation does not fret over such matters. They focus on being supported by their offspring in their later years. It is crucial to broaden one's perspective. Chapter 044. The terms good and bad are difficult to define when it comes to a person. After estimating the number of attendees, Yang Zheng arranged 2 large tables and 1 small table of dishes. The dishes on the large tables were uniform, while the small table featured items specifically chosen for children's tastes. The liquor was of decent quality and the cigarettes were respectable brands. Not top tier, but certainly satisfactory. Once everything was in order, Yang Zheng settled in the private room, playing with his phone as he awaited the arrival of guests. In 2014, the best app for passing time had yet to be released. It was not until 2016 that Douyin emerged. Yang Zheng had some thoughts about Douyin, albeit limited. He understood his place. Even as a reborn individual with foresight, participating in such a colossal enterprise seemed far-fetched. As of 2014, the valuation of the company behind Douyin had already soared to 3 billion. By the time Douyin officially launched in 2016, it would skyrocket to 70 billion. After its launch, the figures would be even more staggering. The money he made from the World Cup was trivial in comparison, and such a giant was not merely accessible by wealth. It demanded a plethora of resources. This matter seemed distant. He would consider it further when he had established some strength. Yang Zheng recalled another way to pass the time and opened the betting sheet from yesterday. One bet netted for 2 million. while another brought in 28. 5 million. He took a screenshot, too lazy to obscure the amounts, and sent it directly to Cheng Mengdai. This woman was the type who could only find peace of mind through revenge. Cheng Mengdai, clearly someone who kept her phone close at hand, responded swiftly. Cheng Mengdai, how did you win again? Cheng Mengdai, curse you. Cheng Mengdai, and you won so much? Cheng Mengdai, buying bets in the millions? What kind of family is that? Yang Zheng, just an ordinary family. Yang Zheng, a small life? 1. For Colombia. Yang Zheng, over 28 times. I taught you how to bet last time, but you didn't believe it. Cheng Mengdai, an ordinary family that treats a few million like pocket change, huh? Cheng Mengdai, who would have expected you to be such a gambler? Cheng Mengdai, who else would dare to play with odds of 1, 4, 1, 5? Besides you with money to burn? Yang Zheng, so I deserve to make money? Cheng Mengdai, I am left speechless. Cheng Mengdai, wait. Yang Zheng, what's wrong? Cheng Mengdai, you only sent me the screenshots of your winning bets, making it seem like you're always winning. Cheng Mengdai, but judging by your betting strategy, you must be losing even more, right? Yang Zheng, if thinking that way makes you happier, then go ahead. Cheng Mengdai, what do you mean I can think that way? Isn't it the truth? Cheng Mengdai, if it's not, then dare to send me all your betting sheets so I can calculate whether you're winning or losing. Of course, Yang Zheng would not send them. It was not out of fear that Cheng Mengdai would discern anything from the betting sheets. He had always maintained data on high-scoring bets. Anyone who examined his betting records would only conclude that he was audacious, never suspecting he possessed any sort of prophetic ability. He simply found it tedious to take screenshots meticulously. Sending them would not earn him any admiration or favors from Cheng Mengdai. At most, she would just respond with a couple of shocked emojis. Yang Zheng would gain nothing tangible from it. Why bother? He merely needed to wait for that 7 match to pass. Even Cheng Mengdia's hardened demeanor would soften afterward. Just as Yang Zheng contemplated teasing her a bit more, his phone suddenly rang. It was his eldest uncle, Chen Lin. He decided not to respond to Cheng Mengdai and picked up the call instead. Chen Lin informed him he had arrived at Shangping restaurant and inquired about which private room he was in. Yang Zheng relayed the name of the room, and instead of remaining idle, he stepped out to greet his guest. Upon exiting the private room, he spotted a middle-aged couple approaching, his eldest uncle Chen Lin and his aunt Wu Huifang. Both were educators, thus counted among the intellectuals, yet some antiquated notions remained deeply ingrained in their minds. The couple had 1 daughter and 1 son, both currently residing in distant locales. Their daughter, a graduate of a prestigious university, worked for a foreign enterprise, and her prospects were increasingly bright, with her income calculated annually. However, she had not returned home for several years, only visiting during the holidays. The son is currently attending a vocational college and returned to Huainan after graduation. Initially, Chen Lin helped him secure a job at a local establishment. However, after less than a year, he was dismissed. Subsequently, he tried his hand at various businesses, all of which ultimately failed. By the age of 30 in 2024, he still lacked a stable occupation, spending his days frequenting bars when flush with cash and internet cafes when he was not. Yet, Chen Lin and his wife continued to dote on him, treating him like a treasure, for he was indeed their precious heir. Thus, Yang Zheng was not particularly astonished by Zhou Mei's predicament. He had encountered numerous similar cases. While the situation had not escalated to the point of selling daughters, it was not uncommon for families to seek wealthy suitors and demand exorbitant dowries. His cousin, Chen Jin, Chen Lin's daughter, had reasons for her reluctance to return home. Upon doing so, she would be pressured to marry, and only to a wealthy individual. The rest were mere trifles. Anyone in her position would undoubtedly prefer to seek solace elsewhere. Although Chen Lin and his wife held a pronounced preference for sons over daughters, they were otherwise respectable individuals, known for their dignity and propriety in dealings, an embodiment of the complexities of human nature. There exist devoted sons capable of heinous acts, daughters enslaved by their own fathers, honest men engaging in domestic violence, and refined individuals with sinister inclinations. Such contradictions are not rare. It is challenging to define a person solely in terms of good and bad without losing nuance. Uncle, aunt, Yang Zheng greeted, leading the pair into the private room. He then offered Chun-Lin a pack of cigarettes and lit one for himself. Chun-Lin immediately frowned and inquired, "Why have you taken up smoking as well?" Aunt Wu Huifeng scolded him directly. "Stop that. You're still young. Don't adopt such bad habits." Chun-Lin's choice of words was telling. He used also because his son, Chun Peng, had started smoking even earlier. How could he manage his own son, yet presume to advise me? While this was indeed the case, Yang Zheng was too discerning to respond with such candor. He merely smiled and said, "I've been engaging in some small business ventures. Smoking makes things a bit more convenient." The two were taken aback by this revelation. After a moment, Chun-Lin asked again, "What kind of business?" Young Zheng replied, "I've started a small company in Xingqing, focusing on online media." Chun-Lin was about to inquire further when Yang Zheng's phone rang. He glanced at it and said, "My uncle has arrived. I'll go greet him." Chun-Lin instinctively frowned, nodded, and remained silent. As Yang Zheng answered the call and stepped out of the private room, he thought of his uncle Yang Zhewang, a child raised in a honeypot by the elderly matriarch, resulting in a rather carefree and reckless disposition. He had dropped out of school early, unwilling to work in Shudong, and spent his days aimlessly wandering around Huainan. He was a typical Ini Urdu-well. Therefore, Chun-Lin frowned upon hearing his name. However, everyone has their own path. Any Urdu-well is not necessarily a failure. After several years of mingling with a diverse array of people, Yang Zhewang had engaged in various dubious ventures and inexplicably found success. At 35, he had married only last year, his wife having waited until she was 20 to obtain their marriage certificate. Their union was born out of necessity, as they had welcomed a child earlier this year. Yang Zheng paused momentarily before greeting his uncle and aunt. In his previous life, he had found it difficult to address his aunt Li Xiaorong, who was of the same age as he and even a former classmate from middle school, albeit not in the same class. "Perhaps I should just call you sister," he mused. Yang Zhewang glanced at the cigarette in his hand and chuckled. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Xiaorong playfully smacked him, then smiled at Yang Zheng. "Does that mean I have to call you brother-in-law? I fear my father would kill me." Yang Zheng retorted playfully, offering Yang Zhewang a cigarette and gesturing, "Let us head inside. This is the room." Yang Zhewang looked at him with surprise. The nephew, he remembered, was not one to joke so freely, and the ease with which he handled the cigarettes suggested he was no novice. Accepting the cigarette, he casually remarked, "If you can avoid smoking, it's best not to start." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiaorong. Confused, she looked at him, prompting Yang Zhewang to roll his eyes. "Red envelopes. Didn't you see that Xiao Zheng is now independent? Such elders are often beloved by the younger generation." "Oh." Li Xiaorong finally understood and quickly retrieved a red envelope from her bag, presenting it to Yang Zheng. "Congratulations on your impressive exam scores." Her words stumbled awkwardly, and her congratulatory message was somewhat peculiar. Yang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle as he accepted the envelope, saying, "Thank you, Aunt." Yang Zhewang, exasperated, mutteret, silly girl. "You're the silly one." Li Xiaorong retorted, "Your entire family." She abruptly stopped and glanced at Yang Zheng, slightly embarrassed. "I was just scolding him. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously." Yang Zheng nodded. "I understand. The entire family is merely a figurative expression, not to be taken literally." Li Xiaorong bouja, her smile turning awkward. Yang Zhewang burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Yang Zheng's shoulders as they headed into the private room. "You're quite the comedian now. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Should I help you?" He suddenly halted, glancing at Chun-Lin and his wife, his expression shifting to one of unease. "Teacher Chun." "Teacher Wu," Yang Zhewang awkwardly greeted, his use of teacher being sincere, for Chun-Lin had indeed taught him during his middle school years. In that era, teachers were revered figures, embodying the virtues of heaven, earth, and kinship. Thus, even at his current age, Yang Zhewang felt a tinge of nervousness around Chun-Lin. Chun-Lin replied coolly, harboring disdain for individuals like Yang Zhewang, who squandered their potential. It was ironic that his own son had become such a person. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense. Yang Zheng pondered how to alleviate the situation when a deep voice interrupted. "Who has arrived?" Entering was a tall figure, Chun Xing. Yang Zhewang was the first to greet him, approaching with a cigarette in hand, his demeanor notably cordial. The newcomer was Chun Hai, the vice president of Huainan Agricultural Commercial Bank, a figure of considerable importance in a small county. In Yang Zheng's previous life, after purchasing the land on Hongxing Road, he had relied on Chen Hai's connections to secure a loan for construction. Uncle, Yang Zheng called, offering a pack of cigarettes. Chen Hai nodded to Yang Jiawang without speaking, then turned his attention to Yang Zheng. Xiao Zheng is quite impressive, having achieved a score of 625. In our Huainan, that should surely place him among the top 10, right? Yang Zheng smiled and replied, top 5, precisely 5th. This was conveyed to him by their homeroom teacher. Chen Hai also chuckled. Not bad, far superior to my own performance back in the day. I hope he fares even better in the future. Yang Zheng disregarded this comment and simply inquired, what about Annie? Is she not coming along? Chen Hai shook his head. I can arrange my work schedule, but she cannot. She must wait until after work. Did you catch that? There is a strong sense of superiority. Indeed, Chen Hai is the type who relishes demonstrating his superiority at every opportunity. Yet aside from his somewhat off-putting trait, he is quite amiable. He values relationships deeply and will assist relatives and friends whenever possible. In a previous life, he even offered to help Yang Zheng secure a position in the banking system. But Yang Zheng declined. Overall, the three families present, along with Aunt Chen Xian, are the sort of ordinary individuals who may have minor flaws but no significant faults. In contrast, Uncle Yang and his family, along with the three aunts, are rather peculiar. A few years ago, when Yang Zheng's grandfather was still alive, a few acres of land belonging to the family were requisitioned for road construction, resulting in compensation of over 100,000 yuan. Many families in the village were affected, and naturally, the news spread. Uncle and the three aunts simultaneously set their sights on that compensation. Uncle's rationale for seeking money was straightforward. I am poor. The three aunts, however, were more circumspect in their approach. Being daughters who had married, they felt it was quite inappropriate to demand money from their natal family. In rural areas, a married daughter asking for money from her family would be looked down upon. Yet, as long as their mindset remained intact, they were determined to find a way. They quickly concocted a justification. When they married, their dowry amounted to merely a few quilts, not a single penny. While the family was poor then, now that they were financially better off, they demanded compensation for their dowry. Is it reasonable to demand a dowry after being married for over a decade? Grandfather flatly refused. But the three aunts were not ones to relent easily. They sent their children to stay with grandfather, using the argument, if you can take care of your grandson, why not your granddaughter? After all, gender equality is now advocated. Grandfather, being a reasonable man, found it difficult to refute this argument. However, with several children crowding into the house, how could the elderly couple manage? After a period of turmoil, grandfather finally capitulated, providing each of the three aunts with 20,000 yuan as dowry to restore peace. It is noteworthy that while Yang Zheng was residing at his grandfather's home, the Yang family consistently provided living expenses. Otherwise, grandmother Wang Lian insisted, no way. This incident occurred during the time when the three aunts were championing gender equality. The year before last, when grandfather fell ill and required hospitalization, grandmother Wang Lian demanded that her children contribute to the medical expenses. The three aunts declared, we are daughters, and the responsibility of caring for our parents falls to the sons. Thus, our minimal contributions should be regarded as filial piety. Ultimately, the medical expenses amounted to around 100,000 yuan, with Yang Jiaxing contributing 40,000, Yang Jiawang also 40,000, Uncle Yang Jiahe 1,000, and each of the three aunts 4,000. Why did Yang Jiahe contribute so little as a son? Because he claimed, I have no money. The same year, when grandfather passed away, the funeral expenses were estimated to be around 100,000 as well. Would the contributions be the same? Not at all. This time, Yang Jiaxing contributed 50,000 and Yang Jiawang 50,000, while Yang Jiahe maintained his stance. I have no money. The three aunts, on the other hand, asserted, we have married and are now part of our husbands' families. Simply attending the funeral is already a demonstration of filial piety. To be frank, this perspective is not uncommon in rural areas. When an elder passes away, it is typically the sons who bear the responsibility. Daughters returning to mourn are seen as guests, and offering monetary gifts suffices. After all, when it comes to land distribution and housing, daughters typically receive no shares. Therefore, under such circumstances, their behavior is not exceedingly bizarre. What is peculiar, however, is that after the funeral, they demanded a share of the condolence money, arguing that they had contributed to the medical expenses during grandfather's illness. Yang Jiawang promptly brandished a knife and drove the three families away, quite literally with a kitchen knife. Not long after, the various families arrived one after another. Yang Jiaxing and Qinyu also brought along their grandfather, Chunbai. Grandmother had departed quite early. According to grandmother Wang Lian, none of her 6 children would be willing to fetch her. The 3 aunts, having grown up under her favoritism towards her youngest son, indeed had a rather difficult childhood, comparable to that of laborers working for landlords, and naturally held little affection for her. This sentiment is also the reason behind the 3 aunts' peculiar attitude towards the family. They carry a certain resentment towards this household. Uncle Yang Jiahe has long harbored grievances against the old lady for favoring the youngest son in her earlier years. As the eldest son, he did indeed make considerable sacrifices for the family. Thus, his frugality stems from the belief that he has already contributed enough in his youth. As for Uncle Yang Jiawang, he resented the old lady for gifting a house in the county to her eldest grandson, Yang Feng, who is Yang Jiahe's son. This incident led him to lose affection for the mother who had once favored him in his childhood. As for Yang Jiaxing, it is even more pronounced. He was never cherished as a child, and as he grew up, neither was his son. His heart had long since grown cold towards the old lady. In the private room, Yang Jiaxing was present but did not take much action, merely keeping company with grandfather Chunbai. It was Yang Zheng who took charge of greeting guests and arranging seating. Initially, he had arranged for Uncle Yang Jiawang to sit at the Yang family's table. But Uncle Yang Jiawang, accompanied by his wife, Li Xiurong, made his way over to the Chun family's table. Among the 6 siblings, he only acknowledged Yang Jiaxing, his second elder brother. It had not always been so, but last year, during his wedding, the eldest brother and 3 sisters each gifted him 200 yuan, which left him thoroughly disheartened. After all, in his youth, he had lent 2,000 yuan to each of his elder siblings during their celebrations. Although he no longer needed such sums, their miserly attitude was simply unacceptable to him. Xiao Zheng, go and call your uncle over to sit here. What is he doing over there? Uncle Yang Jiahe instructed Yang Zheng after summoning him. This reflects his belief that family matters should not be aired publicly. Yet, if that were the case, why create such familial discord in the first place? Yang Zheng responded cheerfully, "It's all right. We are all family. It doesn't matter where we sit." Yang Jiahe narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when Aunt Shan Xian's voice rang out from across the room. "Xiao Zheng, come here for a moment. Your dad said this red envelope is for you. Hurry and come collect it." Yang Jiahe's expression stiffened, and he glanced over at the yet-to-be-served table, muttering to himself, "These Qin family people are something else. Why not hand over the red envelope privately? Why announce it?" The people seated at the table shared similar thoughts. "All right, thank you, Annie." Yang Zheng responded with a nod and quickly made his way over. After receiving the red envelope from his aunt, Chen Exa and his aunt-in-law, Wu Huifang, and his other aunt, Wang Li, also presented their envelopes. Yang Zheng graciously accepted them with a smile and a thank you. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps this arrangement of separate tables was indeed the most appropriate. One table for those who splurge and another for the frugal. "Dad," Yang Zheng called out, "why don't you go accompany uncle and aunt? I'll stay here and chat with grandpa for a while." Upon hearing this, Yang Jiaxing shot him a glance, clearly having discerned his intentions. However, after exchanging a few words with Chunbai, he still rose to join the others. Although he wasn't particularly keen on mingling with them, they were his siblings after all. How could he possibly ignore them? Moreover, while the 4 families were somewhat stingy and eccentric, they had not committed any truly heinous acts. On the contrary, they had always treated him and his family quite amiably, as they owed money to Yang Jiaxing. They preferred to act as elder siblings towards Yang Jiawang, who was reluctant to lend the money. If he was a TA creditor, then he was merely a younger brother. Meanwhile, Yang Zheng lit a cigarette for his grandfather, Chunbai, and asked with a smile, "Grandpa, have you been winning or losing lately?" At 72, the old man was still remarkably vigorous. In his previous life, When Yang Zheng had been reborn, the old man was still alive and in good health, maintaining his well-being through hiking and his mind through mahjong. He neither smoked excessively nor drank. "I lost over 200 today," the old man lamented, shaking his head. Aside from his morning and evening strolls, he spent most of his time at the mahjong parlor, which was why Yang Zheng felt compelled to inquire about his winnings. "Why fret over just 200? Here, let me cover it for you," Yang Zheng said, casually pulling out 2 bills from a red envelope and handing them to his grandfather. "Oh dear, how can I take your money? You're still a student," the old man protested, though his eyes remained fixed on the cash. Yang Zheng pressed the money into his hand, saying, "It's fine. After all, it's money from your son and daughter. They've given it to you, so it's yours. Don't do this next time." As the old man spoke, he tucked the money into his pocket. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The old man was in fact quite wealthy. He had gone through numerous ups and downs in his youth, and had only recently settled down after years of business dealings. He had gifted each of his 2 sons a house, complete with renovations and appliances, and had given each of his daughters a direct cash gift of 200,000 yuan. Yang Jiaxing and Chun Yu had managed to establish their supermarket business thanks to this funding. Moreover, Chun Lin and Chun Hai had also received 200,000 each, though they had kept this from their daughters to avoid any dissent. Chun Yu and Chun Xian bore no objections, at least not openly, as their upbringing had conditioned them to believe that daughters had no claim to inheritance. Furthermore, with their parents not burdening them with support costs and even providing them with cash, how could they possibly voice complaints? In addition to the money he had given to his children, the old man had amassed a considerable savings account, the exact amount of which only he knew. He claimed it was his retirement fund, planned to last until he turned 80. When that time came, if his children wished to send him money, he would decline, stating he had a plan to live until 90. His retirement fund was not merely enough for living expenses. He had even hired a nanny with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, ensuring that his children had nothing to worry about. However, perhaps because of this, his gambling funds were rather tight, and he was always pained by any losses. Should he find himself on a losing streak, he would even abstain from playing for a while. His self-restraint was commendable, which is why Yang Zheng dared to support his gambling habit financially. Of course, he had to be careful not to give too much, otherwise, it would truly become gambling. By the way, second brother, regarding that piece of land I mentioned last time, what's the status on your end? If it doesn't work out, I'll seek others. Yang Jiawang suddenly remembered and asked Yang Jiaxing. He had brought it up deliberately, knowing Chun Hai was present, hoping to segue into a discussion about loans. Yang Jiaxing instinctively glunged at Yang Zheng before rippling. "Let us discuss it at home after dinner." "All right," Yang Jiawang replied, then turned to Chun Hai. "Chun, if this works out, I may need your assistance." Chun Hai nodded slightly. "We're all family. As long as it's not against the rules, we can discuss it. You can rest assured." "It's definitely not against the rules," Yang Jiawang said with a smile. Just then, a server knocked and entered. "Excuse me, everyone, we're ready to serve the dishes." As her words fell, a procession of young ladies in kipeos entered, gracefully presenting the dishes. The reputation of Shangping Shifu in Huainan was largely built upon this serving style. While it might be considered lowbrow in larger cities, in a small county like Huainan, this was a display of grandeur and social standing. The owner clearly understood the local customs. After all the dishes were served, the servers assisted in pouring wine and beverages, thus sparing Yang Zheng from this task, which would have otherwise fallen upon him as the evening's host and a younger member of the family. Once everyone had their drinks, Yang Zheng stood and raised his glass, addressing the elders. "Thank you all for coming today. Let us consider this my graduation celebration. Allow me to toast you all." Some raised their glasses in acknowledgement, while others glanced at Yang Jiaxing, their expressions suggesting, "Is your son taking the throne?" Yang Jiaxing chucklet. "Why are you all looking at me? Tonight is Yang Zheng's show. He is footing the bill for all this food and drink," he added with a smirk, "with his own earnings." The guests expressed surprise as they turned their attention to Yang Zheng. He simply explained, "My dad gave me a sum of money. I started a small company in Xingqing, and it's been profitable." He kept the details of the World Cup matters to himself, deeming it unnecessary to disclose to outsiders. "How long has it been since your college entrance examination?" What company could generate profit so quickly? Yang Jiahe questioned, a skeptical look on his face. Yang Zheng replied with a grin, that's my business secret. If you're willing to invest a little, uncle, I might just share it with you. Yang Jiahe hesitated. If I invest in you, what profit can you guarantee? Yang Zheng feigned surprise. What are you talking about? If I could guarantee profits, I'd simply ask my dad for money. Why would I need yours? Yang Jiahe's expression faltered, while others stifled their laughter. Yang Jiahe's face darkened as he reprimanded. How can you speak to your uncle like that? Yang Zheng feigned innocence. I'm just standing here talking to you. Is there a problem with that? You. Yang Jiahe was furious, but at a loss for words. Yang Jiahe's wife, Zhao Wan, seeing her husband in distress, interjected. How can you say your uncle's words are nonsense? Is that any way to speak to your elders? Oh, are you concerned about this? Yang Zheng appeared to have just grasped the situation as he strolled over with a glass of wine in hand, raising it in a gesture of salutation. I apologize, uncle. I was somewhat indiscreet in my words earlier. Given my youth, I hope you can overlook my folly. Allow me to toast to you as a form of contrition. Yang Jiahe's expression softened, and he raised his glass to clink with Yang Zheng's. After downing a drink, Yang Zheng resumed, but on a different note, Uncle, isn't your temper a bit too small? I merely spoke without thinking, and yet you, an elder, are genuinely upset with a younger generation like mine. Yang Jiahe halted, his countenance darkening once more. Yang Zheng feigned surprise. No, uncle, you can't be angry again, can you? Why take offense so easily? Come, allow me to toast you again. To express my apologies. Yang Jiahe stood still, as if paralyzed, unsure of how to react to this apology. Should he accept the drink? Refusing would merely highlight his own lack of magnanimity, while accepting it would mean swallowing his pride. Zhao Wan nudged him. Why are you dawdling? Yang Zheng is young, and it's normal for him to speak without restraint. Besides, he has offered you a toast and apology. Are you truly going to be angry with him? Yang Jiahe shot her a glare before stiffly lifting his glass. Yang Zheng clinked glasses with him and drank, then spoke again. Uncle, say something. Are you still angry? If not, I can toast you once more. Though the words were on the tip of his tongue, Yang Jiahe found it impossible to utter them, for he was genuinely upset. Thus, Yang Zheng poured more wine and raised his glass. Uncle, allow me once again to toast to you as an apology. Yang Jiahe glanced at him, then lifted his glass once more, inhaling deeply before downing the contents in one go. Cough. He couldn't suppress a cough, having consumed white liquor, and this was already the third glass. He hadn't even sniffed the dishes. Come, let me toast you again. Yang Zheng, maintaining a composed facade, poured more wine. Yang Jiahe remained motionless, desperately trying to contain the rising nausea within him, fearing any movement might bring it up. He regretted engaging earlier, and even more so for assuming an elder's authority, lamenting not having taken the opportunity to step down gracefully. Now, Yang Zheng had taken the initiative to toast without even asking if he was still upset, effectively cornering him. All right, 3 glasses are sufficient. You should go toast your uncle and younger uncle. Yang Jiaxing interjected to ease the tension. Yang Zheng gave a nod of acknowledgement to his father and turned to Yang Jiahe, saying, Uncle, may prosperity be with you throughout the seasons. This last glass signifies that you harbor no ill feelings. If you refuse, it implies you are still upset. In that case, neither of us shall find a way out today. Although Yang Zheng did not articulate these thoughts directly, the implication was unmistakable. Elders possess their own authority, yet the younger generation wields its own advantages. Ultimately, it boils down to who can maintain their composure longer. Can an elder truly outlast a younger relative in this regard? After all, I am merely a child. The question is whether you wish to preserve your dignity as an adult. Yang Jiahe, valuing his dignity, eventually conceded, saying, How can an uncle be angry with you? He then clinked glasses with Yang Zheng and drank down another glass of liquor. With 4 glasses of white liquor consumed, Yang Zheng remained unperturbed, as if he were sipping plain water. Conversely, Yang Jiahe tightly shut his mouth, barely containing himself from expressing his discomfort. Yang Zheng glanced at him with a smile, saying, Uncle, take your time. He then returned to the Chun family's table. Yang Jiawang gave him a thumbs up with a grin, while his uncles and aunts looked on in astonishment as if they were meeting him for the first time. His grandfather chuckled, remarking, "Little Zheng, your drinking capacity is commendable, reminiscent of my youth. What kind of prowess did you possess in your youth? You couldn't even drink as much as my mother?" Aunt Chun Exine interjected with a playful jab, then turned to Yang Zheng and whispered, "You little rascal, why did you make it so difficult for your uncle?" Yang Zheng feigned innocence. "What difficulty? I was merely toasting him in apology." Chun Exine rolled her eyes and refrained from further comment. Yang Zheng chuckled and raised his glass to toast everyone at the table individually. His earlier confrontation with Yang Jia stemmed not only from his disdain for those who took advantage of the situation and enjoyed asserting their elder status, but also served as an assertion of his own standing. Most elders have a tendency to assert dominance in front of their juniors, often directing unsolicited advice. For instance, the eldest uncle, Chun Lin, would have surely lectured Yang Zheng had Yang Jiawang not arrived in time to intervene. While their intentions may not be malicious, they often justify their actions with, "It's for your own good." However, Yang Zheng was not interested in hearing such sentiments, for what they believed to be for his benefit was often merely their own perception. Thus, Yang Zheng was using Yang Jiahe as a case in point. "Do not presume to dictate my actions." After 2 rounds of drinks at this table, Yang Zheng took the wine bottle and approached Yang Jiahe's table, toasting several cups to his aunts and uncles. Though he did not particularly care for these relatives, they had come to support him, and, as a younger member of the family, he could not forsake the decorum expected of him. After all, they were family, and there was no need to create an atmosphere of tension. Yang Zheng raised his glass and made more than one toast. By the end of the rounds, both tables stared at him in disbelief. This was not their first encounter with him. They had been relatives for over a decade. Yet, they had never witnessed him drinking before. This was his first formal appearance at the table, and he had displayed such remarkable drinking capacity. Naturally, everyone was astonished. After a hearty meal and drinks, the guests began to depart. The 3 aunts and the eldest aunt each carried 2 bags of takeout. Once they exited the private room, Yang Zhuang disdainfully remarked, "I might as well pick up some dog waste on the way home." Yang Jiaxing shot him a look, replying tersely, "What did you eat earlier?" Then, Yang Jiawang shrugged, falling silent. Beside them, Qinyu chimed in, "I wanted to take some food from this table, but I didn't expect them to take it away." Yang Jiaxing sighed, "They're your siblings, what can I say? Let us go." He could only urge everyone to leave. The 2 families made their way to the parking lot outside the restaurant. Yang Jiawang took out his car keys and unlocked the vehicle, preparing to get in. Upon noticing he was heading for the driver's seat, Yang Zheng immediately interjected, "Don't drink and drive." Yang Jiawang casually replied, "It's fine. I've only had a little." Yang Zheng insisted, "Do you believe I won't report you?" Yang Jiawang looked exasperated. "What are you trying to accomplish? You don't understand. It's important to promote positive energy." After saying this, Yang Zheng inquired, "Can I drive?" Yang Jiawang cast a disdainful glance at Li Shirong. She failed the driving test 5 times and is currently preparing to retake the written exam. Li Shirong lowered her head in embarrassment. "Leave your car here. You could drive it tomorrow." "Let's take my car," Yang Jiaxing suggested. He had also drunk, but Qinyu had not and was capable of driving. Qinyu typically refrains from driving, as the supermarket she manages is conveniently close to home. Thus, the family's car has consistently been in the hands of Yang Jiaxing. With 5 individuals from both families, a single vehicle is just sufficient to accommodate them all. As they gradually boarded the car, Yang Zheng cast a contemplative glance at his mother, who occupied the driver's seat, nodding slightly in thought. Qinyu's birthday falls on the 24th day of the 6th month in the lunar calendar, which this year corresponds to July 20th. Less than a month remains, prompting the need to prepare a birthday gift. Additionally, Yang Jiaxing's birthday is on the 12th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar, a date not far removed. Perhaps they could consider gifting each of them a car. Indeed, he resolved that the present for both would be vehicles. The family's current car was purchased secondhand and has now been in use for approximately 5 to 6 years. Yang Zheng recalled that in his previous life, the family had replaced the car when he returned home for winter break during his first year in college, which coincidentally was this very year. The family was already due for a new vehicle, and since he too needed to buy a car, he contemplated arranging everything in one go. "Brother, what is the update on that piece of land?" Yang Jiawang inquired once more. You mentioned it was over 1,000 square meters, right? What price is the landowner asking? Yang Jiaxing responded. Earlier, he had chosen to discuss this matter at home due to the presence of too many people. However, now that it was just their two families in the car, there was no need for further discretion. A flicker of delight crossed Yang Jiawang's face as he promptly replied. 1266 square meters. The land is adjacent to the road, so the owner is asking for a higher price, around 1.8 million, which averages out to a little over 1,400 per square meter. Yang Jiaxing paused for a moment before inquiring, "Is there room for negotiation?" Yang Jiawang shook his head, a hint of resignation evident on his face. It seems unlikely. The landowner is quite adamant, exuding a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. Just as Yang Jiaxing was about to respond, a thought struck him, and he turned to Yang Zheng, asking, "What are your thoughts on this?" He had always addressed Yang Zheng by his full name. Yang Jiawang was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yang Zheng with surprise. "You've really taken a lead here, haven't you?" Yang Zheng smiled, contemplated briefly, and asked, "Is there any competition for this land?" Yang Jiawang shook his head. "I don't think so. At least I haven't heard of anyone else." Yang Zheng nodded, continuing. This particular plot is somewhat awkward in size, not too big and not too small. Genuine real estate developers might dismiss it as too small, while individuals looking to build their own homes might find it too large. Thus, it won't be easy for the landowner to find a buyer. He paused before elaborating. The landowner's firm stance is likely a FAAD. If they were indifferent about selling, why would you be approaching them to buy the land? This deduction is based on logical reasoning, and it cannot be wrong. In his previous life, Yang Jiawang ultimately secured the land for 1.5 million. The negotiations had dragged on for quite some time before he found a partner to finalize the deal. If there had been many interested parties, the process would not have taken so long. And if the landowner were genuinely indifferent, the price would not have been lowered to 1.5 million. Yang Jiawang pondered, "So, are you suggesting that there is still room for negotiation?" Yang Zheng did not answer directly, but instead remarked, "For now, refrain from contacting him. Wait for him to approach you." Yang Jiaxing interjected, "How much do you think we can negotiate it down to?" Yang Zheng believed that 1.5 million might not even be the landowner's bottom line. Moreover, the development on Hongxing Road was slated for April 2016, leaving nearly 2 years of leeway. He contemplated, "Let us not engage the landowner just yet. Let us see if there are others in the vicinity who might be interested in selling land. I believe that plot is currently worth around 1,100 per square meter. At that rate, 1,266 square meters would be just under 1.4 million. Yang Jiawang's face lit up with surprise. "You're quite ruthless, slashing 400,000 off the price." Yang Jiaxing then asked, "But what if there are indeed others willing to sell?" Yang Zheng understood the implications of his question. Ultimately, it was he who would be investing in the land, and the decision to purchase would be entirely his own. He replied casually, "Then let us acquire them all. After all, we won't incur losses." To avoid exposing Yang Zheng's wealth, the two fathers exchanged subtle hints. However, Yang Jiawang had caught on to the underlying meaning. Given his experience, he had managed to gather tens of millions for investment, demonstrating his acumen. "Xiao Zheng, give your uncle a hint. How much have you actually made?" Yang Jiawang directly asked Yang Zheng. After a brief pause, Yang Zheng opted not to concoct any elaborate excuses, responding vaguely, "Quite a bit." That's rather dismissive. Yang Jiawang retorted, contemplating before adding, "Just say it's a few digits." "7 digits," Yang Zheng conservatively replied. "Wow," Yang Jiawang exclaimed, followed by a sudden question, "World Cup?" Upon hearing this, the three members of Yang Zheng's family paused momentarily. Noticing their astonished expressions, Yang Jiawang shrugged. The only way to earn several million in less than a month, aside from those in criminal law, is through gambling. And considering the current timing of the World Cup, what else could it possibly be? Xiao Zheng, a top student scoring over 600 points, certainly wouldn't resort to crime, right? It indeed seemed plausible. The family of three managed to calm their racing hearts. Yang Zheng looked at him and cautioned, "I was merely fortunate. Uncle, don't get caught up in this." Before Yang Jiawang could respond, Li Xiurong interjected indignantly. "He has already lost over 100,000. What is it to you?" Yang Jiawang shot back. But after meeting Yang Jiaxing's gaze, he awkwardly smiled. Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not over 100,000, just a few tens of thousands. If Yang Jiawang hadn't placed bets on football, it would have been somewhat far-fetched. Therefore, Yang Jiaxing chose to disregard that comment, merely stating, brothers must be clear with their accounts. When partnering to buy land, the land rights must be divided according to the investment ratio. Don't say later that I lent you money or anything of the sort. Yang Jiawang nodded. Rest assured, I've kept the funds for purchasing the land intact. In the meantime, the car had already arrived home. Afterward, Yang Jiawang and his wife went upstairs to discuss the land acquisition in detail and exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave. Chapter 049. Where can young couples go if not to a hotel? The next day, upon awakening, Yang Zheng did not immediately check his wealth app as he usually did. Knowing that his bets from the previous day were unlikely to yield success, there was no need for urgency. After freshening up, he jogged to the Sampang fish noodle shop. Although his body had benefited from the perks of rebirth, he had not intentionally exercised during this period, yet it had improved significantly, even showing the early signs of a six-pack. Nonetheless, taking advantage of the opportunity to practice would undoubtedly be beneficial, at least accelerating the optimization of his physique. Today, Yang Zheng was bold enough to visit the Sampang fish noodle shop because he had made plans to meet Yin Qian earlier. He had promised to spend the day with her. When he arrived at Sampang's, Yin Qian had already ordered her noodles and was waiting for him. Old Zheng, over here, she called out, waving excitedly upon spotting him. In such a public setting, she felt a bit shy to directly call him husband, opting instead for old Zheng, which caused Yang Zheng to momentarily lose his train of thought. Yet, that was a person he would meet 2 years later. He would save that for another time. Yang Zheng approached, and Yin Qian greeted him warmly with a kiss. She then gently touched Yang Zheng's back, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Why are you so sweaty? I just came back from my morning run, Yang Zheng explained. Yin Qian nodded in realization. So you've been exercising lately. No wonder I noticed you seem to have developed some abs the day before. As she spoke, she reached out to feel his stomach. Yang Zheng swatted her hand away. It's early in the morning, and my temper is quite fiery. Don't tease me. Yin Qian giggled, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear. We could head to the hotel first. Since you're all sweaty, you could take a shower. Young Zheng shifted sleekly, giving her a playful pat on her perky backside. Let's have breakfast first. Okay, Yin Qian replied with a sweet tone. Walking down the pedestrian street, they found themselves puzzled. Weren't they supposed to go to the hotel? The details of the hotel visit were left to the imagination. 2 hours had passed, and the couple had emerged from the hotel to explore the shops. Yang Zheng was now seated in the lounge area of a women's clothing store, engrossed in his phone, while Yin Qian busily browsed and tried on various outfits. Yang Zheng had wisely anticipated the boredom that would accompany a shopping trip with Yin Qian. He had deliberately skipped his morning routine with Wealth Treasure to pass the time in this manner. Unfortunately, his bets on 4 high-scoring games yesterday had all failed. Tonight, there were still 4 matches scheduled, the last 4 group matches of this World Cup. Yang Zheng examined the matchups closely, but none sparked any recognition in his memory. Thus, he continued analyzing the data. After placing bets of 50-0-0-0 on 8 high scores, he glanced at the betting sheet for the match between the Beautiful Nation and the Chariot Nation. A flicker of temptation crossed his mind. Although he had no recollection of this matchup, the Chariot Nation was the reigning champion of this World Cup. Surely, they wouldn't falter against a team like the Beautiful Nation? Should he take a risk? After much hesitation, he ultimately decided against it. The odds for a Chariot Nation victory stood at 1.56, while the Beautiful Nation's odds were 1.95. It was common knowledge that the Chariot Nation was virtually guaranteed to win, and those fans betting on the rooftop often fell into such traps, especially with a draw priced at 2.65. This was the primary reason for Yang Zheng's decision to abstain. He had no confidence in the match. Betting on it would be tantamount to gambling outright, rather than merely seeking to exploit favorable odds. While Yang Zheng refrained from betting on this particular game, the contemplation of it reminded him of one crucial detail: betting on the championship team. At present, the team with the lowest odds of winning was still the Football Kingdom, which had plummeted from initial 4.5 to 3.3. Following closely were the Argentine Nation and the Chariot Nation, both boasting equal championship odds of 4-6. Yang Zheng recalled that the Chariot Nation's odds had started at 5-5. Alas, this bet could only yield results after all matches concluded, and he had lacked the funds to place a wager back then. Betting a smaller amount diminished the necessity of pursuing those odds. Checking his balance on Wealth Treasure, he found it at 49.6 million. Resolutely, he placed a bet of 10 million on the Chariot Nation to win the championship. Had he not felt a lingering concern about attracting unwanted attention by betting excessively, he might have risked 40 million instead. However, that would have been quite extravagant. He held back, reasoning that a bet of 10 million from the winnings he made during the World Cup to support the team he believed in was not unreasonable. He decided to be cautious with his profits. After all, carelessly risking his gains could lead to troublesome consequences. Not long after Yang Zheng completed his transaction, Inqian hurried over. "Let us go. There is nothing of interest in this store." Yang Zheng nodded and rose to his feet. Inqian linked her arm with his, continuing to speak as they walked. Wenan is still too small. This pedestrian street has so little to offer, and there are hardly any big brands to peruse. Yang Zheng discerned her underlying meaning and replied, "Don't worry. Once I pass my driving test, I'll definitely take you to the Magic City, probably around the end of July." "Oh, that is not what I meant." Inqian playfully pouted, then shifted the subject. "Let us go watch a movie. There is a new release starring Deng Xiao and Dilraba called Breakup Master. It is not too shabby. It should be entertaining enough to pass the time with plenty of laughs." "Let us go then," Yang Zheng agreed. Together, they made their way to the cinema. Interestingly, the film industry seemed to hold considerable potential for profit. As an ordinary person who had not ventured into stocks or futures, Yang Zheng recognized that the real opportunities lay within the film sector. While he was not well-versed in television dramas due to his lack of interest and time to follow them, he had seen many blockbuster films. Wolf Warrior, Naja, The Wandering Earth, Dying to Survive, and Detective Chinatown were all investments that could yield significant returns. The only issue was that while he remembered their release dates, he was unaware of when they began production, nor did he have connections with directors or producers. It was a matter of fate. If he ever encountered them, he would seize the opportunity, but he would not force it. After all, money was endless. That evening, after leaving the hotel, the couple returned to their respective homes. Where else could young couples in a small county go, if not to a hotel? Yang Zheng still chose not to spend the night with Yin Qian. Primarily because her sleeping posture was overly clingy, she insisted on holding him throughout the night. In the early days of their relationship in Chudong, it was bearable, as he enjoyed the novelty. However, the constant cuddling soon became uncomfortable, and thus, he preferred not to stay the night with her. The next day, upon waking, Yang Zheng still did not check Wealth Treasure, as the group matches that concluded in the early hours meant there would be a day of rest with no games tomorrow. Since he had already placed data-driven bets yesterday, there was no need to check. In the morning, Yang Zheng spent some time reviewing questions for his driving theory test at home when he received a message from Zhou. She informed him that Zhang Feifei had returned home due to some family matters, leaving her alone at the hotel. Yang Zheng understood the implications, and, with nothing planned for the day, changed his shoes and stepped out. Chapter 050. This woman is truly fierce. At the Shangyi Hotel, Zhou urged, "You need to leave quickly." He promised to come. After receiving Yang Zheng's reply, Zhou immediately began to hurry Zhang Feifei. "Damn it, I finally understand what it means to have no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex." Zhang Feifei retorted with indignation. Zhou remained silent, grabbing her arm to usher her out. "Why are you in such a rush?" Zhang Feifei waved her hand away. He just replied, "It'll take him some time to arrive." Zhou, hearing this, seemed to calm down but still insisted, "You need to hurry. What if his home is very close? You really have no sense of humanity. Have you forgotten who begged me to come the other day?" Zhang Feifei exclaimed, her expression a mix of absurdity and disbelief. After a moment, she added, "I'll give you an hour. I'm going to browse downstairs, and I'll be back an hour." Zhou immediately shook her head. "Not enough." Zhang Feifei raised an eyebrow. "Is it that serious?" Zhou cheeks flushed as if she had recalled something. Zhang Feifei glanced at her. Curiosity etched on her face. "How long will you be?" Zhou pondered for a moment before replying. "You should head home first. Come back in the afternoon. Why would I go back? Zhang Feifei retorted, her eyes widening in anger. I told my grandmother I was going to Xingqing for work. How else could I spend the night out here with you? Now you've gone and foolishly invited a man over, and you expect me to just leave? She demanded. Is this how a person behaves? Zhou Mei regained her usual calm and composed demeanor, as if Zhang Feifei's words did not concern her. With her arms crossed, she replied coolly, then you can go to an internet CAF. I'll transfer you 20 yuan later. Zhang Feifei's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be replaced by indignation. 20 yuan? Are you shooing away a beggar? Zhou Mei shot her a glance. Take it or leave it. When he arrives, I doubt you'll dare to stay. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhang Feifei shot back defiantly, yet the conviction in her expression waned. After a brief pause, she sweetened her tone. How about you add a bit more? You're practically a young mistress now. Can you really not spare a little more? I am no such mistress. Zhou Mei snapped, her irritation evident. Zhang Feifei countered. Why not? A mistress doesn't have to be the main wife. Zhou Mei sighed as she looked at her friend. You should read more. A mistress refers specifically to the main wife. Zhang Feifei paused in surprise. But I've seen on TV where they refer to the second and third mistresses. A mistress is the legitimate wife of the young master. The second mistress is the legitimate wife of the second young master, and so forth. Zhou Mei explained, then suddenly questioned herself. Why am I even telling you this? Just hurry and leave. Zhang Feifei, seated in the chair, shook her head, at least 50 less. Otherwise, I'll shamelessly stay here, and you'll have to explain to Yang Zheng. Fine, I'll give you 50. Just hurry up. Zhou Mei displayed her impatience. Zhang Feifei laughed as she stood, straightening her clothes and teasing. Even if you're not the mistress, you're still a concubine, right? Just put some effort in. He.S. wealthy. Does he really need to worry about your pocket money? Zhou Mei had long grown accustomed to her friend's unfiltered remarks. Whatever Zhang Feifei uttered no longer surprised her. She simply replied, if he.s. willing to give, I have no face to ask. Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. You're already with him. What do you have to lose? If it were me, I'd demand he pays for unlocking new moves every day. Just like buying skins. Zhou Mei sighed. If only you lived your life with such joy. That is precisely how it should be. Zhang Feifei stated, moving toward the door. Just as she reached for the handle, a series of knocks echoed. Zhou Mei shot her an exasperated glare, but before she could say anything, Zhang Feifei had already swung the door open. Standing outside was Yang Zheng, who looked puzzled upon seeing Zhang Feifei. Didn't you say you had something to attend to at home? Zhang Feifei shrugged. I was just about to leave. Yang Zheng nodded, stepping aside. As Zhang Feifei made to pass, she suddenly recalled something and added, the bed on the left is mine. I still need to sleep there tonight, so don't get too carried away. Yang Zheng was taken aback by her boldness. Before he could respond, Zhang Feifei had already slipped away. Inside the room, Zhou Mei stood by the bed, gazing at him for a moment before parting her lips. I missed you. This was undoubtedly an invitation. Yang Zheng approached a tête, under the impression that Zhou Mei was alone in the hotel, merely seeking companionship, especially since she had just distanced herself from her family a couple of days prior. He didn't want her to feel neglected. Other matters had crossed his mind. After all, just yesterday he had practiced rigorously. Honestly, he was grateful for his rejuvenated physique. Otherwise, who could withstand such frequency? Yang Zheng moved closer to the bed. The girl had sent out a signal. How could he possibly back down? At noon, Zhang Feifei returned just in time for lunch. She had been texting Zhou Mei to check on her, knowing that the internet CAF was far less comfortable than the hotel's esports room. When Zhou Mei replied that she was about to eat, Zhang Feifei promptly returned. Upon entering the room, Zhang Feifei initially wore an amused smile, but her expression soured when she spotted her bed. Ahem. Yang Zheng cleared his throat awkwardly. Just call the hotel staff to change the sheets later. He truly hadn't meant for this to happen. Once the mood struck, he hadn't thought of anything else. Zhang Feifei regarded him, mimicking a biting motion with her teeth, which produced a sharp click. Yang Zheng understood her implication, but wasn't intimidated. Rather, he found a certain charm in her assertiveness. However, he decided to steer clear of Zhang Feifei. She was a bit too fierce for comfort. Where to eat? Zhou Mei broke the silence. Zhang Feifei chimed in immediately. Where else? Let us just order takeout. With that, she headed straight for the computer. Let us get 3 black going. Zheng thought. She is so addicted. She probably couldn't resist playing even while ordering food. Zhou Mei interjected again. You can order takeout. We'll go out to eat. Zhang Feifei halted, then pouted, fine, we'll eat out. She added with a hint of sarcasm. We were doing just fine with takeout, but here comes the love-struck brain. Zhou Mei felt a blush creep on her cheeks. Realizing her concern was that Zheng might disdain takeout, which prompted her to suggest dining out. She also recognized her friend was attempting to support her. Zheng surveyed the two, chuckling softly. Let us just order takeout. Don't forget our first meeting where we ate boxed meals at the internet CF. He had surely consumed more takeout than the two of them combined, and he had no qualms about it. He noticed that although Zhou Mei appeared calm and indifferent, she seemed slightly insecure in his presence. There was truly no need for that. Yet, he was unsure how to comfort her. So he opted for shared activities to bridge the gap. Zhou Mei, being a perceptive girl, sensed Zheng's intentions. A subtle smile curved her lips as she looked at him, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Chapter 051. Do not say you were not forewarned. Dinner was ordered according to Zhang Feifei's preference. However, Zheng did not follow her lead of eating while playing, as he simply couldn't manage both. After finishing their meal, it was time for 3 black to commence. During the game, Zheng noticed that his reaction speed had significantly improved compared to his previous life, both in mental agility and physical reflexes. When he played League of Legends in his past life, he had 2 very distinct sensations. Firstly, his eyes perceived the actions of his opponent across the way, yet his mind only registered the appropriate response after the opponent had completed their maneuver. Secondly, there were instances when, despite having a strategy firmly established in his mind, his hands seemed paralyzed, utterly failing to keep pace. He even experienced this sensation during his last gaming session at the internet CAF. However, today, an extraordinary synchronicity and harmony existed between his eyes, mind, and hands. The most evident demonstration of this was when he previously assisted Zhang Feifei. He often relied on her directions to execute his moves. Yet today, as soon as Zhang Feifei began to speak, he was already in action, rendering her anticipated words into mere exclamations of nice and a surprised inquiry. Could it be that you are truly a genius? How long have you been playing? Your awareness and execution seem to have reached a diamond level. Zheng felt more than just that. Nonetheless, he had no aspirations of pursuing a professional career, so the question of his skill level was of little consequence. He merely wished to enjoy the game for leisure and relaxation. As the afternoon swiftly passed in the throes of gaming, around 6 o'clock, Zheng called for a halt, preparing to venture out for dinner. Zhang Feifei once again suggested ordering takeout. Zheng replied, "Order what you desire." The 3 of them went out for dinner before returning to the hotel. Upon entering the room, Zhang Feifei was eager to start gaming again, but Zheng intervened. With so many prominent streamers broadcasting tonight, let us watch some live streams instead. As he spoke, he opened Sha TV. Zhang Feifei, looking somewhat disheartened, remarked, "I've seen it. There's nothing worth watching. They all seem so dull. I'd rather play the game myself." Zheng, slightly exasperated, retorted, "The purpose of watching live streams is to observe how others conduct their broadcasts, so you can learn from them. I didn't invite you to be a mere spectator." Unfazed, Zhang Feifei responded, "What is there to learn? Isn't it just about playing games while chatting with the comments? If I were to stream, I would undoubtedly outperform them by 1,000-fold." Zheng found her audacity amusing, yet he recognized that young individuals often possess an inflated sense of self-worth, which could be described as lofty aspirations paired with a lack of skill. Attempting to reason with them would be futile. They would not heed advice until faced with the consequences of their actions. Therefore, Zheng decided against further persuasion and simply stated, "It's commendable that you possess such confidence, but I must inform you in advance. The contract we signed contains a clause stipulating that if you fail to generate revenue for the company for 3 consecutive months post-signing, the company reserves the right to terminate your salary and even dissolve the contract. Furthermore, while the B-level contract originally stipulates a base salary of 2,000, I increased it by 1,000 due to your trust in me. so you could live comfortably in Xingqing. Thus, if you approach streaming with the mindset of merely earning money from gaming, you should prepare for the possibility of my terminating our agreement. I will not show leniency for anyone. Before Zhang Feifei could respond, Zhou Mei interjected, "Rest assured, I will not plead on her behalf. She can go to Chudong and work in a factory instead." Although she claimed she wouldn't intervene, she was already attempting to mediate, likely perceiving the gravity of Yang Zheng's words and fearing he was upset. Yet, Yang Zheng was not angry. He felt no familial obligation. Respecting others' destinies was sufficient. Whether Zhang Feifei chose to make changes and strive for streaming success was her own affair. Yang Zheng would not impose his will upon her. His earlier words served as a cautionary notice, ensuring that should Zhang Feifei fail to succeed, she could not blame him for being unsympathetic. "I'll just observe." Zhang Feifei pouted. Yang Zheng cast her a sidelong glance, saying, "You needn't adopt such a reluctant demeanor if you truly don't wish to watch. You are free not to. I'm not your parent, and I won't dictate your actions. If your streams succeed, I profit. If they fail, my losses are minimal. Therefore, as long as you adhere to the relevant regulations while streaming and do not cause any losses to the company, you're free to pursue whatever activities you desire, even if that includes dating a rapper." After this, he no longer directed his gaze toward Zhang Feifei, but beckoned Zhou Mei closer. When she approached, he lifted her onto his lap and opened a popular streamer-esque channel, watching the broadcast together. He occasionally offered explanations, reminding her of key considerations for streaming, such as emphasizing self-introduction and personal branding, not to overly concern herself with comments, addressing what she could and ignoring the rest, and encouraging viewer interaction, requesting follows and free gifts, among other points. Although Yang Zheng had yet to engage in gaming streams, he possessed a fair understanding of e-commerce streaming, noting that the principles were fundamentally similar. The three essential elements of e-commerce streaming, personality, product, and environment, were equally vital in any streaming context. While gaming streams lacked tangible products, the content itself constituted the product. Therefore, excelling in gaming streams also hinged on the same three elements. However, discussing these concepts now would likely be challenging for Zhou Mei to grasp, so Yang Zheng merely offered her broad suggestions. As Zhou Mei sat in his embrace, her smile never faltered, occasionally seizing the opportunity to nuzzle against his face like a kitten seeking affection from its owner. Unlike Zhang Feifei, Zhou Mei was not so carefree. She had previously studied the intricacies of streaming and recognized that it was far from the straightforward endeavor it appeared to be. It was 2014, with 2 years remaining until the so-called year of streaming, 2016. While there may have been individuals systematically researching the streaming industry, such information was undoubtedly kept confidential. The internet had yet to be inundated with relevant content, unlike the future, where streaming courses would proliferate, allowing anyone to discuss streaming with ease. Consequently, Zhou Mei, eager to explore how to stream effectively, found herself at a loss for methods. In contrast, Yang Zheng casually articulated many points she had never even considered, deepening her admiration for him. In truth, with the knowledge of streaming Yang Zheng possessed, he could undoubtedly excel as a lecturer on the subject. Thus, Zhou Mei's admiration was not misplaced. While the two shared an affectionate moment, Zhang Feifei remained expressionless, engaged in a virtual massacre in the game. Indeed, she had chosen not to watch the stream, partly due to the youthful arrogance that had prompted her to check out others' broadcasts after Yang Zheng's previous remarks. She genuinely concluded that most streamers were subpar, particularly the female streamers she had encountered, who not only lacked her beauty, but were also vastly inferior in gaming skills. The presence of so many viewers in their streams only fueled her belief that she could easily surpass them. Thus, she truly did not take live streaming seriously. Furthermore, the girl's thoughts remained rather naive. She believed that she and Yang Zheng were friends. However, what Yang Zheng had just said sounded exceedingly cold to her ears, making it difficult for her to accept. This prompted a rebellious notion within her. Since you claim not to care about me, I shall pursue what I enjoy. Young people often love to stake their pride against others. Chapter 052. After entering the pass, a great scholar will debate for me. The next day, Yang Zheng awoke in his own home. After all, such a grand figure as Zhang Feifei lay in the adjacent bed. Staying at a hotel with Zhou Mei would yield little more than frustration. Certainly, returning home was far more preferable. Today marked the 28th, the day prior. The homeroom teacher had announced in the class group that everyone should gather at school by 9 a.m. to receive their volunteer forms and take graduation photos. Yin Xian had invited Yang Zheng for breakfast, and the two dined at San Peng Gu's establishment. After their meal, they proceeded to school together. Brother Zheng, you're incredible. 625 points, second in the school, fifth in the entire county. Not long after they entered the school gates, they were greeted by classmates coming over to say hello. Yang Zheng had not performed well academically when he first entered high school, having only gained admission by paying the school fee, which placed him in a class that languished at the bottom of the year. It was only in his second year that he began to apply himself diligently. Thus, when the classes were divided into arts and sciences, he remained in the bottom tier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in the same class as a talented student like Yin Xian. Although he had previously been merely a slacker, he had still managed to rank first in his class, significantly outpacing the second-place student. His classmates affectionately referred to him as Brother Zheng, having witnessed his transformation from an academic underachiever to a top student. Now, with his score of 625, he brought honor to the entire class. His classmates were far more concerned about these rankings than Yang Zheng himself. They were acutely aware of the standings. Not too bad, Yang Zheng replied modestly with a smile. The person before him was someone whose name he could hardly recall. He truly embodied a sense of being unsullied amidst the filth. Among the entire class, he was the only one genuinely striving to learn. While his classmates admired him, there lingered a sense of alienation when confronted by someone so different. Coupled with his naturally taciturn demeanor, he had no friends in class. Outside of class, he had even fewer connections. Presently, he could count the names of his high school classmates on one hand. Are you two together? A classmate inquired upon noticing Yang Zheng holding Yin Xian's hand. Yin Xian proudly raised their joined hands, her expression beaming. Isn't it obvious? After a brief pause, she added, we got together before the college entrance exam. On May 20th, the day of confession, the classmate was momentarily taken aback and then gave her a thumbs up. It must have been your confession, right? Otherwise, Brother Zheng, being so earnest, would never dare to engage in early romance. Yin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not deny it. Rather, she boldly declared, if you like someone, you must pursue it boldly. After all, the exam was not far off, and May 20th is far more romantic than June 9th. Not necessarily. June 9th has its own unique charm, Yang Zheng silently quipped. As they conversed, the three of them made their way to the classroom. Upon entering, they found a considerable number of students already chatting. As the trio entered, an unexpected silence fell over the classroom. Then, someone initiated applause, and soon the room erupted into a chorus of clapping. Brother Zheng, you're amazing. You really brought glory to our class. Brother Zheng, this is incredible. 625 points. That's truly impressive. The praises flowed, and Yang Zheng's youthful face began to redden slightly. The applause continued for quite some time before gradually subsiding. The students then bombarded him with questions. Brother Zheng, when did your English scores improve? Brother Zheng, which school are you planning to apply to? Brother Zheng, with such remarkable study methods, why don't you share them with us? I see Yin Xian performed excellently as well. Before Yang Zheng could respond, someone interjected. The minds of scholars differ from ours. Whatever subject they wish to excel in, they simply do. You should apply to Dongshan University with Brother Zheng's score. That should suffice, and just choose your major as you see fit. I believe Xianan Polytechnic is even better, with 625 points. You should be able to select a top major. I heard from my cousin that choosing a major is more important than selecting a school. Hearing the student chatter, Yang Zheng couldn't help but smile. Previously, when they called him Brother Zheng, there was undoubtedly an undertone of mockery. In his past life, after his disappointing college entrance examination, some had bluntly remarked, all that effort was for naught. You're just like me, destined for a second-tier school. Such jests were not uncommon. Yet now, a famous saying flashed through his mind. After entering the pass, a great scholar will debate for me. Another echoed, after achieving success, one finds themselves surrounded by good people. Before long, the homeroom teacher, Huang Dingxin, enter the classroom. The room gradually quieted down. Huang Dingxin's first words were, "Let us all give Yang Zheng a round of applause to congratulate him on achieving an impressive score of 625 points in the college entrance examination, bringing glory not only to our class 324, but also to our school, Sanzhong." The classroom erupted once again in enthusiastic applause. Yang Zheng stood to express his gratitude. Once the applause subsided, Huang Dingxin continued, "Your high school years have concluded, but your life ahead is still long." What followed was an overflowing bowl of motivational platitudes. Yang Zheng harbored gratitude toward his high school homeroom teacher. Huang Dingxin was not the archetype of a selfless teacher. He exhibited many of the flaws common among educators, maintaining double standards between high achievers and underperformers, calling parents for the slightest infractions, and indulging in lengthy monologues. Yet, he undeniably fulfilled his responsibilities as a teacher, never giving up on any student. Truly selfless teachers are a rarity, and it is unrealistic to expect that once one becomes a teacher, they must adhere to certain ideals. Teachers, after all, are merely human, ordinary individuals. In the realm of education, the true backbone comprises ordinary teachers like Huang Dingxin. In Yang Zheng's past life, after his disappointing exam results, Huang Dingxin had repeatedly called him, urging him to consider repeating a year. He believed Yang Zheng to be intelligent and diligent, convinced that with an additional year, he would achieve better results and have more choices. However, at that time, Yang Zheng was too obstinate, completely impervious to persuasion. Now, he could scarcely recall why he had been so resolutely against the idea of repeating a year. It seemed it was merely out of a sense of embarrassment. How foolish that truly was. After Huang Dingxin simmered a pot of motivational soup, he proceeded to discuss the nuances of filling out college applications, distributing forms, guidelines, and directories of academic programs. Then, the group was organized to take graduation photos. The first shot was a collective group photo. Several school leaders specifically approached Yang Zheng to exchange a few words. Each subject teacher also took a moment to converse with him, particularly the English teacher. A middle-aged woman in her 40s embraced Yang Zheng and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. One can only imagine the countless sleepless nights she endured, grappling with the challenges of teaching a student so singularly focused on his strengths. As they lined up for the photo, Yang Zheng transitioned from the third-to-last position to the very last. Previously, he stood at a height of exactly 1.8 meters, but the last student now measured 1.82 meters. However, it appeared that he had grown slightly taller than that classmate. Indeed, his body had undergone another stage of development. Although his stature warranted a place in the back row, he was strategically positioned in the middle of the front row among the boys, undeniably the center of attention. Ready, 3, 2, 1, cheese. With a synchronized shout, their high school journey was immortalized in the photograph. After completing the group shot, Yang Zheng was pulled aside for several individual photos, intended for the distinguished graduates display. This was a mark of his legacy within the school's history. While other classmates freely mingled for group photos, many approached Yang Zheng for a picture once he was done. He politely declined, claiming he had pressing matters to attend to. Though the urgency was genuine as he had to take the first driving test, it was scheduled for the afternoon, so there was no immediate rush. He simply found the prospect of posing cumbersome. It was manageable with 1 or 2 individuals, but soon 7 or 8 surrounded him, and more would undoubtedly follow. It felt quite burdensome, especially considering that these high school classmates were essentially strangers to him a decade later, with no connections to maintain. After informing Yin Xian that he was heading to take the driving test, Yang Zheng returned to the classroom. He quickly filled out the application form and submitted it to Huang Dingxin before making his way out of the school. He then hailed a taxi to Lin City, as there were no testing centers in Huainan. However, with time on his side, Yang Zheng intended to purchase a car. Huainan lacked a dealership, and the car he sought was a birthday gift for Yang Jiaheng in Chenyu. He planned to buy his own vehicle in Xingqing, as after obtaining his driver's license, he wouldn't be staying in Huainan for long, and thus saw no need for an additional car. If the need arose, he could simply use his parents' vehicle. Yang Zheng had already contemplated what car to buy for his parents. In his previous life, Yang Jiaheng had purchased an Audi A6, initially intending to buy a Q7 but refrained due to its exorbitant price. Given Yang Jiaheng's fondness for the Audi brand, Yang Zheng resolved to gift him a Q7 and present Xinyu with an A6. This would allow him to avoid the inconvenience of visiting multiple dealerships while providing a well-balanced choice between a sedan and an SUV. Yang Zheng was not averse to purchasing a more luxurious vehicle for his parents. Yet, given their residence in Huainan, driving an extravagant car would present complications, especially with a plethora of relatives and friends around. The prices for the Q7 and A6 were quite reasonable, with the Q7 priced at around $1 million and the A6 at $400,000 to $500,000. This would align perfectly with the perception of their family's financial status among relatives and friends. Yang Zheng calculated that their current savings amounted to roughly $2 million. On the way to Lin City, Yang Zheng opened his phone and accessed the Wealth Treasure app. Starting from midnight tonight, which marked the early hours of the 29th, until the early hours of July 2nd, there would be 8 matches in the quarterfinals, 2 each day. After reviewing the pairings, he identified 2 favorable matchups. The first was Costa Rica versus Chile, recalling that the 2 teams had initially drawn before Costa Rica triumphed in the penalty shootout. The odds for a draw in this match were 255, which was rather modest. After reviewing his previous data, he considered placing a wager of $2 million, his standard unit for betting on win-loss scenarios. While a draw could have warranted a score bet due to the limited outcomes, he ultimately decided against it. The most probable scores of 0, 0, 1, 1, and 2 all had low odds. A smaller stake wouldn't yield significant returns, and at present, he had no pressing need for such gains. Moreover, he couldn't afford to stake too much, as doing so would starkly contrast with his prior data, appearing quite peculiar without the emotional justification of national pride. As a conclusion of the matches approached, Yang Zheng found himself increasingly cautious. His balance in the Wealth Treasure app had grown considerable, and with wealth comes the heightened fear of loss. The second favorable matchup was between the War Chariot Nation and Algeria. Although Yang Zheng had no recollection of this particular match, he was aware that the War Chariot Nation was the reigning champion, having won 3 out of 4 matches in the knockout stage. Only in the final, against Argentina, did they draw 0-0 in regular time, ultimately clinching victory in extra time to secure the World Cup. Thus, Yang Zheng was poised to capitalize on this match as well, placing another wager of $2 million. To his dismay, the odds for a War Chariot Nation victory were merely 1-3. He increasingly recognized how detrimental unexpected outcomes could be for fans. He calculated that his combined winnings from the 2 matches would amount to $7 million. Frankly, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Why did it only yield this much? He contemplated increasing his stake, even formulating a rationale, given that he had already wagered $10 million on the championship team. Placing an additional $5 million on this match wouldn't seem outlandish. However, he ultimately decided against it. An extra wager of $3 million would merely yield an additional $900,000. The return on investment was too low to justify derailing his database with such a risk. Moreover, $7 million was by no means insignificant. His parents' income was respectable, yet they might not accumulate that much over a lifetime, given the many expenses they faced. Many individuals struggle to earn that amount even once in their lives, let alone save it. He needed to remain grounded. While having money allowed for a few indulgences, he must not cultivate a careless attitude toward finances. His current situation did not afford him that luxury. Patience was crucial. These matches were merely appetizers, with the true feast awaiting the monumental 1-7 match. Adjusting his mindset, Yang Zheng resumed his data analysis. There were still 6 matches remaining, and he allocated 100,000 to each of 3 major scores for each match. This would ultimately reflect the amount he would wager during the anticipated 1-7 match. Huainan was not far from Lin City. If one does not venture into the city center, a mere half-hour drive suffices. The Audi dealership, located on the outskirts of Lincheng, was soon reached by Yang Zheng. Upon entering the establishment, he was promptly approached by a male salesperson, which quelled any desire for extended conversation on Yang Zheng's part. He directly articulated his requirements: a Q7 and an A6. After a cursory glance at the display vehicles, he inquired about the prices. The salesperson proceeded to elucidate the base prices of the various configurations available. Ultimately, Zheng settled on the following: a 2014 Q7, Model 40 TFSI Sport, with a base price of 111,800 yuan, and a 2014 A6, Model 35 FSI Luxury, with a base price of 627,600 yuan. Following the selection of accessories, he formally placed his order and made the payment. The Q7's final price amounted to 380,000 yuan, while the A6 totaled 760,000 yuan. The dealership promised to handle the registration and provide compulsory insurance, assuring delivery to Huainan by July 20th. Thus, the birthday gifts for his parents were successfully arranged. Afterward, Zheng found a place to dine before heading directly to the examination venue for Subject 1. The afternoon test was scheduled to commence at 2 o'clock, and Zheng patiently awaited his turn. However, arriving early proved advantageous, as it allowed him to enter without delay. Had he come later, he would have faced the inconvenience of queuing, which could have consumed even more time. The results of the examination were revealed instantly. Zheng achieved a perfect score of 100. Subject 1 was thus effortlessly conquered. Subsequently, he took a taxi back to Huainan. Upon arriving home, Zheng reclined on the sofa and began contacting various individuals. He first obtained the identification numbers of Yang Yahan, Zhou Mei, and Zhang Feifei. After securing train tickets, he informed them to prepare for their journey, as they would depart for Xingqing at 10:07 the following morning. He also communicated with Yuan Lu, Zhou Wei, and Lu Shanwan. That evening, during dinner, Zheng mentioned to his parents his plans to visit Xingqing. Yang Jiaxing and Chunyu did not inquire further, having already been informed of his business pursuits in Xingqing. If he were to remain in Huainan indefinitely, it would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Moreover, their son, now a man of considerable means, had long surpassed their oversight. Chapter 054. 3 country girls the following day. After getting up and completing his morning routine, Zheng tidied up briefly before sending the location of the Sanpang fish noodle shop to Yang Yahan, Zhou Mei, and Zhang Feifei. He then hailed a motorcycle taxi to the venue. Shortly after his arrival, the 3 young women began to appear in succession. As Zheng had not previously introduced them to one another, their initial meeting was tinged with surprise. He took the initiative to introduce them, emphasizing Yang Yahan's identity as his neighbor's sister, who would be working at his company for the summer. Otherwise, Zhou Mei might have harbored unwarranted thoughts. Upon first seeing Yang Yahan, her expression had noticeably shifted to one of unease, her gaze evasive, evidently mistaking Yang Yahan for his girlfriend. It was only after Zheng's introduction that her demeanor relaxed, revealing her honest nature. Had she been more calculating, she might have sought to assert her presence rather than shy away. After breakfast, Zheng summoned a private car, and the 4 of them set off for the Lincheng high-speed railway station. He timed their arrival impeccably, as they boarded the train shortly after checking in. He had purchased 4 tickets, opting for 2 double seats. Once aboard, he chose to sit next to Zhou Mei, while Yang Yahan and Zhang Feifei naturally seated themselves together. The former, a well-behaved girl, and the latter, a girl with pink hair, seemed to possess inherently incompatible energies, as they did not exchange a single glance, each engrossed in their mobile devices. Meanwhile, Zhou Mei received a message from Zhang Feifei. "Why don't you swap seats with this girl? Just looking at her makes me feel uncomfortable." Zhou Mei pretended not to see it, slightly leaning against Zheng's shoulder and playfully grasping his hand. Zheng realized that this girl was even more clingy than Yin Qian. Nonetheless, he had a preference for aloof and tsundere types, as he relished the contrasting personas they exhibited in public and private. This fondness did not extend to Yin Qian's clinginess, as he intended to end their relationship with the onset of the school term, wishing to avoid deepening their emotional connection. Zhou Mei, however, was different. Their arrangement was for 2 years. Under normal circumstances, even without deliberate efforts, their feelings would likely cool by then. If not, it would be a matter to ponder after 2 years. Zheng subscribed to the belief that the most unwise endeavor in this world is to fret over events that have yet to transpire and to be anxious about imagined outcomes. Life is inherently devoid of complications. It is the foolish who create their own turmoil. The high-speed train sped forth, leaving a blur of landscapes in its wake, much like the passage of life itself. Upon arriving in Xingqing, the three young women exhibited expressions of awe, their eyes darting about in excitement as they took in their surroundings. The high-speed railway station in Xingqing far surpassed that of Linsheng in grandeur, with a bustling throng of travelers. Yang Zheng guided them to a taxi and directed it straight to the riverside at Chenxi. The three were utterly astonished upon entering the nearly 300-square-meter riverside apartment. The vastness of the space evoked an almost overwhelming sense of opulence. Anyone encountering it for the first time would surely think, this is what true luxury looks like. Even Yang Zheng had felt a measure of astonishment upon purchasing the property, let alone these three girls from small county towns. They lingered hesitantly near the entrance, seemingly afraid to step further inside, particularly as there were others present. "Mr. Yang, you're back. Shall I start preparing the meal now?" asked Lu Shanwan, who had been contacted by Yang Zheng the previous day to procure groceries for lunch. "Yes, please proceed," Yang Zheng replied, turning to the three young women. "Don't just stand there. Come in. This is my home in Xingqing, and you needn't be so restrained." At his words, the three stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Feifei was the first to break the silence, her face a mask of disbelief. "This is your home?" Yang Zheng nodded affirmatively. Then Yang Yahan, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "Uncle Jiaxing bought you such a large house in Xingqing?" Yang Zheng simply explained, "I purchased it myself." Zhou Mei remained silent, her expression one of dazed contemplation as she surveyed her surroundings, her face reflecting a sense of existential doubt. "Come on in. Lunch is being prepared," Yang Zheng urged once more. Finally, the three regained their composure and entered the apartment, albeit still exhibiting a cautious demeanor, as if any sudden movements might damage the property. Yang Zheng chose not to concern himself with their hesitations and made his way to the study. Correction, it should now be referred to as the esports room, as Yuan Lu had completed its transformation. It would be more accurate to say it had been arranged rather than renovated, as no substantial alterations had taken place. Only a layer of wallpaper had been applied, and the furniture was all pre-made purchases. Thus, it had been ready in just a few days. The door to the room stood ajar, revealing the interior at a glance. The predominant hue of the entire room was a profound, dark blue. The wallpaper was adorned with streaks of light and shadow, bestowing a futuristic ambience upon the space. The ceiling sparkled with small, star-shaped lights, and once illuminated, it evoked the sensation of being enveloped by a starlit sky. In the center of the room were three sleekly designed computers, with two additional units stationed at the corners. The computer desks harmonized with the room's color scheme, exuding a deep azure shade. Surrounding the room were several counters, each displaying a variety of figurines representing League of Legends heroes. Overall, this room was simply mesmerizing. "Wow, this is incredibly cool," exclaimed Zhang Feifei, who had unexpectedly rushed in. Her words echoed Yang Zheng's own sentiments regarding the room. Bushing past Yang Zheng, she dashed to the desk, eagerly powered up the computer, and settled in, her actions flowing seamlessly. Upon seeing the computers, Zhang Feifei felt akin to Zhang Fei encountering El Bu. All feelings of restraint and tension were instantly cast aside. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. I am destined to battle with it for 300 rounds. This room was unequivocally her dream sanctuary. She felt as though she could reside in this space for a lifetime. However, a devilish voice interrupted her reverie. "Not yet, we need to eat." Yang Zheng's words felt like an ominous hand clutching Zhang Feifei's fate by the throat. "Oh," she replied, her spirit deflated. This room was not hers, it belonged to him. A sudden impulse to covet this space surged within her. How could such a room not be hers? "Is this what they call an esports room?" Zhou Mei inquired after observing the room for a considerable time. "Indeed," Yang Zheng replied, subsequently taking out his phone to send a message to Yuan Lu. "I've seen the room. It's absolutely stunning. Thank you." He then gestured to Zhou Mei. "Come, let me show you the master bedroom." Zhou Mei nodded and followed him into the main bedroom. Her initial reaction upon entering was, "It's enormous," followed swiftly by, "and beautiful." Yang Zheng took her hand and led her to the viewing balcony. As Zhou Mei gazed down at the bustling Xinjiang through the window, her expression turned somewhat dazed. In that moment, she suddenly understood the imagery depicted in that poetic line. To stand atop the summit and behold the mountains dwarfed below. The feeling was genuinely intoxicating. A force from behind nudged her forward, causing her to lean against the window pane. Yang Zheng turned her head and kissed her directly. The breathtaking view not only enchanted, but also ignited a fervent desire for conquest. Chapter 055, Just Don't Regret It. In the dining room. After Yang Zheng and his three companions settled at the table, Yang Yahan glanced at Lu Shanwan, who had retreated to the living room, and quietly asked, "Why isn't that aunt coming to eat?" Yang Zheng paused for a moment before calling out, "Aunt Lu, would you like to join us for a meal?" Lu Shanwan hesitated slightly at the sound, then quickly shook her head. "No, I've already eaten." She had come early in the morning to buy groceries, clean the house, prepare the ingredients, and cook. Where would she have gone to eat? This was merely an excuse. Yang Zheng understood this, but chose not to press further. He had only called out because Yang Yahan had expressed curiosity. Otherwise, he might not have minded dining together, but Lu Shanwan would undoubtedly feel quite awkward. After all, it was merely a work relationship. There was no need for familial pretenses. If he truly wished to show concern for others, offering a bit more in salary would be far more effective. As Mr. Lu Sun once articulated, caring inquiries are no substitute for substantial financial support. During the meal, Yang Zheng's phone chimed. He picked it up to find a message from Yuan Lu. "Yuan Lu, as long as you're satisfied, there's no need for thanks. I'm merely doing my job. Yuan Lu, are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together, either at your place or mine. But this time I'll showcase my culinary skills." Yuan Lu, mainly because your home is spacious and comfortable, plus we won't have to clean up afterward, which is a bonus. Yuan Lu, and while I'm there, we can settle the accounts and discuss my design ideas for your company's renovation. Yang Zheng engaged in conversation with her while eating. "Yang Zheng, I have a few friends over. If you don't mind, it's fine." Yuan Lu, in that case, let us postpone. We can talk when your friends have left. Yang Zheng, they'll be staying here for a while during the summer. Yuan Lu, she, or they? Staying for a while? It's not what I'm imagining, is it? Yang Zheng, what exactly are you imagining? Yuan Lu, the young master and his concubines having a grand time. Yang Zheng, one of them is. The other two are a contracted streamer and my neighbor's sister. Here for summer work. Yuan Lu, oh my. Yuan Lu, I was just joking. I didn't expect you to actually. Yuan Lu, can't wealthy men remain faithful? Yang Zheng, the little bear shrugs. Yang Zheng, in truth, the poor cannot either. They simply lack the means. Most of them. Yuan Lu, so just 3 of them? Then I'll come over tonight. Yang Zheng, should I buy groceries? I need to go to the supermarket this afternoon to get some supplies for them. Yuan Lu, then you handle the groceries. I'll think about what dishes to prepare and send you a menu shortly. Yang Zheng, understood. After responding, he returned to focusing on his meal. After the meal, the 3 young women unexpectedly began to clear the table in unison. Lu Shanwan quickly interjected, "Ladies, you needn't bother. I'll handle it. It's fine, Annie. I do this at home too." Zhang Feifei replied nonchalantly. Zhou Mei and Yang Yahan remained silent, but did not cease their assistance. Lu Shanwan looked on helplessly at the scene. "I appreciate your kindness, but this might jeopardize my job." Yang Zheng interjected, "Aunt Lu, just let them help. It's perfectly all right." He had discerned Lu Shanwan's concerns. Indeed, if he were a bit stingier, he could manage without hiring a housekeeper, as the 3 young women could easily maintain the apartment. Hearing this, Lu Shanwan felt somewhat relieved. However, when Yang Yahan prepared to wash the dishes, Lu Shanwan nearly snatched the dishcloth from her hands. "You all go to the living room. I can handle this myself." After saying this, she added, "This is my job." She had realized that the 3 young women likely did not fully comprehend her role in this setting. Such situations were not uncommon. After all, it was not unusual for wealthy families to have a few impoverished relatives. Thus, she deliberately emphasized her position. The 3 young women suddenly began to grasp her status. A housekeeper. Although they had never encountered this profession, they had certainly heard of it. Their understanding of Yang Zheng's financial capacity deepened further. In truth, the cost of hiring a housekeeper was not exorbitant. Nonetheless, the typical mindset of an average household would be, why spend money on something I can do myself? This leads to the perception that only extremely affluent families can afford to hire a nanny. The three of them have also succumbed to this notion. Upon returning to the living room, Zhou Mei and Yang Yahan cautiously settled onto the sofa, while Zhang Feifei meandered around for a couple of laps before heading towards the esports room. Wait a moment, Yang Zheng called out to her. After finishing his meal, he had already begun to sway by the window. Zhang Feifei paused, a hint of confusion flickering in her gaze. Yang Zheng spoke directly. You should look for a place to stay in the next few days. Zhang Feifei hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Though she had her own thoughts, she was not naive enough to believe that Yang Zheng would allow her to stay here. However, she soon grasped the implication, pointing to herself. Just me? Yang Zheng nodded, offering an explanation. Yahan is here for a summer job and will only stay in Xingqing for 2 months. Zhou Mei is the same. She will mostly reside in the school dormitory once classes begin. Therefore, they do not need to find accommodation, while you, on the other hand, need a place to live since you are here for long-term work. Zhang Feifei remained silent, but her eyes began to well with tears. Yang Zheng frowned slightly. I have made myself quite clear, haven't I? It is simply because you are here for a formal job and will be in Xingqing for an extended period. Hence the need for you to find your own living arrangements. It is not a personal affront. Zhang Feifei still did not respond, tears gathering in her eyes. Yang Zheng had indeed articulated his point clearly. She understood completely and recognized that his suggestion was sensible. Otherwise, would she be able to reside with Yang Zheng for an extended period? She comprehended the rationale, yet she felt immensely wronged. They had all come to Xingqing together. So why was she the one required to seek accommodation while Zhou Mei and Yang Yahan could reside in this grand mansion? Let Feifei stay with us for now, and after the summer break, she can look for a place. Zhou Mei interjected, mustering the courage to defend her friend. Yang Zheng glanced at her, his tone flat. I can agree to that, just don't regret it later. Zhou Mei was somewhat perplexed. Why would she regret it? Was it just a matter of living together for 2 months? She still did not fully grasp the saying. It is easy to slip into extravagance, but difficult to return to frugality. Yang Zheng could not assert with certainty, but was confident that after 2 months in this 300-square-meter riverside residence, Zhang Feifei would be reluctant to move into those modest rental places costing only a couple of thousand. As for Zhou Mei and Yang Yahan, when school commenced, they would have to leave. But what about Zhang Feifei? She had not filled out her college applications. She was already part of society and could feasibly stay here for a lifetime. Yang Zheng was mindful of this aspect, and therefore wished to encourage Zhang Feifei to find her own place sooner rather than later. Otherwise, what if Zhang Feifei decided she did not want to leave? If she were to cling on, Yang Zheng would certainly not indulge her. But what if she employed alternative methods? After all, she had Zhou Mei as a role model. She showed no signs of surprise regarding Zhou Mei's relationship with Yang Zheng, indicating her lack of aversion to such matters. Thus, it was likely that it was not Yang Zheng's narcissism, but rather akin to the adage of charming a girl. If she is Navi, show her the splendor of the world. An 18-year-old girl, still finding her footing, would indeed find it challenging to resist the allure of such opulence. Yang Zheng had no intentions of pursuing Zhang Feifei romantically. He had not planned on such actions. However, Zhou Mei had inadvertently facilitated this. Thus, he felt compelled to warn Zhou Mei, just don't regret it. In any case, he would certainly not refuse when the time came. Chapter 056, Life Lessons, A Gathering. Zhang Feifei was indeed a bit oblivious. Once her emotions settled, she silently made her way back to the esports room. The earlier tears were not solely due to feeling targeted by Yang Zheng. A significant part of her distress stemmed from her reluctance to part with the esports room, a place she had yet to experience. Yang Zheng was genuinely at a loss for words. He was too weary to call her back and simply stated, "There's a supermarket outside the community. You should have noticed it upon arrival. Later, you all should head down to purchase some daily necessities and perhaps some vegetables. I will send the list to Zhou Mei." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feifei halted, casting him a sidelong glance. She increasingly felt that Yang Zheng was deliberately singling her out, even denying her the chance to play games. All right, Zhou Mei replied. Yang Zheng forwarded the menu sent by Yuan Lu to her and transferred 2,000 yuan, then added, "There is nothing pressing today. I'll take you to the company tomorrow. You can explore the area and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. I want to be in Xingqing often, so you will need to manage your daily outings independently." The three of them exchanged surprised glances but remained silent. Their surprise stemmed from Yang Zheng's declaration that he would not be in Xingqing frequently. In their unfamiliarity, they felt a tinge of abandonment. However, there was a silver lining. When articulating requests, even if someone had doubts, they would refrain from voicing them. This tendency, rooted in traditional values, discouraged individuals from standing out. This phenomenon often resulted in absurd commands being implemented without challenge. They awaited his opposition, thinking he would object. The outcome? No one voiced dissent. "You may go." Young Zheng gestured. The three exchanged glances and made their way towards the entrance. Yang Zheng continued to sway in place. Initially, he had intended to accompany them, but he had become somewhat addicted to swaying and was reluctant to move. Besides, they were all adults now, and he did not need to oversee everything. After all, he was only 18 himself. Once they departed, Yang Zheng continued to sway until he dozed off. Time passed. By the time Yang Zheng awoke, the three had returned. Yang Yahan was seated in the living room, engrossed in her phone, while the other two were nowhere to be seen. However, Yang Zheng did not need to inquire. He knew they were likely in the esports room playing games. Stretching, he casually asked, "Did you manage to buy everything?" "Yes, we did," Yang Yahan replied, then hesitantly added, "By the way, I filled out my first choice as Chunin University of Commerce." Yang Zheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yang Yahan glanced at him, a bit bashful as she continued, "I scored 572 in the college entrance examination. My mother was initially torn between Chunin University of Commerce and Chudong Financial College. But after learning about your company in Xingqing, she ultimately chose Chunin University of Commerce." Yang Zheng nodded slowly, feeling a mix of emotions. In his previous life, Yang Yahan had attended Chudong. This was already a significant alteration to her fate. It felt almost effortless. Yet, this was undoubtedly a positive change. He was not averse to such transformations. He did not believe that every endeavor must be fraught with trials to be worthwhile. He looked at Yang Yahan and smiled, saying, "That's great. You can work for me while attending university." Yang Yahan furrowed her brows slightly. "But won't that interfere with my studies?" "Rest assured, university life offers more leisure than you might expect." Yang Zheng spoke as he made his way toward the esports room. Yang Yahan wrinkled her nose as she watched his retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment before returning to her phone. Meanwhile, Yang Zheng arrived at the door of the esports room, which was closed. Upon pushing it open, he heard a voice exclaim, "What the hell, that stupid idiot Jiao Yu." It was, of course, Zhang Feifei who had spoken. Zhou Mei reprimanded her in a hushed tone. "Keep it down." He still sleeping. Zhang Feifei, whose mouth had been wide open, promptly closed it upon hearing Zhou Mei's words. Both of them were engrossed in their game, wearing headphones, and failed to notice Yang Zheng standing right behind them. Yang Zheng had initially intended to surprise them, but reconsidered, thinking it immature to act so in front of them, and thus abandoned the idea. He approached another computer and powered it on. It was only then that the two noticed him. Good grief. How can there be such terrible players in Diamond Rank? This is absolutely ridiculous, Zhang Feifei exclaimed, yanking off her headphones as if freed from a spell, her mouth unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhou Mei also removed her headphones, first offering Yang Zheng a smile before turning to Zhang Feifei, saying, "How many times do I have to tell you? Watch your language. You could get banned from the stream for cursing." "All right, I will be more careful next time," Zhang Feifei replied casually, then added, "Let us hurry up. I don't want to play this round anymore. Now that your man is here, let's queue for a match." Zhou Mei shot her a sidelong glance, exasperated. "Every time I remind you, you say you'll be careful next time. But do you ever actually change?" "Well, I can't take all the blame." Zhang Feifei pouted. "That stupid idiot Jiao Yu never reports when he misses in mid lane, and he charges in on fights he can't win. He's just asking for a scolding." Zhou Mei raised an eyebrow, ready to retort, but Yang Zheng interjected, "All right, let us not dwell on her. People learn through experience. You can tell her 1,000 times, but until she suffers the consequences herself, it won't make a difference. Zhou Mei paused, nodding in agreement, choosing to remain silent. She had begun to grasp this concept herself. Although she had previously recognized her parents' overbearing nature, she had always harbored a flicker of hope for their approval. Her rebellious acts were merely attempts to gain their attention. It wasn't until her mother suggested introducing her to a boss and actually returned to take her away that her hopes were completely dashed. In that moment, she felt as though she had suddenly grown up, gaining clarity on many things that had previously puzzled her, or perhaps she had simply come to terms with them. Thus, she understood Yang Zheng's words. Experience teaches. One learns through hardship. She also felt that Zhang Feifei indeed needed to mature a bit. Zhang Feifei held a significant amount of disdain for Yang Zheng at that moment, even referring to him as your man. Being at an age of rebellion, she was inclined to interpret Yang Zheng's words in opposition. Who says it's useless? I'll definitely refrain from cursing during my streams, she declared, casting a glance at Zhou Mei. Don't listen to him. Just remind me more often, and I'll definitely change. Zhou Mei couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. What if you don't change? Then you could just slap me. Zhang Feifei replied, adopting a défiant attitude. Yang Zheng chimed in, I'll do the slapping. Zhang Feifei shook her head vehemently. No way. If you slap me, I might not see the light of day tomorrow. Zhou Mei smiled gently, then added, if I slap you, I feel the pain in my hand. Let us impose a fine instead. Every time you curse, you owe me 10 yuan. Yang Zheng grinned, assisting her. She definitely wouldn't dare to agree to that. Otherwise, she'd end up giving you her entire salary. Zhang Feifei hesitated for a moment, but quickly countered, who wouldn't dare to agree? Fine, 10 yuan for every curse. Yang Zheng and Zhou Mei exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent laugh. After one game, Zhang Feifei asked nervously, how much do I owe you, Mei? Zhou Mei replied with a smile, 60. Yang Zheng ed 60 is counted per instance. If calculated per word, it should be 210. Of course, it's counted per instance. How could it be per word? I've already said so many things. Zhang Feifei argued, picking up her phone and promptly transferring 60 yuan to Zhou Mei. Yang Zheng and Zhou Mei exchanged another amused glance. After another match, Zhang Feifei exclaimed, finally we won. That doesn't count as a curse, right? The game is over. Zhou Mei smiled. If that doesn't count, then it's 120. Zhang Feifei's face fell, huh? Why is it so much this time? In that round, their top lane was weak while the enemy's was quite strong, resulting in Zhang Feifei's ADC being taken down several times, inevitably leading her to curse more. Yang Zheng tactfully chimed in, I counted 16 times. Zhang Feifei paused, began to transfer money, and retorted, I didn't gamble with you. Yang Zheng and Zhou Mei shared a knowing smile, resembling a couple scheming against a child. After some thought, Yang Zheng added, just make sure you don't return the money to her afterward. Otherwise, she won't learn. Zhou Mei, caught off guard, bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Zhang Feifei shot Yang Zheng a glare, her mouth forming a silent snap with a crisp sound as her teeth clashed. Yang Zheng responded with a dismissive glance. You'll be the one crying later. Yang Zheng's previous comment clearly had an impact. Zhang Feifei had originally planned to ask Zhou Mei for her money back later, but that thought was swiftly extinguished. She was aware of just how much Zhou Mei heeded Yang Zheng's words. Thus, during the following rounds of games, Zhang Feifei did make a real effort to control her urge to curse. Many times, she would start to say a word, only to stop abruptly. Eventually, when Yang Zheng received a message from Yuan Lu saying she was on her way, he called for a pause. Zhou Mei calculated that, including the previous 2 rounds, Zhang Feifei had transferred her a total of 420 yuan. This meant that over the subsequent 8 games, Zhang Feifei had only cursed a total of 24 times, marking significant progress. However, the actual count was even higher. After Zhou Mei decided not to return the money to Zhang Feifei, the calculations became much more lenient. If following Yang Zheng's method, the subsequent 8 games would have resulted in 560 yuan. Hence, during each round settlement, Zhang Feifei transferred the money without hesitation. It was clear that the girl wasn't particularly quick-witted. Yang Zheng's tactic of provoking her had gone unnoticed throughout the afternoon. After the three of them finished their gaming session, it wasn't long before Yuan Lu arrived. Yang Zheng had previously informed the three girls. A friend will be joining us for dinner shortly, so they were not taken aback. On the contrary, Yuan Lu, upon seeing the three girls, wore an exaggerated expression. Wow, three such beautiful sisters. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the trio, lingering the longest on Zhang Feifei. She was aware that one of them was Yang Zheng's concubine, but she was uncertain of who exactly it was. To her, Yang Yahan appeared to be the quintessential good girl, definitely not the one. Zhou Mei exuded a cool demeanor, which also didn't fit the bill. The pink-haired Zhang Feifei seemed to be the most likely candidate. Yang Zheng introduced them to each other without any preamble and promptly urged, "Hurry up and prepare dinner. It's getting late." Yuan Lu shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "I just got off work. Can't you let me rest for a moment?" Yang Zheng, with an air of seriousness, replied, "You sit all day at work. Now is the perfect time to stretch your legs." As Yuan Lu prepared to respond, Yang Yahan timidly suggested, "How about I cook instead?" Zhang Feifei shot her a glance, a smirk tugging at her lips. Zhou Mei chimed in, "I can help as well." The eagerness of the two girls made Yuan Lu feel slightly embarrassed. She quickly interjected, No, I can manage on my own. I was just joking with Xiao Zheng." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Yang Zheng and briskly made her way to the kitchen. This, undoubtedly, was one of the benefits of having a crowd. If you didn't want to do something, there were plenty of others willing to step in, leaving you with no choice but to comply. Yang Zheng chuckled and moved to the window to begin shaking. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yahan went to assist in the kitchen, followed by Zhou Mei. Zhang Feifei glanced at them before making her way to the living room. Noticing Yang Zheng shaking, she remarked, "Move over. Let me lie down for a bit." This girl truly had a few screws loose. If one were close to her, being around her would be quite effortless. She wouldn't alter her demeanor based on your wealth or poverty, nor would she keep secrets or take things to heart. Her personality was refreshingly straightforward, and she was proactive in her actions, making it easy to deal with her. However, if the relationship was not as close, she could certainly become quite bothersome, lacking the ability to read the room and often oblivious to her own standing. She wore her emotions on her sleeve, oblivious to the appropriateness of the moment, often acting with an air of self-importance. Yang Zheng currently found her rather irritating, hence he chose to ignore her. Petty, he thought. After Zhang Feifei's comment, she wandered back to the gaming room. "You stay right there," Yang Zheng called out, questioning while others are helping in the kitchen. "Why are you off playing games? Explain yourself." Zhang Feifei pouted. "There are already 3 people in the kitchen. They don't need me." Yang Zheng retorted, "China has over 1 billion people. They don't need you either. Yet, I don't see you taking a permanent vacation." Zhang Feifei paused and muttered, "That's not the same." Yang Zheng continued, "If you want to play games, fine, but don't expect to eat later. If you wish to game every day, go find your own place to live. And then no one can bother you. Then I'll go help in the kitchen." Zhang Feifei declared as she headed toward the kitchen, grumbling, "You talk just like my dad." Yang Zheng silently thought, "There are times you could truly call me dad." If it weren't for this thought, he would have certainly been too lazy to deal with Zhang Feifei. At this point, he considered it a sort of early training. About an hour later, Yuan Lu's voice rang out, "Young Master Yang, dinner is ready." Yang Zheng rose and made his way to the dining room, where 7 dishes awaited him on the table. Yuan Lu carried over a pot of soup, adding, "All 3 sisters are fantastic cooks. Each made a dish. You can judge which one tastes the best." It was evident that this was a suggestion she had orchestrated intentionally. Yang Zheng nonchalantly nodded. "All right, should I also comment on which dish is the least palatable?" Yuan Lu shot him a glance. "Aren't you afraid of offending anyone?" Yang Zheng settled into his seat. "They live under someone else's roof, and you rely on me for income. Who am I afraid of offending?" He then called out. Zhang Feifei grabbed 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. Yuan Lu paused, then nodded. "All right, young Master Yang, you're impressive." From across the room, Zhang Feifei's voice piped up, "At your service, young master." Meanwhile, Zhou Mei arranged the tableware for him. "Please enjoy, young master." Yang Yahan glanced at the others, an idea sparking. "Young master, let me serve you some soup." At her words, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 058. friends may be more precious than women. How was it? Which dish was the most delicious? Was it the stir-fried beef? After Yang Zheng sampled all the dishes, Zhang Feifei asked expectantly. She was almost about to say that the stir-fried beef was her creation. Without hesitation, Yang Zheng delivered a blow. The beef is overcooked, and there's too much soy sauce. This beef dish is the least enjoyable. Huh? Zhang Feifei laughed heartily. You fell for it. That beef was made by Mei Mei. I said that on purpose, knowing you would target me. Frustrated, Yang Zheng mentally slapped himself for being deceived by such a simple trick, but his expression remained calm. Do I have nothing better to do than target you? I'm just being honest. At this point, noticing Zhou Mei's sulky expression, he found it hard to continue. Zhang Feifei, with a triumphant grin, queried, What are you then? Just speaking the truth? Yang Zheng shot her a glare, pondering how to navigate the situation. Zhou Mei interjected. When I cooked the beef, I turned the heat up too high, which made it a bit tough. And when I added the soy sauce, my hand slipped, and I did pour in a bit too much. Zhang Feifei's smug smile instantly froze. She felt as though someone had forcefully shoved a mouthful of dog food into her mouth. Yuan Lu surveyed the three, smiling as she suggested, Why don't you give a serious evaluation? She finally realized her earlier assumption was incorrect. The girl with purple hair was indeed the favored concubine. Yang Zheng nodded. Recalling the flavors of the dishes, he said, The best dish was the stir-fried chicken with ginger, while the worst was the stir-fried porcini with cured meat. Zhang Feifei sprang up. How did you know the stir-fried porcini with cured meat was mine? The others jumped in surprise. Yang Zheng glanced at her and chuckled. I initially said the beef was bad to keep you from being too smug, but now that I mentioned the stir-fried porcini, that truly was not good. I swear on my honor. Zhang Feifei scrutinized him for a while, as if trying to determine whether he was lying. Finally, she sat down in silence, fuming. Yang Yahan cheerfully announced, The stir-fried chicken with ginger was made by me. Zhang Feifei shot her a look, her expression growing increasingly disgruntled. Yang Zheng then praised. It was indeed excellent, surpassing what one would find at a typical restaurant. What about the other dishes? Yuan Lu suddenly asked, her gaze fixed on Yang Zheng. He replied earnestly, To be honest, they were average. Yuan Lu paused before responding. As long as they weren't terrible, that's sufficient. She quickly added, Now let's drink. Internally, she cursed, Damn straightforward, man. Yang Zheng clinked glasses with her, and they both took hearty gulps. Only the two of them were drinking. Yang Yahan, the obedient girl, wouldn't voice her desire for a drink. Zhou Mei, the dutiful partner, also refrained from asking for one. Zhang Feifei expressed her wish to drink. Yet Yang Zheng denied her. You can't handle even a bottle, so you don't deserve to touch alcohol. This time, Yang Zheng, along with Yuan Lu, didn't consume too much. They finished the 12 bottles from the fridge and called it a night. Zhou Mei and Yang Yahan, displaying keen insight, began to clear the table. Zhang Feifei had long since slipped away to the gaming room. As long as the table was tidy, the dishes could wait for Aunt Lu to wash them tomorrow. Otherwise, she felt they might be encroaching on her territory. Yang Zheng uttered a phrase before he and Yuan Lu proceeded to the living room. Yuan Lu cast a fleeting glance at the two young women and teasingly remarked, Could the neighbor's younger sister be in the reserves? Yang Zheng shook his head. Her family knows where my ancestral grave is located, and her father has quite the temper. If I were to act recklessly, he would genuinely consider exhuming my ancestors. Yuan Lu chuckled lightly. So it's not that you don't want to, but rather that you dare not? Yang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance. The thought of you is indeed present in my mind, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment, for he too was reluctant. The human psyche is intricate. His desire stemmed from Yuan Lu's alluring figure and striking appearance. A magnificent woman under 30, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. It is rare for a man to be indifferent to such exquisite beauty. Yet, his reluctance arose from Yuan Lu's temperament. Should a relationship develop, it would inevitably alter the dynamics between them, and the natural ease of their interactions would likely dissipate. At this juncture in his life, he found that friendship might hold greater value than romantic pursuits. Enough of my personal life. Let us discuss matters of importance. Did you not mention you would share the design concepts for my company's renovation? Yang Zheng shifted the topic. Yuan Lu had perceived the meaning behind his previous glance. Her heart raced momentarily, fearing he might utter something audacious. However, upon hearing him pivot the conversation, she felt an inexplicable tinge of disappointment. Having been single for too long, Yuan Lu chuckled at herself internally before speaking. Let us settle the accounts first. The esports room, including the computer, totaled 196,860. There remains 140, which I will transfer to you shortly. Here is the invoice. As she spoke, she retrieved the folder she had brought and handed it to Yang Zheng. He casually flipped through it and nodded. All right. Yuan Lu smiled. I thought you might suggest I keep the money as a tip instead. Yang Zheng casually replied. I'm not lacking in these few thousand. Neither are you. Whether to transfer, it is inconsequential, but mentioning it feels rather pointless. Who says I'm not lacking? Yuan Lu shot him a disapproving glance. I am still burdened with a mortgage of over 2 million. Every penny counts. Yang Zheng nodded. Fine then. You need not transfer it to me. Consider it a tip. Thank you, boss, Yuan Lu replied, then shook her head. On second thought, let us not. I prefer earning my money honestly. Accepting that tip would feel beneath you, and I find it somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Zheng rolled his eyes at her. Then why go to such lengths? Yuan Lu found herself amused by her own antics, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and then playfully admonished. It's your fault for treating me as if I'm not an outsider, making me hesitant to take your money. Very well, blame it on me, Yang Zheng conceded, pausing before inquiring. What about the design concepts? Will you share them or not? Of course I will. This is a genuine opportunity to earn your money, Yuan Lu exclaimed, retrieving her phone, unlocking it, and opening the photo gallery. She handed it to Yang Zheng, saying, Here, take a look at these office design renderings. Let me know which style you prefer, so I can tailor the design accordingly. Yang Zheng took the phone and began to peruse the images. With each one he examined, Yuan Lu provided a brief explanation. Truth be told, without her commentary, the renderings appeared quite similar to Yang Zheng. It was not that they lacked distinction. Futuristic styles range from sleek to curvaceous, dramatic in light and shadow, or even digital. The variations were indeed significant, yet they all evoked a sense of high-end modernity. Yang Zheng ultimately chose the most visually appealing curvilinear design, perhaps due to the smooth appearance of the walls and furniture, which imparted a certain sophistication. Once he established the principal style, Yuan Lu elaborated on various details. Yang Zheng nodded along, responding with non-committal hums and ahas. Eventually, Yuan Lu noticed and furrowed her brow, remarking, It seems you are not particularly invested in your company's renovation. Yang Zheng did not deny it and replied straightforwardly, As a boss, I cannot possibly be at the company all day, can I? When I do visit, I mostly remain in my office. Why concern myself with such nitty-gritty details? Yuan Lu found herself at a loss for words. She realized she had been slightly misguided in her thinking. Previously, she had always worked on residential designs, encountering clients who were meticulous about every detail, causing her to overlook the fact that a wealthy young executive wouldn't be poring over the minutiae of office renovations. She stood up, saying, Very well then. I shall not intrude further. I will present the finalized design plans for your review once they are complete. Yang Zheng nodded in silence. Yuan Lu turned to leave. The following day, Yang Zheng awoke and glanced at his wealth tracker, which displayed a timely notification. Latest deposit, 5,100,000. This was from his wager on the Costa Rica versus Shirlina match, which took place in the early hours of the morning. After confirming the deposit, Yang Zheng set his phone down and gently pinched Zhou Mei's delicate face. She stirred, opening her eyes drowsily and smiled sweetly upon seeing him. Time to rise. We are heading to the company today, Yang Zheng said, gesturing, remember to tidy up the balcony. Otherwise, Aunt Lu will come over to clean. Zhou Mei glanced at the balcony and, upon recalling something, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson. She bit her lip. You tell her that I will handle the bedroom cleaning from now on. You go tell her yourself. Yang Zheng replied as he rose and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Zhou Mei watched him for a moment before getting up to organize the balcony. In the living room, as Yang Zheng emerged, he noticed Yang Yahan enjoying breakfast in the dining area, while Lu Shanwan was already in the kitchen. Mr. Yang is awake. Shall I prepare noodles for you? Lu Shanwan inquired. Yang Zheng nodded. Yes, please. Make enough for the two of them as well. After speaking, he turned and walked into Zhang Feifei's room. The door was closed but not locked, so he opened it without hesitation. Zhang Feifei was curled up, blissfully asleep, completely unaware of his entrance. Yang Zheng initially intended to call her awake, but, seeing her sleeping posture, was momentarily struck by a thought. He approached the bedside and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to her protruding posterior. Zhang Feifei jolted awake, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Yang Zheng. What was that for? Yang Zheng stifled a laugh. To wake you up? Everyone else is up, and breakfast is ready, just waiting on you. At least be gentler. That hurt. Zhang Feifei pouted, rubbing her backside. Yang Zheng feigned impatience. I called you several times, and you didn't respond, so I had no choice but to exert a little more force. Hurry up and get up. With that, he turned to leave, fearing he might burst into laughter. Zhang Feifei remained puzzled, muttering to herself. Did he really call me several times? Then wasn't that several slaps? Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed slightly. After breakfast, Yang Zheng, accompanied by 3 young women, hailed a taxi and arrived at the Baichin Century building. They ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator, where a sign labeled Zhengrong Media was prominently displayed nearby. The term Zhengrong evokes images of towering mountains and grand edifices, signifying both lofty peaks and extraordinary success, prosperity, and flourishing endeavors. Yang Zheng did not choose this name for his company merely because of the character Zheng in his name. Rather, it reflects his modest ambition in this lifetime, a stark contrast to his previous existence, marked by mediocrity. Through the glass doors, he caught a glimpse of the office's interior. Zhou Wei was waiting at the front desk with several individuals. Their eyes met, and she promptly led the group to greet him. Prior to his arrival in Xingqing, Yang Zheng had informed her of his visit to the company that morning, tasking her with a small assignment for the other employees. President Yang. Hello, President Yang. The greetings came from a total of 8 individuals, including Zhou Wei, who offered their cordial salutations. It was evident they were discreetly sizing him up. Zhou Wei provided daily updates about the company, so Yang Zheng was not surprised by the modest turnout. His gaze swept over the group, lingering momentarily on Zhou Wei, before he smiled and nodded. Greetings to all. Let us proceed inside for a brief meeting. With that, he stepped into the company, and the others followed suit. Zhou Wei had undergone a notable transformation since their last meeting just a few days ago. Gone were the casual jeans and t-shirt, replaced by an elegant professional ensemble that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, presenting a much more polished and competent appearance, reminiscent of the workplace goddess she had been in her previous life. Yet, she remained unadorned, her complexion still slightly sallow, lacking the cool, commanding aura that often accompanies those in high positions. Overall, she had improved from an 80 to an 88, still a bit shy of her peak score of 95. Upon entering the conference room, Yang Zheng took his place at the head of the table and gestured for everyone to be seated. The group settled down, and he noticed the 3 young women who had trailed behind him were still standing. You 3, please take a seat as well. They nodded and joined the others, feeling the gravity of the situation despite the modest turnout. Let us begin with self-introductions. You are all the pioneers of this company, and I would like to become acquainted with each of you, Yang Zheng stated, subtly implying that while he wished to know the veterans, he may not extend the same courtesy to future employees. The distinction was not lost on them, and their faces brightened with anticipation. Zhou Wei was the first to speak. I will go first. My name is Zhou Wei. I graduated from university 2 years ago and previously worked at a financial firm. Currently, I oversee financial operations and daily management here, although my official title is yet to be determined. This introduction format was the result of prior discussions with Yang Zheng. She mentioned only her graduation timeline without disclosing her university to avoid any potential discomfort among colleagues with lesser educational backgrounds. After her introduction, the remaining 7 individuals followed suit. When it came time for the trio, Zhang Feifei boldly declared, I am Zhang Feifei, a recent high school graduate, and I am a game streamer personally signed by President Yang. Despite her youth, she was savvy enough to leverage Yang Zheng's influence. Zhou Mei offered a more succinct introduction. I am Zhou Mei, a high school graduate and a game streamer. She maintained a more reserved demeanor in front of strangers. Lastly, Yang Yahan's voice was almost inaudible as she spoke. I am Yang Yahan, also a recent high school graduate, and I am here for a summer job. Her statement elicited light laughter throughout the conference room. As the introductions concluded, Zheng requested the submission of their live streaming project proposals, specifically focusing on a League of Legends broadcast featuring a two-dimensional, cute female character with a Diamond 1 rank. This was the small task he had assigned to them prior to his arrival in Xingqing. The live streaming industry was still in its infancy, and even future industry titans were likely navigating uncharted waters. Therefore, Zheng did not place much importance on their past experiences. Rather, he sought an understanding of basic live streaming processes, as training a complete novice would be exhausting. What he valued more was the ability to think creatively. The live streaming landscape evolves rapidly. Trends that were popular last month may become obsolete this month, and those unable to adapt would inevitably be left behind. Zheng scrutinized the 7 proposals while the participants anxiously observed him, fully aware of the significance this assessment held for their futures. Success could catapult them to prominence, while failure would leave them merely scraping by. As time passed, Zheng finally set down the last proposal. Among the 7, one stood out as a remarkable surprise, accompanied by 2 minor yet pleasant revelations. The remaining 3 were rather conventional, merely summarizing existing live streaming content without showcasing how to leverage Zhang Feifei's unique strengths. Their analyses lacked depth and originality. They were adequate yet uninspired. The 2 minor surprises included one proposal suggesting that, as a newcomer, the cute female character challenged prominent streamers to solo matches. This truly could be a swift path to fame, considering the scarcity of skilled female gamers. Winning a few matches would undoubtedly generate buzz, though the stakes were high, as established streamers might not easily grant such opportunities without substantial incentive. However, the proposal did not outline a strategy for sustaining popularity, thus it remained a minor surprise. This proposal was authored by Zhao Mingqi, a 22-year-old recent graduate and an attractive young woman scoring an 82. The other proposal centered around cosplay. The undertaking involves cosplaying various characters from League of Legends during live broadcasts. The architect of this plan is Zheng Mingli, a 23-year-old individual who can be described as a somewhat reclusive otaku. His fascination with live streaming began during his university years when he volunteered as a moderator for streamers without any compensation. After graduating, he continued this unpaid role for an additional 6 months. Eventually, the strain of balancing a daytime job with nighttime volunteer work became unbearable, leading him to a sudden epiphany which prompted him to depart from his cherished streamer. This illustrates the notion that true love is often eclipsed by reality. Zheng Mingli's proposal initially appeared viable, yet his subsequent analysis proved inadequate and somewhat misguided. He suggested a daily rotation of different characters to attract an audience. However, with only over 100 characters in League of Legends, many of which are unsuitable for Zhang Feifei to portray, this approach is inherently flawed. If every day featured a new character, it is likely that within a month, the repertoire would be exhausted, leading to a monotonous cycle that would ultimately bore the viewers. Moreover, Zheng Mingli posited that mere costuming is insufficient to genuinely captivate an audience. He argued that the streamer must delve into the character's dialogues and mannerisms. This perspective seems to stray from the primary focus of League of Legends streaming, veering too close to the periphery of the game. Given Zhang Feifei's personality, one might question what mannerisms she could effectively embody, perhaps exclamations of astonishment or frustration. Consequently, Zheng Mingli's plan can be regarded as a minor revelation, perhaps better suited for a role in entertainment operations rather than direct streaming. The true surprise for Zheng came from a man named Wang Yifei. At 25 years old and a graduate of Zhongqi University, he could be considered a senior to Zheng, a fervent enthusiast of League of Legends. Wang Yifei had attempted to establish himself as an OB streamer, albeit without notable success, and had worked in operations for larger streamers, primarily managing chat moderation. When he learned of opportunities at Zhongrong Media, he transitioned to this new role. In his proposal, Wang Yifei articulated the essence of streaming is fundamentally entertainment. Technical proficiency in streaming can only yield limited success. To ascend to the ranks of a true major streamer, one must cultivate a compelling persona. Yang Zheng found this statement to be quite enlightening. In the year 2014, even positions related to streaming operations lack clarity in their definitions. Individuals with such insightful understanding are indeed rare. Wang Yifei also shared innovative ideas regarding live streaming strategy. First, establish a persona, ideally one closely tied to a specific League of Legends champion, effectively becoming that champion's ambassador, perhaps even focusing exclusively on that character. Next, carefully select a fanbase. Rather than attempting to please everyone, it is prudent to target a specific demographic. Lastly, promotional efforts should follow, with the understanding that a stable viewer base is necessary to withstand larger influxes of traffic rather than being overwhelmed by it. These insights were remarkably astute. However, his only shortcoming was the lack of specificity regarding how to implement these strategies for individual streamers. Essentially, he did not answer the question posed. Yang Zheng surmised that this omission was intentional, aiming to portray himself as a comprehensive operations manager rather than a mere operator for a single streamer. Thus, Wang Yifei would oversee Zhang Feifei's streaming operations, with Sun Tingfang assisting, while Zhao Mingqi would manage Zhou Mei's streaming, with Zhang Na aiding her. Zheng Mingli, Wu Yan, and Zhu Jie were assigned the responsibility of scouting for new streamers. Yang Zheng first established the personnel distribution. As he concluded his remarks, the expressions of the gathered individuals varied. Aside from Zhao Mingqi, who appeared somewhat pleased, the others, including Wang Yifei, seemed somewhat disheartened. It was evident that he indeed aspired to a role in overarching operations. Yang Zheng continued, "Currently, our company has only 2 streamers, but this will not remain the case indefinitely. Each of you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to engage in streaming operations, and you may oversee more than one streamer." Following this vision, the mood among the group lightened slightly. Why do they all desire roles in streaming operations? Because such positions not only offer salaries, but also the potential for revenue sharing from the streamer's earnings. When to commence streaming and how to proceed thereafter would be matters for the operations team to discuss with the streamers. After concluding his discourse, Yang Zheng gestured. "You may commence your work now." He refrained from micromanaging, believing that true understanding comes from practical experience. He felt confident that they would perform adequately, as he did not intend to rely on gaming streams for income at that moment. His primary objective was to train and develop talent. The year 2016 would later be dubbed the dawn of live streaming, with Douyin making its debut that same year, marking a time for significant growth. As the individuals exchanged glances, they gradually exited the conference room, leaving behind only Yang Zheng, Zhou Wei, and Yang Yahan. Yang Zheng glanced at the two and spoke again. "Sister Zhou Wei, you shall lead Yang Yahan in your endeavors, assigning her the role of your secretary." Zhou Wei nodded in agreement and added with a smile, "It feels as though your presence has grown increasingly commanding, not at all reflective of someone so youthful." Yang Yahan, resonating with this sentiment, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I scarcely dared to breathe heavily just now." Yang Zheng looked at them and mused, "Is it truly that exaggerated?" Both Zhou Wei and Yang Yahan nodded in unison. "It is." A gentle smile crept across Yang Zheng's face. The so-called aura of authority is merely the manifestation of confidence and authority in one's speech. At its core is financial power. Money breeds courage, and this confidence stems from the reality that others must heed your every word, compelled by financial necessity, thus establishing a sense of authority. Chapter 061. The moment approaches. Yang Zheng further briefed Zhou Wei on a few matters, particularly emphasizing the need to keep an eye on Wang Yifei, Zhao Mingqi, and Zheng Mingli, as these 3 were worth nurturing. Given that everyone was present, it was not the right time to address this directly. Moreover, having Zhou Wei mentor them would elevate her standing within the organization. After all, she was merely a 24-year-old young woman. While this was manageable in the early stages with such a small team, as the company expanded, various challenges would undoubtedly arise, including potential insubordination. Thus, enhancing Zhou Wei's stature was essential. As for Yang Zheng, he remained unconcerned. He did not require others' allegiance, only their respect for financial matters. Once he had conveyed his points, Yang Zheng departed from the company, taking a taxi to the high-speed railway station. His objectives in Xingqing had been accomplished, and there was little else to attend to. he still needed to check in at the driving school to accumulate his required hours of study. So he decided to return home early. After a series of transfers, Zheng finally arrived back in Huinan that afternoon. He first visited the driving school for check-in before heading home. The following day, July 1st, Zheng awoke and immediately reached for his phone, opening the wealth management app to check his earnings. The latest deposit amounted to 2,600,000, with a balance of 36 million. Was this a substantial sum? Not particularly. He reviewed the upcoming schedule, noting that 2 eighth-final matches were set for the early hours of the following day, followed by a 2-day hiatus. The quarterfinals would take place on the 5th and 6th, featuring 2 matches each day, though the specific matchups would only be revealed after the conclusion of the next day's games. Zheng's life was rather routine. Each morning, he would check in at the driving school, taking the opportunity to practice his driving skills. From afternoon until night, he would indulge in a trifecta of activities with Xian: shopping, watching movies, and visiting hotels. On the second day of the month, after the quarterfinal teams for the World Cup were announced, he also finalized his bets. Although he only distinctly recalled one match, he was aware of the outcomes of the other 3. The match that lingered in his memory was the one between Windmill Nation and Costa Rica. Costa Rica was hailed as the biggest dark horse of this World Cup, having achieved a series of unexpected victories and setting new records for their national team. However, they ultimately fell short against Windmill Nation, finishing in the top 8. Nevertheless, their valiant effort was commendable, despite facing odds of over 9-1. Costa Rica held out against Windmill Nation for a full 120 minutes, 90 minutes of regular time and 30 minutes of extra time, only to succumb in a penalty shootout. The betting line only considered the result of regular time, rendering the match score 0-0. Yet, Zheng did not bet on the score directly. As the odds were low at just 55, he didn't wish to compromise the integrity of his database. Instead, he opted for a wager on a draw, still placing 2 million with odds of 335. He refrained from betting on an exaggerated scoreline, as it would seem utterly disjointed to bet 2 million on a draw while simultaneously betting on scores like 1-6 or 1-7. As for the other 3 matches, it was evident that War Machine Nation would emerge victorious. In this round, their opponent was the formidable Rooster Nation. Thus, the odds for War Machine Nation's victory were not low, standing at 223. Zheng placed another 2 million on them. Following, there were the matches between Soccer Kingdom and Colombia and Argentina and Belgium. He did not recall any shocking results from these 2 games, as both Soccer Kingdom and Argentina, the favorites to win, triumphed. At this point, Soccer Kingdom remained the most favored team to win the championship, with odds of merely 145, while Argentina's opponent, Belgium, was also no slouch, with odds of 215. Zheng placed 2 million on each match. He then proceeded to place additional bets on scores of 1-5, 1-6, and 1-7, each for 100,000, totaling 900,000. In total, he wagered an impressive 9 million, reaping a reward of 36 million, a net profit of nearly 10 million. His balance now stood at 82 million. After the quarterfinals came the semifinals. At 4 a.m. on July 9th, Soccer Kingdom would face War Machine Nation. Indeed, the earth-shattering score of 1-7 was imminent. Prior to the match, Soccer Kingdom had victory odds of 215, while War Machine Nation stood at 29, with a draw at 255. These odds clearly indicated that War Machine Nation was not favored. Delving deeper into the score odds, 1 was at 412, 2 was at 1235, 3 was at 4,565, and 4 had become increasingly exaggerated at 2254. The odds for 5 were already absurd at 680, and for 6, they soared to 1860. The staggering odds for 7 reached an astronomical 6,500. Zheng steadied his nerves, first placing 2 million on War Machine Nation to win. He then turned his attention to the match at 4 a.m. on the 10th, where Windmill Nation would face Argentina. He was certain Argentina would emerge victorious, as they would ultimately contest the coveted World Cup trophy against War Machine Nation. However, he was uncertain about how Argentina would secure their win, whether in regular time, extra time, or a penalty shootout. Still, he placed a direct bet of $2 million on Argentina, accepting the inherent gamble. For the two matches, he also wagered on scores of 1-5, 1-6, and 1-7, each for 100,000. After completing his bets, Zheng set down his phone and lay on his bed, attempting to calm his racing heart. He had the urge to place larger bets, but ultimately resisted. With a stake of 10 million, he was already at 5 billion. One could be greedy, but not excessively so. Otherwise, complications could easily arise. Today was the 7th, and tomorrow night, the match at 4 a.m. would finally unfold. After a while, Zheng felt his heartbeat gradually return to normal and finally rose to wash up. Even merely placing a bet felt overwhelming. He pondered whether he should prepare a box of fast-acting heart medicine for the monumental 5 billion. Upon finishing his morning routine and stepping into the living room, he was surprised to find his mother, Chunyu, at home. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Mom, why aren't you at work today?" "The store hired 2 more people, so I don't need to go every day now," she replied before asking, "Would you like me to make you breakfast, or are you going out to eat again?" "I'm too lazy to bother. I'll eat out," Zheng replied, then asked, "What about Dad? Have he not hired anyone yet? What's the hassle in making breakfast? You shouldn't eat out all the time. The food is unclean and often cooked with gutter oil." Chunyu instinctively lectured him before explaining, "The Dad has also hired someone, but he is currently busy with matters related to the land on Hongxing Road." Zheng nodded, disregarding her admonishments, and said, "I'm heading out," before slipping out the door. As usual, he opted for the fish noodles from Sampangge. After finishing breakfast, he intended to take a taxi to the driving school for his practice when his phone suddenly rang. It was his father, Yang Jiaxing. Upon answering, Yang Jiaxing wasted no time, asking, "How much money do you have there?" Before Zheng could respond, he continued, "Your uncle knows a real estate boss named Yang Shanwu, who is from our Yangshi village, and I know him too. He has connections to acquire a plot of land on Hongxing Road, over 52 acres. After factoring in some relationship-related expenses, it will cost about 80 million. Yang Shanwu is short on funds and is seeking partners." Zheng realized, "So you want to invest?" "Exactly," Yang Jiaxing affirmed. "I've learned about Yang Shanghua. He is quite a righteous person and has a good reputation in our village. Collaborating with him should pose no issues." Zheng paused before responding, "All right, let me know how much you need, and I'll transfer it to you." Chapter 62. We must aim for greater heights. Yang Shanwu was someone Zheng was already familiar with. He was the real estate mogul who built a shopping mall on Hongxing Road in his past life. It seemed he had already set his sights on the area. No wonder his uncle, Yang Jiawang, suddenly wanted to buy land there and had managed to sort out the necessary paperwork. Clearly, Yang Shanwu was paving the way for him. This also indicated that Yang Shanwu was indeed a good person. It was likely due to insufficient funds that he didn't actually purchase the land for development until 2016. Partnering with him would certainly be a sound decision, as he was already a successful entrepreneur. Moreover, Yang Shanwu held a significant status in Huainan. He had mingled in various circles in his early years and later married a lady from an official family, effectively straddling both the underworld and the elite. In Huainan, he was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Beneath the shared identity of being fellow villagers, collaborating with him to strengthen their relationship is undoubtedly a commendable endeavor. "How much money do you actually have? Please give me an insight. Otherwise, I find it difficult to negotiate with others," Yang Jiaxing inquired once more. Zheng replied with an air of nonchalance, "Feel free to discuss as you wish. I can assure you that we can cover the entire amount of 80 million. Upon the conclusion of his statement, a profound silence enveloped the other end of the phone. After a considerable pause, Yang Jiaxing's voice finally broke the stillness. "All right." Following this single word, Zheng was met with the abrupt sound of a disconnected call. It was evident that he had somewhat breached Jiaxing's defenses. Indeed, after laboring tirelessly for the better part of his life for his son, to discover that all these struggles seemed to bear little significance must be deeply disheartening for any father. Zheng, contemplating with his phone in hand, calculated the figures. 52 acres of land equate to approximately 346 million square meters. With an investment of 80 million, the average price per square meter would exceed 300, which is more than double his previous estimate of 100 per square meter for the land. However, upon closer inspection, this was not particularly surprising. Yang Jiaowang had acquired 266 square meters of land for 5 million, yet after development, the property, valued at over 14 million, was sold for merely 10 million. The actual land cost had reached 5 million, with a staggering price of over 300 per square meter. Conversely, this 346 million square meter plot was procured directly from the authorities, ensuring its inclusion in urban planning, with all requisite procedures easily navigable. Consequently, the calculated price of over 300 per square meter for this land is, in fact, even more favorable. This intriguing business dynamic served as an enlightening revelation for Yang Zheng. It became apparent that he could not solely focus on the MCN institutions. While these organizations appear to pressurize manufacturers from above and challenge platforms from below, they are in reality caught in between, constrained by the manufacturers and coerced by the platforms. Ultimately, they are but intermediaries, easily disposable at any moment. Therefore, it is imperative to broaden the scope and nature of his assets. This matter, along with the impending acquisition of 5 billion, prompted Yang Zheng to ponder considerably. In the afternoon, while Yang Zheng was relishing a summer retreat at a hotel within Xi'an, his phone suddenly rang. In July, the temperature in Hainan had soared to 33 degrees, which was indeed the reason for their early escape to this sanctuary. The call was from Wang Yifei, who informed Yang Zheng that Zhang Feifei's premiere had been scheduled for the following evening at 7 p.m., the time of day when viewership peaks. However, with high traffic comes fierce competition, as numerous prominent streamers would also be broadcasting during this time, a fact Wang Yifei was undoubtedly aware of. His choice of this time slot was a calculated move aimed at propelling Zhang Feifei into stardom. Yang Zheng held a neutral stance regarding his intentions, but approved the 100,000 yuan funding he had applied for. In practical terms, this sum is far from negligible. It represents a significant investment in a nascent streamer, a venture fraught with risk. Nevertheless, both Zhang Feifei and Wang Yifei were individuals Yang Zheng held in high regard, prompting him to grant them an opportunity to air. Indeed, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of this 100,000 yuan being squandered. Streaming may appear straightforward, merely engaging with the camera, but the challenge of generating revenue, particularly to the tune of 100,000, is no trivial feat. How long had it been since Zhang Feifei arrived in Xingqing? Merely a week. In that brief span, she was expected to transform from an inexperienced novice, previously unacquainted with streaming and prone to colorful language, into an accomplished broadcaster. Should she succeed, it would indeed be a testament to her innate talent for streaming. In contrast, Zhao Mengqi and Zhou Mei were not so hastily driven by ambition. Zhou Mei consistently sent messages to Yang Zheng and occasionally initiated video calls, allowing him insight into her recent experiences. Zhao Mengqi was providing her with comprehensive explanations of various streaming intricacies, even devising a simulated live broadcast and enlisting professionals for Zhou Mei's styling. They had also adopted Wang Yifei's strategy, associating Zhou Mei's persona with a character from League of Legends. Based on her personality, appearance, and preferred champions, they selected the fallen Angel Morgana. Zhou Mei had previously supported Zhang Feifei, and her proficiency with Morgana was commendable. Her striking purple hair and cool demeanor naturally lent her an air of enigmatic gothic allure. She had shown Yang Zheng her cosplay of Morgana, and his immediate impression could be summarized in 4 words: utterly effortless. However, once she spoke, the enchantment dissipated. When Zhou Mei recited Morgana's lines, her tone was notably flat, which was one of the reasons Zhao Mengqi had yet to permit her to go live. Another significant factor was Zhou Mei's reticence. Zhang Feifei, too, had chosen to embody another champion, the Yordle marksman Tristana, whom she frequently played with great skill. Her large, doe-like eyes and sweet, melodic voice exuded a certain charm reminiscent of the adorable canon. Yet, Yang Zheng felt that she was not wholly suited to Tristana, as beneath her endearing exterior lay a tempestuous spirit. He believed she would be better suited to cosplay another character, the manic and willful Jinx. Compared to the cutesy persona of Tristana, Jinx's character, marked by her chaotic and rebellious nature, undoubtedly holds greater allure. It was rumored that they had considered Jinx as well. But Zhang Feifei found the character's lack of mobility cumbersome and opted for the champion she favored more, Tristana. In pursuit of this, she even dyed her hair a pastel gray akin to Tristana's. Yang Zheng had seen her photos as Tristana. She certainly appeared adorable. Yet he remained uncertain about her charm once she spoke. He had not been in contact with Zhang Feifei, leaving him to await the live broadcast the following evening for clarity. After ending the call with Wang Yifei, Yang Zheng reached out to Zhou, made to discuss matters further. He began by informing her about the approval of the 100,000 yuan funding for Wang Yifei, and subsequently transferred an additional 200,000 yuan to her. The previous 200,000 had nearly been exhausted, and it was no wonder that the saying goes that second-generation wealthy individuals achieving success without venturing into entrepreneurship is the greatest triumph. Starting a business is undeniably costly. Excluding the floor of Baichun's Century Building, Yang Zheng's investment in Zhengro Media had already surpassed 600,000, and this was hardly a month in, with employee wages yet to be dispersed. Yin Qian hurriedly dashed to the restroom. Yang Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief. At moments like these, he often found himself contemplating whether it would be simpler to resign himself to fate. After all, he was certain that the funds were sufficient. Yet, once the emotional haze lifted, his fighting spirit reignited. While the notion of a sage's perspective is undeniably rational, humanity is intrinsically driven by emotion, laden with various desires. Having been reborn, is it not foolish to harbor ambitions without taking action, merely to await a lifetime of regret? Chapter 063, Zhang Feifei's live broadcast. July 8th. After a mundane day, the evening approached, and the clock struck 6. Yang Zheng had opened an esports room, cradling Yin Qian in his arms as they prepared to watch Zhang Feifei's live stream. Yin Qian squirmed restlessly for a moment before settling into a comfortable position, then spoke up, "Darling, what do you think about me starting my own live stream?" Yang Zheng responded with a question, "Singing, dancing, playing games, or flirting with other men? What can you do?" "I can sing," Yin Qian retorted. Yang Zheng chuckled. "Well, then you might as well give it a shot." He had heard her sing before, and it was evident that his definition of singing well diverged significantly from Yin Qian's understanding of the term. Turning to him, she asked, "Aren't you even a bit jealous that I might chat with other men and sing for them?" Yang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be jealous about? I'm not a control freak. If I were to get jealous over someone on the other side of the screen, I just have to lock you away to prevent other men from seeing you." His response was refreshingly open-minded, yet Yin Qian felt a tinge of disappointment. She secretly yearned for Yang Zheng to be possessive, to express concern over her interactions with others. Such attention would make her feel valued, rather than as if he were indifferent to her. With a hint of dejection, she said, "Forget it, I was just saying it casually," while she had only spoken offhandedly. Yang Zheng suddenly found himself contemplating the idea and asked, "Have you heard of Kuai Show? It's a short video app." Yin Qian shook her head. "No. I haven't." Her unfamiliarity was understandable. Although Kuai Show had transitioned from a graphic design software to a short video platform back in 2013, it wasn't until June 2014 that it completed its Series B funding and began extensive promotion. By June 2015, the user base had barely surpassed 100 million, making it well known. At this point, the concept of short videos was still in its infancy. "You might want to look into it," Yang Zheng suggested, pausing momentarily before adding, "Since you're studying photography, perhaps you could try filming some videos to post. If you can accumulate a following, you might even explore monetization opportunities." Yin Qian appeared momentarily bewildered. "What does monetization mean?" Yang Zheng succinctly explained, "Making money." Her eyes sparkled with interest. "What kind of videos can I make to earn money?" Yang Zheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Fashion tips, teaching people how to coordinate outfits and accessories, and perhaps some exquisite food and scenery videos. In essence, a touch of bourgeois charm." This, he believed, was a suitable path for Yin Qian. Indeed, Yang Zheng hoped to provide her with a means to earn. as this might alleviate some of his own inner guilt regarding his intentions to be unfaithful. So, I can earn money just by posting videos? In Qian asked innocently. First, you build a fan base. Once you have enough followers, brands will approach you for advertisements, and there will be various other monetization channels. The core of it all is traffic, which translates to follower count. Yang Zheng explained in an effort to be clear. In Qian nodded, though she seemed only partially enlightened. She pulled out her phone and inquired, "Is it called Kuai Shou?" "Yes," Yang Zheng confirmed, as she searched for Kuai Shou and began the download. Yang Zheng's phone chimed with a message from Zhou Mei. Fei Fei has started streaming. He had already logged into Dousha TV and quickly located Zhang Fei Fei's live stream. Zhang Fei Fei's ID was simply Fei Fei on Dousha. The stream showcased her with silver hair, clad in a deep green vest, sporting large goggles and pointed ears. While she looked quite the part, the resemblance was not particularly accurate. After all, Tristana was a yordle, not a mere human. Moreover, Zhang Fei Fei could hardly transform herself into a yordle for every broadcast, a cumbersome endeavor, considering the time spent in makeup and the hours of gameplay involved. Yang Zheng leaned toward her cosplaying as Jinx, partly for this reason. Jinx, after all, was a quintessential human girl. Nevertheless, despite the lack of fidelity to the character, Zhang Fei Fei's appearance was undeniably adorable. "Hello, everyone, I'm Fei Fei, a new game streamer playing League of Legends in the Black Rose region, Diamond 1 rank. If you like me, please hit that follow button." Zhang Fei Fei chirped sweetly, even winking at the camera. "Is this the streamer from your company?" "She is so cute," In Qian exclaimed with delight upon seeing the screen. To elicit such admiration from women was no small feat, indicating genuine charm. However, Yang Zheng cautioned, "Let us reserve judgment for now." He would bet his head that Zhang Fei Fei would not maintain this image for long. Glancing at the viewer count, he noted 7 people in attendance. Given that this was a newcomer's debut, it was reasonable to assume that most of these viewers were from Zhengrong Media. Suddenly, a burst of light illuminated the screen. Yifei sent a rocket in the 789 live room. This was Wang Yifei initiating the flow of viewers. A rocket cost 500 and it would trigger a site-wide announcement. The audience count quickly surged to over 20. At this point, the barrage of comments began to increase, filled with compliments. "The host is so beautiful. The host is so cute. How can such an adorable girl be Diamond 1? Such a cute girl I followed." There was no doubt that these were all comments from Zhengrong Media's own staff. Why do most streamers endure the dual cuts from both the platform and the guild? Opting to sign with a guild? Because a signed guild can invest, allowing streamers like Zhang Fei Fei to benefit from audience engagement, reputation management, and momentum building, tasks handled by others. Streamers can focus solely on broadcasting. Some guilds even provide scripts and dialogue, enabling streamers to perform like actors, reciting lines without needing to think about the content of the stream. Additionally, most guilds have various agreements with platforms that can secure better promotional slots for their streamers. Without such resources, it would take a prodigy of streaming to succeed independently. Zhang Fei Fei introduced herself again before commencing a ranked match. The viewer count surged past 50, and the comments became more substantial, no longer merely mindless praise, but genuine inquiries. Height, weight, age, location, and more. Zhang Fei Fei responded to nearly every question, embodying the image of a sweet and obedient girl. Until, suddenly, a comment appeared. "The host is flat. Doesn't he even have an A cup, right?" Zhang Fei Fei's large eyes widened in disbelief. "What does it matter to you whether I'm flat or not?" The chat momentarily froze before resuming at an even faster pace. "Who do you think you are? Haha, this little tempestuous spirit. I adore it. Well said. I can't stand these individuals of lowly character. As for A, it's simply intolerable." Clearly struck a nerve. A seemingly adorable girl suddenly bursts forth with expletives. This undoubtedly creates a charming contrast, piquing the curiosity of many. The heat in the live stream escalates. After Wang Yifei has sent another rocket, the viewer count swiftly surpasses 100. Chapter 064. The opening, Bashi 01 tank. The live stream has commenced, and the game is underway. Damn it. This foolish support, they're selling me out. After Zhang Fei Fei's screen went black, she muttered an expletive in displeasure, quickly biting her tongue. However, what the hell? This idiotic support is lagging behind. I was bound to secure a double kill this round. After Zhang Feifei's screen blacked out again, her expression darkened, and she continued her tirade unabated. Young Zheng, observing the somewhat dazed Yin Xian, inquired, "Still cute?" Yin Xian was at a loss for words. A girl with a penchant for profanity indeed satisfies the curiosity of some, yet others find it rather off-putting. It's akin to witnessing a delicate pink cherry blossom harboring a sinister black worm within. The feeling is simply dreadful. Thus, Yang Zheng opined that Zhang Feifei would be better suited to cosplay as Jinx, whose rebellious and tempestuous persona would render her expletives more palatable. Viewer count, 127. Wang Yifei had already sent 4 rockets, yet the viewer count appeared locked, stagnating just above 100. However, Zhang Feifei's follower count had exceeded 500, indicating that many viewers were intrigued by her persona but uninterested in continuing to watch her stream. As Zhang Feifei was new to streaming, her inexperience was evident. She became engrossed in the game, neglecting interaction with the chat. With the audience lacking emotional engagement, their interest waned. In summary, Zhang Feifei indeed possesses considerable potential, given her appearance, skill, and cheerful disposition. Yet, she faces numerous challenges that necessitate a period of adaptation. Moreover, this damn fool of a support. I'm truly cursing their existence. If I don't secure this team fight, I'll be furious. As soon as Zhang Feifei finished speaking, the livestream abruptly blacked out. This livestream has been suspended for violations. Yang Zheng. He had anticipated this moment, yet he never expected it to arrive so swiftly. This was merely her first livestream, and it hadn't even been an hour. What on earth is happening? Yin Xian, evidently unfamiliar with the nuances of live streaming, was somewhat perplexed. Yang Zheng explained, "She used too many profanities, leading to the ban." Yin Xian, somewhat anxious, asked, "What should we do now?" Her concern was not for Zhang Feifei, but rather for Yang Zheng's company S streamer. Yang Zheng paused before responding. "It shouldn't be a significant issue. It's a minor violation, and since it's her first offense, she should be able to resume streaming shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. Zhou repeated use of inappropriate language, minor violation. No penalty this time, but next time it will result in a 3-hour ban. After reading this, Yang Zheng contemplated sending a message to caution Zhang Feifei, but ultimately refrained. Instead, he texted Wang Yifei. "Treat her as a regular streamer. Handle it accordingly." Wang Yifei quickly replied, "Understood, Yang Zheng." "I hope you truly understand," Yang Zheng mused silently. He was aware that Zhang Feifei's seemingly playful comment about Yang Zheng personally signing her during the meeting had significant implications. Otherwise, how could Wang Yifei have the audacity to request 100,000 yuan for a new streamer? Wang Yifei's monthly salary was only 6,000. That amount could cover over a year's worth of his wages. It was merely a belief that Zhang Feifei had some connection to Yang Zheng, who would be inclined to support her vigorously. Yang Zheng did not deny this notion, for just because it was not the case now did not imply it wouldn't be in the future. Moreover, he indeed intended to promote Zhang Feifei heavily, but that was a concern for another day. Presently, Zhang Feifei did not possess the value for such promotion and was quite difficult to elevate. Thus, Yang Zheng's comment was essentially conveying to Wang Yifei that she should first be nurtured as an ordinary streamer for some time. It remained uncertain whether Wang Yifei truly grasped this concept. Why not clarify directly? Because Wang Yifei also required cultivation. Before long, Zhang Feifei resumed her live stream. However, Yang Zheng promptly closed her stream, having no intention of watching further. "Why aren't you watching?" Yin Xian inquired curiously. Yang Zheng replied, "There's no content, numerous issues. She merely plays games and curses, which is rather dull." Yin Xian, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't she a streamer from your company?" Yang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance. "Am I expected to monitor every one of the hundreds or even thousands of streamers in my company?" Yin Xian was left speechless. Yet, she felt a sudden sense of relief. Why had she suddenly expressed a desire to start streaming? Because today, Yang Zheng had intentionally set up an esports room and had been eagerly awaiting in front of the computer to watch the company streamers. It had been a long time since she felt such attention from Zheng. Thus, she had suddenly entertained the thought. Seeing Zhang Feifei's adorably silly demeanor further instilled a sense of urgency in her. Yin even believed that Zheng was not merely watching the company streamers, but was particularly focused on Zhang Feifei. Now, hearing that Zheng regarded all streamers with the same level of attention, she felt relieved. Zheng found a dance live stream to watch. With the current stringent regulations on live streaming, the dance streamers on Douxia were exceptionally talented. As he watched, he began playing games with Yin. Around 10 p.m., Zheng, as usual, departed the hotel with Yin. However, after seeing her off, he returned to the hotel. At 4 a.m., the match between Football Kingdom and Tank Nation commenced. If he didn't witness it firsthand, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. As he had predicted, he set an alarm for 4 a.m., but even before it rang, he naturally awoke. The time was 3:32 a.m., leaving nearly half an hour until 4 o'clock. Zheng lay in bed for a while, feeling somewhat drowsy but unable to fall asleep. He decided to get up, wash his face, and dispel his grogginess entirely. Returning to his room, he turned on the television and tuned to channel TV 5. The athletes from both sides were already entering the arena, and the commentators were introducing the players and sharing their insights on the match. Their discourse consistently highlighted the advantages of Football Kingdom, noting that although Tank Nation had performed admirably in this World Cup, overcoming the formidable Football Kingdom would be no small feat. Zheng found himself on the verge of laughter. He could only remark, in football, the ball is round. Anything is possible. He leisurely ordered some barbecued delicacies and a beer. Finally, the clock struck 4. With a sharp blast of the referee's whistle, the match commenced in earnest. The Kingdom of Football indeed exhibited its strength, seizing the early advantage with a brisk tempo, commanding the ball with flair and vigor. However, the War Machine Nation was not to be underestimated. Although they appeared to be on the back foot, they steadfastly maintained their defensive line, preventing the Kingdom of Football from posing any genuine threat. At the 11th minute, the War Machine Nation seized an opportunity, executing a rapid counterattack. A precise cross tore through the Kingdom of Football's defenses, allowing an unmarked player to launch an airborne strike into the net. 0-1. A great sigh swept through the crowd, as the Kingdom of Football was the host of this World Cup, and naturally, the spectators were numerous. While the commentators celebrated this goal, they also lamented the complacency of the Kingdom of Football. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning, and despairing moments lay ahead. Shortly after the first goal, Zheng heard a knock at the door. His takeaway had arrived. After bringing the food inside, he resumed his meal while continuing to watch the match. In the 23rd minute, the War Machine Nation again advanced towards the Kingdom of Football's goal. A piercing pass threaded through the center led to a shot on goal. What a save! The commentator exclaimed. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the player who had just taken the shot followed up, striking again. A rebound. The ball found its way into the net. The referee confirmed the goal, bringing the score to 0-2. Congratulations to the War Machine team for taking a 2-goal lead. The Kingdom of Football could no longer afford to be complacent. The commentators sighed heavily, clearly pained. Once more, a wave of sighs echoed through the stadium, followed by a resounding cheer from the War Machine supporters, who had finally found their voice. However, the onslaught was far from over. In the 26th minute, just 1 minute later, the War Machine Nation launched another attack from the right flank, delivering a cross that easily found its way into the net. This time, there were no sighs from the crowd, only a chorus of cheers, as the fans of the Kingdom of Football were still processing the events. The supporters of the War Machine Nation erupted with jubilant roars, and did not end there. In the 27th minute, merely a minute after the previous goal, the Kingdom of Football had barely resumed play when a War Machine player executed a perfect steal in the front line, distributing the ball selflessly. The player receiving the pass shot and scored again. The interval between this goal and the last was alarmingly brief. The commentator paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Another goal. It's astonishingly swift. The score has soared to 0-4. I doubt anyone anticipated such a scoreline before the match, especially with the Kingdom of Football trailing behind." In the 29th minute, just 3 minutes later, the players of the War Machine Nation displayed exquisite teamwork, effortlessly slotting the ball into the kingdom of football's net once more. The crowd of War Machine supporters erupted in a frenzy, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium, while the fans of the kingdom of football wore expressions of utter bewilderment. How could they have imagined that their team would concede 4 goals in under 10 minutes, specifically in just over 6 minutes? This was football, not basketball. Many fans, after grappling with their confusion, began to exit the stadium in anger. The miraculous night that began with champagne had devolved into a grim reality, now trailing 0-5. How could they possibly continue playing? The previously supportive commentators sighed. 0-5. It's a dire situation for the kingdom of football. With that last goal, it seemed as if the players of the kingdom of football finally awoke from their stupor, beginning to defend vigorously. Until the halftime whistle, they managed to prevent any further goals from the War Machine Nation. Indeed, they had transitioned from the initial bravado and spirited ambition to a state of praying that their opponents would not score again. The thought of a comeback? That was hardly conceivable. While it is true that in football, the ball is round, humanity does not share the same trait. Miracles are deemed miraculous precisely because they are not commonplace occurrences. A score of 0-5 at halftime was already absurd enough. A 5-5 comeback in the second half would be utterly preposterous. Observing the unfolding scoreline, Zheng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He savored his barbecued treats and sipped his drink while awaiting the commencement of the second half. Just then his phone chimed. "Chungmingdai, are you watching the match?" This girl was also staying up late to catch the game. He pondered whether it was her passion for the sport or a gambling impulse. After a moment's thought, he snapped a photo of his barbecue and sent it to Chungmingdai. She promptly replied, "Did you bet on a high score?" Zheng replied, "Satu." Chungmingdai exclaimed, "Oh, you actually placed a bet. Which scores did you bet on? Do you have a 0-5? He inquired. 1-5, 1-6, 1-7, he stated. "Just those 3? She asked. "Yes. Then I can rest easy," she teased. "Do you think I won't win?" He challenged. "Do you honestly believe you can?" She countered. "It's not entirely hopeless. I feel that 1-5 has some potential. How much did you wager?" She asked. "Do you think a team that scored 5 goals in the first half will not score at all in the second?" He replied. "Did you not see the end of the first half?" She quipped. "The kingdom of football has woken up. They will surely not grant the War Machine Nation any further opportunities." Chungmingdai asserted, "I reckon the final score will be either 2-5 or 3-5. Zheng replied, "I also placed a bet of 2 million on the War Machine Nation winning." Cursed, she jested. "Moreover, I firmly believe that my predicted score will come to fruition. Do you think I will help? I still think the kingdom of football can turn it around." She retorted. "What if I win?" He asked. "If you win, then the 1-5 doesn't count. You can say whatever you like." She replied. "But what if you lose?" He prodded. "If you lose, your 2 million on the War Machine Nation is mine. If you win, well, who knows," she teased. "Get lost." He laughed. "Just let me give you a kiss." "What do you take me for? Do you think I need your few million?" She shot back. Message retracted. "Just a kiss?" Zheng Chuklet. Mr. Lu Sun's words indeed hold profound wisdom. If one wishes to open a window, one must boldly declare a desire to lift the roof. Zheng. Indeed, are you daring enough to wager? Chungmingdai. What is there to fear? Chungmingdai. But let it be clear, the 1-5 score does not count. Zheng agreed. Chungmingdai. I recall the odd for the Chariot Nation's victory were 3, correct? Zheng 29. I will grant you a 3. Chungmingdai. Splendid. I shall extend my gratitude in advance, grinning widely. Zheng. I hope that by then, you too will be grinning. Chungmingdai. Get lost. This girl surprisingly comprehended the banter. Zheng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. Meanwhile, the second half of the match had commenced. The Chariot Nation exhibited a relentless ferocity. Right from the start of the second half, they launched an aggressive offensive, seemingly intent on scoring 5 more goals. Yet, the so-called awakened football kingdom, as referred to by Chungmingdai, was evidently still in a deep slumber. Or perhaps they had awakened, but were utterly impotent in the face of the Chariot Nation's overwhelming might. The entire team remained in a defensive posture, repeatedly conceding scoring opportunities to the Chariot Nation. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as they had yet to concede a goal. However, Luck is an unreliable companion. In the 69th minute, the Chariot Nation attacked down the right flank, executing a familiar cross that easily found the back of the net. The crowd erupted in euphoric cheers. The camera panned across the stands, revealing only a scattering of spectators from the football kingdom, all wearing expressions of numbness. The score stood at 0-6. Any team would feel the weight of such a defeat, and the slaughter had yet to cease. In the 79th minute, the Chariot Nation struck again from the left flank, breaching the football kingdom's defenses once more. The score ballooned to 0-7. Chungmeng Dai. Tears, tears, tears. Chungmeng Dai. The football kingdom is certainly incapable of scoring. This match will end at 0-7. You won't win your bet. Keep your spirits up. Good gracious, in a bid to thwart Yang Zheng's wager, she outright cursed the football kingdom to remain goalless. Yang Zheng replied, "Let's discuss after the match," smiling. Time passed swiftly. As the match approached its 90-minute mark, Chungmeng Dai sent another message. Chungmeng Dai. Transfer. 6 million. Smug. Chungmeng Dai. Account number 4259. Chungmeng Dai. Cute bunny with hands on hips. Message retracted. Message retracted. Message retracted. Chungmeng Dai. Awkward, awkward. Chungmeng Dai. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me this time. I'm still a novice. Have some pity. Simultaneously, the commentary from the television rang out. The referee has confirmed the goal. In the 90th minute, the football kingdom finally managed to score, bringing the score to 1-7. Yang Zheng responded to Chungmeng Dai. Remember to grin. Chapter 066. I will head to Lin City this afternoon. Yang Zheng incessantly refreshed the latest updates from his wealth management app. The most recent notification read, latest credited amount, 5,800,000. This was the sum he had wagered on the Chariot Nation's victory, and it had promptly arrived. However, the wager for the 1-7 score had yet to materialize. The match had concluded before 6 p.m., yet it was now past 7. More than an hour had elapsed, and Yang Zheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Could there be an issue? He even contemplated calling customer service for clarification. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the notification updated. Latest credited amount, 650,000,000. Yes, indeed, it was 65 billion. Yang Zheng could no longer suppress his smile, once again transforming into a Dragon King. Balance, 699. 82 million. Nearly 700 million. However, shortly thereafter, the amount dwindled to 548. 226 million, as he had made a trip to the tax office to pay his personal income tax. The platform had not automatically deducted it, so he had to handle it himself. Previously, he had only dealt with small sums, but this hefty 65 billion required him to leave no room for error. From the initial 170,000 in the first match to the current 5 billion, his total earnings amounted to 757.97 million. The incidental tax at 20 came to 151.594 million. Yang Zheng paid all in one go. The more taxes one pays, the more one earns. After resolving these matters, Yang Zheng hailed a taxi to Lin City. Today was July 9th, the day of his driving test for the second module. There is no need to elaborate on the examination process. He passed on the first attempt. After completing the test, as he was preparing to take a taxi back to Huinan, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Chungmeng Dai. The first message was a news link. Then she followed up with, Chungmeng Dai, how much did you bet? Yang Zheng raised an eyebrow, already forming a hypothesis. Indeed, upon clicking the link, he found an article titled, Football Kingdom 1-7 Chariot Nation Bloodbath, Astonishing Odds of 6,500 to 1. The article recounted the events of last night's match. The sensational odds were merely a clickbait headline, with no mention of who had won such bets. Yang Zheng exhaled with relief. Although he was not afraid of being exposed, as he could withstand scrutiny, it was preferable to remain under the radar. After all, fortune should not be flaunted. Unbeknownst to him, his betting data had already undergone scrutiny, which was why the funds from the morning had taken so long to be credited. Yang Zheng replied, It's best not to pry into societal affairs. Chungmeng Dai, cursing and swearing. Chungmeng Dai, if you don't tell me, I'll just default on the debt. Yang Zheng, suit yourself. Chungmeng Dai, really? Then I might just default. Yang Zheng, regardless, I know which school you attend. I'll just show up there and cause a scene. Cheng Ming Dai. Cheng Ming Dai. Then tell me how much you wagered. Yang Zheng. If I tell you, will you still be able to grin? Cheng Ming Dai. You tell me first. Yang Zheng. You must promise me first. Cheng Ming Dai. Little bear knocking its head. Cheng Ming Dai. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess. Cheng Ming Dai. Based on the betting slip you sent me, you usually wager 100,000 for high scores. This is the advantage of having a database. No one would harbor any strange suspicions. They would merely perceive Yang Zheng as bold and fortunate. Yang Zheng, you are quite clever. Cheng Ming Dai. Cheng Ming Dai. Did you really bet 100,000? Did you win 5 billion? Cheng Ming Dai. Going crazy, going crazy. Cheng Ming Dai. What incredible luck you have. How could you win on such a bet? Yang Zheng. Haven't I taught you? Cheng Ming Dai. No, no, no. Cheng Ming Dai. I'm heading to Lin City this afternoon. Cheng Ming Dai. You've made so much money. I'm going to take my cut. Yang Zheng. Come on then. Do as you wish. All accommodation is on me. Cheng Ming Dai. I'm serious. Cheng Ming Dai. I've been cooped up at home for over 10 days during the summer break. It's quite dull and want to go out for a stroll. Yang Zheng. I am not joking with you. I happen to have some free time these days, so I can accompany you to explore. A few minutes later, Cheng Ming Dai sent a screenshot of her train ticket. From Chuzhou South to Lincheng South, departing at 14:08 and arriving at 15:42. Yang Zheng, okay. I will pick you up then. Cheng Ming Dai. MMHM. Yang Zheng did not respond further. He glanced at the time, 12:06, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He would have to wait in Lincheng for 3.5 hours. However, returning to Huainan only to come back seemed somewhat redundant. After pondering for a moment, he decided that since he had nothing pressing in Huainan, he might as well wait in Lincheng. Naturally, he could not head to the high-speed train station just yet. He took a taxi straight to the Duan Hotel, one of the finest establishments in Lincheng. The presidential suite was priced at 16,800, while the executive suite was 2,080. Such rates were quite reasonable, considering Lincheng was merely a fourth-tier small city. Yang Zheng promptly booked the presidential suite. It wasn't that he had suddenly become extravagant from earning a fortune. Rather, he currently lacked a driver's license. The attractions in Lincheng were scattered across various counties, with some requiring a 2 to 3 hour drive. Without a vehicle, it would indeed be quite inconvenient. The presidential suite offered 24-hour personal butler service, where the butler could also serve as a driver, utilizing the hotel's vehicle. Thus, he primarily sought convenience, while also wishing to indulge in the presidential suite services. The personal butler, Feng Yuan, was in her 30s, possessing a decent physique and appearance, albeit with a slightly worn demeanor. After showing Yang Zheng around the room, she directly inquired if he would like to take a bath first, offering to provide a back-scrubbing service. Yang Zheng declined, requesting only for her to deliver a lunch to him. He reminded himself to prepare the car at 3:20 p.m. to pick up Cheng Ming Dai. Previously, he would never have overlooked such a consumption benefit, believing in seizing free opportunities. He worried that if there were too many fellow patrons, he could always opt for an alternate route, much like when he encountered that beautiful saleswoman during his house-buying experience. At that time, he had a mindset typical of a newly affluent individual. However, now he felt somewhat disadvantaged, considering he was only 18, handsome, wealthy, and in good health. Eating fast food with someone in her 30s felt undeniably like a loss. Feng Yuan soon arrived with his lunch. After finishing his meal, Yang Zheng stood for a moment to digest before lying down for a nap. He had awakened around 3 in the morning the previous night, and now felt quite drowsy. At 3:20 p.m., Feng Yuan promptly woke him. Yang Zheng washed his face and then took the hotel's car driven by Feng Yuan to the high-speed train station. The vehicle was commendable, a large Mercedes-Benz. Shortly after arriving at the station, Yang Zheng received a message from Cheng Ming Dai. I have arrived. He immediately sent a voice message, instructing her to exit the station and head towards the parking lot. Before long, he spotted Cheng Ming Dai from a distance, still adorned with her exquisite makeup and fashionable attire. Her youthful and vibrant figure attracted many gazes as she approached. Yang Zheng walked a few steps towards her, and upon their proximity, their eyes met. Cheng Ming Dai appeared slightly bashful, her cheeks flushed, remaining silent. After all, they had only met once before, primarily communicating through WeChat. Thus, it felt akin to meeting an online acquaintance. The senior is still as stunning as ever, Yang Zheng complimented with a smile, gallantly taking her suitcase from her hand and passing it to Feng Yuan. He opened his arms and suggested, "Shall we share a hug to dispel the feeling of unfamiliarity?" Cheng Mengdai was amused and playfully rolled her eyes. "Go away." This young man finally matched the image of a cheeky online friend in her mind. Yang Zheng chuckled softly at her playful rebuke. Chapter 067. All right, so this is how you want to play it? In the hotel room. After Feng Yuan set down the luggage and exited, Cheng Mengdai teased, "So, you're just a hotel's personal butler. I thought you had one at home." "My family is quite ordinary. We don't have a butler," Yang Zheng replied, adding, "At this hour, we can't really go out to play. So let's rest at the hotel first. I'll take you out for Linqing's specialty dishes in the evening." "So, an ordinary family that spends hundreds of millions on football?" Cheng Mengdai shot him a glance before continuing, "Let us skip the specialties. I can't handle spicy food. The specialties from Chunin must be all spicy." Yang Zheng considered this and suggested, "Then let's have fish. The Eastland Lake boiled fish is quite good and could be considered a local specialty." Cheng Mengdai nodded and asked, "What about after dinner?" "No plans." Yang Zheng shrugged. "Linqiang is a small place. There really isn't much to do at night." Cheng Mengdai rolled her eyes. "We can't just stay in the hotel now. After dinner, we can't just return to the hotel again, right? Am I here to enjoy Linqiang or to hang out in a hotel? In fact, the hotel could very well be the most entertaining place." Yang Zheng inwardly scoffed but replied, "After dinner, I'll take you shopping to walk off the meal, then we can return to the hotel for a spa, and after that, we can sleep early. We'll wake up at 4 to watch the game, and afterward, head to Gowan Mountain to catch the sunrise. How does that sound?" "Oh," Cheng Mengdai suddenly recalled, "there's a semi-final match between Windmill Nation and Argentina at dawn tomorrow." After a brief pause, she asked, "Who are you betting on?" Yang Zheng glanced at her. "Argentina to win, with 3 high scores. 1-5, 1-6, 1-7. You might as well just bet with me." Cheng Mengdai thought but swallowed her words. Having witnessed Yang Zheng win a 1-7 bet once, she dared not voice it. Instead, she inquired, "How much did you wager?" Yang Zheng responded without hesitation, 200 on the win, with a score of 10. She was aware of the 650 million he won. So this little detail was naturally not concealed from her. Cheng Mengdai paused for a moment. 10,000? Yang Zheng chuckled. "Speak in plain language. I don't understand dog language." Cheng Mengdai was momentarily taken aback before realizing 10,000 and sound alike. "You're the dog," she retorted, slightly annoyed, then added, "I meant to ask if you were saying 2,100,000. Yang Zheng replied nonchalantly, "Otherwise, what would it be?" Cheng Mengdai. She realized her question was somewhat redundant. "Do you think it can win?" Cheng Mengdai asked eagerly. That question was even more foolish. Yang Zheng silently ridiculed, but replied, "If I thought it wouldn't win, why would I bet on it?" After receiving his affirmative answer, Cheng Mengdai's expression grew resolute. She took out her phone and began to place her bet. Yang Zheng, curious about how much she would wager, leaned over to take a look, nearly bursting into laughter. Cheng Mengdai had bet 100,000 on Argentina to win, with 3 high scores of 10,000 each. He knew she usually only gambled a few hundred at a time. This time, it was evidently spurred by his provocation, and she had invested heavily. It was indeed a significant investment, as it was of the irretrievable kind. After placing her bet, Cheng Mengdai cast a glance at him. "I have less than 200,000 left for pocket money, and I wagered more than half of it this time. If I lose..." She hesitated before continuing. "Then our previous wager is null and void." "On what grounds?" Yang Zheng chuckled at her indignation. "I didn't force you to place such a bet." Cheng Mengdai lifted her chin defiantly. "That doesn't matter. I placed the bet because I listened to you. So you must take responsibility." Yang Zheng scrutinized her for a moment before speaking. "If that's the case, should you win, how much are you planning to share with me?" Cheng Mengdai shook her head. "I use my own money to wager. Why should I share any of it with you?" "All right, if you want to play it that way," Yang Zheng said as he stepped closer to her. then I shall have to retract my wager ahead of time. Wait. Chung Mingdai raised her hand to shield her cherry lips. I want to play tricks. Let us discuss the wager in a few days. I'm not prepared yet. In truth, Yang Zheng harbored the same thought. After all, they were still unfamiliar with each other. If he demanded the wager now, Chung Mingdai would undoubtedly not be reluctant. Furthermore, if he reclaimed the wager at this moment, she would surely become more composed in the following interactions, thus diminishing the sparks between them. After all, the sword of Damocles hanging overhead was the most formidable threat. Consequently, upon seeing Chung Mingdai concede, Yang Zheng refrained from being overly aggressive and merely stated, "That wager was procured with several million. You think you can reclaim it with just over 100,000? Isn't that a bit too optimistic? Unless..." Chung Mingdai instinctively inquired, "Unless what?" Yang Zheng smiled. "If you win, I get to kiss you twice. If you lose, we'll consider it null and void." The thought of being kissed by him, coupled with the prospect of exposing herself, made Chung Mingdai's cheeks flush. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "What if we just count the score instead?" Yang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance. "What a fanciful notion. What are the odds of that? It must be based on victory or defeat." Chung Mingdai immediately shook her head. "Then I won't bet. I believe Argentina will win." Yang Zheng smiled faintly. "Then wait until you are ready. I shall reclaim the wager directly." Chung Mingdai shot him a glare. "I'm going to the restroom." With that, she made her way straight to the bathroom. Continuing to face Yang Zheng like this would surely cause her face to ignite. After using the restroom and washing her face, she felt significantly more at ease. The two chatted for a while longer, and, as the time approached, Yang Zheng made a call to inform Feng Yuan to prepare the vehicle. He then escorted Chung Mingdai downstairs, where they drove to a renowned restaurant, Jiangfeng Yuhua, famous for its East Lin Lake fish in Lin City. Upon arrival, Yang Zheng instructed Feng Yuan, "We should return around 8. Feng, please pick us up from the pedestrian street then. By the way, we need to schedule a spa session upon our return. Make sure to arrange that." "Understood." Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Zheng gestured for Chung Mingdai to exit the vehicle, and they entered Jiangfeng Yuhua. Once inside, they followed the waiter to their seats. The waiter presented the menu to Chung Mingdai, who indicated to Yang Zheng, "You order. I have no idea what is good here." Yang Zheng, not one to be coy, took the menu and began to order boiled fish, garlic ribs, steamed pork, and seasonal vegetables. After completing his order, he added, "My friend is from Chudong and cannot eat spicy food. Please make a note of that." "Certainly." The waiter nodded and departed. Chung Mingdai glanced at Yang Zheng in surprise. "My favorite dishes are garlic ribs and steamed pork. How did you order so fortuitously?" Yang Zheng smiled sleekly. "Fate." Chung Mingdai paused, then broke into a smile. Beyond that answer, she could conceive no other reason. In truth, in his past life, Yang Zheng had been quite close to her for nearly a semester, and he was well aware of her ordinary preferences. After their meal, as per Yang Zheng's arrangement, they strolled to digest their food, returned to the hotel for a spa session, and then retired to bed early. Of course, they did not share the same bed, but Yang Zheng was confident that it would not be long before that changed. In the early hours, around 3, Yang Zheng was blissfully asleep. The match that night bore no significance for him, so he slumbered soundly. However, Chung Mingdai was already awake. This match was the largest wager she had placed in this World Cup, and naturally, she could not find rest. "Wake up." Chung Mingdai rushed to Yang Zheng's room and nudged him. Yang Zheng stirred groggy. Before he could fully awaken, Chung Mingdai suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. "Done. The wager is complete." With that, she turned and left. She was undoubtedly adopting the philosophy that a short pain was preferable to a long one. After all, the thought of being kissed by Yang Zheng lingered in her mind, making her quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, seeing Yang Zheng peacefully asleep had stirred something within her. Yang Zheng, regaining his composure, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Was this the extent of her desire to settle the debt? Unlikely. He first went to the restroom to wash his face, then made his way to the living room. Upon seeing him emerge, Chung Mingdai glanced at him before quickly averting her gaze. She redirected her attention to the television. "The game is about to start." Yang Zheng ignored her remark and instead picked up his phone to show her their previous conversation. The screen displayed their earlier exchange, and Zheng pointed to one line, "You let me kiss you." He then spoke, "Let us be clear, you asked me to kiss you, not the other way around. That doesn't count." Chengmingdai. She wanted to argue, but she felt a bit bashful discussing who kissed whom. She mumbled, "Let us talk about it later. Let us watch the game first." Zheng was determined not to let her evade the topic so easily and pressed further. "Don't say later. If we wait, it will become unclear. Let us settle it now. Just now, you kissing me doesn't count as fulfilling the wager. Do you acknowledge that?" As he spoke, he took a step closer to her. "Fine, just back off." Chengmingdai quickly recoiled, crossing her arms defensively. Observing her overly tense demeanor, Zheng thought to himself, wanting to fall in love, yet afraid of being hurt. This seemingly jesting remark resonated with the genuine sentiments of many girls. Chengmingdai, as current state, aligned perfectly with that sentiment. She undoubtedly harbored feelings for Zheng. Otherwise, why would she venture alone to Lin City? Just moments ago, she had actively kissed him, claiming it was to settle the wager. However, if it had been someone she found unappealing, would she have bothered with the wager at all? No, in that case, there wouldn't even have been a wager to speak of, let alone initiating a kiss. Her willingness to kiss Zheng indicated that she did not find such contact particularly objectionable. Yet, she displayed significant nervousness and even fear towards Zheng's advances. Thus, she could only think, yearning for love, yet fearing rejection. Thoughts flashed through Zheng's mind as he casually settled himself beside Chengmingdai, speaking in a tone of feigned nonchalance. "All right, stop acting as if I have some ulterior motive. I am not so lowly. Although this is a wager, I will wait for your consent before I proceed." Chengmingdai realized her reaction had been somewhat excessive. She lowered her hands, offered an awkward smile, and playfully retorted, "It's my first kiss, of course I was a bit anxious." Zheng cast her a sidelong glance. "So was that just a dog-esque kiss?" "You were the dog." Chengmingdai playfully punched him. "I kissed the dog." After a pause, she added, "I meant a real kiss. What just happened doesn't count." Zheng inexplicably recalled a phrase. He wore it. It doesn't count. Nevertheless, Chengmingdai did exhibit a somewhat ethereal disposition. He was aware that she had been in a relationship before, so he had not truly believed her claims about her first kiss. However, if her words were to be taken at face value, it seemed she had merely shared a kiss with her first love without ever truly kissing. But it mattered little to him. Zheng's desire was solely to exact a deep-seated revenge on her. He had no genuine intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Moreover, in this day and age, it was wise not to seek the novelty of everything. Having never experienced loss, nor having let the keys slip away, one should count their blessings. The match was officially underway. The commentator's voice resonated from the television. Chengmingdai exclaimed, "It has begun." Zheng nodded and inquired, "Shall we order something to eat?" Chengmingdai paused and replied, "Sure, but I don't drink. Just get me a bottle of any beverage." Evidently, she was quite apprehensive about being vulnerable, guarding herself meticulously. Zheng, unhurried, refrained from pressing her. He promptly called Feng Yuan, requesting her to bring over some late-night snacks and drinks. The 24-hour service was not merely a slogan. Otherwise, what was the point of spending $16,800 just to sleep in a room? The amount for a month's stay could purchase a fully furnished 100-square-meter apartment in the city center of Linqing. The presidential suite's value lay in its service. Shortly, Feng Yuan arrived with a selection of snacks and drinks, mentioning that some freshly prepared dishes would take a little longer. Zheng nodded in understanding. "No!" Chengmingdai suddenly shouted. Zheng nearly jumped in surprise. It turned out a player from the Windmill Nation had taken a shot at the goal, but missed. Chengmingdai breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew. Thank goodness it didn't go in." Zheng, exasperated, quipped, "Don't be so dramatic. You nearly startled me." Chengmingdai shot him a glance. "Can you blame me? I've put half my pocket money on Argentina. Unlike you, my family doesn't just hand out money to waste." It seemed the little rich girl had quite strict upbringing. Just as Zheng was about to speak, Chengmingdai yelled again, "Free kick. It's Messi's turn to take it. Argentina has a chance." Zheng couldn't help but turn his gaze to the television. He watched as Messi positioned the ball, retreated a few steps, and charged forward to strike. The football arced perfectly, sailing over the wall and heading straight for the goal. Good. Zheng Mingdai leapt up in excitement, only to suddenly falter. The shot was indeed on target, but it was too straightforward, easily caught by the goalkeeper. Alas, what a pity. Zheng Mingdai sighed. Returning to the sofa, Yang Zheng shook his head in silence. He was unaware of the match's outcome. Having wagered $2 million on Argentina, he naturally hoped they would score. Unfortunately, until the halftime whistle blew, neither side had managed to find the back of the net, ending the half at 0-0. At that moment, Feng Yuan knocked and entered again, delivering some hot late-night food. It was the perfect time for a snack during the halftime break. Yang Zheng and Zheng Mingdai began to eat and chat, mainly with Zheng Mingdai complaining that Yang Zheng had squandered her 30-000. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that a high score was unlikely. And indeed, it turned out to be true. In the second half's 45 minutes, and even in the 30 minutes of extra time, neither team scored, leading to a penalty shootout. Although Argentina eventually triumphed over the Windmill Nation with a score of 4-2, only the regular time result counted for the bet. Thus, all my pocket money is gone. Zheng Mingdai glared at Yang Zheng in indignation. I thought you were a betting expert. Now it seems you are just as useless. Yang Zheng returned her stare. Would you like me to demonstrate my capabilities? Zheng Mingdai recoiled slightly. I need to use the restroom. With that, she swiftly made her escape. Chapter 69. While young, do what you desire. At Gaolin Mountain, just before 7 p.m., Yang Zheng and Zheng Mingdai finally arrived at the summit. At this hour, witnessing the sunrise was impossible. However, the beautiful scenery bathed in the golden glow of dawn remained, making the trip worthwhile. The landscape was indeed breathtaking. Zheng Mingdai exclaimed, snapping photos with her phone. Then she handed her phone to Yang Zheng, saying, "Take a few pictures for me, but make them look nice." Yang Zheng accepted the phone, gesturing for her to shift slightly to the left. Zheng Mingdai complied. After glancing again, he instructed, "Now turn your body a bit." As she adjusted, Zheng Mingdai complained, "Why is it so complicated just to take a picture?" Yang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance. "If you keep talking, you can take the picture yourself. Stay still. Turn your face a little more." Zheng Mingdai pouted, but remained silent, following his directions. After taking several shots and directing her to adjust her poses, Yang Zheng finally handed back the phone, indicating he was done. Zheng Mingdai looked at the photos, her eyes widening in astonishment. "These are beautiful. Have you studied photography?" In the pictures, she appeared ethereal against the backdrop of the morning sun, merging seamlessly with the landscape, resembling a celestial being. The beauty mirrored that of professional photographs, leaving her somewhat entranced. "I've learned a bit," Yang Zheng replied. His first photography teacher had been Yin Xian, who had studied photography. In his previous life, he often found himself directed by her to take her pictures. Later, while working in MC an agency, he occasionally took on photography gigs for streamers and products, honing his skills through practice. Upon discovering Yang Zheng's background in photography, Zheng Mingdai, who initially intended to merely take a few snapshots, found herself captivated by the art of photography itself. Naturally, as someone who adored beauty, she quickly became enamored with anything that could enhance her allure. Over the following 3 days, during their excursions to scenic spots around Lincheng, Tianfu Ridge, Taitu Ridge, and Wangdianshan, Zheng Mingdai, who previously detested mountainous landscapes due to the exhausting climbs, found herself unexpectedly falling in love with them, all thanks to Yang Zheng capturing her in stunning photographs. The intimate companionship over these 3 days drew the two originally shy youths closer together. Initially, they walked separately, but now Zheng Mingdai often found herself holding Yang Zheng's hand as they strolled side by side. She was weary from the journey and simply leaned against Yang Zheng, closing her eyes to rest. She had become accustomed to such affectionate physical contact. However, that was the extent of it. During this time, Yang Zheng made a move to reclaim his wager. Yet Zheng Mingdai insisted that she was unprepared. Yang Zheng became increasingly convinced that she was a hesitant little flirt, desiring emotional fulfillment without the willingness to assume any responsibilities. Was that not the very definition of a flirt? Such behavior was even more unscrupulous than a relationship devoid of the intention to marry. On the night of the 12th, the two returned to the hotel and retired early. For the following day, the 13th, at 4 a.m., was the World Cup third-place match, Windmill Nation versus Football Kingdom. To be precise, Zheng had no recollection of this match, but he was aware that Windmill Nation had secured third place. He had also heard that this match was yet another shameful battle for Football Kingdom, suggesting that Windmill Nation had most likely triumphed in regular time, and the score differential was likely substantial. After all, a defeat of 1-7 had already transpired. There was no further need for Zheng to analyze the statistics. The odds were simply too elusive, and thus he refrained from betting on the score this time, opting to conserve his resources. 3 significant scores had already amounted to 3 million, which was no trivial sum. He merely placed a bet on Windmill Nation to win, with odds of 29, wagering 10 million, with a potential return of 5 billion. Such a gamble hardly seemed excessive. The odds for Football Kingdom to win were 20, and for a draw, they were 36. This indicated that the public still favored Football Kingdom. Zheng Mengdai was among the public. According to her reasoning, after such a dismal loss in the previous match, the team would undoubtedly rally to redeem themselves and wash away the humiliation. And had she not heard the saying? An injured soldier must triumph. Zheng countered. In the last match, Football Kingdom was thoroughly overwhelmed. Originally the frontrunner for the championship, they are now merely vying for third place. Where is their fighting spirit? They were destined to lose this match. Zheng Mengdai shook her head decisively. Absolutely not. Zheng inquired, "Dare you to wager once more?" After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Mengdai retorted, "How do you propose we wager?" Zheng replied, "If Football Kingdom wins, we settle our debts. If they lose, you allow me to kiss you twice." Zheng Mengdai pressed, "And what if it ends in a draw?" Zheng generously declared, "A draw counts as your victory." Zheng Mengdai nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept the wager." Her willingness to accept the bet stemmed from 3 reasons. Firstly, the odds of 20 for Football Kingdom indicated a higher likelihood of victory, not to mention Zheng's generous inclusion of a draw. Secondly, after losing half of her pocket money in the previous match against Windmill Nation, she no longer trusted Zheng. And thirdly, 3 days of interaction had rendered her less resistant to this wager. Zheng's repeated attempts had made her feel unprepared. But this was merely feminine modesty rather than a true lack of readiness. With a firmer stance from Zheng, she likely would not have objected. At 4 a.m., Feng Yuan brought late-night snacks and roused Zheng. This was a precaution he had taken based on past experiences. After getting up, he went to wake Zheng Mengdai. The two once again settled in the living room to watch the match. Zheng Mengdai dared not place a significant bet this time, opting instead for a modest wager of 1,000 just to participate. Consequently, she had not awakened early and still bore the remnants of sleep when Zheng called her. Zheng expressed concern. Why not sleep a bit longer? You could wake up to the results just the same. In truth, he felt a bit drowsy himself. Had Zheng Mengdai chosen to forego the match, he could have returned to his slumber. However, Zheng Mengdai did not comply with his wishes. She stifled a yawn and shook her head. Just a little longer. With that, she nudged Zheng to lean against the sofa while she nestled into his embrace. Continuing, "While we are young, we should pursue what we desire. Otherwise, when we grow old, it will be too late to fulfill those dreams." Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He began to understand why this seemingly timid girl yearned for extreme sports. It was rooted in such a mindset. Yet, from her perspective, her thoughts were not surprising. After all, she had never had to struggle for a living. If she were not to contemplate avoiding regrets in her later years, what else could she focus on? Many heirs seek thrills, often stemming from this very psychology. In simple terms, they are bored. Moreover, Zheng himself was contemplating entrepreneurial endeavors precisely because of this boredom. People ought to engage in meaningful pursuits. Otherwise, one might wonder why the likes of the ancient dragon Yang and the passion for young men were prevalent among the wealthy. After all, even the most ardent womanizers eventually tire of their pursuits, leading them to seek out novel experiences.